Lin Chen found himself transported to a fantastical realm, where he was benevolently taken in by his master and subsequently married to his master's daughter, Liu Yanran. After the demise of his master, Lin Chen harbored no resentment and devoted himself to caring for Liu Yanran for over a century. To his astonishment, Liu Yanran, instead of expressing gratitude, was swayed by the deceitful words of outsiders. She orchestrated a scheme against him, extracting his supreme bone and ultimately taking his life with a single strike. Yet, contrary to all expectations, Lin Chen did not die. Instead, he awakened an invincible sect system. In a world where one could dominate at the divine transformation realm, he began his journey by summoning an emperor. Liu Yanran. Lin Chen's eyes flew open, fury flooding his mind. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes were filled with shock, anguish, and disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that his childhood sweetheart, who was also his most cherished junior sister, would betray him in such a manner. The pain was excruciating, yet the torment of his heart eclipsed the physical agony. I once believed you had silently supported me all along, only to discover you. No one knew he was a time traveler. Initially, he was a forlorn beggar, but at the tender age of 4, he was adopted by his kind-hearted master and mistress, becoming a cherished disciple. Tragically, his mistress passed away when he was 6, leaving behind a daughter, Liu Yanran, who was 2 years his junior. Grateful for his master's kindness, Lin Chen cared deeply for his junior sister. When Liu Yanran turned 18, they wed at their master's behest. Lin Chen lavished her with affection. Following his master's failure during the tribulation, Lin Chen inherited the position of sect leader of the Wending sect. He possessed considerable talent and ascended to the divine transformation realm in just over a century. However, he did not abandon Liu Yanran. Instead, he invested countless hours nurturing her, guiding her to the golden core realm. Had it not been for his devotion, his own cultivation would have reached even greater heights. To avoid the tragic fate of his master, Lin Chen heeded Liu Yanran's advice and decided to employ the secret arts of the Wending sect to reconstruct his foundation. He destroyed his Dantian, sacrificing his cultivation for the sake of nurturing a supreme bone, which promised to pave a smooth path for his cultivation journey. Brother, focus on nurturing the supreme bone. I will handle everything else. Liu Yanran's gentle words echoed as if from yesterday. For the next decade, she indeed cared for him with unwavering devotion. A decade later, the supreme bone matured. Lin Chen finally qualified to ascend to the pinnacle of the Wending sect. However, he could never have anticipated that his closest and most trusted junior sister would suddenly reveal her true, malevolent nature and strike him down. He stood powerless, watching as she extracted his supreme bone, her face twisted with disdain as she vented years of pent-up grievances. From childhood, I have found you repulsive. Father knew I adored Brother Yihan, yet insisted I marry you. Brother Yihan surpasses you by 1,000-fold. If not for you, I wouldn't have to hide my feelings for Brother Yihan. You truly are foolish. You believe my advice to destroy your Dantian and nurture the supreme bone? Once I possess your supreme bone, Brother Yihan will soar to greatness. He will inherit the Ye family's leadership, and I shall be the lady of the house. A solitary tear slipped down Lin Chen's cheek, not from the unbearable pain of his wounds, but from the realization that he had misallocated his affections for so many years. In that moment, his heart was shattered. Dressed in crimson, Liu Yanran held a knife in her right hand and a bloodied bone in her left. Her beautiful face was marred by hatred. All these years, I have never loved you. You possess my body, but my heart has always belonged to Brother Yihan. Brother Yihan said that once he acquires the supreme bone, you must not live. This way, you will no longer be able to obstruct our union. With that, the blade plunged down mercilessly. Then, Lin Chen lost consciousness entirely. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in the same spot. I'm not dead. No, I have indeed perished. But I have returned to life. He slowly withdrew the blade that had pierced through him, feeling no pain as the wound miraculously healed, his Dantian restored to its original state, though his supreme bone and cultivation were lost. After pondering for a time, he could not fathom the reason behind this phenomenon. Recalling the treachery of Yihan and Liu Yanran, Lin Chen's expression turned icy. Yihan. This individual was the youngest son of the Ye family patriarch. Lacking any ambition or skills, he relied solely on his handsome appearance and wealth to sow discord and indulge in romantic escapades. Yet, Liu Yanran was utterly infatuated with Yihan. During his master's lifetime, he had vehemently disapproved of such a character and had strictly instructed Liu Yanran to sever ties with him. Lin Chen had hoped that after their marriage, Liu Yanran would exhibit some restraint, but to his dismay, she secretly met with Yihan multiple times, even orchestrating this heinous plot against him under Yihan's machinations. So all these years were but an act. If you never loved me, why marry me at all? Lin Chen recalled. In her pursuit of the golden core, he had risked his life to retrieve a millennium-old spiritual ginseng from a perilous secret realm, nearly losing his life in the process. Yet, days later, Liu Yanran claimed she had lost it. Reluctantly, he ventured into that perilous realm once more. Though he successfully retrieved another millennium-old ginseng, he sustained severe injuries, and his foundation was adversely affected. Nevertheless, Lin Chen had never doubted her, despite the clumsiness of her lies. In retrospect, the spiritual ginseng he had risked his life to procure was likely given to Ye Han. Liu Yanran was correct. He truly was foolish. Without Lin Chen's support, it was doubtful Liu Yanran would have even managed to establish her foundation. Many envied her for having such a husband, yet in her heart, he could not compare to her brother Ye Han in the slightest. Brother Ye Han? How amusing. Do you truly believe he has affections for you? He merely regards you as a tool. He has countless concubines unbeknownst to you. You extracted my supreme bone for your own use, but you had to give it to him too. How utterly foolish. Lin Chen could not help but scoff coldly within. Ye Han was of similar age to Lin Chen and had also reached the nascent soul realm. Yet, in terms of talent and determination, he could not even compare to Lin Chen's pinky finger. His flirtatious nature was merely due to Liu Yanran's advances and generosity. However, upon discovering the secret arts of the Wending sect, he suddenly began to court Liu Yanran. Liu Yanran naively believed that she had finally warmed his heart, thinking that once she obtained the supreme bone, brother Ye Han would be hers. In the past, how many opportunities have I forfeited to care for you? If not for you, I would not have taken over a century to reach the divine transformation realm. But it is all in the past now. I grant you your freedom. This life is a gift from my master. Consider it returned to him. From this day forth, we owe each other nothing, and our bond is severed. Were it anyone else facing such betrayal and humiliation, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Yet Liu Yanran was the sole bloodline left by his master and mistress in this world. Out of respect for his deceased master and mistress, Lin Chen chose not to pursue vengeance, but that was the extent of his leniency. Should Liu Yanran act out again in the future, he would not hesitate to show no mercy. As for her brother Ye Han, he could merely await his demise. Without the burden of Liu Yanran, Lin Chen felt a newfound lightness. He was confident in his ability to break through to the divine transformation realm within a few decades. He resolved to leave this place and nurture another supreme bone. As he slowly rose to his feet, a chilling mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind, accompanied by a series of mysterious characters appearing before his eyes. Lin Chen had never encountered these characters before, yet he recognized each one. Detection indicates that the host has been revived. The Invincible Sect System is now activating. Activation successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward for system activation, 1 golden summoning card. Would you like to draw it now? Chapter 2. Summoning the Pinnacle of Emperors, the founding ancestor Li Tiangang. System? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Having traversed through years without encountering any semblance of a system, he was astonished to find one activated after meeting his demise. A golden summoning card? What purpose could it serve? Without hesitation, Lin Chen decided to draw. Suddenly, a multitude of cards materialized before him, radiating a dazzling golden light and swirling wildly. Abruptly, he extracted one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning the Pinnacle of Emperors, the founding master of the Wending sect, Li Tiangang. Gentle reminder, all summoned beings will exhibit absolute loyalty to the host and shall never betray. What? Lin Chen was utterly dumbfounded. Before he could comprehend the situation, dark clouds began to gather ominously in the sky, accompanied by thunderous roars. A rift appeared within the clouds, seemingly connecting to the river of time and space. An elder, clad in a plain Taoist robe with flowing white hair and beard, stepped forth from the rift, exuding an overwhelming imperial aura that was terrifying beyond measure. It felt as though a mere glance from him could annihilate countless insignificant beings. Such a cataclysmic spectacle had already attracted the attention of peerless powerhouses from nearby sections. They traversed vast distances, directing their formidable consciousness toward the Wending sect to discern what had transpired. However, they were thwarted by an invisible barrier, rendering their efforts futile. Am I not supposed to be dead? As the dark clouds gradually dispersed, Li Tiangang gazed at the Wending sect, a place reminiscent of his past, filled with a blend of astonishment and joy. Ancestor, it is I who have resurrected you, Lin Chen calmly declared, shaking off his shock. You. Only then did Li Tiangang notice the young man before him. Upon seeing this youthful figure, an indescribable fear coursed through his soul, leaving him trembling. Despite the young man's apparent lack of cultivation, Li Tiangang felt an overwhelming sensation that a mere thought from him could lead to his own obliteration, leaving no room for resistance. Indeed, I am the current sect master of the Wending sect. Lin Chen bowed respectfully to the elder. Old Li Tiangang pays his respects to the sect master. Li Tiangang dared not act arrogantly. The one who had resurrected him possessed the power to extinguish his life with the slightest whim. Grateful for his revival, he would never dare to maintain a facade of superiority. Lin Chen wished to pass the position of sect master to the elder, but Li Tiangang steadfastly refused. With no other choice, Lin Chen continued to assume the role himself. What is the current state of the Wending sect? Li Tiangang surveyed the dilapidated sect. Sensing the gravity of the situation, sighing, Lin Chen responded, "The world where the Wending sect resides is known as the Zhongxian realm, which encompasses 5 great regions: the Eastern region, Southern region, Western region, Northern region, and the Imperial continent. The Wending sect is located in the Eastern region, flourishing for 1,000,000 years since its establishment by Li Tiangang. However, after his unexpected demise, the sect has been in a steady decline. By the time the legacy reached my hands, fewer than 10 remained. The disciples were exceedingly discontented as I allocated all cultivation resources to Liu Yanran, leading them to abandon me. Now, I stand alone as the sole remaining member of the Wending sect. No worries, I have returned, and I shall surely restore the former glory of the Ascendant sect." Li Tiangang exuded an aura of dominance, his gaze sharp as lightning. "All right, I believe in you, ancestor," Lin Chen exclaimed, filled with excitement. With such an extraordinary powerhouse at the helm, it would not be long before the Ascendant sect reclaimed its status among the top sections. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails, where the strong reign supreme. The realms of cultivation progress from the lowest to the highest, divided into 3 stages: Chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and transformation of God. There are also the stages of void refinement, integration, and tribulation crossing, culminating in great ascension, supreme, and emperor. Each realm is further categorized into early, middle, late, and peak phases, with vast disparities in power between each level. Although Lin Chen had never encountered a powerhouse above the Great Ascension realm, the records within the Ascendant sect scriptures delineated the realms with remarkable clarity. Before his fall, Ancestor Li Tiangang had already reached the pinnacle of emperor. He was an undisputed sovereign of the Zhongshuan realm, capable of obliterating a first-rate sect with merely a wave of his hand. With the ancestor present, who would dare to underestimate the Ascendant sect? "Sectmaster, I must settle some old debts and wish to be away for a while," Li Tiangang expressed with impatience. "Very well," Lin Chen nodded in agreement. With a single step, Li Tiangang vanished into the void. Once the ancestor departed, the system's voice rang out once more. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received Novice Gift Pack 1, which has been automatically opened. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received Chaos Body Permanent Enhancement Card 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received Random Realm Enhancement Card 1. Lin Chen stared in astonishment at the contents of the Novice Gift Pack, his mouth agape in disbelief. Inside were countless spirit stones, magical artifacts, and elixirs, all stored within the system's space, their abundance rivaling that of a top-tier sect in the Eastern domain. Such a vast fortune was beyond Lin Chen's wildest dreams. Yet now, it had come to him effortlessly. And this was merely the Novice Gift Pack? Lin Chen could hardly fathom the magnitude of future rewards, especially the 2 enhancement cards, which were treasures beyond compare. Chaos Body, the foremost divine body among the heavens, possessing the most extraordinary qualities amidst endless chaos, known as the Supreme Bone, unworthy of even holding the shoes of the Chaos Body. Without hesitation, Lin Chen activated the Chaos Body enhancement card. As his words fell, a colossal rift tore open in the sky, and an ethereal light descended from the infinite cosmos, enveloping Lin Chen. He felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, shivering involuntarily. Was this it? Lin Chen did not perceive anything particularly different, yet the system confirmed the success of the enhancement. After pondering for a while, without uncovering further insights, he decided to move on, using the Random Realm Enhancement card. With a command, the system swiftly responded. Ding! Random Realm card successfully utilized. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Peak Transformation of God. Subsequently, radiant light surged around Lin Chen, and his cultivation soared at an astonishing pace. Chi Refinement Early Stage. Chi Refinement Mid Stage. Foundation Establishment Peak. Nascent Soul Mid Stage. Transformation of God Late Stage. Transformation of God Peak. As Lin Chen reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage, his cultivation finally ceased to advance. Is this the sensation of true power? With a single punch, Lin Chen shattered half a mountain into fragments. The Chaos Dao body was terrifyingly formidable. He had encountered numerous formidable beings at the transformation stage, yet their strength paled in comparison to his current self. An overwhelming conviction surged within him. He was fully capable of battling beyond his level, even if a formidable being from the void refinement stage were to confront him. He could effortlessly subdue them. How exhilarating. Lin Chen let out a long howl towards the heavens, sweeping away years of pent-up frustration. At that moment, the system unexpectedly issued a task. Ding. Mainline task activated. Detection indicates that the host was previously set up and harmed. The system can no longer tolerate it. The host is required to obliterate the Ye family. Upon completion, a substantial reward will be granted. The Ye family? Lin Chen's eyes nearly bulged out. Was it truly necessary to start with such a provocative task? He was merely at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, not the apex of the Emperor's stage. Although the Ye family was considered a second-rate power in the eastern region of Qingzhou, it was not something Lin Chen could confront alone. It was said that the head of the Ye family, Ye Wuchen, was a formidable being at the integration stage, and several elders were at the void refinement stage. For him, at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, to single-handedly annihilate the Ye family was akin to courting death. Could he not seek assistance from the ancestor? Lin Chen tentatively inquired. No, other tasks may be delegated to members of the sect, but this is a personal vendetta of the host, which must be resolved by the host alone. Under no circumstances can this be altered. The system's cold voice left no room for negotiation. Under no circumstances? Lin Chen mused to himself, soon discerning an unusual implication. A smile crept upon his lips. 10 days later, Ancestor Li Tiangang returned. Lin Chen learned that the reason for the ancestor's demise was betrayal by someone he had deeply trusted, who had leaked his whereabouts to his mortal enemies. The enemies, in collusion with several formidable beings of the Emperor's stage, had set a trap along the ancestor's inevitable path. Outnumbered, the ancestor ultimately fell in the northwest, leaving him to lament his fate. The treacherous individual reaped significant benefits, absconding with most of the resources of the sect of Ascension to establish a new sect in the imperial continent, naming it after himself. The ancestor's journey was to obliterate the sects of his former enemies. Regrettably, the traitor and those enemies had long since perished. They had escaped retribution. The ancestor seethed with indignation. Well done, ancestor. A true man, living in this world, ought to be decisive in matters of life and death. Relishing in the resolution of grievances, Lin Chen silently applauded the ancestor. The sect leader also believed the elder was justified? Naturally. Speaking sincerely? Absolutely. Even the dogs raised by their sect deserved to be ground to dust. Should the sect require any assistance, the elder would brave fire and water without hesitation. Li Tiangang's expression shifted slightly, sensing a kindred spirit. In this moment, a minor request arises for the esteemed ancestor, as Lin Chen's lips curl into a subtle smile. Meanwhile, in Qingzhou, at the Ye family estate, outside a secret chamber, Liu Yanran, adorned in a crimson gown, anxiously paces back and forth, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the chamber. Yihan has been inside for quite some time. Why hasn't he emerged yet? He promised that once the Supreme Bone successfully fused, he would marry me. Could it be? No, it cannot be. Yihan is not like Lin Chen, that good for nothing. He will undoubtedly succeed. Yes, he will certainly marry me. Just as Liu Yanran's anxiety peaks, an extraordinary phenomenon suddenly manifests above the chamber. A spectral azure dragon spirals and roars, while a phoenix phantom soars and sings. Amidst the resplendent golden light, a humanoid silhouette stands with its back to the world, exuding an air of divine supremacy, cold and proud. After a considerable time, the spectacle gradually dissipates. I have succeeded. A voice, nearly delirious with excitement, echoes from within the chamber, followed by a resounding bang as the chamber door is kicked open. A strikingly handsome young man emerges, laughing boisterously. Yihan! Liu Yanran exclaims, overwhelmed with joy, rushing forward to embrace him. Tears of elation stream down her cheeks. Yanran, did you wait long? Yihan gently lifts her chin, intending to share a tender moment. Suddenly, dozens of streaks of light dart in from various directions. Father! Yihan quickly releases Liu Yanran, respectfully bowing to the middle-aged man at the forefront. This man is none other than Yihan's father, the head of the Ye family. Ye Wuchen, a formidable cultivator at the mid-stage of the integration realm. Following him are over 30 esteemed family elders, each holding significant authority. To his left and slightly behind stands a brooding young man, Ye Yan, the eldest son of the Ye family. Despite his youth, he has already attained the initial stage of the transformation realm, coupled with his status as the eldest son. Until now, although Ye Wuchen has many children, Ye Yan's talent and position have ensured that no one could challenge his claim as the heir apparent. However, the current situation appears to be shifting. Ye Yan's expression is tense as he fixates on Yihan. What is happening? Ye Wuchen, disregarding formalities, urgently inquires. He and the elders have been drawn here by the sudden manifestation of heavenly phenomena. Such extraordinary signs can only be interpreted as the birth of a peerless talent within the Ye family, an occurrence that has not transpired in millennia. Father, it's like this. Yi Han does not withhold any details, vividly recounting the events. Good, good, good. Ye Wuchen exclaims, far from reprimanding Yi Han for his ruthless actions. Instead, he bursts into hearty laughter, repeatedly praising him. With the supreme bone possessed by the 16th young master, the emperor is within reach. Boundless prospects await. Do you still remember this old man? He continues, when you were young, I used to carry you. The elders gather around, patting Yi Han on the shoulder. Their eyes filled with admiration and flattery. They had previously regarded Yi Han as nothing more than a debauched scion, living off the family's wealth without purpose. Unexpectedly, the humble chicken has transformed into a phoenix. With the acquisition of this supreme bone, the Ye family is poised to potentially produce a formidable emperor, soaring to unprecedented heights and establishing itself as a premier power within the Zhongxian realm. At that time, their fortunes will rise alongside them. The crowd erupted in jubilation. Yet one individual remained sullen, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. He commanded, prepare a grand feast for 7 days to celebrate my son Han. Upon Ye Wuchen's decree, elders swiftly made arrangements. Truly, the patriarch has borne a remarkable son, the family elders exclaimed in admiration. At this moment, they regarded Yi Han as the future head of the family. As for the eldest son, Yi Yan, who would still care for him with Yi Han's emperor-like potential, the esteemed contributor, Liu Yanran, found herself equally overlooked. Observing the lack of acknowledgement for her contributions and sensing Yi Han's disinterest in addressing her, Liu Yanran grew anxious. She tugged at Yi Han's sleeve. Brother Han unable to evade her, Yi Han reluctantly acquiesced. Father, in my union with the Supreme Bone, Miss Yanran has assisted me significantly. Might I their closeness was evident to all. Ye Wuchen, cognizant of this, paused thoughtfully before responding. In that case, let her remain as a concubine. Very well. Yi Han promptly agreed. What? A concubine? Liu Yanran was taken aback. What troubled her further was Yi Han's unhesitating acceptance. A concubine is merely a servant for warmth, not even worthy of being counted as a wife. After all she had done for her brother Han, even going so far as to extract her husband as supreme bone and slay him, was this all she would receive? No, she could not accept this. Once the crowd dispersed, Liu Yanran persisted. Brother Han, perhaps there were too many people earlier, and you felt hesitant to speak plainly. You could find a suitable moment to discuss this matter with the patriarch, not happening. Yi Han bluntly rejected her. His voice struck like a cold blade, piercing Liu Yanran's heart. Her lips parted in shock as she began to see the man before her clearly, tremblingly asking, Brother Han, have you never considered marrying me properly? Marry you? What are you thinking? I merely jested, and you took it to heart. Reflect on your own status, coming from a third-rate sect that hardly merits mention. I, a distinguished son of the Ye family, soon to be the young master and future patriarch, would never want a second-hand cast-off like you. If I were to marry, it would be a lady of equal standing. You pursued me of your own volition, and I merely played along. It was only to secure the supreme bone that I had to placate you. Who knew you would be so ruthless? Truly killing that unfortunate Lin Chen to facilitate my ascent. To be frank, both you and your husband are fools. Being offered the position of a concubine is an act of great mercy on my part. Should you refuse, you are free to leave the Ye family at once. At this moment, Liu Yanran found herself devoid of any value, and Yi Han finally revealed his cold, venomous fangs. It turns out you have been using me all along. Upon hearing these words, Liu Yanran staggered, tears blurring her vision. She realized that Yi Han had never harbored feelings for her. All those sweet nothings and vows of eternal love were merely a means to procure the supreme bone from her. How foolish she had been to believe his deceitful words. Lin Chen had loved her so deeply, sacrificing so much for her. Yet, she seemed blind to his devotion and had, with her own hands, caused the demise of the one who loved her most. She found herself bereft of any support. Shock, regret, and anguish surged within her, overwhelming her heart with a violent force. Struck as if by lightning, she could bear it no longer and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Vile creature! Yi Han spat vehemently, turning away without a glance back. Shortly thereafter, the Ye family was ablaze with festivity, a scene of vibrant celebration. Almost every notable figure from Qingzhou was summoned to partake in Yi Han's banquet. The Ye family did not shy away from openly admitting that the supreme bone had been extracted from Lin Chen. After all, the Wending sect was merely an inconsequential minor sect, and Lin Chen was someone they had never even heard of, who would concern themselves with the fate of an insignificant ant. Congratulations to the head of the Ye family. Your son has acquired the supreme bone. It won't be long before he ascends to great heights. Indeed, once the Ye family becomes the preeminent force in the Zhongxian realm, let us not forget our old friends. The expressions of the guests were a complex tapestry of envy and admiration. How could we forget? The banquet is prepared. Please, everyone, take your seats. Ye Wuchen beamed with delight, personally welcoming esteemed guests alongside Ye Han and several prominent family elders at the entrance. Ye Yan followed closely behind, his demeanor icy and silent, forcing a strained smile to conceal his unease from his father. 2 hours later, the guests had finally gathered. The vast courtyard, adorned with thousands of seats, was filled to capacity. Standing at a height, Ye Wuchen raised his glass and exclaimed with laughter, "Today marks a momentous occasion for our Ye family. My son has been favored by the heavens and has fortuitously acquired the supreme bone. You all are like brothers to the Ye family, cherished friends. We are greatly honored by your presence at this celebration. Let us drink deeply to toast my son. To young Master Yi." The crowd raised their glasses in unison to congratulate Ye Han. Yet, just as they were about to down their drinks, a chilling laughter interrupted. "Hold on. How could such a joyous occasion be complete without me? I, Lin, have come specifically to present a grand gift to young Master Yi, and I sincerely hope you will not refuse." At this declaration, the hands of the guests froze mid-air as they turned in unison towards the entrance. A young man dressed in a flowing white robe, exuding an air of distinction, sauntered in leisurely, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The wind picked up, causing his robe to billow dramatically. Though he claimed to bring a gift, his hands remained empty. "Who are you? If you intend to stir trouble at the Ye family, you have come to the wrong place." Ye Wuchen's expression darkened. He had discerned that the intruder bore ill intent. Yet, with the opponent's cultivation merely at the peak of the transformation stage, he could easily crush him with a single hand, rendering the involvement of others unnecessary. His hesitation to act stemmed from concerns regarding the adversary's potential background. "Lin Chen, you're still alive." Ye Han recognized Lin Chen at once, and in a fit of rage, struck a serving woman beside him across the face. "Wretched creature! How could you claim to have disposed of him when he is evidently alive and well? I see you have spared him out of some lingering sentiment. Just wait until I deal with you later." The woman's face swelled rapidly, yet she neither cried nor protested, her pupils dilating in disbelief. "Lin Chen, impossible. I distinctly remember plunging a dagger into his heart when he was devoid of any power. He shouldn't have survived. Moreover, not only has he lived, but he has also regained his strength. No, I recall him being at the initial stage of transformation. How has he ascended to the peak now?" Upon seeing Lin Chen again, Liu Yanran's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, a mixture of fear and longing. After discovering the truth that day, she was engulfed in boundless regret and anguish. However, having made her choice, she found herself trapped within the Ye family, for without Lin Chen's protection, she had nowhere else to turn. With her golden core cultivation, venturing out alone would likely lead her to become a mere pawn for nefarious cultivators. Remaining within the Ye family at least ensured her survival. Could it be that brother Lin Chen has come to retrieve me? A glimmer of hope ignited within Liu Yanran, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yet, she firmly resolved that an apology from her was out of the question, unless he pleaded for her to return. She might consider the possibility of forgiveness. She gazed at Lin Chen expectantly, but he blatantly disregarded her gaze. Liu Yanran felt a sudden jolt of shock. Why does brother Lin Chen seem different from before? An ominous premonition took root in her heart. Is he truly Lin Chen? The onlookers understood Ye Han's words as well, their confusion mounting. But wasn't he supposed to be dead? "Lin Chen, what brings you here?" Ye Wuchen suppressed his fury on such a joyous occasion. He wished to avoid bloodshed in front of everyone. He planned to have Lin Chen apprehended and dealt with swiftly to eliminate any future threats. A mere insect of the transformation stage posed no significant concern. Lin Chen smirked, stepping forward boldly. "What audacity! You dare to provoke the Ye family?" The crowd erupted in uproar. Such gall to challenge the Ye family. Surely he must be tired of living. Impudent brat. How dare you? The members of the Ye family were incensed, each one eager to teach Lin Chen a lesson. "You seek death." Before anyone else could act, Ye Wuchen took the lead. At this juncture, he could no longer restrain himself. Lin Chen's public affront to the Ye family's dignity warranted his demise. Raising his hand, a colossal palm materialized in the sky, reaching for Lin Chen. "Ancestor." Just as Lin Chen seemed on the verge of being crushed, he unleashed a tremendous shout. The moment his words left his lips, suddenly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled ominously. A terrifying pressure descended abruptly, enveloping every individual present. The entire Ye family, from the highest to the lowest, whether human or beast, all stood wide-eyed and frozen in place. A fissure tore open in the heavens, and from within emerged an elderly man clad in a plain Taoist robe, with long white hair and beard. His voice, though not loud, sent chills down the spines of those present, leaving them feeling as if they had plunged into an ice cavern. "Who dares to touch a single hair of the sovereign of the Wending sect? Mercy is not to be found in my wrath." Chapter 5. The Annihilation of the Ye family, ruthless and merciless an emperor. Only a being of unparalleled might at the Emperor realm could exude such a terrifying pressure, capable of rendering even the most formidable of harmonization realm cultivators utterly immobile. The pinnacle of cultivation lies within the Emperor realm, even in the flourishing lands of the Emperor continent, where powerful beings abound. An emperor represents the foundation of a top-tier sect. One emperor signifies the essence of a premier sect. The Wending sect? Indeed, it had once produced an emperor. But that was eons ago, long lost to the annals of time. Today, the Wending sect is merely a pitiful sect, unworthy of even a dog's attention. When did it give rise to another emperor? The crowd lamented internally, wishing they had never attended this so-called celebratory banquet. Now, it seemed their very lives were at stake. This is a matter of my personal vendetta against the Ye family. It concerns no one else. Lin Chen had no desire to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily elated. However, Lin Chen's subsequent words brought them back to despair. Yet while you may escape death, your transgressions cannot go unpunished. Everything you possess, save for your garments, must be surrendered. Should any concealment be discovered, there will be no mercy. The members of the Ye family could not entertain the notion of evading responsibility. The ancestral figure could trace the cause and effect of each individual's ties to the Ye family, ensuring no one could escape. Upon hearing this, Tiangang immediately employed the method of causality. Before long, Lin Chen discerned the connections between the thousands present and the Ye family with utmost clarity. With a wave of the ancestral hand, those not belonging to the Ye family were instantly granted their freedom. Yet, they dared not resist. What to do? The crowd felt a deep pang of anguish. Many had grown accustomed to storing their wealth within spatial rings, always on their person. To demand the surrender of their entire fortunes was akin to a death sentence. However, when weighed against the value of their lives, survival clearly took precedence. Gradually, individuals began to relinquish their belongings to Lin Chen, hastily departing the scene. Yet, some harbored a sliver of hope, choosing to submit only a fraction of their possessions. A foolish gamble, Lin Chen sneered, appearing like a specter behind those individuals, striking with lethal swiftness. They fell, lifeless and irrevocably so. Soon, the ground was littered with corpses. A chill coursed through the crowd, a wave of dread surging from their feet to the crown of their heads. Failing to surrender all their possessions would indeed lead to death. They had presumed Lin Chen, appearing youthful, lacked the experience of life's tribulations, and would hesitate to take lives. Little did they know, Lin Chen had spent years grappling for cultivation resources, akin to wandering cultivators. The struggle for life and death had long since become a mundane affair. Despite Lin Chen's extreme indulgence towards Liu Yanran, he exhibits no mercy towards outsiders. Hand over everything, or face death. Lin Chen's words were chillingly cold. This tactic of intimidation proved highly effective. The crowd resembled frightened monkeys, each trembling as they handed over their spatial rings to Lin Chen, then hastily scurrying away. Soon, the expansive courtyard was left with only Lin Chen, Tiangang, Liu Yanran, and the members of the Ye family. Now, it is your turn, Lin Chen said with a smile, beaming with delight. However, to the Ye family members, he appeared as a devil incarnate. Lin Chen, how dare you? Ye Wuqing's forehead pulsed with veins. Do not rush. Your time will come soon, especially since it is your son's joyous day. I cannot arrive empty-handed, Lin Chen jested, swiftly executing his grim intentions. The Ye family members fell like wheat, one after another. Their pupils dilated in sheer terror. Yet, they were restrained by Tiangang's overwhelming pressure. Attempting to flee was futile, leaving them to witness Lin Chen mercilessly extinguishing their lives. Brother Lin Chen. Liu Yanran covered her mouth with her hand, striving to stifle her cries. In her memory, Lin Chen had always treated her with the utmost gentleness, speaking softly and never displaying anger, even when she acted petulantly. This led her to perceive him as a foolishly patient man. However, the scene before her shattered that perception entirely. In that moment, she realized that Lin Chen was no fool. He simply reserved his tenderness for her and reserved his ruthlessness for others. Surely, he would not kill me as well. A fleeting thought crossed Liu Yanran's mind, only to be quickly dismissed. After all, she was not bound or imprisoned, which reinforced her belief in her assessment. No, Brother Lin Chen loves me dearly. He would never harm me. Yes, he must be here to rescue me. It must be so. Quickly, eliminate all these people. With a great emperor at the helm, our sect will rise to the pinnacle. Who would dare to bully me then? Liu Yanran's excitement grew, her gaze towards the others devoid of any pity. Please, do not kill me. I do not wish to die. The anguished cries echoed through the Ye family courtyard. Soon after, silence enveloped the space. Hundreds of Ye family corpses lay strewn across the ground, from the patriarch to the younger generations. Even the vicious dogs kept by the family had met their end at Lin Chen's hands. The once lively courtyard, filled with thousands, was now reduced to just 5 individuals. Yanran. Ye Wuqing's face contorted in agony as he helplessly watched his eldest son, Ye Yan, perish before his eyes. Ye family head, it is your turn, Lin Chen said, his blade dripping with blood like raindrops, as he approached Ye Wuqing with a smile that was anything but genuine. Please, do not kill me. I will give you anything you desire. The Ye family's resources are yours. I renounce them all. It was all Ye Han's doing. I had no part in it. If you must kill someone, let it be him. I beg you, spare me. Moments ago, Ye Wuqing, who had been vehemently threatening and cursing Lin Chen, suddenly trembled uncontrollably, his voice quivering with a hint of sobs as a pool of yellow liquid formed beneath him. Who could have imagined that the esteemed head of the Ye family would display such cowardice? Father. Ye Han looked at Ye Wuqing in shock, disbelief etched across his face. What kind of father would forsake his own son's life for the sake of his own survival? You have spoken too much. If you must assign blame, then blame yourself for having such a fine son. Lin Chen, uninterested in further discourse, swiftly delivered a fatal blow. Ye Wuqing's eyes widened as his head was severed from his body. Lin Chen felt no shred of compassion for such a man. Families like the Yes had undoubtedly committed countless vile deeds to amass their wealth. Thus, even a dog raised by the Ye family could not possibly be innocent. How do you find my grand gift, young Master Ye? Lin Chen approached Ye Han with a smirk, inquiring playfully. Kill if you must, spare me your incessant prattle. Ye Han scoffed, dismissive of Lin Chen's taunts. In the brutal game of power, he had crafted a trap for Lin Chen, unaware that not only had Lin Chen survived, but he had also summoned a formidable emperor to his aid. It was Lin Chen who had outmatched him, with no regrets. Only a sense of acceptance of the wager he had made. Ye Han knew that since this was a matter of life and death, pleading for mercy would be futile. There was no need for him to lose face in doing so. Lin Chen was momentarily surprised. He had always perceived Ye Han as nothing more than a debauched scion, certain he would be paralyzed by fear. To his astonishment, Ye Han exhibited a modicum of fortitude. However, it was merely a fleeting surprise. Very well, you are indeed a man. I shall honor you. Lin Chen plunged his blade into Ye Han's heart, granting him a relatively dignified demise while leaving his body intact. Let us depart. With his desires fulfilled, Lin Chen unleashed a fiery blaze that reduced the Ye family's sordid legacy to ashes, then called upon his ancestors and walked away without a backward glance. Wait. Brother Lin Chen, do not leave me. Liu Yanran was left in a daze. What was happening? Hadn't Brother Lin Chen come to rescue her? Why was he leaving so abruptly? Confusion and urgency filled her eyes as she hurriedly lifted her skirts and chased after him. Chapter 6. Mission accomplished, abundant rewards. What is it? Lin Chen halted, regarding her as if she were a stranger. Brother Lin Chen, Liu Yanran was eager to explain the earlier events. But Lin Chen interrupted her without granting her a chance. Do not address me in such a manner. We share no connection any longer. Lin Chen's voice was frigid. Were you not here to save me? Liu Yanran struggled to believe that Lin Chen could simply let her go. Save you? Why would I rescue a stranger? Lin Chen remained unmoved, preparing to leave once more. Liu Yanran positioned herself in front of him, tears streaming down her face like rain-soaked petals. Before they passed, my parents entrusted you with my care. Is this how you honor that promise? If you take me back to Wending sect and treat me as you once did, I will forgive you. I can pretend none of this ever happened. Mentioning her master and mistress ignited Lin Chen's fury. He could hardly fathom how such benevolent masters could produce such a peculiar and malevolent daughter. Were it not for their esteemed status, you would have met your demise numerous times over. From this moment forth, you shall not approach the Wending sect even a single step. Otherwise, I shall ensure your death. I speak with conviction. Lin Chen's gaze was frigid. Liu Yanran suddenly froze, ceasing her tears. She had witnessed such a look in Lin Chen's eyes when he had taken a life. He truly would kill me. Fear compelled Liu Yanran to involuntarily retreat a step. Elder, we shall depart. Lin Chen led the way out. Wretched girl, should you dare to entangle our sect master again, I shall not be as lenient as he. Li Tiangang uttered a harsh warning before he too departed. Liu Yanran was left alone, slumped amidst the ashes of the Ye family, her eyes vacant. After a prolonged silence, she suddenly wept, heartbroken. Even Brother Lin Chen no longer wants me. Where shall I go from here? Upon returning to the Wending sect, Lin Chen retrieved the spatial ring that the guests had willingly bestowed upon him. Not too shabby. With such resources, Lin Chen would have once been elated. However, ever since acquiring the system, he found himself somewhat disdainful of them. Even a novice gift package yielded resources far superior to this collection. Nonetheless, abundance is never a burden. So he decided to set it aside for now. Why hasn't the system responded yet? Lin Chen felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, he had not accomplished this task alone. He had drawn upon the elder's strength to a degree. Just as his unease mounted, the system suddenly reacted, filling him with joy. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest, the Annihilation of the Ye Family. Reward. 1 true Eye of the Cave. True Eye of the Cave. Capable of discerning the lineage, background, and realm of any individual. Usage is limited. The target's cultivation must not exceed that of an emperor. This is splendid. Lin Chen was exhilarated. Henceforth, no one would possess secrets in his presence. Had he possessed the true Eye of the Cave earlier, he would not have been betrayed by Liu Yanran. Reward. 1 Realm Advancement Card. Realm Advancement Card can directly elevate one's cultivation by 1 major realm. Well, that's decent. Lin Chen was unfazed. The previously awarded random realm advancement card had propelled him from a mere mortal with no cultivation to the peak of the transformation stage. In contrast, this card only offered a single realm upgrade. Child's play. With the system at his disposal, I tread the path of invincibility. Lin Chen felt a surge of confidence. In the past, he could scarcely imagine the countless life and death battles he would need to endure, or the years of arduous training required to ascend even 1 major realm. Furthermore, the higher the realm, the more exponentially difficult the ascension became. Yet now, a single realm advancement card sufficed. Reward. 1 Chaos Avenue Bell. Chaos Avenue Bell can be used to suppress the sect's fortune and also to assess qualifications with absolute accuracy. Reward. Several spirit stones, magical treasures, and elixirs. Merge the true Eye of the Cave. Utilize the realm advancement card. Lin Chen did not hesitate to issue instructions to the system. Soon after, he successfully merged with the Eye of the Cave and elevated his realm to the pinnacle of the void refinement stage. System, are there any additional tasks? The first main quest had yielded such bountiful rewards. Lin Chen was eager to undertake more missions. At this rate, it would not be long before he, like the Ancestor, reached the peak of the Emperor level and became an invincible force within the Xian realm. Beep. New task. Detected that the talent pool of the Wending sect is dwindling. Please collect a personal disciple immediately. This disciple's aptitude must reach a level that can resonate the Chaos Great Bell 9 times. Otherwise, it will be deemed ineffective. To resonate the Chaos Great Bell 9 times? What sort of aptitude is required for that? Lin Chen pondered, aware that such a special prompt from the system could not pertain to ordinary qualifications. Sensing Lin Chen's confusion, the system chimed in once more. Striking the Chaos Great Bell with sufficient spiritual energy. 3 rings denote genius. 4 rings denote prodigy. 5 rings denote unparalleled prodigy. 6 rings denote monstrous talent. 7 rings denote extraordinary monstrosity. 8 rings denote emperor level. And 9 rings denote above emperor level. Lin Chen had anticipated the task would be challenging, but he never expected it to be this arduous. One must understand that there were scarcely a few emperors throughout the entire Xian realm. Yet the system was asking him to find a disciple with qualifications surpassing that of an emperor. Was this not a trial for Lin Chen? Just then, the system suddenly provided another prompt. Detected that a disciple is in grave danger near Tiangang City. Please proceed to collect the disciple immediately. Excellent. With the system's guidance, Lin Chen now knew the exact location of the disciple. Time was of the essence. He set off without delay. Master, where are you headed? Li Tiangang inquired upon seeing Lin Chen hastily preparing to leave. Just handling a small matter, Lin Chen replied casually. Should I accompany you? No need, Ancestor. You should remain at the sect. Understood, Master. It was only after Lin Chen had departed that Li Tiangang suddenly realized. What? In just a few days, the Master has already broken through to the pinnacle of void refinement. Li Tiangang could hardly believe his own eyes. However, as a peak emperor, he could not misinterpret the aura emanating from Lin Chen. How had the Master accomplished this? Li Tiangang was baffled. Yet, he quickly dismissed his concerns. Since the Master had the ability to resurrect him from the river of time and space, it was evident that he possessed extraordinary means. A mere elevation of a major realm was insignificant in comparison. To follow the Master was undoubtedly a wise choice. Li Tiangang resolved to be utterly obedient to the Master from now on. Thus, when the Master's realm ascended, he might also glean insights into the secrets beyond the Emperor level. Chapter 7. The First Disciple, Supreme Sacred Body. Meanwhile, outside Tiangang City, several figures cackled ominously, pursuing a young boy as if they were cats toying with a mouse. They could easily catch up to the boy, yet they intentionally maintained a short distance, seemingly toying with him. Keep running. Let us see how far you can run. Laughter echoed behind him as the young man gritted his teeth, desperately fleeing for his life. Survive. He must survive. Only by living can he have the chance for revenge. Yet, infuriatingly, escape was no longer an option. The youth coughed up a mouthful of black blood, collapsing onto the ground. The lethal poison within him was uncontainable. His cultivation had plummeted. After stumbling here, he was left with merely the Yuaning stage. The 4 pursuers behind him, however, were all at least at the void refinement stage, with their leader at the combined body stage. Why have you stopped running? The four slowly descended before the youth, their faces twisted with mockery. They had no intention of killing him immediately. Instead, they sought to torment him slowly, a release for the grievances they had harbored for so many years. Is this where it ends? The young man forced a bitter smile, despair settling in as he closed his eyes. His name was Shi Tian, hailing from the Shi family of the Eastern Domain. Though his innate talent was mediocre, through extraordinary effort and insight, he had continuously surpassed himself in life and death trials, breaking through to the void refinement stage within 3 centuries, becoming a rising star in his family. Subsequently, during a family trial, he unexpectedly earned the recognition of his ancestor's will, gaining the family's highest inheritance. However, this led to the envy of his elder brother, Shi Peng. Fearing that Shi Tian would threaten his position as the young master, Shi Peng poisoned his food. Shi Tian, unsuspecting of his own brother, was caught off guard. After being poisoned, Shi Peng falsely accused Shi Tian of trying to kill him, aiming to secure his own status as young master, only for fate to twist, resulting in Shi Tian being poisoned instead. Their father had never favored him. Even after obtaining the revered family inheritance, his father's attitude remained unchanged. When this incident occurred, as the family head, his father refused to listen to his explanations, branding him a traitor and a disgrace to the family, ultimately expelling him from their home. Yet, even this was not enough for his brother, who secretly dispatched 4 loyal followers, intent on killing Shi Tian to eliminate any future threats. 1 at the initial combined body stage, and 3 at the peak of the void refinement stage. Shi Tian not only suffered from severe poisoning, but had also fallen to the mid-Yuaning stage. There was no possible way out. Look at you, once so disdainful of us. Shi Tian, look at your fate now. The tides have turned. Today, we will thoroughly torment you, making you wish for life, but find no escape. Beg us, will you? They jeered. Who knows, we might just let you live. Killing you will surely earn us great rewards from the eldest son. The 4 laughed maniacally, their sarcasm palpable. You 4 sycophants. Always relying on your power to bully the weak. Do you think I would ever regard you with respect? Absolutely not. Just give me a quick end. If I utter a single sound, I shall no longer be Shi Tian. He spat out black blood while laughing heartily. Faced with death, he stood defiant and unyielding. Wanna die? It won't be that easy. Shi Tian's attitude incited fury and humiliation among the 4. They had anticipated witnessing Shi Tian weeping and pleading for mercy. Yet his steadfast demeanor only served to deepen their sense of humiliation. Third brother, proceed to slice away his flesh, piece by piece. Let us see if he remains so defiant. Yes, elder brother. One of the sycophants, at the pinnacle of the void refinement stage, approached with a sinister grin. The short blade in his hand gleamed ominously. However, just as he was about to inflict harm upon Shi Tian, a sword shot through the air with astonishing speed, piercing through his skull in an instant. The remaining 3, along with Shi Tian, were caught off guard. The sycophant fell lifelessly to the ground, a gaping wound in his head, clearly beyond saving. The sword, akin to a serpent, coiled back into the grasp of an enigmatic figure. Who dares? The 3 gasped in shock, turning their gazes toward the shadows. Soon, a young man clad in a white robe emerged gracefully from the darkness, exuding elegance and distinction. Yet his actions were strikingly decisive, resulting in a swift kill. Who are you, and why do you ambush us? The trio, drenched in cold sweat, dared not act impulsively, resorting instead to verbal probing. They were unfamiliar with this individual. Yet his ability to eliminate a peak void refinement stage practitioner in a single blow indicated that his prowess was at least at the integration stage, if not higher. Only their elder brother had achieved the early integration stage, rendering them wary of confronting this stranger. You pursue my direct disciple relentlessly, and yet you inquire about my identity? The young man, with a cold smile, regarded them as if they were mere specters. Direct disciple? I have never heard of Shi Tian having a master. They exchanged bewildered glances. Just because he did not have one before does not mean he lacks one now. With that, Lin Chen dismissed the trio from his thoughts and turned his attention to Shi Tian, activating the ability of the Heavenly Eye. Through the Heavenly Eye, all of Shi Tian's lineage, background, and tribulations became vividly clear to Lin Chen. Name, Shi Tian. Realm, mid-void refinement, now fallen to mid-nascent soul. Talent, supreme sacred body, not yet awakened. Identity, son of Shi Kong. Head of the top-tier Shi family in the eastern region. Background, the Shi family once fell from grace. Shi Kong was compelled to separate from his original wife, marrying into the Qiao family for their substantial dowry, restoring the Shi family's status among the eastern region's elite. Yet, there was no affection between Shi Kong and Qiao. Shortly after Shi Tian's birth, his mother succumbed to depression, tribulation, poisoned by his elder brother in his food. In no time, Lin Chen comprehended all the pertinent details regarding Shi Tian. Indeed, a hidden supreme sacred body. I wonder if he can summon the Chaos Dao Bell to ring 9 times? No matter, I shall acquire him first. Without hesitation, Lin Chen declared, Shi Tian, I am Lin Chen, the sect master of the Wending sect. Are you willing to join the Wending sect and become my direct disciple? As his words resonated, the three stared in astonishment. Is this permissible? Can one recruit disciples on the spot? Wending sect? What caliber of sect is that? How have we never heard of it? Senior, do you know me? Shi Tian struggled to lift his head, gazing at the unfamiliar figure before him, astonished. Though this was their first encounter, he was acutely aware of the events that had transpired in the stranger's life. All you need to do is answer me. Are you willing to become my direct disciple? Lin Chen's voice was warm and soothing, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Senior, my talent is mediocre, and I am afflicted by a severe poison. Shi Tian hesitated. Not due to a lack of willingness, but out of concern for endangering others. Do not worry about that. I have my own methods. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, alleviating Shi Tian's concerns. Realizing he had encountered a venerable master who not only understood his plight, but also possessed the ability to resolve his troubles. Shi Tian felt a glimmer of hope rekindled from the depths of despair. At that moment, he found no reason to refuse. With a sudden resolve, Shi Tian knelt before Lin Chen, bowing deeply 3 times, tears blurring his vision as he choked out. Disciple Shi Tian pays respect to Master. Chapter 8. With me here, no one can harm you. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be the chief disciple of my Wending sect. Lin Chen was exceedingly pleased with his perceptive disciple. He helped Shi Tian to his feet and gently wiped away the tears from his face, smiling as he reassured him, from now on, focus solely on your cultivation. Leave everything else to me. With me around, no one can harm you. Thank you, Master. Shi Tian had never experienced the warmth of family throughout his life. At this moment, the master he had never met was willing to shield him from all storms, filling his heart with warmth and nearly bringing him to tears once more. Let us depart, Lin Chen said, pulling Shi Tian along as they prepared to leave. Suddenly, 3 figures blocked their path. The leader, filled with rage, declared, This is a matter of my Shi family in the eastern region. Have you truly considered whether you wish to oppose us? And if I do? Lin Chen scoffed. Unbothered by the threat, with the ancestral power backing him, he felt no fear and even taunted. Do not think that it is only your Shi family. Even if the major ancient sects of the eastern region joined forces, my Wending sect could easily obliterate them. What audacity! The 3 men gasped in shock. Wait, Wending sect? Is that the once mighty sect that has now fallen into obscurity? One of them recalled. I remember discussing it with my brothers over drinks not long ago. Its location is said to be nearby. Suddenly enlightened, one of them slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Eldest brother, I remember now. That Wending sect is nothing but a trivial sect, with a mere figurehead as its leader, a mere transformation realm cultivator. He must have taken us by surprise with a sneak attack. We must not be deceived. Quickly, kill him and avenge third brother. With that shout, the other 2 also regained their senses. Let us attack together and slay them. The 3 no longer hesitated, summoning their magical artifacts and unleashing their most powerful techniques, intending to crush Lin Chen and Shi Tian in a single blow. Instantly, a torrent of radiant light surged forth from their artifacts, overwhelming the 2. Master, you must flee. I will hold them off. Shi Tian was startled by the conversation among the 3. He had initially thought that Lin Chen's bold declarations indicated an extraordinary strength. To his astonishment, it turned out to be merely a transient state of divinity, one that rendered him inferior to his original cultivation. Confronting these 3 adversaries meant certain death. Yet, with his master sacrificing himself for his safety, how could he bear to stand idly by and witness his master's tragic demise? He was already resigned to his fate. Thus, he resolved to delay the inevitable with his own life, aiding his master in escaping. With this thought, Shi Tian resolutely positioned himself in front of Lin Chen. Master, you must flee. If you do not leave now, it will be too late. Seeing Lin Chen remain motionless, Shi Tian's anxiety caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Disciple, fear not. A mere handful of ants cannot harm me. Lin Chen's expression remained tranquil as the overwhelming pressure of his peak void refinement erupted forth. Subsequently, he casually waved his sword, unleashing a formidable aura that swept forward. Boom! The clash between the sword's might and the radiant spells of the 3 adversaries erupted in a cacophony of explosive sounds. To Shi Tian's astonishment, the sword's force shattered the trio's artifacts, its residual power unyielding as it struck one of them directly. Bang! The individual disintegrated into a mist of blood. How is this possible? He is not supposed to be in the divine transformation realm. The remaining 2 were nearly paralyzed with terror. Peak void refinement. They finally comprehended Lin Chen's true cultivation level, yet it was unfathomable to them that their combined full-force strike, consisting of one in the initial integration stage and two at peak void refinement, was utterly insufficient against Lin Chen's mere casual attack. Furthermore, one of their own had fallen in the encounter. Master Shi Tian was equally taken aback. Though his cultivation had plummeted to the nascent soul stage, his insights remained intact. That previous strike could hardly have been unleashed even by a peak integration stage powerhouse. Is he truly only at peak void refinement? Run. The elder brother, seemingly resolute, turned to flee. Despite his higher cultivation level than Lin Chen, the latter's terrifying strength was beyond what he could withstand. Remaining here would merely lead to his demise. As for Shi Tian, with his life hanging by a thread, who could afford to worry about him? Wait for me. Big brother. The other man cried in panic as he too fled. Can you escape? Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk as he raised his hand, unleashing two streams of sword energy. Bang! Bang! The sounds of two bodies exploding resounded, and the two men were instantaneously annihilated by Lin Chen, their souls unable to escape, reduced to mere fragments by the sword's might. Having completed this, Lin Chen turned to his disciple Shi Tian with a smile, saying, "Disciple, are you satisfied with your master's power?" Shi Tian stood frozen in place, taking a moment to regain his composure. He then knelt before Lin Chen, exclaiming, "Thank you, master, for saving my life. From this day forth, I, Shi Tian, shall be a disciple of the Summit sect. In life, I am a disciple. In death, I shall be its spirit." However, Lin Chen helped Shi Tian to his feet. However, the Shi family is filled with formidable experts, and the number of those above the great ascension stage is uncountable. Once my elder brother Shi Peng discovers that I am still alive, he will undoubtedly send powerful individuals to pursue me, and I fear I may bring trouble upon you, master. You may not be able to contend with them. It would be best if I left now. Thus, there would be no burden on my master. After a moment of hesitation, Shi Tian finally voiced his concerns. He was reluctant to involve his master and implicate the Wending sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled. With such a disposition as Shi Tian's, he could never betray his master like Liu Yanran did. This disciple has indeed been chosen wisely. I have stated before that you need only focus on your cultivation from now on. If the Shi family dares to trouble you, I shall eliminate one if they come, and 10 if they send 10. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. Lin Chen smiled faintly, unperturbed. Good. Strangely enough, despite his master only being at the pinnacle of the void refinement realm, Shi Tian felt a sense of security. He was willing to trust his master unconditionally, even at the cost of his own life. Master, who is this? Upon returning to the Wending sect, the ancestor Li Tiangang approached them. Oh, this is Shi Tian, my newly accepted direct disciple, Lin Chen said with a smile, introducing the two. Pinnacle of the Emperor realm? When Shi Tian learned of the ancestor's cultivation level, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. He had initially thought that his master's cultivation was the highest in the sect, only to discover that there was an emperor present. What astonished him further was the immense respect the ancestor showed towards his master, following his lead without question. Shi Tian felt as though his entire worldview was being overturned. No wonder his master had the confidence to speak to him in such a manner. With a pinnacle emperor like the ancestor guarding the Wending sect, not even the Shi family, nor several of them, could threaten the sect. However, when he inquired about the number of disciples in the sect, he was rendered speechless. No wonder he had become the chief disciple upon entering. It turned out that he was the only disciple in the Wending sect. Isn't this even better? From now on, you shall be our sole focus for cultivation. Lin Chen patted Shi Tian on the shoulder and laughed heartily. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of recruiting a direct disciple. Rewards obtained: 10 green summoning cards. Rewards obtained: 1 realm enhancement card. Rewards obtained: 1 supreme indestructible art. Rewards obtained: 1 detoxification pill. Rewards obtained: various spirit stones, magical artifacts, and pills. Chapter 9. Supreme Indestructible Art. Excellent. Previously, Lin Chen had worried that Shi Tian's chaotic sacred body would not meet the system's task requirements. Now that the rewards had been dispensed, he felt at ease. The rewards were indeed substantial. Lin Chen looked at the items in the system space, his heart brimming with joy. Detoxification pill, capable of neutralizing all poisons in the world, instantly restoring one to peak condition. Supreme Indestructible Art, an exceptional technique specifically tailored for the Supreme Sacred Body, deeply profound, comprehensible only to those with the Supreme Sacred Body. The system is truly considerate. These 2 items were prepared specifically for my disciple. Lin Chen called Shi Tian over. Disciple, consume this detoxification pill. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Shi Tian swallowed the detoxification pill whole. He held unwavering faith in his master, fully convinced that his master would never harm him. Master, the poison within me has been completely eradicated. Moments later, Shi Tian felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The previous agony and symptoms of vomiting blood had vanished entirely, and even his cultivation had returned to the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. It was simply unbelievable. He wondered where his master had procured such a miraculous elixir. This is just the beginning, Lin Chen responded with a subtle smile. I possess a supreme, indestructible technique, tailored specifically for your physique. Take it and cultivate diligently. With your talent, surpassing the Emperor is not merely a dream. Following this, Lin Chen produced a multitude of spirit stones, elixirs, and magical artifacts, presenting them all to Shi Tian. Shi Tian was taken aback, accepting the cultivation resources while still feeling somewhat bewildered. He had always considered himself to possess mediocre talent, and it was already a stroke of fortune that his master had chosen to take him as a direct disciple. Surpassing the Emperor? Such thoughts had never crossed his mind. Nevertheless, there must be a reason behind his master's words. He resolved to follow his master's guidance without overthinking. Yes, master. Shi Tian nodded earnestly. Considering how your family has treated you, should I summon my ancestor to eradicate the Shi family? Lin Chen casually inquired. With the strength of the ancestor, annihilating a mere Shi family would pose no challenge whatsoever. The ancestor had already dispatched several formidable factions far more terrifying than the Shi family. No need, master. I wish to resolve my matters on my own. Shi Tian's gaze was resolute. The mere thought of everything the Shi family had done to him ignited a flame of unbridled fury within him. His elder brother, father, and all those who had once trampled upon his dignity. One day, he would repay them manifold for the pain they had inflicted upon him. Well said. I admire your ambition. Lin Chen commended Shi Tian. After Shi Tian departed, Lin Chen returned to his own chamber. System, activate the realm enhancement card. Upon his command, the system responded immediately. Golden lights flickered around him in rapid succession. Moments later, the system announced, realm enhancement card successfully utilized. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the peak of the integration realm. The speed of this elevation was akin to soaring through the heavens. Lin Chen could scarcely contain his joy. Previously, he had toiled for over a century to reach the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Yet now, since activating the system, it had been less than 10 days. And he had ascended 7 major realms from being a worthless individual with his supreme bone extracted to reaching the pinnacle of the integration realm. A feat unparalleled in history. Such an astonishing rate of cultivation, if made known, would surely rouse many ancient sects and formidable beings from their slumber, compelling them to eliminate Lin Chen before he could fully blossom. System, utilize all 10 green summoning cards. Lin Chen's moment of elation quickly returned to tranquility. The green summoning cards could summon deceased powerhouses from the river of time and space, with the highest summoning capability reaching that of the integration realm. Once summoned, they shall pledge absolute loyalty to the Wending sect and its leader, Lin Chen. 10 green summoning cards successfully utilized. Congratulations, host. On successfully acquiring 10 peak entities of the fusion realm, a dark cloud materialized in the sky, from which a narrow rift appeared, and 10 figures descended upon the Wending sect. We pay our respects to the sect master. The moment these individuals appeared, they were momentarily bewildered. But soon a chillingly mechanical voice echoed in their minds, informing them that it was the sect master Lin Chen who had resurrected them through arcane arts. And they were to exhibit unwavering loyalty to the sect and its master. Otherwise, with a mere thought, Lin Chen could obliterate them all. Very well. The crucial duty of safeguarding the sect shall henceforth fall upon you. Although the Wending sect is currently fortified by the protective formation re-established by the ancestor, and the ancestor himself presides over it, ensuring no intruder can breach its defenses. The presence of 10 peak entities as guardians would indeed impart the grandeur befitting a major sect. Yes, the 10 responded in unison before retreating. Is it the sect master's command? Upon their emergence, the ancestor had taken notice. Yet, he did not approach. Instead, he utilized his divine perception to assess their conditions. It appeared that the sect master had resurrected them through secretive arts. The ancestor, accustomed to such occurrences, swiftly dismissed any distractions and immersed himself in his own realm of contemplation. Following their resurrection, he seemed to have attained a novel insight into the Tao of heaven, grasping a hint of the profound cosmic principles. Should he fathom the essence within, he would stand a significant chance of transcending the constraints of the Emperor's realm and entering a new echelon of existence. A year later, Lin Chen reclined in a rocking chair, leisurely humming a tune. On the table lay spiritual tea, divine fruits, and many exquisite delicacies of the mortal realm. With the system at his disposal, he had no need for arduous cultivation. Abundant resources rendered his days exceptionally gratifying. However, with only himself, the ancestor, Shi Tian, and the 10 guardians present, the atmosphere felt rather desolate. At that moment, the system issued a new quest. Ding. New quest released. Detection indicates that the Eastern Domain's Disciples Recruitment Conference is imminent. Please proceed to recruit your second direct disciple. The disciple's qualifications must reach the level capable of resonating the Chaos Bell 9 times, or else the attempt shall be deemed void. A substantial reward awaits upon completion of the task. The Eastern Domain Disciples Recruitment Conference? Lin Chen's interest was piqued. Indeed, it was time to gather more disciples to strengthen the Wending sect. Since the system urged him to participate in the conference, there would undoubtedly be suitable candidates present, alleviating any concerns on his part. After all, having nothing to occupy his time, a stroll outside would be quite refreshing. Lin Chen resolved to set forth. Meanwhile, Shi Tian was diligently cultivating when he suddenly shouted, "Break!" The long-suppressed torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, violently shattering his bottleneck. Subsequently, the barrier was breached, and Shi Tian successfully advanced to the late stage of the void refinement. Such rapid progress. Shi Tian was astounded. Having joined the Wending sect for merely a year, he had already grasped the supreme immortal technique to a considerable extent. With this cultivation method, his supreme sacred body was thoroughly awakened. Coupled with the countless spirit stones and elixirs bestowed by his master, his cultivation journey was remarkably smooth. Having encountered few obstacles, he ascended to a minor realm within just a year. Moreover, by awakening the supreme sacred body, despite the modest elevation, his true combat prowess has increased by more than threefold. The grace of my master's rebirth is a debt I, Shi Tian, shall never forget. Were it not for Lin Chen, I would likely have been reduced to mere dust by now. Shi Tian, being a person of gratitude, harbors an even deeper respect for Lin Chen in his heart. Just as he prepared to redouble his efforts and continue his diligent cultivation, he heard his master's voice resonating in his ears. "Disciple, hold off on your training for now. Accompany me to the Eastern Domain's Disciples Recruitment Conference for a bit of leisure." Chapter 10. The Eastern Domain Disciples Recruitment Conference. In the Eastern Domain, within the ancient state, lies Tiangang City, the largest city in the region, vast and boundless. The streets are adorned with phoenix pavilions and dragon towers, resplendent with intricate carvings and paintings. Bustling with prosperity. At this moment, numerous ancient sects from the Eastern Domain have gathered, for today marks the Centennial Disciples Recruitment Conference. This grand event is jointly organized by the 3 foremost powers of the Eastern Domain, attracting countless individuals eager to participate. For those fortunate enough to pass the tests and be selected as disciples by one of the ancient sects, it is akin to rising from obscurity to greatness, soaring toward success. Stop. Invitation, please. 2 guards obstructed Lin Chen and his disciple. Invitation? Lin Chen found this unfamiliar. Of course, the Eastern Domain Disciples Recruitment Conference is not a gathering for just anyone. To recruit disciples here, one must present an invitation, which serves as proof of one's capabilities recognized by the conference, thus qualifying them to accept disciples. The guards clearly looked down upon Lin Chen and his disciple, dismissing them as a small sect from a remote corner seeking an opportunity to gain entry to the conference. Shi Tian, incensed, unleashed his pressure from the late stage of void refinement, ready to teach the guards a lesson. Yet Lin Chen restrained him. "We are not here to cause trouble." Heeding his master's words, Shi Tian managed to temper his anger somewhat. It was indeed unnecessary to argue with 2 lowly guards. "Dear friends, if you do not mind, allow me to escort you inside." At that moment, a melodious voice chimed in. Lin Chen turned to see a stunning young woman clad in a flowing light blue gown, draped in delicate gauze, approaching gracefully. A lively girl accompanied her. Could she be the saintess of Yushuang Palace from the Emperor's continent? Lin Chen activated his heavenly eye, instantly discerning her identity. She was the saintess of Yushuang Palace, one of the premier forces in the Emperor's continent, named Jiang Shui. Exceptionally gifted, she had already reached the pinnacle of void refinement at a young age. The girl following her, her junior sister named Cuckoo, was also at the mid-stage of divine transformation. They had come to visit an old acquaintance with their elders and coincidentally stumbled upon the Centennial Disciples Recruitment Conference, deciding to enjoy the spectacle. "No need. I appreciate the kindness." Lin Chen smiled gently, declining the offer. "My lady's goodwill is wasted on you. How ungrateful." Cuckoo pouted, visibly upset. "Cuckoo, do not be rude," Jiang Shui admonished. "Humph." Miss Cuckoo turned her head to look elsewhere, still unconvinced. The child, lacking understanding, inadvertently caused her companion to chuckle. Once Miss Cuckoo ceased her antics, Jiang Shui, a hint of apology in her tone, spoke. "I hail from the Jade Frost Palace in the Imperial Continent, and my name is Jiang Shui. Should you ever find yourself in the Imperial Continent, do visit me at the Jade Frost Palace for a cup of wine. I await your esteemed presence." Certainly. Acknowledging her candor, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. May I inquire your name? I am Lin Chen, the master of the questioning pinnacle sect in the eastern region. Ah, the esteemed Master Lin. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiang Shui led Miss Cuckoo onward. Although they did not possess an invitation, the guards, upon learning Jiang Shui was the saintess of the Jade Frost Palace, dared not obstruct them. They quickly donned smiles and ushered the two inside. Senior sister, why were you so courteous to Master Lin? Miss Cuckoo, perplexed, noted her senior sister's typically aloof demeanor, rarely engaging with strangers. Yet now she was extending kindness to one. Moreover, this Lin Chen was merely a young sect master, suggesting that the questioning pinnacle sect might be a minor organization of little repute. Why do you inquire so much? Jiang Shui was reluctant to elaborate. Senior sister, you aren't taken by his good looks, are you? The young girl had grown bold enough to tease her elder. You seek a scolding, don't you? Do you believe I won't confine you upon our return? Jiang Shui feigned anger. Oh no, senior sister. I was wrong. Hearing this, Miss Cuckoo immediately realized she had crossed a line. Once the commotion settled, Jiang Shui found herself reflecting on the earlier encounter. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to her cultivation method, upon first sight of Lin Chen, she sensed an inexplicable familiarity that drew her closer. It was as if an inner voice whispered that forging a connection with him would yield nothing but benefits. Well then, if fate permits another meeting, I shall observe further. Dismissing her thoughts, she guided Miss Cuckoo deeper into the venue. Meanwhile, Lin Chen spent 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones to acquire an invitation to the sect gathering, thereby gaining entry. Essentially, the invitation served as a testament to one's sect strength. If one could not produce a sum of 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, participation in the disciple selection would be futile. At that moment, the venue was teeming with a throng, voices rising in a cacophony. Major sects from the eastern region convened. Below, a sea of candidates gathered for selection, their numbers too vast to count. The master and disciple entered and settled into a small corner designated for the questioning pinnacle sect. Suddenly, an imposing elder, radiating an aura of formidable authority, stepped forward and proclaimed, I am Liu Nanzi, elder of the ancient moon tower. Entrusted by the assembly, I shall preside over this disciple selection event. I hereby declare the disciple selection to be officially commenced. Both Lin Chen and his disciple were left in a state of bewilderment. That was rather swift. No introduction to the rules. Inquiring of a nearby cultivator, they soon learned that the rules had already been outlined prior to their arrival. The grand event was jointly organized by the three foremost powers of the eastern region, the Tiangang sect, Guiyue Tower, and Xuanji Pavilion. Other major sects and influential forces extended their robust support, aiming to recruit various prodigies and exceptional talents to strengthen their own factions. The assessment was divided into 3 stages, with rankings determined by overall performance in these trials. The top 10 would gain entry into the esteemed Tiangang sect, while the first 100 would join the leading 10 sects, and the first 1,000 would be welcomed into elite factions, and so forth. Those remaining would be available for selection by all sections. The first trial was the aptitude test. Having comprehended the rules, Lin Chen gazed into the arena. Numerous spiritual tablets were arranged, designed to evaluate aptitude. By infusing spiritual energy into these tablets, the test taker's innate talent would be revealed. Aptitude was classified as inferior, average, above average, exceptional, and supreme. Only those achieving at least an average rating would qualify for the next stage. Those with supreme aptitude, regardless of their performance in subsequent trials, would become coveted by the top sections. Supreme aptitude had not been witnessed for many generations. Its emergence would be a momentous event. At this moment, the aptitude tests were in full swing. Participants queued orderly, stepping forward one by one to gauge their talents. Inferior aptitude, eliminated. Below average, eliminated. Average, qualified. After a considerable duration, half of the participants had been tested, yet only a few above-average talents had emerged, with the majority failing to pass the initial trial and facing immediate disqualification. As for supreme aptitude, not even a trace was visible. Sister, do you think this year's recruitment conference in the Eastern region might see the emergence of supreme aptitude? Miss Cuckoo initially found the event intriguing, but as time passed, her interest waned, and she began to yawn. The sheer number of exceedingly ordinary talents failed to captivate her spirit. It's hard to say. One must remember that beyond every horizon, there are greater heights. Though the Eastern region may not rival the Divine Continent, it is home to many ancient sects and sacred grounds that should not be underestimated. It is possible that this recruitment conference could indeed witness the rise of supreme aptitude. Jiang Shui, being somewhat older, refrained from making hasty conclusions before the event concluded. What kind of prodigies could possibly emerge from this small eastern region? Miss Cuckoo scoffed. However, Before she could finish her remark, a tremendous commotion erupted within the crowd, as many became nearly frenzied, shouting with excitement. Supreme aptitude. It is indeed supreme aptitude. My heavens. After so many years, the Eastern region has finally witnessed the reappearance of supreme aptitude. No one dare compete with me. This disciple will be claimed by my Tiangang sect. Chapter 11. Successful recruitment. Second disciple O. The uproar in the crowd also caught Lin Chen's attention. He had been using his heavenly eye to observe the disciples present. However, the sheer number of attendees was overwhelming, at least several 100,000. The heavenly eye consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy, and as he scrutinized one by one, his eyes nearly burned with strain, yet he had yet to discover a disciple capable of resonating the Chaos Grand Bell 9 times. Supreme aptitude? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. At this moment, a throng of people encircled the young lad, forming layers upon layers around him, their fervor palpable. Lin Chen felt a twinge of anxiety. If this youth truly was the direct disciple he sought, he would undoubtedly be snatched away by the leading sects, leaving no chance for him. Yet, at that instant, the crowd erupted into a tumult. It turned out to be an extraordinary display of utter incompetence. Such a waste of potential. Even to have him as a mere servant in our sect would be a disgrace. How foolish I was. A waste of expressions. The crowd, feeling deceived, unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon the boy. How could this be? The youth stood frozen, as if carved from stone. Moments ago, he had been exalted to the heavens, coveted by the most powerful factions, and now he had plummeted to the ground, his dignity trampled underfoot. The stark contrast left him as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless. Unfathomable brother, are you well? A stunningly beautiful maiden approached, concern etched on her face. Aye. The youth's heart felt heavy. He had intended to assure her that he was fine, but such a devastating blow felt like a death sentence, making it impossible to claim he was unscathed. Unfathomable brother, I have passed the first test with outstanding talent. I must proceed to the second test. Take care, and I shall return to see you. The maiden hesitated, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Go ahead, Sister Yanran. The young man managed to force a smile, his voice strained. In the distance, 2 figures observed the scene. I genuinely thought he was of exceptional talent. What a shock. Lady Kuka huffed with disdain. What a pity. Jiang Shui remarked with a distant sigh. As the crowd dispersed, still grumbling, Lin Chen finally seized the opportunity to approach. He stepped before the youth, maintaining a calm demeanor. Open the heaven's true eye. He discreetly activated his divine sight, and the young man's information unfolded before him. Name, Xiao Bufan. Realm, Peak Foundation Establishment. Talent, Primordial Sword Body, Awakened. Identity, only son of the Xiao family in the Eastern Domain. Background, displayed extraordinary talent from a young age. Refining Qi at 3, establishing Foundation at 5, reaching Peak Foundation Establishment by 6, hailed as an unparalleled prodigy in a millennium. However, his cultivation stagnated, remaining at Peak Foundation Establishment until now. The Xiao family has been in decline for many years, with all hopes of revival resting on Xiao Bufan. Despite numerous attempts, the family has been unable to awaken his talent. Xiao Bufan aims to make a stunning impression at the Eastern Domain's disciple recruitment event, aspiring to join a top sect and alter his family's fate. He is betrothed to the daughter of the Li family's head, having grown up together. Encounter at the Eastern Domain's disciple recruitment event, deemed as possessing inferior talent, his resolve nearly shattered. Indeed, this is precisely the direct disciple I have been searching for. Now that everyone believes him to be devoid of talent, there will be no one to contest my claim. Once his primordial sword body awakens, they shall weep. Lin Chen felt a surge of elation. Xiao Bufan, I am Lin Chen, the sect master of the Wending sect. Do you wish to take me as your master? Lin Chen spoke, his expression tranquil, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Is it truly him? Jiang Shui also noticed Lin Chen, yet she was oblivious to the reasons behind Lin Chen's decision to accept Xiao Bufan as his disciple. She merely presumed that Lin Chen had taken pity on Xiao Bufan's plight and had acted out of kindness. This Lin Chen, although seemingly not very bright, possessed a commendable heart, murmured Miss Cuckoo. Do not be disrespectful. Jiang Shui found herself exasperated by her outspoken junior sister. Isn't it the truth? Miss Cuckoo replied softly. Meanwhile, Xiao Bufan, in disbelief, raised his head, suspecting he had misheard. Senior, are you speaking to me? But I am the most talentless individual. The elder seemed unaware of the circumstances. If he knew the truth, he would surely not wish to take him as a disciple. No, you are not. Lin Chen interrupted him. I am, Xiao Bufan replied, disheartened. Regardless of which sect accepted him, he would undoubtedly bring shame to them. I say you are not. Hence you are not. Lin Chen declared resolutely. Those who cultivate must possess an indomitable spirit, a sense of who but me. What does mere talent matter? Your potential far exceeds that of any so-called prodigy. If you join my Wending sect and take me as your master, I can awaken your primordial sword body, allowing you to soar to great heights. This is your only opportunity. I shall ask you one last time. Do you consent? Lin Chen's words resonated within Xiao Bufan's heart like the deep tolling of a great bell. After a prolonged silence, he knelt, tears streaming down his face. Disciple is willing. He bowed deeply 3 times. Though he had no knowledge of what kind of sect Wending was and had never heard of it before, nor could he ascertain if Lin Chen's words were mere flattery, he understood that as long as there was a sect willing to accept him, he should not relinquish hope. Even if hope seemed exceedingly slim, he must strive for that slender chance of survival. Very well, you shall henceforth be my second direct disciple, Lin Chen exclaimed joyfully. Just as he successfully accepted a disciple, a notification from the system chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully accepting a disciple. Reward acquired. 1 purple summoning card. Purple summoning card, capable of summoning a peak major ascension expert. Reward acquired. 1 sword Mountain. Sword Mountain contains myriad swords from the heavens. Can be placed within the sect for disciples to enter. Those fated may obtain them. Reward acquired. 1 primordial sword art. Primordial sword art, tailored specifically for the primordial sword body. Capable of activating the primordial sword body. Reward acquired. Numerous spirit stones, magical treasures, and elixirs. These rewards were indeed substantial. Lin Chen's smile widened, for with such ample rewards, the financial foundation of Wending's sect now rivaled that of the top sects in the eastern region. Ah, is that not Xiao Bufan, the waste of the Xiao family? At that moment, 2 young masters approached, their faces adorned with mockery, followed by a group of roughnecks. Haha, let us see which sect you have joined. Wending sect? What a pitiful sect of waste. I have heard that Wending sect is undoubtedly a sect for the inept. The sect leader Lin Chen is merely at mid-stage transformation, having self-destructed his cultivation 10 years ago, rendering himself a waste. How laughable. Indeed, a waste belongs in a sect of waste. The jeers erupted into boisterous laughter, their ridicule reaching a crescendo. As the crowd heard these words, curious glances were cast towards Xiao Bufan and Lin Chen, accompanied by hushed whispers. You all. Xiao Bufan's face flushed crimson with indignation, yet he found himself at a loss for words, for their assertions bore an undeniable truth. The task is complete. Lin Chen thought, preparing to depart with his 2 disciples, only to be obstructed by 2 arrogant young masters. Chapter 12. Wish to leave? Not so easily. Name, Zhao Hu. Talent, medium grade. Identity, heir of the Zhao family. Background, the Zhao family has long-standing ties with the Xiao family. However, following the decline of the Xiao family, the Zhao family maintained a facade of friendship while secretly colluding with the Sun family to usurp the resources of the Xiao family. Zhao Hu, driven by jealousy over Xiao Bufan's extraordinary talent displayed from a young age, often bullied him after Xiao Bufan's cultivation stagnated. One young master was named Zhao Hu, and the other was Sun Ping. The Sun family's situation mirrored that of the Zhao family, both having historical ties with the Xiao family. Yet they too sought to exploit the Xiao family's misfortune. Under the scrutiny of the celestial eye, the information about Zhao Hu and Sun Ping was laid bare. At this moment, upon witnessing Xiao Bufan's affiliation with a seemingly worthless sect, they seized the opportunity to revel in his misfortune, relishing the chance to mock him. You may insult me, but you shall not disparage my master. Xiao Bufan's fury reached its zenith. Having endured for too long, he could no longer restrain himself and charged at the 2, prepared to confront them. Fool! Seeking death. The 2 scoffed, about to launch their taunts at Xiao Bufan when suddenly, a stern voice interrupted. Shi Tian, do not act yet. With that command from his master, Shi Tian, who had grown weary of the incessant buzzing of these 2 pests, finally felt unencumbered. He unleashed a deadly strike without hesitation. Bang! The 2, merely at the golden core stage, were as defenseless as ants before Shi Tian, who was at the late stage of the void refinement realm. They stood no chance of resistance. Sun Ping's body erupted, instantly dissolving into a mist of crimson, unable even to utter a cry before meeting his demise. Late-stage void refinement. Zhao Hu's spirit nearly fled. He had assumed that the highest cultivation in the sect of aspiration was only Lin Chen at the divine transformation stage, relying on several divine transformation guards for protection. He never anticipated the presence of a formidable void refinement expert within the sect. What a miscalculation. You cannot kill me. I am the young master of the Zhao family. If you slay me, the Zhao family will not let you go. The death of Sun Ping left Zhao Hu trembling. Yet his feeble cultivation rendered him powerless, resorting to threats from the Zhao family. Such threats, however, bore no weight with Lin Chen. The Zhao family? A mere Zhao family dares to threaten this sect master? Once you are dead, there shall be no need for the Zhao family to exist. Lin Chen chuckled, his hand waving dismissively. Understanding his master's intent, Shi Tian swiftly delivered a crushing blow to Zhao Hu, reducing him to mere pulp. Zhao Hu fell silent, following in Sun Ping's tragic fate. Heavens, they have slain 2 young masters. Quickly, return and report to the family head. The guards were left utterly astounded by the gravity of the situation. They urgently needed to return and inform their clan. Unable to contend with Lin Chen and his companions, they believed their family would have the means to handle the matter. Attempting to flee? Such an endeavor would not be so simple. Only one individual was permitted to return with news, while the rest were to be eliminated. Lin Chen felt no compassion for these thuggish lackeys. With a series of explosive sounds, the majority of the guards met their demise. Only the weakest among them remained, screaming as he scrambled away in terror. Master, all has been dealt with, Shi Tian declared, seeking Lin Chen's approval. Well done, Lin Chen commended, adding that anyone aspiring to be his disciple must not show mercy. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Yet, if one dares to wrong me, I shall eradicate them completely. Master, Xiao Bufan is utterly stunned. Though he had envisioned countless scenarios where he vanquished Zhao Hu and Sun Ping, to take such action would undoubtedly provoke dire repercussions. Should the 2 families unite in vengeance, the Xiao clan would face utter annihilation. However, today, Master intervened on his behalf. Any trouble caused should rest solely upon his shoulders. Master, the Zhao and Sun clans are formidable powers in the eastern region. Their might cannot be underestimated. This incident originated from me, and I must bear the consequences alone. I assure you that I will not implicate you or the sect. Master, senior brother, you must depart at once. I shall confront the Zhao clan and pacify their wrath with my life. Xiao Bufan grew increasingly agitated, urging Lin Chen and Shi Tian to leave promptly. Yet, Lin Chen remained unmoved. I am heartened by your resolve. However, Lin Chen smiled. You need not worry. Our sect, Wending sect, is teeming with formidable experts. 2 mere top-tier families from the eastern region are hardly a concern for us. Rest assured, as long as you follow me, I guarantee that no one can harm you or the Xiao clan. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Xiao Bufan felt a flicker of doubt. Master, what is your cultivation level? Peak harmonization, Lin Chen replied without hesitation. This revelation exceeded Xiao Bufan's expectations. However, the Zhao and Sun clans boasted several formidable beings at the Great Ascension level. It seemed unlikely that merely a peak harmonization could withstand their fury. Junior brother, fear not. Our Wending sect is protected by a Grand Emperor at the pinnacle of power. Not only can we withstand 2 top-tier families, but even the most powerful forces in the entire eastern region would find it a challenge to contend with our ancestor. Shi Tian interjected, sensing Xiao Bufan's trepidation. Meanwhile, the venerable ancestor of Wending sect, Li Tiangang, suddenly sneezed. How peculiar! How could a Grand Emperor such as I be susceptible to a sneeze? After pondering for a while without an answer, the ancestor dismissed the thought. A Grand Emperor? Xiao Bufan could hardly believe his ears. The very mention of a Grand Emperor conjured images of unrivaled strength in the contemporary world. To think that the sect he had joined, often dismissed as a lesser sect, possessed a peak Grand Emperor was beyond his comprehension. He looked at Lin Chen with disbelief, who merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, master. Xiao Bufan felt deeply moved by his master's concern and protection, almost to the point of tears. Let us return to the Wending sect. With the matter resolved, Lin Chen decided to depart, as the subsequent rounds held little intrigue. Suddenly, an aged voice resonated from behind him. Master Lin, please pause. With such a commotion at the East Region's Disciple Recruitment Conference, do you intend to leave just like that? Lin Chen turned to see the speaker. Recognizing him as the elder from Guyue Tower, one of the 3 foremost powers in the East Region, Liu Nanzi. Oh, does Elder Liu wish to advocate for the Sun and Zhao families? Lin Chen discerned the formidable pressure emanating from Liu Nanzi, indicating a cultivation level of at least the Great Ascension stage. Moreover, several other elders accompanied him, their prowess not significantly inferior to Liu Nanzi's. Yet, far from feeling alarmed, Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. Should Liu Nanzi and his companions seek trouble, he was more than willing to cause a ruckus at the recruitment conference. After all, with the ancestral master present, the Wending sect was practically invincible. If things escalated, he could always return to the sect. Chapter 13. The invitation from Guyue Tower. Master Lin has misunderstood. I did not mean it that way. Liu Nanzi hastily clarified. Then what do you mean? Lin Chen's gaze was piercing. Liu Nanzi swallowed hard and spoke earnestly. Guyue Tower has long admired the Wending sect. After the recruitment conference, there will be a disciple exchange event, and I humbly wish to invite Master Lin to participate. May I ask how you perceive this, Master Lin? Lin Chen gazed into Liu Nanzi's eyes, sensing no deceit. However, he was not particularly interested in this so-called exchange event. Just as he was about to leave, a notification from the system sounded. Ding. New task issued. Ensure the Wending sect makes a remarkable impression at the exchange event. The system will provide rewards based on the task's completion level. Surprised, Lin Chen had not anticipated the system would issue a task at this juncture. Nevertheless, staying could be advantageous, providing a chance to earn task rewards. Very well, I shall remain. However, should you harbor any ulterior motives, do not blame me for being impolite. Lin Chen acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Liu Yanran was elated and promptly arranged for Lin Chen and his companions to be escorted to the VIP area for rest. The commotion had already garnered the attention of countless onlookers, who craned their necks to witness the unfolding events. Why is Elder Liu being so courteous to the people of the Wending sect? Many were perplexed, as the Wending sect was merely an obscure minor sect. Although the Zhao and Sun families were not top-tier powers, the fact that Elder Liu from Guiyue Tower did not hold them accountable for the chaos at such a grand conference, but instead sought to curry favor with the Wending sect, was indeed astonishing. Others from Guiyue Tower shared similar doubts. After Lin Chen and his party departed, they frowned, awaiting Liu Yanran's explanation. Are you aware of the Wending sect's history? Liu Yanran's tone was laden with significance. Only vaguely, came the response. I have heard that this sect was once immensely powerful 1,000,000 years ago, dominating the Zhongshuan realm. However, their sect later faced a traitor, and the venerable ancestor Li Tiangang was ambushed and slain by enemies united. Consequently, the sect rapidly fell into decline. The crowd recounted the events truthfully. Indeed, that is the case. Yet, you are only aware of one side of the story and not the other. Recently, news has emerged from within that the venerable ancestor Li Tiangang of the Wending sect has inexplicably resurrected. Moreover, within a mere 10 days, he has successively annihilated 5 top sects in the Empire continent. Each of these obliterated sects had previously participated in the ambush against Li Tiangang and boasted powerful ancestors at the Emperor realm. As Liu Yanran spoke, a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. Is this truly the case? The crowd was incredulous, their faces stricken with terror. It is indeed a fact. It is said that the ancestor of the Wending sect has attained the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Liu Yanran's expression grew unusually grave. Oh. The members of Guiyue Tower were rendered speechless in shock. As one of the 3 foremost powers in the eastern region, Guiyue Tower could only claim one ancestor at the mid-emperor stage and another at the early emperor stage. The disparity in strength between different stages becomes increasingly pronounced as one ascends. A late-stage emperor can easily overpower 2 mid-stage emperors. Not to mention that this individual is at the pinnacle of the emperor realm. Therefore, regardless of what transpires, one must never offend the Wending sect. We can only strive to maintain cordial relations and avoid enmity, even if all other forces turn against the Wending sect. We at Guiyue Tower must resolutely stand by their side. Do you understand? Liu Yanran articulated each word with emphasis. Understood. The crowd, drenched in cold sweat, responded in unison. Should we inadvertently offend the Wending sect, Guiyue Tower would likely share the fate of obliteration. Senior sister, that Lin Chen was excessively ruthless and domineering. He merely faced some humiliation, yet he resorted to killing. Young Lady Ku exclaimed, her eyes wide, expressing her dissent regarding the Wending sect's methods. If they humiliated you in such a manner, could you endure it? Jiang Shui, on the other hand, admired Lin Chen's approach. I could not endure it either. Young Lady Ku contemplated, seemingly reluctant to admit her own weakness. Exactly. One cannot advise others to be virtuous without experiencing their suffering. Jiang Shui smiled sweetly. Senior sister, let us return. There is nothing more to see here. Young Lady Ku suggested. There's no rush. We must remain for the upcoming exchange conference of sect disciples. Jiang Shui was in no hurry to leave. Senior sister, you can't claim you aren't interested in Lin Chen. You are only staying because of him. Young Lady Ku teased, her big eyes sparkling. Oh, you dare to jest at your senior sister. Just wait until we return. I shall deal with you then. Jiang Shui feigned anger, a blush rising to her cheeks. Please, senior sister, I truly realize my mistake. Young Lady Ku laughed, even more joyfully. System, activate the purple summoning card. In the VIP lounge, Lin Chen commanded. Boom. Suddenly, the clear sky darkened and thunder roared. Subsequently, a middle-aged man with thick brows and bright eyes emerged from the gathering clouds, radiating righteousness. With each step taken, ripples of spatial distortion emanated beneath the feet of the figure, whose presence exuded an aura of terror that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Who might you be? Esteemed friend? From whence do you hail? The moment this individual appeared, he instantly garnered the attention of numerous elite factions. Yet, their courteous inquiries were dismissed outright by the middle-aged man. Moments later, he entered the VIP area and vanished from sight, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Ding! The purple summoning card has been successfully utilized. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning a peak Great Ascension powerhouse. As the system's notification faded, A middle-aged man materialized in the room amidst a ripple of space. "I, Feng Hong, pay my respects to the sect leader." The man bowed deeply, his demeanor steeped in utmost reverence, not solely due to his gratitude for Lin Chen's resurrection, but also because he was acutely aware that Lin Chen held the power to erase him with but a thought. His allegiance to the sect of Ascending Pinnacle must be unwavering. Betrayal was unthinkable. "Very well, from this day forth, you shall serve as the outer elder of the sect of Ascending Pinnacle. You are responsible for our safety during this exchange conference. Should any issues arise, I will show no mercy." Lin Chen's tone was laden with gravity. "Yes, sect leader." Feng Hong nodded earnestly, not daring to be negligent. Lin Chen felt a measure of reassurance. At this conference, even the three foremost powers, the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Ancient Moon Tower, and the Mysterious Mechanism Pavilion, had only dispatched elders of the early or mid stages of Great Ascension, such as Liu Nanzi, who was in the mid-stage. With Feng Hong, a peak Great Ascension expert, present, none in attendance could challenge the sect of Ascending Pinnacle. "Xiao Bufan, come in for a moment," Lin Chen communicated telepathically. "Master has summoned me?" Xiao Bufan, who had been conversing with Shi Tian about the sect of Ascending Pinnacle, was taken aback by Lin Chen's call. Without hesitation, he rose and hurried to Lin Chen's chamber. Chapter 14. A chance encounter with an adversary. This is the primordial sword technique. It has the potential to awaken your innate talents. Devote yourself to its practice and grasp its profound truths. Lin Chen bestowed the primordial sword technique upon Xiao Bufan, along with a plethora of spirit stones, elixirs, and magical artifacts. "Thank you, master," Xiao Bufan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Truly, it was a top-tier sect under the aegis of an emperor, and their generosity was unparalleled, offering resources that far surpassed the entire wealth of the Xiao family. More importantly, the primordial sword technique, it was indeed the foundation of the soaring potential that master had alluded to. In that moment, Xiao Bufan cast aside his previous gloom, filled with boundless anticipation for the future. 7 days later, the Eastern Region Recruitment Conference concluded splendidly. Standing at a commanding height, Liu Nanzi proclaimed loudly, "The Sect Disciples Exchange Conference officially commences. All sects may send their disciples to engage in exchange and sparring, provided they are under 500 years of age. No oppression of the weak by the strong shall be tolerated. This exchange shall be conducted with restraint. Any acts resulting in loss of life will be met with severe punishment. Who will step forward first?" As his words echoed, disciples from various sects eagerly prepared to showcase their talents, seizing the opportunity to elevate their sect's reputation. Once one makes a striking appearance at the communication conference, not only can they elevate their own reputation, but their standing within their sect will also improve, leading to preferential allocation of resources and becoming a key focus for cultivation. "I shall go first." Shortly after, a disciple from the Lihua Hall could no longer contain his excitement and stepped forward, transforming into a streak of light. He gracefully landed at the center of the arena, boldly declaring, "I am Lu Wushuang from Lihua Hall. Who dares to engage me in battle?" A formidable opponent indeed. At the late stage of the nascent soul realm, "I am Jiang Hongxin from Shenqiao Sect. I beseech you to impart your wisdom." Not long after, another disciple, equally at the late stage of the nascent soul, landed with flair in the arena. Excellent. Lu Wushuang wasted no time, unleashing a sword ray that tore through the air. The immense might of the sword directly rent the void, hurtling towards Jiang Hongxin's face. Were it not for the special reinforcement of the arena by the laws of power, this sword ray would have undoubtedly shattered the place into countless fragments. Well met. Jiang Hongxin, undeterred, immediately summoned an ancient mirror. Instantly, under the impetus of his spiritual power, the ancient mirror erupted with a terrifying radiance to meet the attack. The two forces collided with a thunderous roar, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. The surrounding onlookers were swept off their feet by the gale, with those of lesser cultivation being directly toppled to the ground. Such strength! How terrifying! At this moment, the two engaged in a fierce stalemate, prompting exclamations of awe from the crowd. Junior brother, have you advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm?" Shi Tian gazed in astonishment at Xiao Bufan. In just a few days, Xiao Bufan had ascended from the peak of foundation establishment to the mid-stage of Golden Core. Indeed, it is thanks to the techniques and resources bestowed by our master. Xiao Bufan was equally exhilarated. After so many years, beginning at the age of 6, his family's efforts had been in vain. Yet with merely a technique from master, he achieved what was once deemed impossible. How many secrets does master still harbor that remain unknown to him? In that moment, Xiao Bufan finally comprehended that he had not chosen the wrong master nor entered the wrong sect. What does a top-tier sect matter? They are but a mere shadow compared to even a fingernail of the Wending sect. Observe well, for it may prove beneficial to you. The Wending sect was arranged at an opulent VIP viewing platform, where Lin Chen reclined comfortably in a plush chair, sipping wine, and nonchalantly remarked, "Yes, master." Shi Tian and Xiao Bufan respectfully replied. Days later, many disciples from various sects had taken their turns to compete. And now standing in the center of the arena was a member of the Shi family. As soon as Shi Tian laid eyes on him, flames ignited in his gaze. "Master, I wish to take my turn." Shi Tian struggled to suppress the fury within. "Go ahead." Lin Chen did not hinder him. "What of the Shi family? Though they are a top power in the eastern region, they are but an inconsequential family force before the Wending sect. They are unworthy of even carrying our shoes. There is no way they can harm Shi Tian." After Shi Tian's turn, Lin Chen commanded, "Keep a close watch. Should any elder intervene in the conflicts among the juniors, show no mercy." "Yes, sect leader." A glint of cold light flashed in Feng Hong's eyes. His gaze was intense, fixed firmly on the center of the arena. "Shi Tian, you traitor. How is it that you have not perished?" As Shi Tian descended, the individual opposite him instantly recognized him. The onlooking elders of the Shi family were equally astonished. They had presumed that Shi Tian, having been expelled by the clan leader, would have experienced a wretched existence, and were utterly taken aback by his unexpected appearance here. Furthermore, those among the elders who were close to the young clan leader, Shi Peng, and privy to the circumstances were even more astounded. Previously, the 4 individuals dispatched by the young clan leader to hunt down Shi Tian had all met their demise. Their life tokens shattered, indicating that Shi Tian had turned the tables and vanquished them. Yet, they could not fathom how Shi Tian, poisoned to the core, had achieved this feat. Could it be that he had encountered some extraordinary fortune? "Indeed, it is I? Ha! Did you not anticipate this?" Shi Tian scoffed coldly. This man, Shi Jian, had long been an ally of his elder brother Shi Peng, having bullied him since childhood. When he was wrongfully accused, Shi Jian had stood with Shi Peng, mercilessly slandering him. When he was cast out, it was Shi Jian who had rejoiced the loudest. Now, facing a nemesis, the animosity was palpable. "Since you have not perished, today I shall ensure your demise." Shi Jian cackled sinisterly, dismissing Shi Tian entirely. Given that several days had elapsed since the exchange conference, disciples at the nascent soul and transformation stages had already been eliminated. The remaining participants were at least of the void refinement stage. Shi Jian's presence on the stage was sufficient evidence of his formidable prowess. Late stage of void refinement. Before Shi Tian's expulsion, he had been firmly beneath Shi Jian's dominance. Now, Shi Jian brimmed with confidence, eager to extinguish Shi Tian's life. "Come, let me see who shall perish today." The pent-up resentment within Shi Tian erupted instantaneously, a terrifying pressure enveloping the arena. Late stage of void refinement. How could this be? Both Shi Jian and the elders of the Shi family were momentarily stunned. A year prior, when Shi Tian had been poisoned, everyone believed he was doomed. Yet, merely a year had passed, and not only was he alive, but he had also advanced from the mid to the late stage of void refinement. How could his cultivation speed be so astonishing? Fight! Shi Tian afforded Shi Jian no time to react, launching a powerful fist towards him. His fist, imbued with the force of the laws, shattered the void itself. "You are at the late stage of void refinement. I too am at the late stage of void refinement. I fear you not." As the overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, Shi Jian felt a tightening in his spirit, his movements growing slightly erratic. However, he quickly regained his composure, forming seals with his hands to establish a defensive barrier. Boom! Shi Tian's fist collided with the defensive barrier, sending shockwaves through the air. A crack appeared in the barrier, rapidly spreading like a spider's web, and before Shi Jian's terrified gaze, it shattered with a thunderous crash. Boom, boom, boom. Shi Tian's fist struck Shi Jian repeatedly, shattering several of his ribs in the process. "Die!" Shi Jian's face twisted in agony. Yet he gritted his teeth and attempted to retaliate against Shi Tian. However, no matter what magical artifacts or techniques he employed, he could never land a blow on Shi Tian. After more than 100 exchanges, Shi Tian remained composed and unhurried, while Shi Jian was battered and exhausted, covered in wounds. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It was Shi Jian's first experience of such humiliation, especially at the hands of his sworn enemy, Shi Tian. He was driven to the brink of madness. With a fierce strike to his chest, a mouthful of blood erupted forth, splattering onto the ancient cauldron before him. A blood sacrifice. Shi Jian roared. This cauldron was his life's treasure, and under the impetus of his vital essence, it erupted in a dense crimson glow. Its power magnified several-fold. Shi Jian, no? The elders of the Shi family gasped in horror at the sight. Shi Jian was already gravely injured. Should he unleash this move? Regardless of whether he could vanquish Shi Tian, he would surely suffer a backlash. At best, his foundation would be compromised, severely hindering his future cultivation. At worst, he could very well meet his demise. Yet, In this moment, Shi Tian was beyond caring, spitting several more mouthfuls of his vital essence onto the blood-red cauldron. His right hand raised to the heavens. The cauldron, glowing crimson, spun rapidly, expanding to an immense size in the blink of an eye. Shi Tian, perish. Shi Tian's face contorted in rage as he forcefully swung his right hand downward. The cauldron, imbued with a destructive aura, hurtled towards Shi Tian with ferocious intent. Chapter 15. Bullying the Weak? Heavens! What deep-seated enmity lies between these members of the Shi family, driving them to such lethal extremes? You're unaware? These two were sworn enemies. When Shi Tian was cast out from the family, Shi Tian did not hesitate to kick him while he was down. The onlookers gasped as they witnessed Shi Tian fighting with his life on the line. In previous contests, strikes were often restrained, with injuries being rare. Yet in this match, the two were engaged in a brutal exchange, and now, Shi Tian was willing to sacrifice his own foundation to eliminate Shi Tian. This spectacle thrilled the gathered crowd. Master, may I kill him? Facing the oncoming cauldron, Shi Tian exhibited no sign of panic, a glimmer of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes. Indeed, proceed as you wish. Whatever happens, I shall shield you. If I cannot, our ancestor will. Lin Chen laughed, immediately assenting. Excellent. With his master's assurance, Shi Tian brimmed with newfound confidence. Sister, do you think Shi Tian can withstand this attack? Kiki, witnessing such a terrifying technique, felt a twinge of fear. I am uncertain, Jiang Shui replied solemnly. With her knowledge, she discerned that Shi Tian's strength was evidently superior to Shi Jian's. Yet whether he could endure this strike was a question that left her uneasy. As the two anxiously watched, the cauldron descended with unstoppable force, crashing down upon Shi Tian. Everyone believed he would desperately evade. To their astonishment, not only did Shi Tian not retreat, but he charged directly toward the falling cauldron. What? He intends to withstand the cauldron with his body. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Indestructible supreme body. Shi Tian roared, bracing himself against the cauldron. Bang! The sound echoed as if striking an incomparably hard metal, reverberating through the air. The anticipated scene of Shi Tian being crushed under the cauldron did not unfold. Rather, the cauldron was halted midair, its rotation abruptly ceasing as it met the resistance of Shi Tian's body. A tremendous backlash caused Shi Tian to spit blood in madness, plummeting directly from the air. How outrageous! Despite both being at the late stage of the void refinement realm, the disparity was astonishing. Their strengths were not even on the same level. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Many only then realized that Shi Tian had been humiliating Shi Tian all along. Otherwise, with his prowess, defeating his opponent would have taken but a few strikes. It is my turn. Shi Tian sneered coldly, manifesting an enormous ancient cauldron, which he grasped with a colossal hand. He then forcefully smashed it towards the direction where Shi Tian was descending. Boom! The specially reinforced ground was instantly transformed into an immense pit, dust and debris swirling about. As Shi Tian slowly retracted the ancient cauldron, within the chasm, Shi Tian's head and body lay utterly crushed. A terrified fragment of his primordial spirit fled in panic, desperately seeking escape. Trying to flee, Shi Tian would not allow him to escape. He merged his fingers and pointed forward. A crimson beam shot forth from his fingertips. Uncles, please save me. Shi Tian cried out in sheer terror, the imminent threat of death causing his scalp to tingle as his voice rang out in a chilling wail. You dare! Several elders of the Shi family were furious. They rushed to intervene, attempting to stop Shi Tian, but it was too late. The crimson beam pierced through the primordial spirit. Shi Tian let out a harrowing scream and then dissipated into a cloud of red mist, vanishing without a trace. Shi Tian was dead. By the time the elders of the Shi family arrived, not a remnant of Shi Tian remained. Shi Tian, you are truly malicious. He was your cousin. It was merely an exchange of techniques, and you killed him. It seemed the eldest son had spoken the truth. You are indeed a heart as venomous as a serpent. You sought to harm the eldest son, attempting to usurp the position of the young master. Traitor! Shameless! The elders of the Shi family were beside themselves with rage, vehemently accusing Shi Tian. I have no cousin. I am no longer a member of the Shi family. I do not wish to argue about the past. He sought to kill me, and I merely retaliated. If you must lay blame, then blame his lack of skill. In the past, these individuals were Shi Tian's elders, and he would have shown them respect, swallowing his grievances in silence. But now, Shi Tian had severed all ties with them. They were complete strangers, and he would not indulge them. Elder Liu, Shi Tian has violated the rules of the exchange conference and deserves to be punished severely. Indeed, a life for a life. The elders of the Shi family, seeing they could not sway Shi Tian, turned to press Elder Liu Nanzi. However, Elder Liu was unfazed, responding nonchalantly. conflicts among juniors inevitably lead to some casualties. This is entirely normal. Elder Liu, do you not wish to address this matter? The elders of the Shi family stared in disbelief. They could hardly believe it. He had clearly announced the rules of the conference, stating that any loss of life would incur severe punishment. Yet now, he acted as if he had not seen it. I am too old to concern myself with such trifles. If you wish to seek justice on your own, that is your own affair, and has nothing to do with this old man or the ancient moon tower. Do not blame me for not warning you. Should anything happen, you will bear the consequences. Liu Nanzi scoffed, showing utter disregard for the people from the Shi family. His primary concern was not to offend the Wending sect. If necessary, he would personally eliminate the Shi family members. Very well. Since Elder Liu does not wish to intervene, we, the Shi family, shall take matters into our own hands today. Upon returning, the family head will find no fault in our actions. The leading elder, evidently of considerable standing, issued the command without hesitation. Several elders who were on friendly terms with Shi Peng rejoiced at the chance to remove a significant threat to the eldest son. It was worth sacrificing Shi Jian's life to eliminate Shi Tian. Kill him. The elders of the Shi family, predominantly at the integration stage, with several at the tribulation stage, found it a mere trifle to eliminate a late-stage refinement void like Shi Tian. The elders acted simultaneously. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. However, just as their attacks were about to strike Shi Tian, a figure clad in white suddenly appeared before him, effortlessly dissipating all the assaults. Following this, Lin Chen unleashed a sword beam. The sword's might was astonishing, tearing through the ground along its path. Comparable to a full-force strike from a peak tribulation stage cultivator, it surged towards the Shi family. The elders of the Shi family were struck with terror, hastily collaborating to erect a defensive barrier. Boom! The sword's might collided with the barrier, shattering it to pieces with overwhelming force. The residual power continued its relentless assault on the Shi family. Several elders at the integration stage, unable to withstand the onslaught, spewed blood and fell to the ground like kites with severed strings, their fates uncertain. The other elders at the tribulation stage fared no better, their blood surging and throats tasting of iron. It was terrifying, an immense horror. After a great effort, they finally managed to block the sword beam. The elders gaped in shock, utterly terrified. Peak integration stage? How could this be possible? Everyone was astonished. The opponent was clearly merely at the peak of the integration stage, yet with a simple sword strike. They found it nearly impossible to withstand the combined efforts of so many integration and tribulation stage experts. This unprecedented scenario utterly shattered their perception. The onlookers stood dumbfounded. Master, Shi Tian was overjoyed. Do you intend to bully the weak with your numbers? This sect leader shall not permit it. As it happens, I also wish to stretch my limbs a bit, so let us engage in a delightful contest. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Chapter 16. Let us attack together and kill him. Is this the prowess of my master? So terrifying. Xiao Bufan was left speechless upon witnessing Lin Chen's display for the first time. Though labeled as at the peak of the integration stage, his true strength was by no means inferior to that of a peak tribulation stage cultivator. Truly, my master is remarkable. Shi Tian had seen his master in action before and knew he could battle beyond his rank. Yet witnessing his master at the peak of integration stage overpowering those at the tribulation stage was still profoundly shocking. Sister, how did he accomplish this? Miss Cuckoo was momentarily stunned, only regaining her senses after a prolonged silence as she murmured her questions. It was only now that she truly regarded Lin Chen. Throughout history, the disparity in realms has always represented an insurmountable chasm. To overcome even a minor realm in battle is already exceedingly arduous, and to triumph while surpassing a major realm is virtually unheard of. Perhaps this is what defines an extraordinary prodigy, Jiang Shui stated in a daze. From the moment she first laid eyes on Lin Chen, she sensed his uniqueness, though she could not articulate what set him apart. At this moment, she finally comprehended that her intuition had not led her astray. If this individual were to avoid an untimely demise, he would undoubtedly ascend to become an emperor in the future. At this instant, her resolve to forge a friendship with Lin Chen grew even more steadfast, knowing that once he rises, both she and the Jade Frost Palace would likely reap immense benefits. I concede your prowess. On the other hand, the Shi family, recognizing their inability to contend, wisely chose to retreat from the spotlight. However, once they exited the arena, they were unwilling to accept defeat. An elder discreetly contacted the elders of the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Mysterious Mechanism Pavilion, if they could send disciples to challenge and seize the opportunity to eliminate Shi Tian. The Shi family would willingly offer 1 million high-grade spirit stones, along with 2 top-tier magical treasures. They would never go back on their word. Upon hearing this, the elders of the 2 premier factions were instantly intrigued. Their respective sects were not in need of such trivial offerings, yet they themselves were lacking. A mere ascending summit sect, with its strongest combatant being Lin Chen at the peak of the integration stage, posed no real threat to them. Very well, they agreed. Immediately, they conveyed this to other major sects and factions, urging them to send forth their strongest disciples to ensure the demise of Shi Tian. Many factions looked to the Heavenly Sword sect and the mysterious Mechanism Pavilion as leaders, and upon hearing this, swiftly consented without hesitation. Tiangang from the Five Elements Palace came to challenge. Kai Koen from the Cloudline Pavilion came to challenge. Lu Gongxing from the Shura sect came to challenge. Tian Luo sect. In an instant, countless disciples from the various sects surged onto the arena, clamoring to challenge Shi Tian. Bring it on. It saves me the trouble of facing you one by one. Shi Tian declared boldly, unperturbed. Ever since he activated the Supreme Sacred Body, he felt an unprecedented strength within himself and wished to seize this opportunity to validate his prowess. Arrogant, presumptuous, seeking death, the assembled disciples seethed with righteous indignation, eager to eliminate Shi Tian at that very moment. Can you handle it? Lin Chen expressed concern. Rest assured, Master, if I cannot deal with these ants, then I, Shi Tian, am unworthy of being your direct disciple. Shi Tian replied with unwavering confidence. Very well, you may proceed. Casualties notwithstanding, if anything goes awry, the Ancestor will shield you. Lin Chen said no more and stepped outside the arena. At this moment, only Shi Tian remained at the center of the arena, standing against over 100 prodigies from various sections. My goodness, this Shi Tian is exceedingly arrogant. Is he truly unafraid of being beaten to death? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Previously, everyone had assumed it would be a one-on-one confrontation. Yet the exchange conference had not stipulated such a restriction. Thus, multiple against one was indeed permissible. Eliminate him. It is uncertain who spoke first, but suddenly, a multitude of prodigies surged forth. All of them were under 500 years of age, yet several had reached the pinnacle of the void refinement stage. In contrast, Shi Tian was merely at the later stage of void refinement, rendering him no match for such a multitude. Since Shi Tian had been able to eliminate Shi Jian, it was only natural that they would seek to do the same to him, all within the rules of the exchange conference. Shi Tian was doomed. He was fated to perish. A barrage of spells and artifacts rained down upon him, overwhelming the arena in chaos. In an instant, Shi Tian's figure was completely submerged by the onslaught of prodigies, rendering him nearly invisible. Boom, boom, boom. Countless terrifying techniques enveloped the entire venue. The smoke and brilliance obscuring the audience's view, leaving many lower-tier cultivators unable to discern what was transpiring within. However, the more powerful experts could utilize their divine consciousness to pierce through the haze, observing the battle with crystal clarity. Master, how is the battle unfolding? A disciple of merely the Golden Core stage fretted, scratching his head anxiously. I told you to exert yourself more diligently, but you refused to heed my words. Now, you cannot even see the battle clearly, truly a disgrace to your master. An elder with a white beard glared in frustration. Yet, he ultimately relented. Unable to resist his disciple's pleas, with a wave of his hand, he unveiled the scene of the battle before his disciple. The disciple was left speechless upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle. The grim image he had envisioned of Shi Tian being mercilessly beaten to a pulp did not materialize. Instead, he beheld Shi Tian resembling a deity of war, standing resolute as countless spells and artifacts struck him. Astonishingly, he neither dodged nor evaded, but bore the brunt of the attacks with his flesh alone. It was unclear what his body was composed of, as it appeared even more resilient than the artifacts themselves. With each punch he unleashed, a prodigy was sent hurtling backward, grievously wounded. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating. Shi Tian laughed heartily, reveling in the battle. As time passed, the prodigies were not merely injured, several were outright obliterated, their lives extinguished on the spot. Before long, nearly half had perished. Many others were gravely injured. Only about 20 of the most formidable prodigies remained, struggling to endure. What? The elders of various sects were taken aback by this unforeseen outcome. Each prodigy represented the hopes of their respective sects, having consumed countless resources. To see them perish in such a manner was a profound heartache, leaving them at a loss as to how to report back to their sects. Just as they were engulfed in despair, the elder of the Shi family stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Disciple Shi Tian of the Wending sect openly slaughters the disciples of various sects, declaring enmity against the entire eastern region. Such inhumane acts shall not be tolerated by the Shi family. I have just utilized a grand transmission jade talisman and received the head of the family's consent. The Shi family is willing to offer half of its wealth, beseeching all fellow practitioners to join forces and eliminate Shi Tian. Let us restore peace to the eastern region." Upon his words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The Shi family's move was indeed a significant investment. It was clear they harbored an intense hatred for Shi Tian. Moreover, as our prodigy faces the brutal onslaught of Shi Tian, the elders from various sects cannot merely stand by and watch. Wretched spawn, meet your demise. The elders from esteemed factions such as the Tiangang sect and the Xuanji Pavilion finally cast aside their passive observations. They blatantly disregarded the convention that forbade the involvement of elders in the exchange conference, their eyes wide with fury as they launched their attacks. The majority of them were in the tribulation stage, with several even at the ascension stage. With so many formidable beings joining forces, the void shattered in an instant, and the arena was crushed under the terrifying pressure, reduced to dust. Their sole intent was clear: to eradicate Shi Tian and avenge their disciples. Chapter 17. A Plea for Accountability. Buzz. Shi Tian found himself half-kneeling under the oppressive force. Yet he did not yield. Instead, he erupted in maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Even if I am to die, I will take a few with me. With that, he summoned all his spiritual energy, preparing to strike at the nearby prodigies. However, the strength of his arms could not match the might of their legs. Against such a coalition of tribulation and ascension stage powerhouses, Shi Tian stood no chance of resistance. He could only watch helplessly as a colossal beam of divine light bore down upon him. Master, I have not brought shame to the Wending sect. Shi Tian managed a bitter smile, closing his eyes in resignation. Suddenly, at that moment, crash! A commanding voice resonated, and a middle-aged man appeared abruptly before the immense beam. He produced a tortoise-shaped artifact, casting it forth, which instantly conjured a golden Xuanwu phantom that enveloped both him and Shi Tian. Boom! The massive beam collided with the Xuanwu phantom, unleashing a thunderous roar. The resulting shockwave devastated the surrounding structures, causing them to collapse. Many onlookers with lower cultivation levels were violently shaken, their organs ruptured, and they perished on the spot, bleeding from their orifices. Fortunately, the majority of disciples survived, shielded by their elders. After a considerable time, both the colossal beam and the Xuanwu phantom dissipated. The middle-aged man was pushed back several thousand meters, while the 70 to 80 individuals opposite him were sent reeling even further, their faces pale and blood surging erratically. Peak of ascension. The crowd stared in astonishment at the unfamiliar middle-aged man, their minds shaken. An elder from the Tiangang sect, standing at the forefront, stepped forward and coldly inquired, "Fellow cultivator, what is your intent? Why do you obstruct us?" "Humph." The middle-aged man snorted disdainfully. "I am Fong Hong, an outer sect elder of the Wending sect. Those who harm my disciples shall face death." This declaration left everyone in stunned silence. Was it not said that the Wending sect had only one sect master, Lin Chen, who possessed the highest cultivation? When had another peak ascension powerhouse emerged, and he was merely an outer sect elder? It was known that peak ascension cultivators were considered core elders within the three top-tier factions, yet in the seemingly insignificant Wending sect, he was not even an inner sect elder. "Master, Shi Tian attempted to speak, but his body weakened, rendering him speechless. It appeared that the previous attacks from the elders had indeed inflicted considerable harm upon him. "Do not speak, focus on healing." Lin Chen approached Shi Tian, offering him a healing elixir. "Good." Shi Tian felt a warmth in his heart at the gaze of concern and approval from his master. Without uttering a word, he promptly took out several healing pills and swallowed them. The nature of these pills was unknown, yet their efficacy was remarkably impressive. Shortly after consuming them, Shi Tian's injuries healed swiftly, as if he had never been harmed at all. Such miraculous pills could fetch an exorbitant price anywhere, yet his master had casually provided them, exceeding everyone's expectations. "Thank you, master," Shi Tian exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, intending to return the vial of healing pills. However, he was halted by Lin Chen's intervention. "Keep them. You will need them in the future," Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. "Very well," Shi Tian acknowledged, aware that his master possessed a plethora of valuable items, rendering this vial of healing pills insignificant. He gratefully accepted it without hesitation. At that moment, Lin Chen turned his attention to the group across from them. "You all, so shamelessly, have banded together to attack a junior. Do you not intend to provide me with an explanation?" The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. If the Wending sect were exceedingly weak, they would have no need to explain themselves to Lin Chen and could simply overwhelm him. However, with a formidable peak stage transcendence expert present, they dared not act recklessly, though they might not necessarily lose in a combined effort. A direct confrontation with Fong Hong could lead to catastrophic losses for them. It would be one thing for others to perish, but if it were their own lives at stake, what explanation do we owe you? This junior Shi Tian employs such ruthlessness. He deserves to be eradicated. A stubborn elder exclaimed, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding situation. The crowd frowned and instinctively distanced themselves from him. Unaware of the gravity of his words, the elder continued. Suddenly, Feng Hong. With a mere glance from Lin Chen, Feng Hong understood the unspoken command and swiftly raised his hand. In an instant, the space surrounding the elder contorted, and a colossal hand emerged from the distorted air, forcefully grasping him. The elder, at the tribulation stage, had no time to scream before he was crushed, meeting a swift demise. In this world, strength is the undeniable truth. Cold sweat dripped from the foreheads of the onlookers, while they found Lin Chen's methods excessively tyrannical. No one dared to speak out, fearing they might be the next to fall. Observing this, Lin Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. Your disciples sought to kill my apprentice, only to be outmatched in turn. They can only blame their own inadequacy. As elders, what right have you to interfere in the conflicts of juniors? Since you refuse to provide me with an explanation, I shall take it upon myself. You attacked my disciple, and now I shall retaliate against yours. It is only fair. With that, Lin Chen smiled faintly and unleashed a flurry of sword lights from his treasured sword, aimed directly at the surviving prodigies. The prodigies, at best, were merely at the peak of the void refinement realm. How could they hope to stand against Lin Chen in the face of the overwhelming sword energy? They cried out in terror, "Elder, save me!" The elders, taken aback, hastened to intervene. However, the silhouette of a middle-aged man obstructed their path entirely. "You shall face me." The anguished cries echoed as the remaining 20-odd prodigies swiftly fell beneath Lin Chen's blade. The elders, frantic with anxiety, sought to intervene but were momentarily halted by Feng Hong. By the time they arrived, it was too late. "Lin Chen, you are declaring war against the entire eastern region," they shouted. "They must not be allowed to escape. Kill them." The elders, now bereft of hesitation, understood that among these prodigies were not merely the sect's sons and daughters, but also their most treasured disciples, including several from the esteemed Tiangang sect and Xuanji Pavilion. Now, they were being slaughtered like chaff before Lin Chen's might. How could they remain sane? Yet, just as their fury reached its zenith and they prepared to strike, Liu Nanzi stepped forward, interjecting, "Hold, everyone." "What? Liu Nanzi, do you intend to assist the Wending sect?" the crowd demanded harshly. "Indeed," Liu Nanzi replied without reservation, a cold smile gracing his lips. "The owner of the building is already aware of the situation here. Should you trouble the Wending sect, you shall find yourselves at odds with my Guyue Tower." "Huh, with merely your Guyue Tower? You could hardly withstand the wrath of the entire eastern region." An elder from Xuanji Pavilion retorted angrily. "One tower is insufficient. We, from Yushuang Palace, shall protect the Wending sect." Just as tensions escalated, a stunning woman in a pale blue gown, draped in a light veil, approached gracefully. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear, emanating formidable authority. She was none other than Jiang Shui, the holy maiden of Yushuang Palace, one of the 5 premier powers of the imperial continent. Yushuang Palace. The crowd erupted in fury. How had Yushuang Palace become involved? Did they have ties to the Wending sect as well? If it were only the Wending sect, they might not deem it a significant threat. A mere dispatch of supreme-level warriors from the various sects could easily obliterate it. However, with both Guyue Tower and Yushuang Palace allied with the Wending sect, the situation grew intricate. Jiang Shui. This matter does not concern Yushuang Palace. Many, having traveled extensively, recognized Jiang Shui. Upon her arrival, several elders acknowledged her identity. Should you wish to harm the Wending sect, you must first level Yushuang Palace. Jiang Shui remained unfazed by the mounting pressure, her words resonating with unwavering conviction. "What is happening?" Lin Chen pondered, observing the unexpected assistance from Liu Nanzi and Jiang Shui, utterly bewildered. While he was uncertain of the motives behind their support from Guyue Tower and Yushuang Palace, he recognized their willingness to stand resolutely by the Wending sect in its hour of crisis. As the leader of the Wending sect, he too could not remain silent in response to the goodwill extended by Guyue Tower and Yushuang Palace. The kindness of Guyue Tower and Yushuang Palace is duly noted by the Wending sect. In the future, should your 2 great sects encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek assistance from the Wending sect. I, Lin Chen, assure you that the Wending sect will provide unwavering support. However, these insignificant ants before us can be easily dealt with by the Wending sect itself. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Chen clapped his hands. "Ancestor, how much longer do you intend to hide? It is time to clear the field." "Yes, Sect Master. I am coming." With a hearty laugh, Ancestor Li Tiangang appeared out of thin air. Instantly, a terrifying imperial pressure enveloped everyone present. Those with slightly weaker cultivation found themselves utterly immobilized. Even those with stronger cultivation, such as those at the Great Ascension stage, could move but faced tremendous hindrance, their spiritual energy becoming extraordinarily convoluted. The peak of the Emperor realm. The elders could scarcely believe that the ancestor of the Wending sect was indeed at the peak of the Emperor realm. How dare these insignificant ants offend the sect master? Li Tiangang snorted coldly and waved his hand. Bang, bang, bang. In the terrified gazes of the crowd, those elders who had offended the Wending sect suddenly exploded, their bodies disintegrating before they could even escape with their primordial spirits. A peak emperor is not a force that ordinary cultivators can withstand. Lu Nanzi and the elders of the ancient moon tower were filled with trepidation. Had they not been forewarned of the Wending sect's peak emperor, their fate would have been no different from that of the other sect elders. The Wending sect actually possesses a peak emperor? Jiang Shui's mouth fell agape in disbelief. She had merely sensed that Lin Chen harbored many secrets, inscrutable and profound, and that assisting the Wending sect might yield numerous benefits. However, the appearance of Li Tiangang left her utterly dazed. It is worth noting that even the Jade Frost Palace does not possess a peak emperor. Sectmaster, the matter is resolved. Li Tiangang was domineering towards outsiders, yet showed utmost respect towards Lin Chen, not daring to flaunt his status as an ancestor. Good. Lin Chen smiled, then turned his gaze to the surviving disciples of the various sects, his expression darkening. I shall not make things difficult for you. Have your sect masters personally come to the Wending sect within a month to apologize. Should any sect dare to defy this, I will have the ancestor personally descend upon them, leaving not a single one alive. His voice was frigid, piercing to the heart. Why, yes, yes, yes. The disciples, terrified, hastily agreed and scurried away. Many onlookers also fled, fearing that Lin Chen's displeasure might lead that emperor to annihilate them as well. Before long, the venue, once bustling with hundreds of thousands of people, fell eerily silent. At that moment, a system notification chimed within Lin Chen's mind. Task completed? Lin Chen's heart leaped with joy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the astonishing task. Rewards obtained. Unblemished robe, a celestial treasure that, once donned, renders one impervious to myriad laws, enhancing one's Tao fortune and capable of negating 80 of all attacks. Additionally, 10,000 points of sect prestige have been awarded, which can be exchanged for valuable items and skill enhancements, proving to be immensely beneficial. The rewards may not be numerous, yet they are exceedingly precious. This singular defensive artifact alone can secure his invincibility. Furthermore, the sect prestige can be elevated by amplifying the renown of the Wending sect. More individuals will come to recognize it, thus accruing corresponding prestige points. Such a boon it is. It can be exchanged for rare treasures, items, and skills. Miss Jiang Shui, I am profoundly grateful for your timely assistance in this perilous moment. Might I invite you to the Wending sect to extend my humble hospitality? Lin Chen cordially proposed. Respecting your invitation is the least I can do, Jiang Shui replied, already inclined towards the idea. Shall the elders of Guyue Tower accompany us? Lin Chen would certainly not overlook Lu Nanzi and others. Absolutely. Thank you, Sectmaster Lin. Lu Nanzi and his companions were eager to partake. Thus, the group set forth, arriving at the Wending sect in grand fashion. This tea, could it be enlightenment tea? Jiang Shui discerned immediately upon taking a sip. This rare tea is exceedingly precious, with only a select few in Yuxuangang having had the fortune to taste it. A single cup is equivalent to 10 days of arduous cultivation. It was astonishing that the Wending sect possessed such a treasure. It is not exceptional tea. I hope you won't find it lacking, Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Is this not exceptional tea? The elders from Guyue Tower were taken aback. They had surmised that with a peak emperor ancestor overseeing the Wending sect, its foundation would be profound, yet they had not anticipated it to be this deep. If you all fancy it, feel free to take some home to savor at your leisure. Just as their astonishment peaked, Lin Chen casually produced a substantial quantity of enlightenment tea, distributing 2,000 jin to each, with even Miss Cuckoo receiving her share. This is truly extravagant of you, Sectmaster Lin. The crowd was left in utter disbelief. Such a vast quantity of enlightenment tea could scarcely be amassed even across the entirety of the Zhongshuan realm. Lin Chen not only possessed it, but generously offered it without hesitation. Though they initially intended to decline, they ultimately succumbed to the allure of the enlightenment tea, accepting it with joyful reluctance. After some more pleasantries, Lu Nanzi expressed his concerns. The Wending sect has incurred the ire of the entire eastern region. While it boasts a peak emperor ancestor, many top-tier forces in the eastern region also possess powerful emperor ancestors. Furthermore, the entanglements between the various factions run deep, with many connections to the top forces in the imperial continent and southern region. If they were to unite against the Wending sect, I fear even the ancestor would find it challenging to withstand such an onslaught. Lu Nanzi's words held merit. Thank you for your kind concern, Elder Lu. But these matters pose no threat to the Wending sect. We are replete with formidable experts. Should anyone dare to create turmoil within our ranks, we shall extinguish them with ease. Lin Chen responded with a nonchalant smile. Such audacity. Undeniably captivating audacity. Although the Wending sect currently comprises merely a dozen individuals, it already exudes an air of superiority. Master Lin, I am curious to know why, despite the presence of numerous candidates, you have chosen the seemingly mediocre Xiao Bufan, whose talent is deemed as a supreme waste, to be your direct disciple. After much hesitation, Jiang Shui finally voiced her lingering doubts. Supreme waste of talent? You refer to the Taichu sword body as a supreme waste? Lin Chen chuckled. Since Miss Jiang wishes to understand, then follow me. Chapter 19. The Chaos Dao Bell tests talent. Atop the Dao Peak, an imposing grand formation stood majestically, meticulously arranged by Li Tiangang under Lin Chen's directive, serving as the sect's protective array. Surrounding it were 8 pivotal points, each suppressed by exquisite treasures. At the very heart of the formation resided an ancient, resplendent bell, the Chaos Dao Bell. With this bell in place, even a coalition of 7 or 8 pinnacle emperors would find it impossible to breach the formation. The Wending sect is as steadfast as a fortress. What is this aura? Could it be an unparalleled Dao treasure? There is no mistaking it. As everyone sensed the terrifying power of the laws emanating from the bell, their souls quaked with awe. It is said that such Dao treasures exist, yet no one has ever laid eyes upon them. Common treasures, spiritual treasures, magical treasures, immortal treasures, and Dao treasures, all categorized further into inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite. Exquisite treasures represent the pinnacle of the Zhongshuan realm. Whenever an inferior immortal treasure emerges, it invariably incites a tempest of bloodshed as countless top-tier forces vie for it. Yet, the Wending sect possesses an unparalleled Dao treasure. Heavens, what unparalleled Dao treasure? I've never heard of it. Lin Chen, entirely oblivious to their discourse, clarified. This is a treasure I stumbled upon inadvertently, capable of subduing the sect's fortunes. Moreover, it possesses another function. It can be used to test talent. By striking the Chaos Dao Bell with sufficient spiritual energy, one can ascertain their aptitude. 3 strikes indicate a genius. 4 strikes denote a prodigy. 7 strikes signify an unparalleled anomaly. 8 strikes guarantee an emperor. 9 strikes surpass even the emperor. It has such a function? Upon hearing this, everyone was eager to participate. Elder Liu, why don't you give it a try first? Lin Chen suggested with a smile. Very well, I shall go first. Elder Liu Nanzi promptly stepped forward, channeling his spiritual energy to strike the Chaos Dao Bell. Ding, 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 ding. The resonant bell tones reverberated throughout the Wending sect. For strikes? Liu Nanzi's expression turned somewhat crestfallen. In his youth, he had nearly reached the level of supreme talent. Yet even he could only elicit 4 strikes from the Chaos Dao Bell. Allow me. Several elders from the Gaiwalu stepped forward to test as well, yet, without exception, they each produced only 3 strikes, falling short of Liu Nanzi. Could it be that the bell is defective? Such thoughts began to permeate the minds of the onlookers. Sister, I wish to try as well. Miss Cuckoo exclaimed excitedly. Go ahead. Jiang Shui did not deter her. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of 7 strikes resonated among the various peaks of the Wending sect, echoing for an extended duration. An unparalleled anomaly. The crowd was astounded. It turned out that the bell was not defective. Rather, their innate talents were simply lacking. Dear young lady, would you care to join the Ancient Moon Pavilion? With your exceptional talents, you would surely become a saintess among us. Several elders extended their invitations. I shall not go. Without a moment's hesitation, Miss Cuckoo declined. Young girl, why not give it a try? Lin Chen suggested with a smile. Very well. Though Jiang Shui felt a twinge of anxiety, she summoned her courage and stepped forward. Ding 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 ding. The bell rang a resounding 8 times, surpassing Miss Cuckoo's count by 1. A talent worthy of an emperor. It was no surprise that the saintess of the Jade Frost Palace possessed such remarkable abilities. Indeed, Lin Chen expressed his astonishment, recognizing the caliber required to maintain the saintess position within one of the 5 foremost powers of the Emperor continent. However, the fact that the chaotic path bell resonated 8 times exceeded everyone's expectations. The depth of the Jade Frost Palace is truly beyond what the Eastern Domain can contend with, lamented Liu Nanzi and others. It seemed that the Jade Frost Palace would soon boast another emperor. As the test concluded, only Lin Chen and his 2 disciples remained unassessed. All eyes turned toward them. Shi Tian, it's your turn. Yes, master. Shi Tian stepped forward, channeling his spiritual energy and striking the chaotic path bell with great force. Ding 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 ding. The bell swayed more vigorously than it had for anyone else, its sound resonating even higher. 8 times 9 times. The chaotic path bell continued to toll until it had sounded a total of 9 times. Above the emperor. Heavens, what a prodigy. Lu Nanzi and Jiang Shui were left speechless. Master Lin Chen had already demonstrated his unparalleled talent during the disciple selection ceremony. But no one anticipated that even his disciple would possess such terrifying abilities. Yet, why had such an extraordinary sect remained silent for so many years? They could not fathom the reason. Bufan, it's your turn. Lin Chen had anticipated this outcome and felt no surprise. Yes, master. Xiao Bufan hesitated momentarily, but then approached the chaotic path bell. The same result unfolded. 9 tolls. Good heavens. Another 9 tolls. Were they not supposed to be of inferior talent? Lu Nanzi and the others could hardly believe their eyes. 9 tolls, above the emperor. With such talent, it suggested that the Wending sect would, at the very least, produce 2 more emperors in the future, if not extraordinary figures surpassing emperors. In the near future, the Wending sect was destined to become the foremost sect in the Zhangxian realm. Everyone shared the same thought, while the Wending sect had yet to fully rise. They must intertwine their own forces with it. We must report this to our sects immediately. I have not shamed my master. Xiao Bufan breathed a sigh of relief. Moments ago, he had felt uneasy, but now he was convinced that he was anything but of inferior talent. He was, in fact, of unparalleled genius. Above the emperor. Everyone had failed to recognize his worth. Only the esteemed master possesses the discerning eye to recognize such talent, and he has even aided in awakening the primordial sword body. This is akin to a rebirth. Master Lin, perhaps you should also assess your own potential? Jiang Shui and the others grew increasingly curious about Lin Chen's extraordinary gifts. Very well. Upon hearing their remarks, Lin Chen felt intrigued, pondering, how many resonances will my unparalleled divine body produce? As he approached, the Chaos Great Bell began to resonate and tremble as if filled with immense excitement. With a mighty strike, Lin Chen unleashed a powerful punch, causing the Chaos Great Bell to emit a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the entire Wending sect. The stars seemed to reverse their course, and the myriad paths converged upon him. Countless manifestations of the Tao appeared around Lin Chen, as if he were the very endpoint of the Tao itself. Before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, another colossal sound erupted. The 3rd resonance followed swiftly, and then the 9th. After a prolonged silence, just as the spectators assumed it had concluded, the Chaos Great Bell suddenly erupted with a force accumulated over time. Amidst the resounding clamor, even with protective barriers, the onlookers struggled to maintain their footing. Their minds buzzed, and their eardrums nearly shattered. The ancient chime echoed for a full quarter of an hour before finally dissipating, and the manifestations surrounding Lin Chen faded away. All returned to tranquility. 10 resonances, adequate, Lin Chen mused with satisfaction. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this was merely the limit of the Chaos Great Bell, not his own. Turning around, he was met with the wide-eyed stares of the crowd, gazing at him as if he were a monster. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the fabric of space. The venerable ancestor, Li Tiangang, materialized before them, directly disregarding the onlookers, and approached Lin Chen with reverence. Sect Master, I see you all have assessed your talents. I too wish to undergo the same test. Chapter 20, Sword Mountain. Retrieve the sword. Is such an evaluation truly necessary? You, a distinguished ancestor of a sect, what need have you to measure your potential? Nevertheless, Lin Chen merely voiced this thought internally. Go ahead, ancestor, please proceed, he said with a smile. Very well, Li Tiangang replied, grinning. However, after completing his assessment, his expression soured, becoming more dismal than a donkey's. A peak emperor and the founding ancestor of the Wending sect, yet he only resonated 7 times. Not even as many as the sect master's disciple. Sect master, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Li Tiangang's face betrayed his embarrassment as he hastily sought an excuse to depart. Thank you, Sect Master Lin, for your hospitality. We too must take our leave. Jiang Shui and Lu Nanzi bid farewell as well. Their visit to the Wending sect had truly broadened their horizons. They finally grasped why Xiao Bufan, despite being a waste of exceptional talent, was still accepted as Lin Chen's personal disciple. Even more astonishing was Lin Chen's own potential, unprecedented in history. It seems that it will not be long before the Wending sect gives rise to an existence that overshadows the current world. This is of grave significance. They must return promptly to inform their own sect. In light of this, Lin Chen did not exert much effort to retain them. From this day forth, the name of the Wending sect shall undoubtedly resonate throughout the entire Zhangxuan realm. I must swiftly enhance the strength of the Wending sect. Lin Chen retrieved an item and cast it towards the rear mountain. A tremendous rumble echoed within the Wending sect, reverberating for a considerable time before finally subsiding. A seemingly endless peak emerged from thin air, standing majestically at the back of the Wending sect. Master, what is this? Shi Tian and Xiao Bufan exclaimed, their mouths agape. This is the sword-seeking mountain, Lin Chen replied with a smile. This mountain harbors countless treasured swords, awaiting those of fate to claim them. Each disciple has a singular opportunity in their lifetime to ascend this mountain, and what sword they might acquire depends entirely on destiny. You should both ascend and try your luck. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the two immediately displayed expressions of joy. Without hesitation, they both embarked upon the sword-seeking mountain. Days later, Shi Tian returned, wielding a sword that was unmistakably extraordinary. Master, I have acquired a supreme immortal sword. Shi Tian exclaimed, overflowing with excitement. Lin Chen was taken aback. He had presumed that only the finest magical artifacts could be found on the sword-seeking mountain, never anticipating the presence of an immortal treasure, let alone a supreme one. Shi Tian's indomitable body, characterized by its formidable physical prowess, was not particularly skilled in the path of the sword, yet even so, he had gained the recognition of the supreme immortal sword. This stirred Lin Chen's own desires. A few days later, Xiao Bufan also descended. He had reached the pinnacle of the sword-seeking mountain. Master, I have obtained a high-grade Dao sword. The words of Xiao Bufan nearly propelled Lin Chen into the air with excitement. Truly, he was the Taichu sword body. Such innate talent was most suited for the cultivation of the sword. Therefore, it came as no surprise that as Xiao Bufan ascended the sword-seeking mountain, all the swords began to hum uncontrollably, eager to forge a spiritual connection with him, longing for him to choose them. However, Xiao Bufan remained unmoved. He disregarded the advances of all the swords and made his way to the summit, where 7 Dao swords were sealed. The long-dormant seal began to fracture with Xiao Bufan's arrival, spreading like a spider's web until it shattered completely. The dark high-grade Dao sword at the center fell into Xiao Bufan's hands. Disciple, you have done exceptionally well. If Lin Chen had managed to maintain his composure when Shi Tian acquired the supreme immortal sword, he found it increasingly difficult to remain calm now that Xiao Bufan had secured the high-grade Dao sword. He too was tempted to ascend and try his fortune. However, at that moment, a system notification echoed. The sword-seeking mountain is prepared for the disciples. The host is prohibited from ascending. Moreover, the finest sword on the mountain has already been claimed by Xiao Bufan, and the remaining swords are beneath the host's notice. Damn. Who said I wouldn't want them? I absolutely do. Lin Chen muttered under his breath in frustration, seeming to sense Lin Chen's displeasure. The system notification chimed again. Greater rewards await the host in the future. There is no need to compete with the disciples for opportunities. Fine, Lin Chen conceded, albeit reluctantly. Yet, since the system had made a promise, he chose not to voice further objections. The following day, Xiao Bufan approached Lin Chen. Master, I plan to return home for a few days. I hope for your permission. I have yet to inform my family of the activation of the primordial sword body. If my father were to learn of it, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. You rascal, you must be thinking of your Yanran. Li Qian is betrothed to Xiao Bufan. As our families had agreed that once Xiao Bufan joined a major sect, they would wed. Now that Xiao Bufan has activated the primordial sword body and joined the Wending sect, it is time for him to return and fulfill his promise to Yanran. Nothing escapes the keen eyes of the master. Xiao Bufan chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Very well, my disciple, I have no pressing matters at hand. So I shall accompany you back to the Xiao family, and perhaps partake in a joyful celebration. Lin Chen smiled in agreement. The fact that his master was personally accompanying him back was an opportunity Xiao Bufan eagerly welcomed. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Would this impede his master's cultivation? Cultivation? Lin Chen had nearly forgotten about that pursuit. With the system in place, the need for cultivation seemed trivial. Cultivation is a long-term endeavor, and there is no rush in the coming days. Lin Chen fabricated a casual excuse. Thus, the two set forth towards the Xiao residence. In the eastern region, Longzhou, Lishui City. Master, the young master has returned. The old steward of the Xiao family hurriedly rushed to report upon seeing Xiao Bufan. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man with a full beard emerged hastily. Fanner, is it truly you? Father. The two embraced, tears streaming down their faces. Ever since Xiao Bufan's family had anticipated his journey to the ancient state of Tiangang City to participate in the Eastern region's Disciple Recruitment Conference, there had been no news. Subsequently, various rumors had circulated, including tales of a sect named Wending, which had emerged violently, mercilessly slaying innocents. They had not only killed numerous disciples of major sects, but had also brutally harmed many elders. It was nothing short of a demonic sect. Many prominent sects and powerful factions in the eastern region could no longer endure this affront and prepared to unite against Wending's sect to seek justice. However, some ancient ancestors of certain sects deemed it too perilous and were reluctant to take action. This hesitation prevented an immediate outbreak of war, yet the two leading forces, the Tiangang sect and the Xuanji Pavilion, had already consented to take a stand. With these two top-tier forces at the forefront, it would not be long before a grand conflict erupted. Meanwhile, the absence of news regarding Xiao Bufan's fate caused great concern within the entire Xiao family. Thank heavens you have returned. Thank heavens. The head of the Xiao family kept murmuring, and after a while, he noticed another person standing behind Xiao Bufan, inquiring in confusion. And who might this be? I nearly forgot to introduce him. This is my master, the Lord of Wending Sect, Lin Chen. I have joined Wending Sect and become my master's direct disciple. Xiao Bufan recounted the events that had transpired. Yet, to the ears of the Xiao family head, these words struck like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily speechless. The primordial sword body? Above the emperor? My son indeed possesses extraordinary talent. Our Xiao family is destined to rise. Wait a moment. Wending Sect? The very sect that had ruthlessly slaughtered at the exchange conference, making enemies of the entire eastern region? My son has become a direct disciple of Wending Sect? Does this not imply that the Xiao family is now entwined with Wending Sect on the same ship of war? The expression on the head of the Xiao family was exceptionally vivid, oscillating between profound joy and deep concern. For the Xiao family, it was uncertain whether this development would be a blessing or a calamity. Chapter 21. Assault on the Zhao family, leaving no one alive. Fanner, since this is your choice, I shall unilaterally decide to let the entire Xiao family accompany you in this gamble. After a long pause, the head of the Xiao family resolutely declared, Very well. Xiao Bufan felt the trust his father had in him and nodded earnestly. Do not worry, Lin Chen remarked with a smile upon witnessing the scene. They are merely a few sects from the eastern region, and I, as the sect master, do not regard them highly. Since the Xiao family is willing to place its faith in the Wending Sect, we shall ensure that the Xiao family does not suffer defeat. Thank you, Sect Master Lin. The head of the Xiao family was overwhelmed with excitement. With the promise from the leader of the Wending Sect, he felt a significant sense of relief. By the way, what has transpired within the Xiao family? At this moment, Xiao Bufan noticed that many members seemed to be absent, and the surroundings were in disarray, as if they had just endured a fierce battle. Upon hearing this, the head of the Xiao family's expression darkened. The Zhao family allied with the Sun family to launch an assault on us, claiming that you had killed Zhao Hu and Sun Ping. He sighed heavily. The Xiao family had already been in decline, with few powerful members. Even the head was merely at the mid-stage of the integration realm. In contrast, both the Zhao and Sun families boasted several in the tribulation transcendence realm. Consequently, the Xiao family suffered severe casualties. Had it not been for the ancestral protective formation passed down through generations, the Xiao family might have already been extinguished. How infuriating! Xiao Bufan ground his teeth in rage. Zhao Hu and Sun Ping had originally been slain by his master, Shi Tian, yet he felt that the actions were justified. If only he possessed sufficient strength, he would have taken matters into his own hands, sparing his master the trouble. However, the Zhao and Sun families were formidable, and with his current power, he was utterly incapable of resistance. Hatred. Such hatred. He loathed his own weakness. At that moment, his sole desire was to annihilate the Zhao and Sun families to avenge his deceased kin. I must grow stronger. At this moment, Xiao Bufan's yearning for strength was more intense than ever. My disciple, you have already joined the Wending Sect. Do not feel compelled to resolve everything on your own. Am I not here to assist you? I have stated before that the Zhao and Sun families need not exist, since they have sought their own demise. It is only fitting that we eradicate them to prevent future troubles. Lin Chen remarked calmly. Sect Master Lin, this matter requires careful deliberation. The head of the Xiao family discerned that Lin Chen's cultivation was merely at the peak of the integration realm and expressed his concerns. There is no need for you to worry. They are but insignificant families, easily extinguished. Lin Chen offered no further explanation and directly commanded Fang Hong. Go to the Zhao and Sun families, leaving no one alive. Understood. Fang Hong respectfully clasped his fists and then stepped forward, vanishing from sight. The head of the Xiao family was astonished. This individual stood before him for so long, and he had failed to discern his true cultivation level. Could he be a powerful being at the Ascension realm? Moments later, at the Zhao family. Brother Zhao, the formation of the Xiao family is indeed somewhat troublesome. Is there a way to breach it? The head of the Sun family, Sun Changming, inquired with a hint of distress. Please rest assured, my brother. Our esteemed ancestor has successfully ascended to the Great Ascendance realm. It won't be long before he emerges from seclusion, and at that time, breaking through the Xiao family's formation will be a mere trifle. Zhao Xian, the head of the Zhao family, consoled him. Wonderful. With our ancestors' presence, we shall ensure that not a single soul from the Xiao family remains. Sun Changming exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, Zhao Xian responded with a smile. At that moment, a cold snort echoed from behind them. An elder exuding an aura of great ascendance approached, hands clasped behind his back, his expression filled with arrogance. A mere Xiao family formation has managed to deter so many of you? Truly a gathering of incompetence. Upon hearing these words, the crowd stiffened, yet none dared to retort. For the speaker was none other than Zhao Wujin, the ancestor of the Zhao family. Welcome, esteemed ancestor, from your retreat. Everyone reverently saluted in unison. Zhao Wujin cast a cold glance over the assembly before fixing his gaze on Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian, why has it taken so many days to conquer a trivial Zhao family? Ancestor, it is truly. Zhao Xian began to sweat profusely, but before he could finish, Zhao Wujin swept his large sleeve, sending Zhao Xian hurtling through the air, crashing into several pillars with a resounding thud, blood seeping from his mouth. However, he quickly scrambled to his feet, bowing repeatedly before the ancestor. Forgive me, esteemed ancestor. Forgive me. Zhao Xian's voice trembled. Sun Changming was taken aback. Fully aware of Zhao Wujin's capricious temperament, yet he did not anticipate such severity toward his own kin. Terrified, he stood up from his seat, hardly daring to breathe. The elders present fell silent, frozen in fear. Ha ha! Zhao Wujin, sensing the terror among the crowd, suddenly burst into laughter. Very well. As I have ascended to the great ascendance realm, I have yet to engage in combat. Zhao Hu and Sun Ping, those young fools, have met their end. It is the perfect excuse for me to annihilate the Zhao family. After such a prolonged seclusion, it is time to stretch these bones. I eagerly anticipate it. With that, Zhao Wujin strode forth boldly. The demise of the Zhao family was imminent. The crowd, witnessing this, erupted in joy and hastened to follow him. However, they had barely taken a few steps when suddenly, several small flags appeared in the sky above the Zhao family, unfurling in the wind. In an instant, they extended to dozens of feet in length. Bang, bang, bang. The flags swiftly plunged into the ground around the Zhao family's premises. Before long, a formidable formation had taken shape, encasing the Zhao family entirely. No fly could hope to escape. What is this? The onlookers quickly deduced that an attack on the Zhao family was imminent, their expressions shifting dramatically. All Zhao family members, come forth to meet your demise. The voice boomed, imperious and unyielding. Then, a middle-aged man appeared as if from thin air, emanating an aura of authority. Who dares to come to my Zhao family seeking death? Zhao Wujin huffed disdainfully, unleashing the pressure of his initial stage of great ascendance, followed by a sweeping strike with his sword. Yet, to his astonishment, this earth-shattering blow, once unleashed, seemed to vanish into the void, failing to disturb the formation in the slightest. Just a mere initial stage of great ascendance. And you dare to speak so brazenly here. Die. Fang Hong, resolute in his actions, commanded, soul-devouring banner. Arise. As Fang Hong uttered a low admonition, the soul banner in his grasp erupted with a surge of black light, unleashing a cacophony of wailing spirits that encircled Zhao Wujia. At the peak of the great ascension, Zhao Wujia's pupils dilated in shock, instantly sensing the opponent's formidable realm upon witnessing the manifestation of their arcane arts. Dread enveloped him, obliterating the arrogance he had previously displayed. Hastily, he summoned his ultimate defensive treasure, struggling to fend off the onslaught of the soul-devouring banner, while exclaiming, "Fellow cultivator, please pause. There must be some misunderstanding. I have no acquaintance with you." Yet Fang Hong paid no heed to his pleas, unleashing a barrage of techniques and artifacts upon Zhao Wujia without restraint. Zhao Wujia lamented his plight, desperately fleeing and employing every last resort to counter Fang Hong's relentless attacks. Ultimately, even his life-bound artifacts succumbed to destruction, yet he remained incapable of halting the onslaught. In his attempt to escape, he found himself ensnared by the surrounding formation, with no avenue for retreat. "Fellow cultivator, please," Zhao Wujia cried out in abject terror, for the chilling grip of death had finally dawned upon him. However, no matter how fervently he begged, Fang Hong remained resolutely silent. The disparity in their realms was insurmountable. Soon enough, Zhao Wujia could no longer withstand the assault as the malevolent spirits breached his defenses, viciously sinking their fangs into him. Zhao Wujia's anguished screams echoed, as more and more vengeful spirits descended upon him, swiftly devouring his primordial spirit. In but a fleeting moment, a lifeless, pitch-black corpse plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud, leaving the surroundings steeped in an eerie silence. The recently ascended patriarch of the Zhao family had not even had the chance to savor the power of the Great Ascension before meeting such a swift and decisive demise. In the air, Fang Hong's gaze was as piercing as lightning, coldly surveying the crowd below. His voice resonated with a chilling finality, as if it emanated from the depths of hell. "The Zhao family has offended the Wending sect. Today, they shall all perish. I, Fang Hong, elder of the Wending sect, act on the orders of the sect master. None shall be spared." Chapter 22, Subordinate Forces? The patriarch is dead? The members of the Zhao family could scarcely believe their own eyes. Yet, What filled them with even greater dread was the chilling proclamation that followed: none shall be spared. A frigid terror surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. At the peak of the Great Ascension, even the patriarch of the Great Ascension had fallen to this adversary. The most formidable among them, Zhao Xian, was merely at the mid-stage of the tribulation. The ease with which the opponent could annihilate them was akin to squashing mere ants. Equally stricken with fear were the members of the Sun family. Sun Changming bellowed in outrage. Zhao Xian, when did your Zhao family provoke such an unparalleled powerhouse? Do not drag our Sun family down with you in your death wish. Immediately thereafter, Sun Changming, accompanied by the elders and disciples of the Sun family, prostrated themselves like a pitiful dog, trembling as they implored, Esteemed elder, our Sun family bears no ties to the Zhao family, and we are their sworn enemies. We came to the Zhao family solely to engage in a decisive battle. Please, kill them and allow us to leave. The Zhao family members, incensed by this shameless utterance, erupted in furious rebukes at Sun Changming for betraying them in a bid for survival. Sun Changming, are you even human? Zhao Xian roared, his fury palpable. A friend in death is better than a friend in life. This matter is fundamentally unrelated to the Sun family. It is clearly you who have offended the Wending sect. The Sun family's pupils involuntarily dilated at this revelation. The Wending sect? When did the Zhao family incur the wrath of the Wending sect? Could it be that? A sudden chill surged through Sun Changming, freezing him as if he were a statue of ice. The Sun family? Who exactly is Sun Ping to you? Fang Hong inquired coldly. The Sun family members were rendered speechless, none daring to respond. Elder, Sun Ping is the young master of the Sun family. One of them finally exclaimed. Indeed, it was Sun Ping who instigated the trouble. It has nothing to do with our Zhao family. We beseech you, spare us. No one from the Sun family answered, leaving the Zhao family to interject on their behalf. The two parties immediately began hurling accusations at one another, descending into a cacophony of insults. What had once been a steadfast alliance crumbled instantaneously. The Sun family, is it? How fortuitous that I need not make another journey. By order of the sect master, not a single soul from the Sun family shall be spared. With that, Fang Hong disregarded the clamor of these insignificant beings and produced a Fang Tian seal. Empowered by his mystical energies, the seal grew to an immense size, overshadowing the entire sky, emanating an aura of terrifying pressure. With a resounding crash, the Fang Tian seal descended upon the Zhao family's territory, obliterating homes, buildings, and all present, including Zhao Xian, the head of the Zhao family, Sun Changming, the head of the Sun family, and numerous elders and disciples, reducing them to mere dust. Many did not even have time to scream before meeting their demise. When Fang Hong retracted the Fang Tian seal, the Zhao family had been transformed into a hellscape, achieving the grim promise of leaving no one alive. Yet, he still needed to pay a visit to the Sun family. The sect master's orders must be executed to the letter. There were surely survivors among the Sun family. With an impassive expression, Fang Hong turned toward the direction of the Sun family. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the Zhao family. What? The Zhao and Sun families have been annihilated? It has barely been an hour. How is that possible? The head of the Zhao family, upon hearing Fang Hong's report, thought he had misheard, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. For tens of thousands of years, the Zhao family had been embroiled in conflict with the Sun and Zhao families, unable to gain the upper hand over one another. Yet, this elder named Fang Hong had resolved the Zhao family's crisis and permanently eradicated their archenemies in less than an hour. Thank you, Sect Master Lin. The head of the Zhao family was so moved he scarcely knew what to say, tears welling in his eyes. Just as he was about to bow in gratitude, he was gently restrained by Lin Chen. We are all one family. There is no need for such formalities. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no great matter. No. The great kindness of Sect Master Lin is something the Zhao family shall never forget. After a brief discussion with the few remaining elders, the head of the Zhao family stepped forward, stating, if Sect Master Lin would have us, the Zhao family is willing to become an affiliated force of the Wending sect, henceforth pledging our unwavering loyalty and never to betray. An affiliated force? Lin Chen was taken aback. In this world, there existed many relatively weaker factions that, aware of their precarious existence, often chose to become vassals of more powerful entities. They typically performed tasks for the dominant force and were required to submit a portion of their resources annually. However, in contrast, the powerful factions must ensure the safety of their subordinate forces, engaging in a mutual exchange of interests. Resources do not need to be submitted, as my sect, the Wending sect, is not in need of your meager contributions. Yet, should any trouble arise, your Zhao family must stand with the Wending sect. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and consented. Given that this was the family of Zhao Bufan, regardless of whether they became a subordinate faction of the Wending sect, Lin Chen would guarantee the safety of the Shao family. In light of this, it would be prudent to directly incorporate the Shao family into the Wending sect's domain. With the prestige of the Wending sect backing them, other factions would likely refrain from coveting the Shao family. Thank you, Sect Master. The members of the Shao family were overjoyed. Having joined the Wending sect, they would now have a reliable support system. Suddenly, as Lin Chen had just agreed to the Shao family's inclusion, the system presented a notification. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing a hidden task. Reward obtained. Sect prestige value 2000. Lin Chen was astonished that the system had not issued a task, yet he still received a reward. Does this mean that by accepting any subordinate faction, one could accrue sect prestige value? Seemingly anticipating Lin Chen's inquiry, the system quickly provided another notification. The system will reward corresponding sect prestige value based on the strength of the subordinate factions acquired by the host. Please continue your efforts to transform the Wending sect into the foremost sect among the heavens. After this, the system fell silent. Upon realizing this, Lin Chen sank into contemplation. The system did not specify whether the subordinate factions were voluntary. Could it be that coercion was permissible? As long as the Wending sect possessed sufficient strength, it could compel numerous powerful factions to become its subordinates. With the acquisition of sect prestige value, one could exchange for cultivation methods, magical artifacts, and more, thereby enhancing the Wending sect's power. This is a system bug. Lin Chen was exhilarated, planning to exploit this bug to its fullest potential. Reporting to Sect Master Lin, the head of the Li family has arrived. Just then, the old steward suddenly entered with the news. The Li family? Joy spread across the faces of the crowd. They were among the few families that remained steadfastly loyal to the Shao family. The head of the Li family, Li Jiamao's daughter, Li Qian, was even betrothed to Xiao Bufan. Now that Xiao Bufan had activated the Taichu sword body, reaching the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, it was indeed time to arrange their marriage. Quickly, invite them in. The head of the Shao family displayed a delighted expression. It was truly a time of joy. Just as the enmity between the two families had been laid to rest, their future in-laws were arriving. This was the perfect opportunity to set the wedding date. However, the head of the Shao family was completely unaware that the Li family had come not to discuss the wedding date, but rather to annul the engagement. Chapter 23. First sword on the shore. First to slay the beloved Li Jiamao. Repeat that if you dare. Xiao Dong gasped, nearly fainting from rage. People ascend to higher grounds, while water flows to lower depths. Brother Xiao, we have shared many years of friendship. If you agree to annul this marriage, we can still meet amicably in the future. Otherwise, as long as our Qian does not marry, this union cannot be realized. Why put us all through this? The head of the Li family earnestly advised, seemingly reluctant to sever ties so decisively. Why? Yan, do you feel the same? Xiao Bufan could hardly fathom that such a predicament would befall him. No, Yan must have been coerced. They had shared countless vows since childhood. It could not have been her own choice. As long as she asserted her unwillingness, regardless of the obstacles, he would risk everything to take her away. With this thought, Xiao Bufan gazed at Li Qian with eager anticipation. Brother Bufan, our fates have run their course. At the last disciple selection conference, I caught the attention of Elder Luo from the Beishan Song, and I have become his personal disciple. Moreover, I have also befriended Brother Wu, who treats me exceptionally well. At first, Li Qian's voice was barely a whisper, almost avoiding Xiao Bufan's gaze. Yet gradually, she felt entitled to pursue her own happiness. Xiao Bufan had become a mere shadow of his former self, unlikely to ever surpass the peak of foundational cultivation. Having joined a minor sect like the Wending sect, his prospects seemed bleak. Furthermore, the Xiao family was in turmoil, besieged by the Zhao and Sun families, on the verge of collapse. For years, the Li family had refrained from taking advantage of the Xiao family's misfortunes. They had already shown them enough mercy. It was unreasonable to expect her to sink along with the Xiao family ship. With this resolution, Li Qian steeled her heart, meeting Xiao Bufan's gaze with unwavering determination as she uttered the words she had long feared to speak. Xiao Bufan, let us annul the engagement. We are no longer possible. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bufan felt as though struck by lightning. He could scarcely believe such a resolute declaration could emerge from Li Qian's lips. The faith he had nurtured over the years crumbled into dust. His fervent desire to change his fate was rooted not only in his love for the Xiao family, but also in his hope to marry Li Qian. Yet now, all of that had dissolved into mere illusions. Yan. A wave of sorrow washed over Xiao Bufan, tears streaming down his face. This marriage must be annulled, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unyielding. Suddenly, a sharp female voice pierced the air, grating on the ears of all present. Xiao Bufan lifted his head to behold a middle-aged woman, sharp-featured and frigidly indifferent, regarding him with disdain. She was Elder Tan from the Beishan Song. a formidable figure in the mid-stage of the Great Ascension, concerned for Li Qian's well-being in the face of potential difficulties from the Shao family. Her master had dispatched Elder Tan as a safeguard. With such a powerful ally present, the Shao family could hardly resist the annulment of the engagement. At this pronouncement, the members of the Shao family were left in stunned silence, their expressions tinged with bitterness. You, a mere waste, dare consider yourself worthy of being Li Shiji's fiancé? You ought to take a good look at yourself. Elder Tan's words dripped with venom. Only Brother Wu is a fitting match for Li Shiji, a perfect couple destined for one another. Xiao Bufan, we have already parted ways. Let us annul the engagement. Though Li Qian did not speak harshly, her intent was unequivocal. There was no room for negotiation. All eyes turned toward Xiao Bufan, who, after a long silence, appeared to struggle internally, unable to reach a decision. This scene felt all too familiar to Lin Chen, who was reminded of Liu Yanran. Once, Liu Yanran chose to be with someone else, but her betrayal was far more ruthless. At least Li Qian still held on to some semblance of old feelings, attempting to sever ties with Xiao Bufan face to face, while Liu Yanran had directly betrayed Lin Chen. However, this did not imply that such actions could be forgiven, since Xiao Bufan lacked the resolve to make this decision. Lin Chen, as his mentor, would take it upon himself. If a cancellation of the engagement was to occur, it must be accompanied by a stipulation. Stepping forward, Lin Chen spoke coldly. Who are you to make such decisions for him? Elder Ten scoffed. She regarded Lin Chen as nothing more than a peak of the integration stage. Hardly worth her attention. He is my master. He can aid me in making this decision. Upon witnessing disrespect towards his mentor, Xiao Bufan immediately grew displeased. What stipulation? Elder Ten snorted dismissively. Today, my disciple Xiao Bufan shall have a contest with Li Qian to resolve this matter. If Li Qian wins, we shall terminate the engagement immediately. From henceforth, we shall owe nothing to one another. Should Li Qian lose, I shall strip her of her cultivation. Furthermore, I demand your life. Lin Chen laughed coldly, fixing his gaze upon Elder Tan. Elder Tan was taken aback. She had merely accompanied Li Qian to annul the engagement, yet this individual was playing a dangerous game, daring to seek her life. However, Li Qian had recently, with the aid of the Betrayal sect, broken through to the early nascent soul stage, while her opponent had remained stagnant at the peak of the foundation stage for years. This contest was a guaranteed victory. It was worth the wager. Even if they were to concede a step back, could a mere peak integration stage practitioner truly threaten her life? As for the others, there was no cause for worry. The Shao family head was merely at the mid-integration stage, nothing more than an ant. We accept this stipulation. Elder Tan, hailing from the Betrayal sect, one of the 5 top-tier powers of the empire, could not afford to lose face. Elder Tan, Li Qian hesitated, but was interrupted by Elder Tan. Disciple Li, one must not be too soft-hearted in the path of cultivation. Elder Tan's expression softened slightly, her tone earnest. You must give it your all, without hesitation. Ensure that Xiao Bufan understands he is merely a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Such foolish aspirations. Only by utterly shattering his resolve will he cease to pursue you. Do you understand? Li Qian glanced at Xiao Bufan, her guilt dissipating swiftly, and she nodded earnestly. I understand, I will not hold back. Meanwhile, regarding his mentor's decision, Xiao Bufan dared not question it. Yet, a flicker of hesitation lingered in his heart. After all, the bond he had with Li Qian over the years was not something one could simply cast aside. Pain surged within. Bufan, the road ahead is long. Lin Chen pulled Xiao Bufan aside, advising, you will encounter many people and events. Ultimately, you will realize how laughable it is to be sorrowful over those who do not care for you, who cast you aside. The future of the Shao family rests solely upon your shoulders. With your innate talent, you are destined to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. However, women will merely influence the speed at which you draw your sword. Are you truly willing to forsake the Shao family and abandon your pursuit of greatness for a woman who does not love you, allowing yourself to sink into despair? Foolish disciple, remember this. The first sword upon reaching the shore must sever ties with the one you desire. If you cannot even achieve this, you are unworthy of being my disciple. Having spoken, Lin Chen fell silent and walked away. The decision now rested solely with Xiao Bufan. The first sword upon reaching the shore must sever ties with the one you desire, Xiao Bufan murmured, seemingly enlightened. It felt as though everything around him had vanished, leaving only this phrase echoing in his mind. Repeating it over and over, he eventually rose slowly to his feet, a smile gracing his lips as if awakening from a dream. Master, I understand, Xiao Bufan declared, a subtle smile upon his face as he took a decisive step forward. He would sever the bonds of the past with Li Qian. He was prepared to strike. Chapter 24, Accepting Defeat. Do you not understand? Bufan, give up. You cannot win against me. Li Qian's gaze was resolute. Indeed, she and Xiao Bufan were no longer of the same world. after the annulment of their engagement. She was determined to pursue her ambitious future. Meanwhile, Xiao Bufan would never surpass the peak of foundational cultivation, ultimately awaiting annihilation alongside the Xiao family. The Zhao and Sun families would soon come knocking, condemning her and Xiao Bufan to a fate of despair. She refused to accept that. How can you know you cannot win if you have not fought? Xiao Bufan chuckled. At that moment, his eyes were devoid of turmoil, exuding an extraordinary calm. He bore no resentment towards Li Qian. After all, everyone has the right to choose their own path. Yet, from this point forward, he and Li Qian would have no ties. He had compelling reasons not to lose this contest. First, to sever his past, and second, to vindicate the Xiao family and his master. Fight! Xiao Bufan silently resolved. Be careful, Bufan. Li Qian moved. Though she warned him to be cautious, her attack was merciless. With the power of the nascent soul realm, she unleashed a strike, disregarding whether Xiao Bufan at the peak of foundational cultivation could withstand it. If he were still the old Xiao Bufan, this strike would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Bufan, be cautious. The head of the Xiao family felt his heart race. Although he knew Xiao Bufan had advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, the gap in their cultivation levels still caused him great concern. Do not worry. The Taichu sword body is not so weak. You shall see. Lin Chen remarked lightly from the side. Indeed, wielding a dark sword. Xiao Bufan effortlessly countered Li Qian's attack, shattering it in an instant. You truly sought to kill me. Xiao Bufan's gaze turned icy. Bufan, have you broken through? Li Qian sensed the change as soon as he struck. Her expression sharpened. No one remains perpetually downtrodden. Today, I shall make you realize the magnitude of your erroneous choice. With that declaration, the aura of the mid-stage Golden Core erupted forth. Xiao Bufan charged forward with his sword. What does it matter that he has broken through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core? I have already joined the Batian sect, and my future is bright. As for you, you shall forever remain beneath my heel. Li Qian's true nature was finally revealed, as she attacked Xiao Bufan with ruthless precision, targeting his vital points with every strike. Observing this, Xiao Bufan could not help but smirk coldly within. It seems that the woman he had loved was merely a facade of virtue, concealing a heart filled with malice. If it were an ordinary mid-stage Golden Core cultivator, they would have perished countless times under such an assault from a Yuaning realm. Do you wish for my demise? Then I shall not hold back. As my master once said, to ascend, one must first sever ties with those they cherish. Initially, he had hoped to avoid harming her, but now it seemed unnecessary. With a cry of sword of exorcism, countless strands of sword chi coalesced into a towering sword, reaching thousands of feet high. This technique was the supreme sword move Xiao Bufan had just comprehended from the Taichu sword art. Enhanced by a high-grade Dao artifact, its power was utterly terrifying. How could this be? Li Qian's complexion drained of color. This sword emanated a formidable pressure, comparable to a strike from the transformation stage. Yet, how could a mere mid-stage Golden Core cultivator possess such terrifying spiritual power to forge this sword? This sword is named Exorcising Demon. To perish beneath its edge is to die without regret. Poisonous vixen, perish. Xiao Bufan's gaze was icy, his right hand sweeping downward with force. Buzz. Li Qian felt as though her head might explode. The colossal sword descended upon her like a dark storm, leaving her no avenue for escape. She experienced an unprecedented terror, her lips quivering, her delicate hands trembling to grasp the sword. Yet, in the face of life and death, she swiftly retrieved a bell. Block it for me. With her mana activated, the bell chimed, instantly conjuring a protective barrier that enveloped Li Qian completely. This was a gift from her master, Elder Luo, a high-grade artifact capable of withstanding all forms of worldly attacks. Boom. The giant sword struck the barrier with a thunderous roar, unleashing an immense shockwave. Li Qian felt a surge in her throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. She had managed to hold it off, yet her heart raced with trepidation. However, just as she believed she had deflected the giant sword, the sound of cracking intensified. Soon, before her horrified gaze, the barrier shattered. Bufan brother, you cannot kill me. Li Qian was nearly paralyzed with fear. Yet, Xiao Bufan's expression remained impassive, showing no signs of halting his attack. The exorcising demon's sword descended swiftly. You dare, wretch? Elder Tan, alarmed, swiftly interposed himself before Li Qian, blocking the giant sword. Xiao Bufan, how dare you strike with lethal intent against Yenner? Li Qian's father, Li Jiamao, also arrived, shielding his daughter behind him and confronting Xiao Bufan with a fierce inquiry. In the arena, life and death are of no concern. Just moments ago, it was she who sought to take my life. Now, the tables have turned, and it is my turn to eliminate her. What is there to question? Faced with two formidable beings of a realm far superior to his own, Xiao Bufan remained unfazed. At this moment, his heart underwent a profound transformation. The bond he once shared with Li Qian had dissipated like mist, severed by the stroke of the demonic sword. To him, Li Qian was merely a stranger. If she desired his demise, she must be prepared to meet her own end. Very well. I shall first strip you of your cultivation, and see if you still possess such sharp tongue. Elder Tan, consumed by fury, unleashed a spell without further ado. Although Xiao Bufan was extraordinarily gifted, the stark disparity in their realms rendered him no match for Elder Tan. Just as it seemed Xiao Bufan was destined for doom. Lin Chen swiftly intervened, a radiant blade of light cleaving through Elder Tan's spell. Old hag, you lost the contest, yet still seek to bully the weak. Do you believe there is no one in my Wending sect? Lin Chen positioned himself protectively in front of Xiao Bufan, clearly pleased with his disciple's resolve. Unfettered by sentiment, this was the demeanor befitting one of Lin Chen's personal disciples. So what if they lost? Elder Tan sneered. Though Lin Chen's block had caught her off guard, she dismissed him as a mere peak of integration, unworthy of her concern. Having lost, she believed she was entitled to claim his life as per their agreement. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, what a joke. Just as Elder Tan was about to retort, her pupils dilated in shock. Before she could utter another word, a powerful hand clamped over her mouth, rendering her voice forever silenced. It was Feng Hong, who had remained silent until now, who struck with sudden ferocity. Grasping Elder Tan's face, he thrust her to the ground, creating a massive crater with his overwhelming might. In mere moments, Elder Tan was obliterated, her essence extinguished. Lin Chen strolled forward leisurely, smiling as he remarked, the principle of winning and losing is quite simple. How is it that you have lived for so long without understanding it? He then turned to Li Qian, his expression brightening. Now, it is your turn. Chapter 25, Disciple. You do not hold any resentment towards your master, do you? Elder Tan is dead. Initially, Li Qian had anticipated how to humiliate Xiao Bufan, venting her earlier frustrations with Elder Tan's assistance. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. The mid-stage Elder Tan was reduced to mere fragments in an instant. Isn't it said there was only one peak of integration? How did another, so fearsome, suddenly appear? Li Qian was drenched in cold sweat, her body trembling uncontrollably, particularly when Lin Chen smiled at her, uttering the ominous phrase, now, it is your turn. She felt as though she had plunged into an abyss. Death, she would truly face death. The primal fear of mortality gripped her, causing her to tremble to the point of near unconsciousness. Senior, this foolish girl has been blind. I implore you, considering her youth and ignorance, spare her this time. She will never dare again. Though Li Jiamiao trembled with fear, he hesitated only briefly before kneeling before Lin Chen with a loud thud. His forehead struck the ground as he pleaded desperately. Ah, how I preferred your earlier arrogance. Regret now? It is too late. Lin Chen remained unmoved. My dear nephew, considering how your uncle has cared for you all these years, I implore you to beseech your master. Realizing that pleading with Lin Chen was futile, Li Jiamiao turned to Xiao Bufan. However, Xiao Bufan seemed like a different person, his gaze cold and indifferent. A bet lost must be accepted. Xiao Bufan's frigid words extinguished the spark of hope in Li Jiamiao's eyes. It is over, Yanran. Your father cannot protect you any longer. Father. Li Qian was overwhelmed with shame and anger. It was the first time she had witnessed her father kneeling in such a manner, begging for mercy. Just moments ago, she had been brimming with confidence, envisioning a bright future after ending the engagement. She could never have anticipated that events would spiral into this catastrophe. Tears streamed down her face. Enough. Father, do not plead with them. After a long silence, Li Qian could no longer contain herself and cried out, Xiao Bufan. Is it not your desire to avoid the annulment of our engagement? Fine. I shall not withdraw. I will marry you. Do not torment my father any longer. Everyone present was taken aback. What bizarre reasoning was this? At such a moment, Li Qian still believed that Xiao Bufan would marry her? I refuse, Xiao Bufan replied coldly. What do you mean? Li Qian could scarcely believe her ears. She had forsaken the Batian sect, abandoned Wu Shixiao, sacrificed her promising future, and yet he rejected her? Just as Li Qian struggled to grasp this reality, Xiao Dong sighed and stepped forward. My dear niece, the Zhao and Sun families have already perished. Xiao Dong recounted the events that had transpired, revealing to Li Jiamiao and his daughter that the destruction of the Xiao family had been effortlessly resolved by the Wending sect. With Xiao Bufan awakening the Taichu sword body, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would undoubtedly cultivate to the realm of an emperor in the future. And under the protection of the Wending sect, he was likely to break through to even greater heights, treading a path never before traversed. Even so, the Xiao family had not looked down upon the Li family and was eager to form an alliance through marriage. Yet, Li Qian had personally rejected this union, publicly annulling the engagement. The regret that consumed her was immense. Her eyes were nearly blinded by tears. But now, it was far too late. Brother Bufan, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Li Qian wept profusely. We are no longer on the same path. Xiao Bufan coldly rejected her, turning to leave. Watching his resolute departure, Li Qian stood frozen in place. Soon after, a wave of overwhelming dread enveloped her. Disciple, you do not hold me in contempt, do you? Once Feng Hong had concluded his matters, Lin Chen sought out Xiao Bufan in the backyard. However, Lin Chen did not take Li Qian's life. He merely fulfilled the agreement, rendering Li Qian's spiritual roots and cultivation null and void. Henceforth, Li Qian would be incapable of practicing martial arts, destined to live a life steeped in regret and anguish, ultimately meeting a sorrowful demise. A person must inevitably bear the consequences of their actions. As a father, Li Jiamao failed in his duty to guide his daughter. Lin Chen also allowed Feng Hong to strip him of his cultivation, leaving the father and daughter to their own devices. I do not hold my master accountable. Xiao Bufan not only refrained from blaming Lin Chen, but felt a profound gratitude towards him. Were it not for my master's presence, he would never have discerned Li Qian's true nature, liberating himself from the shackles of parental affection. With a resolute heart and unwavering resolve, he pressed on. This was a relief to Lin Chen, who smiled with satisfaction. Subsequently, the master and disciple lingered at the Shao residence for 2 more days before embarking on their journey back to the Wending sect. Lu Ruoshi, surrender the Azure Dragon Stone voluntarily, and I shall spare your life. Ahead, 2 women clad in palace attire fled in a panic. Regardless of the entreaties from behind, they dared not slow their pace. Hot on their heels was a contingent of over 300 soldiers, relentlessly pursuing them, hurling a torrent of vile insults. Your Majesty, cease your struggles. Escape is futile. Who would have thought the exalted Empress would find herself in such a plight? Today, I shall relish the taste of the Empress. Once the general has savored her, do not forget your subordinates. Ha ha ha, just wait. Upon hearing these words, Empress Lu Ruoshi could no longer contain her fury and shouted back. Zhang Tai, how could you betray my trust and conspire with outsiders? And what of betrayal? What you cannot provide, others will. When I capture you, you shall face dire consequences. Zhang Tai, instead of showing anger, burst into laughter, evidently in high spirits. Previously, during the rebellion in the Great Liang dynasty, Zhang Tai, as the commander of the Imperial Guard, should have been the final bastion for Empress Lu Ruoshi. This crucial position had always been held by Zhang Tai, the Empress's most trusted ally. Yet, to her utter astonishment, Zhang Tai had opened the palace's defensive array from within at the pivotal moment of insurrection, allowing the rebels to breach the palace. The palace swiftly fell. Loyal generals and ministers turned traitor in an instant. Almost all of the Great Liang's military forces came under the control of the insurgents, and it was only thanks to a handful of fiercely loyal guards that the Empress managed a narrow escape. However, upon reaching this point, only the Empress and 1 other female official remained. Your Majesty, you must flee. I will hold them back. As the pursuers closed in, the official stepped forward. Qing Miao. The Empress's heart ached unbearably. Hurry. The official, named Qing Miao, pushed the Empress away and turned to face the oncoming threat. This course would surely lead to her demise. Yet, Qing Miao embraced death without hesitation. Qing Miao, we shall meet again in the next life. The Empress wiped away her tears, gritted her teeth, and continued her desperate flight. Before long, a tremendous commotion erupted behind her. Damn it, that wretched woman actually self-destructed her primordial spirit. Infuriating, what a waste. The soldiers' curses echoed, causing the Empress great distress. In her heart, she quietly resolved that if she were to be caught by them, she would immediately self-destruct her primordial spirit. She would rather perish than allow them to tarnish her body. Yet, after a short while of fleeing, she felt her spiritual power diminishing rapidly, and the pursuers were drawing ever closer. Was this the end? The Empress was filled with bitterness. However, just as she was about to give up, 3 figures suddenly appeared not far away, leisurely navigating a spiritual vessel, seemingly unhurried and taking in the scenic views along the way. A flicker of hope ignited within the Empress. She no longer cared who they were or what their cultivation levels were, and she dashed clumsily towards the spiritual boat, shouting anxiously, 3 fellow Taoists, save me. Chapter 26. Interfering, rescuing the Great Liang Empress. Friends, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. As Lu Ruoshi approached the vicinity of the spiritual vessel, the pursuing soldiers closed in, surrounding the vessel completely. Zhang Taixing, a burly man with a face full of flesh, stepped forward menacingly and declared, I am merely passing through and have no intention of interfering in your nation's disputes. I will take my leave. You may continue. Lin Chen frowned, displeased by the other's demeanor. Yet, he was not a seasoned demon who would resort to slaughter over bad manners. Humph, consider yourselves fortunate. At a glance from Zhang, the soldiers parted, intending to allow the 3 to escape. However, having just grasped a life-saving straw, How could Lu Ruashi let it slip away so easily? 3 fellow Taoists, if you are willing to save my life, I am prepared to serve you as a loyal servant. I will do anything, as long as I do not fall into the hands of these brigands. Lu Ruashi implored desperately. Among the 3, one was at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, while she could not discern the cultivation level of the other 2, which suggested they were both stronger than her. Hope blossomed. Truly willing to do anything? Lin Chen's eyes brightened suddenly. I am indeed. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Ruashi gritted her teeth and agreed instantly. Being in the hands of these 3 was certainly preferable to falling into the clutches of those rogues. Never mind. My sect of ascendants does not exploit others. We require no servants. Under the gaze of the heavenly eye, Lu Ruashi's information was laid bare. The Great Liang Empress was merely at the late stage of the void refinement realm. Having one more or less in the sect of ascendants made no difference. Having said this, Lin Chen prepared to leave. Sect of ascendants? Lu Ruashi was taken aback. Could it be that sect of ascendants which recently caused a stir at the Eastern Domain's Disciples Exchange Conference? It was said that the sect master Lin Chen possessed peak composite body cultivation and that a grand emperor at the pinnacle level presided over the sect. This young man, who introduced himself as Lin, was undoubtedly the sect master. If it were truly him, the group behind him would pose no threat. Sect master Lin, wait. I possess a piece of Azure Dragonstone. If you are willing to lend your aid, I shall present this Azure Dragonstone to you. Compared to my life, this stone is of little worth. As long as I live, there is hope for the restoration of my country. Lin Chen was also taken aback. The woman was undeniably intelligent. With merely the information of Wending's sect and Lin, she deduced that he was the sect leader of Wending. However, the world of cultivation is inherently a realm of the survival of the fittest. He was no benevolent saint. He could not extend his hand to aid the weaker simply because they were in need. Moreover, he had no interest in the so-called Azure Dragonstone. Just as he contemplated a refusal, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! New task released. Detected that in 7 days, the 3rd direct disciple will appear in the Great Qi dynasty. Please proceed to recruit them. A substantial reward will be granted upon completion. Furthermore, if the host successfully recruits the female Emperor Lu Ruashi into the sect, an additional reward of 5,000 sect prestige points will be granted. A reward? Why not mention it sooner? If there's a reward, why delay in revealing it? To think that capturing the Shao family only yielded 2,000 sect prestige points. Yet merely recruiting the female emperor would grant 5,000. This seems exceedingly profitable. Assisting you is not out of the question. However, you must not only hand over the Azure Dragonstone to me, but also join Wending's sect, with the Great Liang dynasty becoming a subordinate force of Wending's sect. Lin Chen laid out his conditions. With a turn of events, Lu Ruashi was instantly elated. Certainly, I implore sect leader Lin to lend his aid. Lu Ruashi promptly produced the Azure Dragonstone and handed it to Lin Chen. Indeed, it was the Azure Dragonstone. Lin Chen glanced at it casually before stowing it away, stating coolly, "Let us go." Huh, is it really that simple? Lu Ruashi nervously followed behind Lin Chen. As expected, some were displeased. Damn, who do these insignificant wretches think they are? Truly, they have overstepped their bounds. They dare disregard us. Kill them all. Zhang Tai's adjutants, their faces turning green with fury, began to shout in outrage. Zhang Tai waved his hand. Then let us eliminate them all. Enough noise. Lin Chen turned back, casting a cold glance. Fang Hong immediately understood what to do, conjuring an enormous hand from thin air. It came crashing down. In a moment of sheer terror. Several hundred individuals, including Zhang Tai and his adjutants, were instantly reduced to mere pulp. Those who had been so arrogantly boastful moments ago now fell into a profound silence. Lu Ruashi gasped in shock. She had anticipated the opponent's formidable cultivation, but had never imagined it to be to such an extent. It was known that Zhang Tai had long led troops into battle, his cultivation at the integration stage, while the other adjutants were at the void refinement stage. After all these years, they could not withstand a single strike from that middle-aged man. What terrifying cultivation this was. You were warned to remain silent. Yet you chose to ignore it. You have offended the master. Do you think you will have a favorable outcome? Xiao Bufan spat disdainfully. Now that it's quiet, let us proceed. Lin Chen guided the trio aboard the spirit vessel, leisurely making their way back to Wending's sect. Along the journey, Lu Ruashi sought to explain the significance of the Azure Dragonstone to Lin Chen. To her astonishment, Lin Chen seemed to know everything. He was even thoroughly aware of her identity and circumstances. It turned out that the legendary Azure Dragon secret realm was set to open in 7 days within the Great Qi dynasty. And the Azure Dragonstone was the key to unlocking this realm. Within lay countless treasures and opportunities aplenty. Thus, each time the secret realm is about to open, The mere few hundred Azure Dragon Stones incite countless cultivators to risk their lives in a desperate scramble. It is indeed a rather fortuitous circumstance for the great Qi dynasty. However, it presents a splendid opportunity. Perhaps I can take the chance to visit the secret realm while recruiting disciples. Even if I do not venture in myself, it would be beneficial for my disciples to gain some practical experience. As for the female emperor, Liu Ruashi, would you care to join the ascending sect? Lin Chen inquired. I would be honored. However, the great Liang dynasty has been overtaken by treacherous usurpers. Even if I wished for it to become a subsidiary force of the ascending sect, it would be an impossible endeavor, Liu Ruashi expressed with a troubled countenance. No matter, we shall eradicate the traitors and reclaim the great Liang dynasty. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully subjugating the great Liang Empress. Reward acquired. Sect prestige points 5,000 at that moment. The system notification chimed once more. Excellent. Lin Chen's heart soared with delight. He now possessed 17,000 points of sect prestige, and it was time to contemplate what rewards to exchange for. Upon returning to the sect, Lin Chen and his companions were greeted by Shi Tian. After paying his respects to his master, Shi Tian chuckled and asked, Master, who is this lady? Could she possibly be the new matriarch you have found for us? Begone. You rascal. How dare you jest about your master? Lin Chen relished this warm camaraderie. Rather than feeling angered, he appreciated the unrestrained and equal interactions among fellow disciples. If every matter were to be dictated by status and hierarchy, it would be exceedingly dull. What difference would there be from other rigid sects? Observing the playful banter between master and disciple, Liu Ruashi felt a warmth in her heart, murmuring to herself, Will this be my home from now on? Chapter 27. The Eve of War, the Ascending Sect in Peril. You too. Cease your antics for a moment. I have serious matters to address. In 7 days, the Azure Dragon secret realm of the great Qi dynasty will open, and both of you shall attend. Merely burying yourselves in cultivation is insufficient. You must venture out and gain experience. Remember, do not bring shame upon your master. Lin Chen spoke with a slight seriousness, adopting a serious demeanor. Yes, master. Shi Tian and Xiao Bufan immediately composed themselves, responding with respect. Bufan stepped forward. Once Xiao Bufan approached, Lin Chen stated, Your cultivation is rather low. Venturing into the Azure Dragon secret realm may pose dangers for you. Fortuitously, I have come across a secret technique that can assist in elevating your cultivation level. Such a secret technique exists? The others were astonished. Silence. Close your eyes. Lin Chen commanded. Oh, Xiao Bufan dared not utter another word and obediently shut his eyes. Lin Chen placed his hand upon Xiao Bufan's head, theatrically preparing, before issuing a command to the system. System, apply the random cultivation enhancement card on Xiao Bufan. Ding. Host command received. Applying random cultivation enhancement card. Congratulations, host. Application successful. As the system's notification echoed, a surge of ethereal light erupted from Lin Chen's hand, inundating Xiao Bufan's body with power. Xiao Bufan cried out in astonishment. Subsequently, his cultivation advanced at a breathtaking pace, reaching the latter stage of the Golden Core. The pinnacle of the Golden Core, the initial stage of the nascent soul. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xiao Bufan's cultivation realm continuously ascended. After a considerable span of time, it finally ceased its progression, arriving at the initial stage of the void refinement. The spectators were left utterly speechless, particularly Liu Ruashi, who, witnessing Lin Chen's prowess for the first time, was nearly rendered breathless. Unbeknownst to her, this was merely a fundamental display of Lin Chen's capabilities. Master, your disciple expresses profound gratitude. Xiao Bufan exclaimed joyfully, immediately kneeling before Lin Chen in sincere reverence. It is worth noting that for an ordinary cultivator to reach the initial stage of void refinement, it would typically take several hundred, if not 1,000 or more years of arduous training. Yet, with just a slight intervention from his master, he had been spared centuries of relentless toil. Rise. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. He then turned his attention to Liu Ruashi. As for you, Lin Chen pondered momentarily. Why not remain by my side as a handmaiden? What? The idea of being a mere handmaiden to the leader of a small sect was incomprehensible to her. A dignified empress of the great Liang. Shi Tian and Xiao Bufan exchanged puzzled glances at Lin Chen's proposal, uncertain of his true intentions. What's this? Are you reluctant? Lin Chen inquired, never one to impose upon others. No. I am more than willing. Liu Ruashi hastily nodded, fearful of being misunderstood by Lin Chen. When she had implored him for rescue, she had vowed to serve him in any capacity. Thus, becoming a handmaiden seemed rather modest in comparison. Moreover, given Lin Chen's extraordinary abilities, staying by his side would undoubtedly yield benefits without any detriment. She was elated at the prospect and had no intention of declining. Soon thereafter, Lin Chen arranged all matters in order. With nothing pressing at hand, he sought a tranquil spot to recline and savor tea while humming a tune. Indeed, having a beautiful empress to serve him tea and water made for a most delightful existence. Meanwhile, in the eastern region, at the Heavenly Sword Sect, several key figures from various sects across the region convened. Led by the Heavenly Sword Sect and the mysterious pavilion, they were deliberating a grave matter. Esteemed friends, the Ascendant Sect has not only slaughtered disciples and formidable practitioners from various sects, but has also audaciously demanded our apologies. Such an affront is intolerable. We must unite and wage war against the Ascendant Sect. We shall eradicate them and restore peace to the eastern region, exclaimed Liu Yanran of the Heavenly Sword Sect, his voice filled with fury. Indeed, I support this course of action, proclaimed Huang Chong, the leader of the mysterious pavilion, stepping forward in agreement. Both had suffered losses of several esteemed disciples and outer elders during the exchange conference, though the deaths themselves were regrettable. The blatant disrespect shown towards the two premier sects was unacceptable if they remained unresponsive. Who would regard the Heavenly Sword Sect and the mysterious pavilion with any seriousness in the future? The very standing of these top-tier sects would be fundamentally undermined. Thus, it was imperative for the Heavenly Sword Sect and the mysterious pavilion to reclaim their dignity. With the two leading sects at the forefront, the remaining sects rallied in support. Indeed, how could a mere Ascendant sect presume to challenge us? Precisely. Even if the Wending sect is formidable, it cannot annihilate all of us. Indeed, let us confront them. The various sects have incurred significant losses at the exchange meeting. Now that an opportunity has arisen to reclaim our honor, we must not lag behind. However, some have voiced their concerns. It is rumored that the ancestral master of the Wending sect, Tiangang, is a peak emperor-level powerhouse. Despite our numbers, it is feared that we may not gain the upper hand. Recently, the news of Tiangang's resurrection has spread throughout the eastern domain. With Tiangang's presence, the Wending sect has transformed from an obscure sect to a top-tier sect, earning the respect of all. So, my friend, you are overly cautious. At this moment, Huang Chong, the master of the Xuanji Pavilion, chuckled. The rumors may not be entirely accurate. The outer elders sent to the exchange meeting possess relatively low cultivation levels, making it understandable that they could not discern Tiangang's true realm. In my opinion, even if Tiangang has been revived through secret arts, his cultivation cannot have returned to its peak. I surmise he is at most at the early stage of the Emperor realm, or perhaps even below that, merely a sovereign. Both the master of the Tianjin sect and I stand at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, and with our esteemed colleagues, we are more than capable of handling him. Furthermore, both the Xuanji Pavilion and the Tianjin sect boast several ancestors in the Emperor realm, and many of the sect masters also possess Emperor-level ancestors. Even if we were to falter, the combined might of these ancestors would surely be sufficient to eliminate a single Tiangang. Once Tiangang is vanquished, the Wending sect will pose no threat. Such wisdom from Huang Chong, the master of the prestigious Xuanji Pavilion, is both sound and convincing. Soon, all doubts were dispelled. Master Huang's insights are indeed profound. We stand in agreement. No further objections were raised, and the coalition to assault the Wending sect was thus formed. Never before has there been such unity in the eastern domain. United we stand. Seeing the opportune moment, Liu Yanran, the master of the Tianjin sect, stepped forward and proclaimed, "Gather all the formidable warriors from our various sects immediately. We shall march to Qingzhou and eradicate the Wending sect. We vow to obliterate the Wending sect." The crowd echoed his call, their voices resounding through the heavens. What of the ancient moon tower? At this moment, someone raised this concern. Liu Yanran scoffed. The Tianjin sect, the Xuanji Pavilion, and the ancient moon tower have long been at odds. And now that the Wending sect has provoked our wrath, the ancient moon tower has chosen to ally with them, openly opposing the collective of sects. This has incited the dissatisfaction of the various sects. Once we have extinguished the Wending sect, we shall collectively seek retribution against the ancient moon tower. Seizing this momentum, Huang Chong aimed to take down the ancient moon tower as well. Very well, let us eliminate this traitor, the ancient moon tower. Without a second thought, the crowd agreed. A grand conflict against the Wending sect and the ancient moon tower was imminent. Chapter 28. The storm approaches. The wind fills the building. News swiftly spread throughout the eastern domain. At this moment, within the Shao family, the Wending sect is in peril, and as an affiliated force, our Shao family cannot stand idly by. The patriarch of the Shao family spoke gravely, his voice low. We share this sentiment. The elders of the Shao family expressed unanimous agreement, not solely because the Shao family is an affiliated force of the Wending sect and bears such an obligation, but also due to the immense favor the Wending sect has bestowed upon them, even at the risk of their own annihilation. The Shao family feels compelled to assist without hesitation. Immediately, they summoned all disciples above the Golden Core stage to support the Wending sect. At the command of the family head, the Shao family swiftly mobilized, and soon, they were gathered in a grand procession heading towards the Wending sect. In this battle, they had resolved not to return alive. At the ancient moon tower, numerous core elders congregated, their eyes brimming with urgency as they awaited the arrival of a single individual. At last he emerged. The crowd immediately surrounded him, asking anxiously, "Master, what did the ancestors say?" "There is no need for hesitation. We shall fully support the Wending sect," declared the master of the ancient moon tower, by Li Wenda, with unwavering resolve. Did the several ancestors concur with this? Indeed, with the ancestors' consensus, there was no room for doubt. Since the report from Lu Nanzi, the ancient moon tower had placed unprecedented importance on the Wending sect. The consensus was clear. The Wending sect was destined to become a super sect within the Zhongxian realm, surpassing all other forces. In light of this, the ancient moon tower decided to take a gamble. Even if it meant opposing the entire eastern region, they would steadfastly align themselves with the Wending sect. This sentiment was echoed by the esteemed elders of the Emperor realm. With the ancestors presiding, significant calamities were unlikely to befall them. The remaining elders and disciples above the transformation stage would leave only a small contingent behind. The rest would accompany me to the Wending sect. Li Wenda officially announced the decision of the ancient moon tower. What about the esteemed elders? Someone inquired. All major sects are without their Emperor realm ancestors. The ancestors stated that should any of their old counterparts venture forth, they would not remain idle either. That is reassuring. Meanwhile, in the Imperial continent, at Yushuang Palace, a query arose from Jiang Shui. "Master, shall we not intervene in the matters of the Wending sect? Swear, your youth blinds you to some realities. The Wending sect is far away in the eastern region. Although Yushuang Palace is one of the 5 top-tier forces in the Imperial continent, our position remains precarious, constantly scrutinized by the other 4 major powers. To rashly involve ourselves in the affairs of the Wending sect, thereby opposing the entire eastern region, poses an excessive risk to Yushuang Palace." A graceful middle-aged woman, savoring her tea, spoke with an air of calm. But Jiang Shui sought to argue further. After all, the Wending sect was destined for greatness. Extending a hand while the Wending sect was still nascent would forge an unbreakable bond. If they waited until the Wending sect gained strength, their support would hold little value. Though she expressed her thoughts, her master remained unmoved. In truth, Jiang Shui understood everything. Her master simply chose to dismiss the potential of the Wending sect. She believed that Lin Chen and his disciples were not as extraordinary as rumored, and even the great bell used for testing talents might very well be a fabrication. Moreover, the so-called pinnacle ancestors of the Emperor realm might not be as formidable as claimed. If the Wending sect truly possessed strength, they should first weather this storm before anything else. The Yushuang Palace simply needs to observe the unfolding situation. There is no room for debate. All the elders share this sentiment, and even as a mentor, I am powerless to assist. For the time being, you must remain within the sect and refrain from venturing out. Once this tempest has passed, we shall discuss matters further. Jiang Shui's master, who is also the palace lord of Yushuang Palace, Nangang Ping, issued a stern command to an inner sect elder nearby. During this time, keep a close watch on Jiang Shui. Should any issues arise, she alone will be held accountable. Sighing, Jiang Shui realized that there was no room for negotiation in this matter. She could only gaze in the direction of the Wending sect, murmuring to herself, "Lord Lin, I have done all I can. I hope you can weather this storm." At Wending sect, under Lin Chen's transformation, the sect has begun to take on the appearance of a grand establishment. It occupies an extensive area, adorned with magnificent pavilions, suffused with an ethereal ambience. At this moment, Lin Chen was leisurely fishing by a lake on the back mountain, enjoying a tranquil respite. Lu Ruashi attended to him, ever at his beck and call. "Master, trouble has arisen. The major sects of the eastern region, led by the Tiangang sect and the Xuanji Pavilion, have assembled a force of over 100,000 cultivators, marching toward us at Wending sect." Suddenly, Shi Tian rushed over in a flurry of anxiety. "Oh, are they here to apologize?" Lin Chen chuckled. "It hasn't been long since their last visit, and their attitude appears quite sincere." "No, master, you misunderstand. They are not here to apologize. They seek to attack Wending sect. They intend to annihilate us." Shi Tian stammered, but ultimately relayed the grim news. "Is such a trivial matter enough to leave you in such a state of panic? How can I entrust you with the sect's affairs in the future?" Lin Chen's expression remained calm. "They are merely a rabble, with the protection of our ancestors and the defensive array. What does it matter if they come with 1,000,000 cultivators? In the realm of cultivation, it has never been about numbers, but rather whose cultivation level is superior, whose treasures and formations are more formidable." "You are right, master. I was mistaken, Shi Tian said, lowering his head in embarrassment. In terms of composure, he fell far short compared to his master. Lin Chen resumed his leisurely fishing for a while longer, then instructed the Empress of Daliang, Ruoshi. You must make a trip to inform the ancestors. Tell them that I command them to safeguard the sect. If the enemy's emperors all arrive, they must hold the defensive array and not engage in battle. If the enemy's emperors are absent, then let us slay as many as come, without mercy. Wouldn't that result in a great loss of life? There are over 100,000 cultivators. Liu Ruoshi was taken aback, but quickly agreed and turned to head toward the ancestor's secluded chamber. 2 days later, outside the gates of Wending Sect, a thunderous voice echoed across the skies. All members of Wending Sect, come forth and face your demise. Otherwise, we shall raze Wending Sect to the ground, leaving no trace behind. At some point, over 1 million cultivators had gathered here, densely packed, stretching as far as the eye could see. Countless massive warships hovered in the air, exuding an overwhelming presence. Beneath the blazing sun, banners fluttered, emblazoned with the names of the major sects: Tiangang Sect, Xuanji Pavilion, Liang Sect, Yunlang Pavilion, Azure Gate, and Wuyun Hall. Almost every significant sect of the eastern region had arrived. Even lesser-known sects, whose names are hardly remembered, have joined the fray, eager to present themselves before the prominent figures of the major sects and become familiar faces. Those unaware might easily mistake this for the outbreak of a grand war between regions. Few would anticipate that such a multitude of sects had mobilized merely to confront a once inconsequential sect that, a year prior, consisted solely of Lin Chen. Of course, even now, their numbers are scant, barely a dozen. A profound silence envelopes the scene. Why has no one emerged yet? A furrowed brow prompted a question. Since we are here, why not act decisively? Let us reduce the entire Mount Wending to rubble. Yes, I refuse to believe they can hide within Mount Wending for all eternity. Many expressed their impatience, clamoring for action. Indeed, Huang Chong, the master of the Xuanji Pavilion, stroked his chin thoughtfully. He then turned his gaze toward Bai Li Wendao. I believe it is feasible. The latter nodded in agreement. However, just as they were about to strike, several small warships hastily approached from the distance. Soon after, hundreds of individuals flew forth, shouting furiously, if you wish to attack Mount Wending, you must first step over the corpses of the Shao family. Chapter 29. The Shao family and Guiyue Tower find themselves in dire straits. The Shao family? Which Shao family? Many were taken aback, especially the senior members of the major sects who had never even heard of the Shao family. Observing the hundreds of individuals, they were baffled as to where they had emerged from, noticing that their cultivation levels were quite unimpressive. The bearded middle-aged man leading them was merely at mid-stage integration, and the disciples trailing behind him were even more dismal in strength, with half of them possessing only the golden core realm. How dare these individuals attempt to obstruct 1 million cultivators? Who granted them such audacity? This was a third-rate power from Longzhou. Those hailing from Longzhou recognized the identity of these hundreds. The Shao family, once a first-rate power in Longzhou, had now fallen into decline. It was rumored that they had recently become an affiliated force of Mount Wending. The mere explanation, rather than clarifying, nearly incited laughter among the crowd. I initially thought they hailed from a major sect. Turns out they are merely a bunch of insignificant rogues. Just whose courage do they possess? Truly laughable. The crowd laughed unabashedly, leaving the members of the Shao family flushed with humiliation. Yet, despite the scorn, not a single one retreated an inch. A soldier dies for his comrade. Without Mount Wending's intervention, they would have perished during the assaults from the Sun and Zhao families. Now was the time to repay the great favor of Mount Wending. Battle! The entire Shao family shouted in unison. Annihilate these ants. Liu Yanran stood on the warship, hands clasped behind his back, his garments billowing without wind. His expression remained unchanged as he lightly gestured forward with his finger. Instantly, thousands of cultivators cackled with glee, like ravenous wolves spotting a flock of sheep, surging forward to encircle the members of the Shao family. One need not ponder the fate awaiting the Shao family. The wolf-like cultivators moved to strike. However, at that moment, dozens of colossal warships suddenly burst onto the scene. Each vessel measures approximately 1,000 feet in length and rises several hundred feet high. The hull is meticulously crafted from exceptionally resilient alder wood, adorned with numerous pieces of obsidian. This obsidian possesses the remarkable ability to withstand spiritual attacks. Such magnificent and opulent warships can only originate from powerful factions. It is utterly inconceivable for ordinary or smaller forces to possess such financial means. Indeed, it soon became evident to all that each warship bore a flag emblazoned with 3 striking characters: Ancient Moon Tower. Everyone was taken aback. Previously, the Ancient Moon Tower had refrained from sending representatives to the discussions, clearly indicating a reluctance to cooperate with the prominent sections. Yet now, they had suddenly made their appearance. What could their true intentions be? Anyone who dares to harm the Shao family will become the enemy of the ancient moon tower. A figure materialized above the warship, and a rift in the void appeared before him. He stepped forward. In the next moment, he traversed the rift and positioned himself in front of the members of the Shao family. With a mere wave of his hand, he dispelled the attacks of several thousand individuals. Those thousands of cultivators were struck as if by lightning, each one spewing forth blood and being sent flying. The disparity in their realms was overwhelmingly vast. Had the figure not shown mercy, it was likely that many would have already perished. Clearly, he did not wish to completely sever ties. Li Wenda, Liu Yanran, and Huang Chong exchanged glances, their expressions tightening. Before the peak of supremacy that was Li Wenda, these thousands of cultivators appeared as mere ants, easily extinguished. Moments later, thousands from the ancient moon tower also arrived, and the two sides stood in confrontation. Was the ancient moon tower truly declaring enmity against the entire eastern region? Liu Yanran gritted his teeth. Though displeased, he acknowledged that the ancient moon tower was one of the three premier powers in the eastern region, with profound foundations and a multitude of strong practitioners. Even with their numbers, they had to weigh their actions carefully. Do you, Liu Yanran, represent the entirety of the eastern region? Li Wenda chuckled. You oppressed the disciples of the Wending sect first. When they retaliated, you were displeased and sought to unite against their sect. What kind of logic is that in this world? Such fallacious reasoning. Liu Yanran was incensed. In terms of verbal sparring, even 100 Liu Yangxios could not match Li Wenda. Yet, this was the realm of cultivation. If mere words could deter enemies, what need would there be for strength? Quickly, let your ancient moon tower members step aside. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Liu Yanran suppressed his fury. Although he desired to annihilate the ancient moon tower, the time was not yet ripe. Then let there be battle. If they wish to destroy the Wending sect, they must first eradicate our ancient moon tower. Li Wenda spoke the most resolute words in the calmest tone. Since these individuals refused to retreat, there was no need to waste further breath. As cultivators, we fear not the clash. Brother Liu, do not say too much. At that moment, Huang Chong interjected. He stands at the peak of supremacy, and we too are at the peak. 2 against 1, the advantage lies with us. Moreover, we have over 10 supreme experts behind us. Destroying the ancient moon tower would be as effortless as turning one's hand. Why not seize this opportunity to avoid another journey to the ancient moon tower? Upon hearing this, Liu Yanran pondered briefly before agreeing. Very well. Since Guyu Tower is so eager to meet its demise, let us oblige. With a sweeping gesture, Liu Yanran commanded the million cultivators behind him to surge forward like a swarm of locusts. The night sky was illuminated as treasures flew through the air, and various spells cast brilliant lights, transforming the darkness into a scene as bright as day. The several thousand members of Guyu Tower quickly found themselves at a disadvantage, their ranks thinning amidst the cries of despair. In the briefest of moments, they had already lost 1/10 of their forces. Nevertheless, they remained resolute in protecting the Shao family members, for with their meager cultivation, they would soon become mere cannon fodder. Li Wenda, your end is nigh? Both Liu Yanran and Huang Chong launched their attacks simultaneously. Dragon's Fury. Liu Yanran wielded a supreme greatsword, unleashing an unparalleled sword technique that conjured a black dragon of sword energy, charging forth with overwhelming might. Mystical Compass. Activate. Huang Chang's compass spun rapidly, emitting a series of clicks as it expanded in size before unleashing 64 dazzling rays of light. The 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation. In an instant, the formation encircled Li Wenda, trapping him at its center. Mere trifles. Li Wenda remained unfazed. With a mere thought, an ancient copper mirror materialized 3 feet before him. As he swiftly formed hand seals, the mirror radiated a brilliant glow. Break. The ancient mirror emitted a soft blue luminescence, akin to a moonlit pool in the night sky. This gentle light, upon contact with the black dragon, swiftly diminished its formidable might, ultimately dissipating into silence. Likewise, the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation faltered, failing to confine Li Wenda. Seeing this, Huang Chong retracted the formation, coldly observing Li Wenda. Gentlemen, if you seek to slay me, your current methods are insufficient. Li Wenda stood with his hands clasped behind his back, fully aware that the previous exchanges were mere probing attempts. Although they had clashed for many years, neither had truly engaged the other, leaving much about each other's trump cards shrouded in mystery. Despite his outwardly relaxed demeanor, Li Wenda felt a twinge of tension, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the 2 adversaries. Liu, cease the testing. Let us conclude this swiftly. Agreed. The 2 reached a consensus. They no longer held back, unleashing their most formidable techniques in unison against Li Wenda. Meanwhile, within the Wending sect, Lin Chen observed the events unfolding outside the mountain gate with perfect clarity. The protective formation projected the external scene without reservation, offering a panoramic view from every angle. Behind Lin Chen stood all 16 members of the Wending sect. "Master, will you not make a move?" Li Tiangang expressed his confusion, concerned that if they did not intervene soon, the people of Guyu Tower would be annihilated. Xiao Bufan was equally anxious, fearing for his kin outside. If his master did not act soon, he would never see his father again. "Patience," Lin Chen replied with a calm smile. Previously, he too had suspected that Guyu Tower might be orchestrating a performance. After all, the Wending sect had no real connection with the Guyu Tower, and the latter had no compelling reason to align itself with the former. Yet, when the Guyu Tower truly paid a significant price, it stirred emotions within them. "Ancestor, take action," Lin Chen declared, his gaze intense and his voice resolute. Chapter 30. The Ancestor strikes, sweeping away all obstacles. No retreat. Many from the Guyu Tower were drenched in blood, yet they fought valiantly without yielding. "Let us out. We wish to join the battle." The head of the Shao family shouted anxiously. The Shao clan was trapped within a defensive barrier, unable to escape. "Very well. But only those above the transformation stage may emerge." One elder from the Guyu Tower gritted his teeth. Such a level of combat was far too perilous for those below the transformation stage. Even if they were allowed outside, it would merely be a gift of death, increasing casualties needlessly. Kill. Once dozens of Shao family members above the transformation stage emerged, they became frenzied with bloodlust. However, their adversaries were not only numerous, but also exceptionally powerful. In a short time, the Shao clan suffered the loss of 7 or 8 members. Yet, the remaining Shao warriors did not mourn. Instead, they laughed heartily. "Ha! Brothers, I shall go ahead, and I will follow shortly." With that, they resumed their bloody struggle. On the other side, Li Wendao found himself increasingly overwhelmed by the combined assaults of Liu Yanran and Huang Chong, teetering on the brink of despair. Several grave wounds marred his body, blood and flesh mangled. Was what the Guyu Tower was doing truly right? He questioned himself repeatedly. Yet, the relentless barrage from his opponents left him no time to ponder. He could only muster all his strength to defend. Li Wendao, today is your day of reckoning. Do not struggle further. Your demise is inevitable." Liu Yanran and Huang Chong proclaimed with triumphant glee. Upon hearing this, Li Wendao remained silent, the bitterness at the corners of his mouth becoming more pronounced. Soon after, he found himself ensnared once more in a dire predicament. The Xuanji compass trapped him within the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation again, this time with Huang Chong employing numerous hidden cards, amplifying the formation's power several-fold. Li Wendao found it nearly impossible to break free. "Divine slaying," Liu Yanran shouted, as a beam of sword light descended from the heavens, imbued with overwhelming might, conjuring a tempest that tore through the void, heading straight for Li Wendao. This move was an unpassed sword technique of the Heavenly Sword sect. Should it strike, even if he did not perish, he would sustain grievous injuries and lose his combat effectiveness. "Heaven has forsaken me." Li Wendao's face twisted in despair as he sighed heavenward. Just as he and the others from the Guyu Tower found themselves in a similar predicament, a strange buzzing resonated in many minds, akin to a system crash, plunging them into sudden blankness. They stood frozen, halting their battle. Yet, the Guyu Tower and the Shao clan remained entirely unaffected. Seizing the opportunity, they mercilessly harvested the lives of countless cultivators, while their opponents could only watch helplessly, powerless to intervene. Is this the might of an emperor? Liu Yanran and Huang Cheng's expressions turned grave beyond measure. Though their actions remained unaffected, their spirits were profoundly burdened. What had once been a promising situation was abruptly reversed by the appearance of a single individual. Before them stood a person who effortlessly shattered their combined assault. The aura emanating from him suggested he was at least in the early stages of the Emperor realm. The ancestor of the Asking Summit sect was indeed an emperor. A chill surged through both of them simultaneously. Despite the narrow gap between the peak of the Supreme Realm and the early stages of the Emperor realm, it represented an insurmountable chasm. Even given a millennium, they could scarcely hope to traverse this divide and attain the status of emperor. Their combined efforts were utterly inadequate against a mere early-stage emperor. Retreat. In that moment, they found themselves devoid of the courage to fight, hastily withdrawing. Yet, in the blink of an eye, countless bolts of lightning coalesced and ensnared them firmly. Offenders of the Asking Summit shall perish. As Li Tiangang's icy voice echoed, a torrential downpour of lightning descended, instantly engulfing the two. The brilliance was blinding. All that could be seen were flashes of lightning, obscuring their forms. Amidst the tempest of thunder, the terrified screams of the two could be heard. This spectacle left countless onlookers in utter shock. Was this the manifestation of an emperor's power? Two unparalleled experts at the peak of the supreme realm found themselves utterly powerless before an emperor. Was this truly the ancestor of the Asking Summit? Wending, having narrowly escaped death, felt his heart race violently. While he was relieved, a thread of worry lingered. Although it had been confirmed that the ancestor of the Asking Summit was indeed an emperor, there were over a dozen other sects, each possessing their own emperor ancestors. He pondered whether the Asking Summit's ancestor was at the pinnacle of the emperor realm and whether he could withstand a coordinated assault from so many. As he indulged in these troubling thoughts, two figures suddenly burst forth from the storm of lightning, their appearance utterly disheveled. Both were charred blackened. Liu Yanran had lost an arm, while Huang Chang was a gruesome sight, nearly unrecognizable. They were filled with dread and horror. Upon escaping the storm, they did not pause for a moment, channeling all their spiritual energy as they frantically fled toward their own sect, shouting, "Ancestor, save us!" Tiangang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Remarkably, two mere peak supremes had survived a full-force strike from him. They possessed some skill. However, this was where it would end. With his left hand resting behind his back and sword in his right, Tiangang stepped into the void. Though the two moved with incredible speed, it was still no match for him. In no time, he traversed the void and caught up to them. Without the aid of any magical artifacts, he employed his innate abilities to immobilize them, rendering them powerless. With each step he took, the surrounding void resonated with a low hum. Each footfall weighed heavily upon their hearts, instilling a profound terror within them. For the first time in millennia, they were confronted with the stark reality of death. This time, they could truly perish. "Senior, please do not kill me. It is all a misunderstanding." The two individuals, gripped by terror, pleaded for mercy. Had their bodies not been rendered immobile, they would likely have prostrated themselves fervently. What value does dignity hold when one's life is at stake? By the decree of the sect leader, any who offend the Wending sect shall face execution without mercy. Although I, the elder, would prefer to spare you, I dare not defy the sect leader's command. Tiangang chuckled softly, uttering these words. Upon hearing this, the two men trembled uncontrollably. What? The sect leader's command? As they witnessed the impending demise of the leaders of two paramount factions, the majority of the over 1 million cultivators momentarily abandoned their battles. Their gazes fixated upon this unfolding scene. A venerable ancestor of a sect, the very foundation of the sect, was to submit to the sect leader? If memory serves correctly, the sect leader of Wending sect, Lin Chen, had merely attained the pinnacle of the integration stage, did he not? Tiangang's words were evidently a mere excuse. It was clear he had no intention of sparing Liu Yanran and Huang Chang. Words were futile. You may depart in peace. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Tiangang's eyes as he prepared to strike, when suddenly, fissures appeared in the surrounding void. Before anyone emerged, several anxious voices, imbued with authority and age yet tinged with a hint of supplication, echoed from within. "Fellow cultivator, refrain from acting hastily. Spare their lives." No sooner had the words been spoken than over 10 aged figures emerged from the rifts in the void. Each emanated an aura that was both terrifying and decrepit, their faces lined with deep wrinkles, embodying the frailty of age. Their cultivation had reached the realm of the emperors, with 3 from the Tiangang sect, 3 from the Xuanji Pavilion, and others hailing from various major sections. Yet, due to the prolonged years of cultivation, their lifespans, which typically extend to 100,000 years at the emperor stage, were nearly depleted. To stave off the encroachment of the heavenly Tao and prolong their existence, they were forced to lie within coffins crafted from special materials, akin to rats hiding in dark corners, struggling to survive. Should they step into the light of day, their lifespans would slip away like sand through fingers. Were it not for the extraordinary circumstances, they would never have emerged from their coffins. "Elder, save me." The moment these ancestors appeared, Liu Yanran and his companion felt overwhelming joy, believing that they might indeed survive this ordeal. Chapter 31. Dare to provoke the Wending sect. "And this shall be your fate. Who do you think you are? Why should I heed your words?" Tiangang snorted dismissively. "Fellow cultivator, your cultivation is divine. We are in awe." An elder from the Tiangang sect, who had attained mid-emperor stage, stepped forward. "If you are willing to spare them, I shall take responsibility, and the grievances between our sects shall be resolved." The Tiangang sect is willing to forge a lasting alliance with the Wending sect, mutually aiding one another. In this way, you may frequently engage with us in discussions on the path to immortality. Would that not be a splendid affair? Indeed. An elder from the Xuanji Pavilion also stepped forward. The Xuanji Pavilion shares the same sentiment as the Tiangang sect. Our younger generation acted thoughtlessly and offended your esteemed sect. We have come specifically to mend our past grievances. We implore you to show mercy and spare their lives. The demeanor of the two elders was profoundly sincere. The ancestors of various major sects expressed their agreement, each offering their own promises. They were left with no choice. The fates of Liu Yanran and his companion rested in the hands of others, who could take them away at any moment. They could only speak humbly, urging Tiangang to release the captives. After all, the once mighty supreme power of yesteryears represented the future foundation of their sect, with a strong possibility of reaching the realm of the emperors. Once the lifespans of these old-timers ran out, their sect would rely solely on the younger generation of Liu Yanran. The loss of even one would be a tremendous blow if Tiangang were to release them. The multitude of emperors present could easily unite to eliminate him. However, upon hearing these words, Tiangang suddenly burst into laughter, covering his eyes. Ha ha ha. What do you mean by that, my friends? The faces of the several emperors contorted with unease, sensing an ominous premonition. I find it amusing how highly you think of yourselves. Tiangang finally ceased his laughter, the disdain in his gaze becoming increasingly apparent. You are nothing but wretched creatures hiding in the shadows. You dare to discuss the path of Tao with me? Huh. You are unworthy. We, as cultivators, should battle against the heavens. Yet you have long since lost the courage to live and die for a cause. Henceforth, you are only fit to cower in your coffins, waiting for death. Tiangang looked down upon them with utter contempt. You. The elders felt their faces flush with embarrassment, stung by Tiangang's words. Yet, they could not refute him, for he spoke the truth. Nevertheless, his next statement offered a glimmer of hope. However, such a significant matter cannot be decided by me alone. I must seek the will of the sect master. With that, Tiangang turned toward the direction of the Wending sect. There, Lin Chen stood resolute as a mountain. All eyes turned to the Wending sect, and Liu Yanran and his companions seemed to await the judgment of fate, their throats dry and tension palpable. The vast battlefield, filled with over 1 million cultivators, fell into an eerie silence. Thump, thump, thump. Each individual could distinctly hear the sound of their own heartbeat. After a prolonged moment, a detached voice drifted from the Wending sect, uttering a single word: kill. As soon as the word left his lips, Tiangang swung his sword, cleaving Liu Yanran in two. The sword light contained a unique force of law, extinguishing all vitality within Liu Yanran. Immediately following, Tiangang seized Huang Chang by the head, and amidst Huang Chang's terrified screams, he gripped tightly. Boom! The head exploded violently, and the body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Just as the primordial spirit attempted to escape, Tiangang captured it, swiftly refining it. His actions were decisive and unwavering. This shocking spectacle left those nearest speechless with terror. Many retreated in haste. Were it not for the presence of the elders, they would have fled the battlefield, seeking to distance themselves as much as possible. How could the leaders of the three major powers of the eastern region perish in such a manner? It was utterly ruthless. The Wending sect is truly prepared to engage in a relentless battle against the entire eastern domain. In the distance, onlookers felt their hearts skip a beat, scarcely believing their own eyes. Two formidable beings at the pinnacle of supremacy, and the Wending sect declares a death sentence. Such audacity! Those who dare to provoke the Wending sect shall meet this fate. Tiangang kicked the corpses of the two adversaries, sending them crashing before a group of venerable elders. Arrogance, contempt, dominance. They utterly disregarded the assembly of ancient figures. The events transpired with astonishing swiftness, lightning fast. The two had perished before anyone could react. Even as the bodies landed at their feet, the elders maintained expressions of shock, struggling to comprehend the reality. He truly dared. The elders were utterly incensed, especially the 6 great emperors from the Tianjin sect and the Xuanji Pavilion, their fury igniting like wildfire. The decayed yet terrifying aura of the emperors erupted, creating monstrous waves of force that sent the crowd reeling. Today, you shall surely perish. No one can save the Wending sect. Let us unite and first eliminate Tiangang, then eradicate the Wending sect. The highest-ranking elder of the Tianjin sect, a hobbled old man at the mid-emperor level, was but a step away from advancing to the latter stage of emperor. With a furious roar, the other elder emperors summoned their respective life treasures, surrounding Tiangang in a deadly encirclement. Initially, they had exercised caution, but with 2 juniors deceased, all restraint was abandoned. Against the combined might of so many emperors, even if Tiangang were at the pinnacle of emperor, he would surely meet his demise here. You proceed to the Wending sect. Do not let yourselves be caught in the crossfire. Tiangang remained unfazed, casually waving his hand, transporting all members of the ancient Moon Pavilion and the Shao family into the protective formation of the Wending sect. Previously, Lin Chen had instructed Tiangang to find an opportunity to secure everyone within the protective Grand Array. With the Grand Array safeguarding them, they would be entirely secure. This allowed Li Tiangang to unleash his full potential without the worry of harming his own people. Greetings, Sect Master Lin. Upon arriving before Lin Chen, Li Wendao bowed respectfully. Although his cultivation was several realms above Lin Chen's, he dared not adopt an air of superiority. For he understood that even the emperor-level Li Tiangang treated Lin Chen with utmost reverence. Not to mention, Lin Chen was merely a supreme Lord by Li. There is no need for such formality. The Wending sect is in peril, and the ancient moon pavilion has traveled countless miles to provide aid to our cause. I am profoundly grateful. Henceforth, the Wending sect shall stand as the most steadfast ally of the ancient moon pavilion. Should there be any need, please do not hesitate to ask. The Wending sect shall never decline. In the spirit of reciprocity, Lin Chen assured Li Wendao. Such is splendid news. Li Wendao smiled, marking the two sects as allies in this tumultuous sea. Lord Li, Lord Xiao, please take these healing elixirs. Each of you should consume one, and you will soon recover. Lin Chen observed the numerous injuries among the crowd, especially noting Li Wendao, who was gravely wounded, nearly at death's door. Thank you, Sect Master Lin. Li Wendao did not hesitate. Upon receiving the elixir, he promptly dispatched it to the crowd, partaking of a pill himself. Initially, he presumed that Lin Chen was merely a peak cultivator of the harmonization stage, incapable of presenting anything of true value. Yet, unable to decline such earnest hospitality, he accepted it. To his astonishment, shortly after consuming the healing elixir, his wounds began to mend at an astonishing pace. Before long, he was nearly restored to his former state. Li, your injuries are severe. You may consume several more, Lin Chen remarked, witnessing Li Wendao's surprise. This elixir not only heals wounds, but its residual potency can also enhance your cultivation. Excellent, Li Wendao exclaimed, taking 2 more pills. Indeed, his injuries soon vanished completely, and he felt an unparalleled lightness in his body, his state reaching its zenith. Moreover, he sensed a subtle enhancement in his cultivation. A similar phenomenon unfolded among the others, who marveled at the miraculous effects of the elixir. Such a potent remedy, if placed on the black market, would undoubtedly fetch an exorbitant price. In critical moments, it could be life-saving. A single pill could alter the tide of battle, shifting the balance of offense and defense. Lin Chen had generously provided numerous healing pills, ensuring that each person received several to keep. Consequently, smiles adorned every face. Meanwhile, outside the protective formation, Li Tiangang had engaged in combat with over a dozen emperors. A shadow of worry crossed Li Wendao's face. He wondered about the true realm of the ancestral figure of the Wending sect. Could he withstand such a united assault from so many emperors? If he could not, what would become of them? Elder, if you cannot prevail, retreat into the protective formation. Do not engage in a futile death struggle, Lin Chen conveyed through a discreet transmission. The elder was now the pillar of the Wending sect. Should anything befall him, the sect might very well face annihilation. Rest assured, Sect Master, I know my limits, Li Tiangang replied, effortlessly severing a roaring fire dragon. Having lived for several millennia, he was certainly not foolish enough to act recklessly. Should the tide turn against him, retreating into the protective formation was the prudent course. Only a fool would fight to the death without retreat. Indeed, he was a peak emperor. Even a coalition of numerous emperors struggled to subdue Li Tiangang, while his strikes forced several of them to join forces merely to dissipate the onslaught. They finally comprehended the truth of the rumors. At this moment, some regretted provoking the Wending sect. Initially, they had lost only a few personal disciples and elders, yet now they faced the loss of 2 peak sovereigns. Furthermore, even with the toll on their lifespans, victory was not assured. What a thrill. It has been ages since I engaged in such exhilarating combat. Unleash your full strength. Do not disappoint this old man. Li Tiangang laughed heartily, deflecting the assaults of his adversaries while simultaneously striking out with his sword elsewhere. A casual strike from a peak emperor upon 100,000 cultivators would spell disaster. A terrifying sword light, imbued with fearsome thunder, tore through the void, spanning vast distances, and struck down with devastating force. The crimson clouds above were cleaved in twain, leaving a deep scar that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. Below, the cultivators fell like ants, with tens of thousands perishing instantly, regardless of their realm. Be it the god transformation, void refinement, or fusion stages, everyone met the same grim fate. The might of the emperor was insurmountable. Such a level of conflict was beyond our capacity to engage. Flee, as comrades fell lifelessly around them. The remaining cultivators, without waiting for their elders' commands, hastily retreated. Yet, the distance they managed to escape was negligible in the eyes of Li Tiangang. Damn it! The old men were nearly grinding their teeth in frustration. They sought to intervene, but it was too late. Even more infuriating was Li Tianggang's delight in his success. Choosing not to advance, but merely to fend off their attacks, occasionally striking downwards with his sword. Despicable, shameless, unforgivable. The elders raged in futile anger, forced to divide their attention and remain vigilant against Li Tiangang's treachery. Nevertheless, he still managed to unleash several sword lights upon the multitude of cultivators. Just from those few strikes, another 100,000 cultivators fell. Finally, after deflecting numerous casual sword strikes from Li Tiangang, the limping elder could no longer endure. The 8 Desolation Fire Dragon Formation. Arise. With the retrieval of an ancient mirror, he bit his tongue, releasing a mouthful of his vital blood. Instantly, flames blazed forth from the ancient mirror. 8 colossal fire dragons, roaring and clawing, surged forth, instantly growing to thousands of feet in length, their might overwhelming. This was it. The other elders recognized that the limping elder was prepared to fight to the death. After this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, they would undoubtedly suffer a significant toll on their lifespans. But there was no time to ponder that now. First, they must eliminate Li Tiangang. Thus, the 7 most powerful elders positioned themselves strategically as previously agreed, while the others guarded the weaker points to prevent Li Tiangang from escaping. Is this the ancient formation seized by the founder of the Heavenly Sword sect after slaying countless cultivators? Li Tianggang's expression grew unusually grave. The Heavenly Sword sect had a legacy spanning over 1,000,000 years, and by the time Li Tiangang had risen, the sect was already a formidable entity. He had certainly heard of the 8 Desolation Fire Dragon Formation and knew its formidable nature, but it was too late to withdraw to the Ascended sect. A bagua pattern suddenly formed beneath Li Tianggang's feet. Flames surged skyward, encircling him entirely without leaving a single gap. Extreme Sun True Fire. Li Tianggang's heart sank. Damn, I was careless and failed to evade. This Extreme Sun True Fire, with its dark hue, was among the most terrifying flames of the time. Ordinary cultivators would perish upon contact. Had it been any other fire-based technique, even an Emperor's, Li Tiangang would not have been overly concerned. But this Extreme Sun True Fire could genuinely injure him. This is troublesome. Li Tiangang furrowed his brow tightly. He is trapped. It's the end for him. The elderly men were filled with excitement. Throughout history, the appearance of the 8 Desolation Fire Dragon Formation has been rare. Yet, each time it manifested, it was invariably accompanied by bloodshed. All cultivators trapped within this formation, regardless of their level of mastery, met with an inevitable demise, without exception. To death. The expressions of the old men gradually turned sinister. As they collectively pointed forward, the 8 fire dragons surged with renewed vigor, roaring as they charged towards Li Tiangang. Once ensnared by these 8 fire dragons, even if they could not immediately subdue Li Tiangang, he would ultimately exhaust his spiritual energy and perish. Ancestor. In the Wending sect, everyone covered their mouths, unable to bear to look any longer. Master, you must think of a way to save the ancestor. Shi Tian and Xiao Bufan shouted anxiously. In their eyes, their master possessed unparalleled powers, surely capable of rescuing the ancestor. The members of Guyue Tower, including Bailey Wendao, wore tense expressions, their hearts sinking to the depths. The Xiao family members clenched their fists tightly. No need to rush, let us observe for now, Lin Chen said calmly. A smile gracing his face. The crowd was puzzled. At such a critical moment, how could Lin Chen remain so composed? Did he possess some hidden card? Skepticism lingered among them, yet they had no course of action but to anxiously monitor the unfolding situation. In the shadows, 3 aged figures appeared restless, seemingly struggling to make a decision. What should we do? Should we help? These 3 were the venerable ancestors of Guyue Tower. Upon learning that the old men from various sects had mobilized, they hastened to the Wending sect. However, upon arrival, they were confronted with such a dire situation. The 8 Desolation Fire Dragon Formation was exceedingly perilous. Should they intervene, they could very well be caught in its snares. Indeed, assisting Li Tiangang posed considerable risks. The 3 ancestors were acutely aware of the dangers involved. Nevertheless, from the moment they chose to wager on the Wending sect, they had already severed any path of retreat. Should Li Tiangang fall, the various sects would undoubtedly unite to obliterate Guyue Tower. Rather than await their doom, it would be better to take a bold gamble. The formation was difficult to breach from within, but if they attacked the formation's core from the outside, there might still be a chance to shatter it. Once the formation was broken, they could join forces with Li Tiangang, shifting the advantage to their side. Let us assist. The 3 ancestors exchanged glances, their resolve solidified. Subsequently, they summoned their innate treasures, gathering sufficient spiritual energy, and unleashed a powerful spell simultaneously toward a specific point of the formation. At the same time, the 3 ancestors surged forward, shouting, Li Daoyu, do not panic. We are here to aid you. Chapter 33, Breaking the Formation, Turning the Tide. It's those three old ghosts from Guyue Tower, truly unaware of their own mortality. Very well, today we shall eliminate all three of you. The elderly men recognized the trio at a glance. Their long-standing grievances only intensified their fury upon meeting on the battlefield. Aside from the 8 great emperors guarding the 8 desolate fire dragon formation, all others launched their assaults against the 3 venerable ancestors of the ancient moon tower. The air was filled with the cacophony of spells colliding, unleashing cataclysmic power. The battles among the emperors transcended the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. With the exception of the Wending sect, protected by their sacred formation, the surrounding areas were devastated by the onslaught of terrifying spells, reduced to desolate wasteland. The ground was scorched, many mountain peaks obliterated into dust. The cultivators from various sects had long retreated to a distance of over 100,000 miles. Yet, even that was not without peril. Some audacious souls dared to invoke their divine abilities to observe the battle, hoping to gain insight into profound spells. However, a shockwave from the conflict surged forth, causing yet another wave of casualties to ascend to the heavens. Flee. This place is not safe. The onlookers gasped in horror, hastily employing their escape techniques to retreat several 100,000 miles before daring to pause and catch their breath. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the 3 venerable ancestors found themselves increasingly overwhelmed by the joint assault of 6 or 7 great emperors, their faces etched with growing anxiety. Although they had seized opportunities to strike the formation's core multiple times, they failed to breach the 8 desolate fire dragon formation. The blazing true fire of extreme radiance continued to burn fiercely, completely sealing Tiangang within the array, obscuring their view of the inner situation. Alas, the 3 venerable ancestors silently lamented their plight. They had initially intended to unleash their full might, only to find themselves ensnared in such a dire predicament. Attempts to attack the formation's core were thwarted by the seasoned adversaries, leaving them with no chance to strike. And any thoughts of retreat were equally futile. 3 venerable ancestors, by Li Wendao and the others from the ancient moon tower exclaimed, their voices tinged with alarm. These 3 venerable ancestors were the very foundation of the ancient moon tower. Their demise would spell the end for the sect. A palpable dread washed over everyone, their faces betraying an uncontrollable panic. If this continued, the 3 venerable ancestors were doomed. Yet, just as despair threatened to engulf them, the battlefield was suddenly engulfed in a tempest of change. From the tumultuous flames, a colossal storm erupted. The tempest grew ever larger, the surging true fire of extreme radiance swirling violently, coalescing into a massive fiery tornado. All laws of the world, I shall shatter with a single stroke. The voice thundered. A torrent of overwhelming sword light surged forth from within the fiery vortex. Boom. The tornado of flames was cleaved in two. The residual force of the sword light surged toward the limping old man. How is this possible? The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. This was an ancient and fearsome formation set by 8 great emperors, the 8 desolate fire dragon formation. Was it truly being dismantled so easily? Before he could ponder further, the sword light was upon him, unstoppable. Without time to think, he grasped the ancient mysterious mirror to parry the blow. The force of the sword light was immense, compounded by Li Tiangang's formidable strength, sending the ancient mirror spiraling out of his control. Just as he intended to retrieve it, Li Tiangang's sword had already pierced toward him with deadly precision. The old man was alarmed. He hastily retreated, but he was a moment too late. Whoosh! His arm was severed cleanly by Li Tiangang's blade, blood gushing forth. The ancient Tian was grasped firmly by Li Tiangang, who swiftly dispelled the restrictions within it. The Tian severed its connection with the limping old man, becoming a possession without an owner. Alarmed, the elderly figures experienced a dramatic change in countenance. This outcome was entirely unforeseen, leaving them momentarily at a standstill, unsure of how to proceed. The 8 Desolation Fire Dragon formation not only failed to inflict any substantial damage on Li Tiangang, but it also resulted in the loss of the ancient Xianjian. They had irrevocably lost their trump card. Is this truly the 8 Desolation Xian Fire Mirror? Indeed, it is a remarkable treasure. Had it not been for the sect leader lending me this indelible robe, I might have perished here today. However, as long as the extreme sun true fire cannot harm me, dismantling this formation is not particularly challenging. Regrettably, this formation requires 8 individuals of identical realms to simultaneously occupy the 8 formation nodes to activate it. Otherwise, I, the ancestral figure, could have set this formation and ensured that none of these old-timers could escape. Li Tiangang directly stamped his soul imprint upon the 8 Desolation Xian Fire Mirror before stowing it away. Li Tiangang returned the Xianjian. Upon witnessing this, the 3 elders of the Tianjian sect felt a sharp pang of anguish, their mouths twitching. The limping old man charged forward, filled with fury. In an instant, He had healed his injuries, and his arm had regrown. Yet, this came at the expense of half his spiritual power, considerably diminishing his remaining lifespan. The losses were tremendous. Yet, these losses pale in comparison to the 8 Desolation Xian Fire Mirror. What Xianjian? Is it yours? Go ahead and call for it. See if it answers you. Li Tiangang scoffed disdainfully. At this moment, the 3 elders of the Gyue Tower, having narrowly escaped death, were filled with elation and gathered behind Li Tiangang. The 2 factions faced off across the expanse. You're resorting to sophistry. This treasure is the cornerstone of our Tianjian sect. You shall return it. Or you shall return it. The limping old man seethed with anger, vowing to reclaim the treasure. Among the elderly figures, he held considerable prestige. With a single command, the other old-timers joined forces to attack Li Tiangang and his companions. However, with the limping old man severely depleted of energy, the absence of his vital combat power left the remaining elders feeling overwhelmed. They no longer possessed the advantage they had earlier when besieging Li Tiangang. Furthermore, with the 3 great ancestral figures from the Gyue Tower joining the fray, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Moreover, Li Tiangang was clad in the indelible robe, allowing him to withstand many of the attacks without evasion, bracing them with his body. Shortly thereafter, one of the elders from the Tianjian sect fell victim to Li Tiangang's keen timing, severed in half by a single stroke of his sword. His primordial spirit fled in terror. Don't run. Li Tiangang chuckled, just as he intended to pursue, only to be thwarted by the concerted efforts of the other old-timers. Reluctantly, he had to abandon the chase. The ancient rogue of the Tianjian sect made a startling revelation, causing the old-timers to grow increasingly alarmed. The situation took a swift turn. Continuing this way, not only would they be unable to kill Li Tiangang, but they also risked their own demise at any moment. With this thought, a sense of retreat began to take root in the hearts of each elder. Amidst a growing sense of panic, the attacks lost their former ferocity. Just when everyone was in a state of disarray, an elderly figure met his demise as Li Tiangang struck him down with a single sword thrust. This emperor hailed from the Xuanji Pavilion, yet his fortune was far less favorable than that of the previous emperor. His primordial spirit had not even managed to flee before Li Tiangang seized him. With a resounding explosion, his primordial essence shattered, leading to his untimely demise. Dear friends, he has slain fellow Taoist Qian. One tall, gaunt elder bellowed in rage, charging forth first. The other elders, though gripped by fear, followed suit, rushing towards Li Tiangang and his companions. However, just as the elders surged forward, the gaunt elder suddenly pivoted, ripping open a rift in space and vanishing in a flash of light, only to reappear miles away. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, even Li Tiangang, who hesitated for a brief moment. Has he truly fled? Chapter 34, The Second Affiliated Force, Gyue Tower. You shall not meet a good end. Hi. The elders, realizing they had been outmaneuvered, erupted into curses. Yet, without a hint of hesitation, they tore through the fabric of space, escaping with determination. Better a dead friend than a poor deist. Those who lag behind shall be the first to fall, having lived for at least 80 or 90,000 years. Each elder was a cunning old fox. They recognized that this battle held no promise of victory. To continue would only lead to their destruction at the hands of Li Tiangang and his party. However, retreating to their sects, fortified by their protective formations, offered a chance for survival. With the backing of their respective sects, steeped in centuries of heritage, it would be challenging for Li Tiangang and his companions to breach their defenses. Chase them. Li Tiangang commanded without hesitation. Excellent. The 3 ancestors of Gyue Tower could not let this opportunity to strike a fallen adversary slip away. Inflicting significant damage on these elders would secure Gyue Tower's status as the second most formidable sect in the Eastern Domain, second only to the Wending sect. No one would threaten their position henceforth. We have triumphed. Cheers erupted within the Wending sect, as no one doubted their strength any longer. Despite having only 16 members compared to the vast numbers of other top sects, Wending sect's might was undeniable with Li Tiangang as their elder. As long as he remained, the Wending sect was indisputably the foremost sect in the Eastern Domain. How fortunate! A sense of joy blossomed within Bailey Wenda, who contemplated surrendering to the Wending sect. With their protection, Gyue Tower would be shielded from future troubles. However, such a significant matter awaited the return of the 3 elders for a decisive conclusion. We survived. The members of the Shao family could hardly believe their fortune. In contrast, Lin Chen remained calm, as if he had anticipated the elders' victory all along. The robe of eternal purity mitigated 80% of the attack's effectiveness, coupled with the elders' formidable strength. Facing a dozen emperors, or even more, would be manageable. 3 days later, Li Tiangang returned with the 3 ancestors of Gyue Tower. What transpired? The crowd swiftly gathered around, their gazes toward Li Tiangang, filled with reverence. However, Li Tiangang paid no heed to the onlookers and approached Lin Chen directly, respectfully stating, "I report to the sect master that I pursued those old fellows, managing to slay half of them. The remaining few fled too swiftly and ultimately sought refuge within the Heavenly Sword sect. Regrettably, I am unable to breach their protective formation." A note of disappointment laced his words. "Nevertheless, rest assured, sect master, I shall keep a watchful eye on them. Should they dare to emerge, I possess the means to ensure they cannot return." With a shift in tone, he offered his assurance. "Very well, esteemed ancestor. Your efforts are greatly appreciated." Lin Chen expressed his satisfaction with the outcome. Subsequently, Li Tiangang returned the robe of 10,000 tribulations to Lin Chen, retaining the 8 desolations profound fire mirror for himself. After all, the ancestor would be needed to safeguard the Wending sect in the future. Even if the ancestor had no use for it, it could be entrusted to others for the arrangement of the 8 desolations fire dragon formation. Half. How is that satisfactory? The crowd exchanged peculiar glances upon overhearing their conversation. For individuals pursuing a dozen emperors and managing to slay half, yet still expressing dissatisfaction. Good heavens. For some of the major sects, having produced only one emperor ancestor over countless years, the loss was akin to severing their lifeline. It was likely they would have to withdraw from the ranks of major sects henceforth. Meanwhile, Li Wenda pulled aside 3 elders, whispering softly, seemingly engaged in deliberation. Shortly after, Li Wenda approached Lin Chen. "Sect Master Lin, I have a request that I hope you will grant." "Oh, what is your request?" Lin Chen inquired with curiosity. "After conferring with the 3 elders, we have resolved to become an affiliated force of the Wending sect, and we implore you to support our decision." Li Wenda's gaze was resolute. The 3 elders echoed this sentiment, strongly advocating for their inclusion in the Wending sect. "Excellent. Henceforth, the ancient Moon Tower shall be regarded as an affiliated force of my Wending sect. Like the Shao clan, there shall be no requirement for resource submission. But in the event of any incidents, the ancient Moon Tower must provide assistance, and in return, my Wending sect will offer protection to the ancient Moon Tower." Lin Chen readily acquiesced. The 2 greatest powers of the eastern region had formed a formidable alliance, ensuring their dominance in the area. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully subjugating an affiliated force, the ancient Moon Tower. Reward acquired. Sect prestige value 10,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the phase task of dominating the eastern region. Current progress at 12. Reward acquired. 5 blue summoning cards. Reward acquired. 1 sacred beast battleship. Sacred beast battleship, capable of accommodating 100,000 cultivators. It can harness spirit stones for energy, unleashing a light cannon equivalent to a supreme strike. Reward acquired. Various spirit stones, magical artifacts, and elixirs. The system's notifications rang out in succession. Oh, such an abundance of rewards. Lin Chen's smile widened. Initially, he had merely aimed to repel the major sects. Yet unexpectedly, he had also managed to complete a system task in the process. This was a remarkable windfall. A sacred beast battleship? Lin Chen glanced at it, finding the vessel to be incredibly majestic and striking, resembling a white tiger. The white tiger, a divine beast of the West, is emblematic of warfare and conquest. Now reduced to the size of a palm, it stands in stark contrast to the towering ships of the 3 dominant powers, being at least 10 times their height. The grandest warship of the Eastern Domain can accommodate no more than 10,000 souls. However, once the sacred beast warship is unleashed, it will obliterate all other vessels. Lin Chen found himself increasingly eager for the forthcoming scenes. The news of the Wending sect's victory over the various sects swiftly spread throughout the Eastern Domain. Even the Empyrean continent, Southern Domain, Western Domain, and Northern Domain became aware of this monumental event as the Wending sect rose to prominence. Its renown striking fear across the Zhangxian realm. Days later, the Wending sect was engulfed in a flurry of activity. Numerous factions that had not participated in the great battle flocked to attach themselves, presenting a plethora of precious gifts in hopes of becoming subordinate forces to the Wending sect. Many who had previously taken part in the conflict, sensing the shifting tides, also defected to the Wending sect. Yet, with the sect's limited manpower, the assistance from Guyu Tower and the Shao family proved invaluable, allowing them to barely cope. The gifts they offered were graciously accepted by the Wending sect. But Lin Chen unhesitatingly rejected their requests for subservience. Regardless of the stature of the faction, he dismissed them outright. After all, without genuine allegiance, who could guarantee that these individuals would not turn against them in a moment of crisis? Lin Chen had no desire to accumulate mere prestige at the cost of indiscriminately accepting any and all into the Wending sect. Master, a woman outside is clamoring to see you. She claims to be your wife and insists you cannot abandon her. Just after Lin Chen had turned down a humble request from a major sect, Shi Tian and Xiao Bufan suddenly entered, bowing respectfully. Chapter 35. Ruoxi, silence her. Liu Yanran. Were it not for his two disciples mentioning her, Lin Chen might have nearly forgotten her. His gaze darkened as his peak-level consciousness instantly spread over thousands of miles, and indeed, he spotted a slender figure, her face adorned with indignation, standing at the entrance of the Wending sect, vociferously berating the guards. These guards were newly inducted members, unfamiliar with the sect's past, and were reluctant to offend a woman who claimed to be the sect master's wife. Yet, they dared not let her enter without permission, resulting in a standoff. Lin Chen, you ungrateful wretch, your parents have shown you immense kindness. Without my father and mother, you would have perished countless times over. Now that you have become prosperous, you abandon me. Are you even human? Wah. It had been over a year since Lin Chen last saw Liu Yanran, and she appeared considerably more haggard than before. In that moment, she lamented and cursed, her sorrowful cries causing her makeup to run. She yearned to confront Lin Chen directly, but was barred entry by the insistent guards. With her limited cultivation, she could do little but weep and rage. The year and more since she had left Lin Chen had been fraught with hardship. With no spiritual stones and no safety, she had narrowly escaped death at the hands of ferocious beasts, and had come perilously close to being captured by wicked cultivators as a furnace cauldron. Had it not been for her swift escape, she would have long since met her demise. Lin Chen, I hate you. Liu Yanran attributed everything to Lin Chen's abandonment. However, upon learning that the Wending sect had become the foremost sect in the eastern region, she was astounded, hardly believing her ears. After inquiring repeatedly and confirming the truth of the matter, her eyes sparkled with fervent desire. I am still, in name, his wife. If I speak to him earnestly, he will surely forgive me. Soon, I shall be the lady of the greatest sect in the eastern region. Who would still care about the insignificant Ye family? The more Liu Yanran contemplated this, the more convinced she became, prompting her to hasten back to the Wending sect. Upon her arrival, however, she was obstructed by the guards at the mountain gate. When my husband emerges, I shall ensure that you wretched creatures pay for this. Liu Yanran's eyes burned with rage as she gritted her teeth. The guards exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of unease. Yet, without orders from above, none dared to admit her entry. Is this truly the partner of Sect Master Lin? How dare she return? Surely, the sect master would not entertain her presence again. At that moment, a steady stream of visitors arrived at the Wending sect. Witnessing the scene, they murmured and pointed, discussing the illustrious reputation of the sect and unearthing the past of sect master Lin Chen, lamenting his plight. If he could forgive such transgressions, then he is indeed a pitiful soul. She truly had the audacity to show her face here. Lin Chen's gaze turned frigid, a sudden wave of icy malice surging within him. Previously, he had warned Liu Yanran that should she dare to approach the Wending sect even a step closer, he would not hesitate to end her. But she is, after all, the only daughter of my master and mistress. Should I not drive her away? Shi Tian cautiously inquired, sensing Lin Chen's chill. No, I shall handle this myself. Lin Chen stepped outside. At the mountain gate, Liu Yanran continued her commotion, and upon seeing Lin Chen emerge, she felt as though she had found a savior. Brother Lin Chen, you have finally come. Quickly, deal with these blind fools who dare to stop me. Tears streamed down her cheeks, evoking pity as she approached him step by step. Yet, an invisible barrier halted her advance. No matter how she tried, she could not move forward another inch. Brother Lin Chen? Liu Yanran looked at him in confusion. Lin Chen's expression remained frigid, his tone devoid of warmth. Have I not warned you that should you dare approach the Wending sect even a step closer, I would end your life? Did you think I jest? You dare come here to slander me. The profound kindness of my master and mistress has long been repaid. We share no connection now. And yet you have the audacity to provoke me here at the Wending sect, spewing nonsense. Ruoxi, go, silence her. As Lin Chen's command resonated, the Empress of the Great, Liang, stepped forward. In a series of swift slaps, she delivered a barrage of blows to Liu Yanran's face, leaving half of it swollen and blood streaming from her mouth, choking her words before she could utter a sound. She was merely at the golden core stage. While Liu Ruoxi had attained the void refinement stage, she found herself utterly powerless to resist. How could this be? Brother Lin Chen, do you truly wish to abandon me? The foundations of Liu Yanran's beliefs crumbled, leaving her slumped on the ground, her gaze vacant. For the sake of my master and mistress, I shall spare you this time. Should you dare to disturb the Wending sect again, I shall show no mercy. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with murderous intent as he issued a stern command to the guards. This sect master shares no affection for this woman. If she dares return, do not seek my counsel, simply eliminate her. Now cast her far away, lest she taint my sight. With that, Lin Chen turned and departed. Understood, sect master. The guards, having grasped Lin Chen's stance and received explicit orders, unceremoniously seized Liu Yanran and hurled her thousands of miles away. What a nuisance! They spat as they left. Lin Chen, why won't you forgive me? I have only made one mistake. I recognize my wrongs. Liu Yanran's heart bled with regret, lamenting her past treatment of Lin Chen. Yet, what was done was done. No amount of remorse could alter the past. In this vast world, she felt utterly lost, engulfed by despair. She even entertained thoughts of ending her own life. After a long while, she staggered to her feet, resembling a mere shell of a person, aimlessly wandering away. Upon returning to the Wending sect, Lin Chen chose to dismiss the matter from his mind. Liu Yanran's fate was of no concern to him. If she dared approach the sect again, her demise would be just deserts, and he would feel no sorrow. System, deploy 5 blue summoning cards. With the troublesome thoughts set aside, Lin Chen's spirits lifted considerably as he issued the command. Ding. Successfully used 5 blue summoning cards. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 4 late-stage Integration Realm Experts and 1 early-stage Transcendence Realm Expert. How unfortunate. This time, my luck seems rather dismal. The blue summoning cards could potentially summon beings at the peak of the Transcendence Realm, yet he had only managed to summon 1 early-stage expert, which was indeed disappointing. Fang Hong, come here. Lin Chen called to the 5 newly summoned experts and then transmitted a message to Fang Hong. Shortly, Fang Hong arrived. These are the new disciples of our sect. Please make the necessary arrangements for them, Lin Chen instructed. Yes, Fang Hong, known for his few words, promptly agreed and led the 5 away. Once most matters were settled, Lin Chen recalled another important task, his system mission. Previously, the system had indicated that the 3rd direct disciple would soon appear within the Great Qi dynasty. He had intended to set off for the Great Qi dynasty then. But the coordinated assault from various sects on the Wending sect had delayed him. He wondered if he would still be in time if he departed now. Coincidentally, the Azure Dragon secret realm was also set to open in the Great Qi dynasty. There is no time to waste. Let us depart immediately. Lin Chen summoned Shi Tian and Xiao Bufan and set off for the Great Qi dynasty, ensuring safety by bringing Fang Hong along. Chapter 36, Assembling the Crowd. The Azure Dragon secret realm is about to open. Imperial Continent. Yushuang Palace. I was wrong, Master. The esteemed leader, Nangang Ping, was filled with profound regret. She should have heeded her disciple Jiang Shui's counsel and led the members of Yushuang Palace to support the Wending sect. Had Yushuang Palace stood resolutely alongside them, the bonds of friendship would have been unbreakably forged. With the Wending sect as an ally, Yushuang Palace would no longer be subjected to the oppression of the Batian sect. They could hold their heads high, yet now it was too late. In the face of others' triumphs, their desperate attempts to align with them would only render Yushuang Palace seemingly worthless. Master need not blame herself. No one could have anticipated the formidable strength of the Wending sect. Jiang Shui gently consoled. However, a lingering sense of regret occupied her heart, which she dared not express, fearing it would only deepen her master's sorrow. Shui'er, you need not comfort me. I have indeed erred, Nangang Ping sighed, her eyes suddenly brightening with a thought. I recall that during the exchange conference, you had established some rapport with the sect leader Lin. Should he visit the Empire in the future, you must extend an invitation for him to be our guest at Yushuang Palace. I shall personally host him. Understood, Master. The two shared a knowing smile. Suddenly, the large communication jade talisman within Nangang Ping's Xiumi ring flickered several times. Upon inspecting its contents, her brow furrowed slightly. The old, limping man from the Tiangang sect had sent word that the Qinglong secret realm of the Daqi dynasty was on the verge of opening. If they were willing to dispatch disciples to kill 2 of the Wending sect's direct disciples within the realm, the Tiangang sect, along with other major sects of the Eastern Domain, would bestow generous rewards, including an exquisite magical artifact as compensation. Perceiving Jiang Shui's apprehension, Nangang Ping elaborated. Master understands your concerns. The Tianjin sect's elders are merely testing our limits. If we were to slay the Wending sect's disciples, we would find ourselves entangled with them. When they propose an alliance to eliminate the Wending sect in the future, we would have no choice but to comply. Indeed, Master, Jiang Shui responded hastily. This is something I am acutely aware of. Since they can reach out to Yushuang Palace, they will undoubtedly contact other top-tier forces as well. Nangang Ping pondered briefly before formulating a strategy. Thus, Jiang Shui, you shall take a few core disciples and head to the Qinglong secret realm immediately. Upon arrival at the realm's entrance, you will be provided with Qinglong stones to gain entry. But instead of targeting the Wending sect's disciples, your mission is to protect them. Nangang Ping's expression was grave. This could be an invaluable opportunity to forge a favorable relationship with the Wending sect, and it must not be missed. Yes, Master. Jiang Shui nodded earnestly. A similar scenario unfolded across the various sects within the entire Zhongshuan realm. Most sects, fearing catastrophic repercussions, hesitated to agree. However, several sects, tempted by the prospect of acquiring an exquisite magical artifact, were willing to take the risk. Meanwhile, within the Batian sect, very well, I shall accept your proposition. The sect leader, Huyen Bao, laughed heartily as he replied to the limping elder. As the most powerful force in the Zhongshuan realm, the Batian sect regarded the Wending sect as insignificant. The prospect of acquiring a precious artifact by eliminating their disciples was an exceedingly lucrative endeavor. Zhixiong, you shall undertake this task. At your command, Master. Wu Zhixiong, the senior disciple referred to by Li Qian, is a direct disciple of the Beishansong and holds the esteemed title of Holy Son, enjoying a position of great authority. His cultivation has reached the late stage of the fusion realm. Previously, Lin Chen had slain Elder Tan of the Beishansong and crippled the cultivation of Li Qian, the disciple of Elder Luo, thus establishing a deep-seated animosity with the sect. Even without the invitation of the limping old man, the Beishansong had no intention of letting the Wending sect off the hook. Consequently, both parties found common ground. My disciple, there are plenty of good women in the world. There is no need to be disheartened. You may seek another. Huyen Bao expressed his concern for his apprentice. Master, you worry too much. To me, she is merely a plaything. Even if her cultivation were intact, I would still cast her aside once I grew bored. Wu Zhixiong candidly replied, smiling without a trace of fear of reprimand from his master, for his master was of a similar disposition, perhaps even more so. Very well, well said. I can rest easy knowing you are my disciple. Ha. Several days later, in the Great Qi dynasty, countless magnificent warships gradually entered the territory of the dynasty. These people are exceedingly audacious. Do they not know that flying is prohibited above the capital? Hush, keep your voice down. Are you courting death? Those are all powerful forces from the Zhongshuan realm. With just a flick of their little finger, they could annihilate you multiple times over. Did you not see that no one from the Great Qi dynasty has come out to stop them? If we provoke these formidable powers, even the Great Qi dynasty could face annihilation at any moment. Upon learning of the terrifying forces backing the warships, many fell silent, fearing for their lives and wishing to avoid an untimely demise. At this moment, upon a colossal warship stretching 2,000 zhang, Wu Zhixiong stood resolutely against the wind, his garments billowing. Behind him, a protective elder respectfully stated, Holy Son, we have arrived at the location of the Qinglong secret realm. The disciples from various major sects have already made contact. Once you enter, please connect with them swiftly to collaborate in eliminating the 2 direct disciples of the Wending sect. The secret realm only permits those in the fusion realm to enter. I cannot accompany you and shall await your return outside, the elder added. Hearing this, Wu Zhixiong scoffed. They are merely 2 in the refining void realm. There is no need for assistance. This Holy Son alone can resolve the matter. Exercise caution. Do not be careless. The protective elder advised. Rest assured, elderly, I am well aware, Wu Zhixiong replied, his impatience evident. After all, he could not express anger towards an elder. But had it been a peer, he would have berated them without hesitation. Just as the 2 conversed, the sky suddenly darkened, shrouding the area in shadow. A fearsome behemoth, 10 times larger than their warship, appeared above the capital. The divine beast White Tiger. How could the legendary creature appear here? Run. If you don't flee now, it will be too late. The White Tiger was ferocious, and panic ensued as the crowd scattered in all directions. However, as they fled, they soon realized something was amiss. This fearsome creature was not the divine beast White Tiger, but a warship, whose warship is so enormous. It is the Wending sect. A terrified cultivator, nearly wetting himself, pointed tremblingly at the ship. The crowd finally discerned that the White Tiger warship indeed bore the flag of the Wending sect. It had arrived. Such a magnificent vessel. Even the Batian sect did not possess a ship of this caliber. Wu Zhixiong narrowed his eyes, releasing his consciousness instantaneously to probe the interior of the warship. However, as his awareness reached 100 miles from the White Tiger warship, it was abruptly shattered by an overwhelmingly forceful presence. An icy voice then emanated from within the ship. Who dares approach? Ignorant wretch. Depart. The tremendous backlash of power caused Wu Zhixiong to tremble, his blood surging within him. There are formidable beings present. A sudden shock coursed through Wu Zhixiong's mind. Chapter 37. The remnant soul of the great emperor within the jade bracelet ding. The 3rd direct disciple has been detected nearby. Please proceed to recruit them immediately. Lin Chen had just repelled a foolhardy individual attempting to spy on the warship with their consciousness when the system chimed in. Lin Chen was taken aback. This time, the system not only provided a specific location but also detailed identity information. This was advantageous, sparing Lin Chen the aimless search. Name, Su Mu Huang. Cultivation level, early stage of void refinement. Talent, Vermilion Bird Sacred Body, awakened. Identity, Princess of the Qi dynasty. Background, an overlooked princess of the Qi dynasty. Born to a lowly mother who passed away when she was 6, she has experienced the vicissitudes of life, leading to a profound wariness of others and a strong desire to strengthen herself and alter her fate. Encounter, a year ago. She accidentally acquired a jade bracelet containing a remnant soul of the South Shin Fairy, Great Emperor realm, which awakened her vermilion bird sacred body and propelled her cultivation to the early stage of void refinement. Indeed, yet another prodigious talent. Lin Chen was not surprised. The disciples the system directed him to recruit were invariably extraordinary. Having comprehended Su Muhuang's basic information, Lin Chen stepped out of the warship. Batian sect? Lin Chen immediately recognized the flag hanging from the ship ahead. It seemed vaguely familiar. Had he encountered this sect before? Ah, yes, it belonged to Elder Tan, reputed to be the strongest sect in the Imperial continent. After a moment of reflection, Lin Chen recalled that he had some grievances with this sect. However, if they sought trouble, the Wending sect would not retreat, bolstered by the presence of a peak Great Emperor Ancestor. He cast a cold glance at the young man aboard the Batian sect warship, his eyes flashing with a hint of menace, serving as a warning. Is this truly merely the peak of the integration stage? Wu Zhixiong felt a sudden chill, akin to being gazed upon by a venomous serpent, immensely uncomfortable. From the aura radiating from the other party, it was undoubtedly at the peak of the integration stage. Yet he sensed that this presence was exponentially stronger than that of an ordinary practitioner at this level. He felt an intense conviction that the opponent could effortlessly crush him with a single hand. Could it be an illusion? Wu Zhixiong instinctively averted his gaze, lowering his head. As the holy son of the foremost sect in the Imperial continent, he found it humiliating that someone could overpower him simply through their aura, leaving him unable to raise his head. After the departure of the other party, Wu Zhixiong finally released a sigh of relief. It was at this moment that he realized he had broken into a cold sweat, though he could not recall when it had begun. Who was this person? Wu Zhixiong inquired, gazing at Lin Chen's retreating figure. Instantly, someone beside him responded, reporting to the Holy Sun. This individual is Lin Chen, the leader of the Wending sect. At the pinnacle of the combining stage. Is it him? Wu Zhixiong was taken aback, his mind involuntarily recalling the news he had gathered from the eastern region. Lin Chen had once dominated several tribulation stage cultivators at the eastern region's disciple recruitment event, exhibiting an overwhelming superiority in battle. Such a display of prowess was unprecedented and utterly irrational. Although Wu Zhixiong prided himself on his own talents and could indeed contend against those of a lower realm, the notion of challenging someone from a higher realm was, without a doubt, a fool's errand. This individual was not to be trifled with. Resolute in his decision, Wu Zhixiong vowed to steer clear of Lin Chen in the future. With a cultivation level and strength far superior to his own, Lin Chen would naturally have his elders to handle him. As for Wu Zhixiong, he only needed to contend with Lin Chen's 2 disciples. With this clarity, his racing heart gradually settled, and he awaited the opening of the Qinglong's secret realm in tranquil anticipation. Meanwhile, in the grand palace of Deqi, Su Muhuang lamented, "Elder, my father truly does not care for my well-being. The moment I proposed venturing into the Qinglong secret realm, he agreed without a moment's hesitation. How absurd. Even someone who adopts a pet must consider its welfare. Yet here we are, draped in a flowing crimson gown that accentuated her graceful figure. Su Muhuang possessed brows like distant mountains and lips akin to cherries. Her beauty was striking, rendering her one of the finest maidens in the entire eastern region. Yet at this moment, her countenance was filled with indignation. The Emperor of Deqi, her father, had few offspring, fewer than 10, but placed immense value on lineage. Due to her mother's humble origins, he had always looked down upon her, failing to regard her as his own daughter and allowing others to bully Su Muhuang. Although Su Muhuang had long seen through her father's nature, the thought of her plight still brought her distress. Muhuang, do not dwell on such matters. One must rely on oneself. Only by becoming powerful can one avoid being oppressed by others. A faint, almost imperceptible spirit spoke before her. It was a woman, exuding an aura of coldness and pride, as if looking down upon the world. Chu Nanxing, once the revered immortal of Nanxing. In terms of beauty, she surpassed even Su Muhuang, embodying the essence of a celestial being. Unfortunately, she had fallen victim to treachery and met an untimely demise. Now, only a remnant of her soul lingered, residing within a jade bracelet, destined to dissipate soon. Fortunately, she encountered Su Muhuang. Upon hearing these words, Su Muhuang nodded emphatically, "Elder, I understand. I have activated the Zhuke sacred body, and my cultivation has reached the initial stage of the refining void. Once I enter the Qinglong secret realm and assist you in finding the sacred herb, you will be able to restore your soul. Your intentions are commendable." Chu Nanxing replied with a gentle smile. Yet, She felt a pang of reluctance to inform Su Muhuang that even upon discovering the fabled sacred herb, it would merely serve to enhance a fragment of her soul's power. Let her endure for a while longer. If she cannot fully restore her spirit and subsequently reform her physical body, she will inevitably dissipate into the ether. It is merely a matter of time. Who is it? Suddenly, both individuals sensed a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy. Su Muhuang immediately became alert, her expression darkening as she whispered, "Do not conceal yourself any longer. Step forward." "Ah, quite perceptive indeed." Lin Chen smiled as he slowly emerged. He deliberately released a wave of energy to announce his presence. Otherwise, with their current level of consciousness, they would have been unable to detect him. "Who are you? What is your purpose for being here?" "I have never encountered you before," Su Muhuang inquired cautiously, taking a few steps back and remaining vigilant, bombarding him with questions in rapid succession. The man before her was strikingly handsome, exuding an ethereal quality. He appeared devoid of malevolent intent, instead radiating a refreshing aura that inexplicably fostered a sense of familiarity. However, Su Muhuang understood the necessity of remaining vigilant. Lin Chen appraised Su Muhuang for a moment before responding with a smile. "I am Lin Chen, the sect master of the Wending sect. Recently, I observed celestial phenomena and divined that we share a master-disciple bond. Thus I have come to invite you to become my personal disciple. Would you accept?" Chapter 38, Fairy Nansheng. Let us formalize a contract. Wending sect? Su Muhuang and Chu Nansheng were taken aback. The Wending sect had recently been flourishing, and they had certainly heard of it. However, to claim oneself as the sect master without any proof was difficult to accept. "How can you prove that you are the sect master of the Wending sect?" Su Muhuang challenged. This posed a dilemma for Lin Chen, as he had not contemplated such a question prior to his arrival. Indeed, why should they accept a stranger as their master upon first meeting? Moreover, his cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the fusion stage. There is no need for proof. As long as you are willing to accept me as your master, I shall assist in consolidating the spirit of the fairy Nansheng within your bracelet, allowing her to live for several more millennia without issue. This transaction is quite advantageous, is it not? Lin Chen proposed after some consideration. Upon hearing this, both Su Muhuang and Chu Nansheng were utterly astonished. They had never disclosed the secret of the bracelet to anyone. The moment Lin Chen appeared, Chu Nansheng's residual soul had retreated into the bracelet. How could he not only unveil the secret, but also know the name of Fairy Nansheng? "Come forth. I harbor no ill intentions," Lin Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Nansheng observed Lin Chen for a long moment and realized he genuinely bore no malice. After hesitating briefly, she emerged from the bracelet. "How did you know my name?" Chu Nansheng inquired coldly. "As I mentioned, I observed celestial phenomena and deduced the secrets of fate," Lin Chen replied with a smile. He then recounted the backgrounds and experiences of both Su Muhuang and Chu Nansheng, without missing a single detail. The two listened in shock. Could it be that this man truly possessed the ability to divine the secrets of fate? Even those at the Emperor realm could not achieve such feats. Yet, he was merely at the pinnacle of the fusion stage. "Have you made your decision? Join my Wending sect, and I guarantee your ascent to greatness." Ultimately reaching the Emperor realm, Lin Chen smiled warmly at Su Muhuang. "Senior, are you truly the leader of the Wending sect?" Su Muhuang felt a stirring in her heart. Not solely because joining the Wending sect would afford her its protection and a wealth of cultivation resources. It was far preferable to languishing alone in the Daqi dynasty. More importantly, it was the conditions laid out by Lin Chen that captivated her. "If you discover that I am not the leader of the Wending sect, you are free to leave. I, as the sect leader, would never impose upon anyone," Lin Chen assured her confidently. "Very well, I accept your proposition." Su Muhuang replied with enthusiasm. "Muhuang, no. This matter requires careful deliberation." Chu Nansheng interjected, visibly anxious. Although Su Muhuang was inexperienced, Chu Nansheng had lived for tens of thousands of years and was well versed in the complexities of such decisions. Even if the other party revealed their true nature, one should not act hastily. "Senior Chu, for your sake, I must take this risk." Su Muhuang was acutely aware that even venturing into the Qinglong's secret realm might not yield the sacred medicine needed to restore her soul. Since Lin Chen had made a promise, she was determined to rescue Chu Nansheng at all costs. With unwavering resolve, she turned to Lin Chen and asked, "Sect leader Lin, do your words still hold true?" "Naturally, they do. I shall never go back on my word," Lin Chen affirmed with a nod. Disciple Su Muhuang pays respects to master. Having received the answer she sought, Su Muhuang did not hesitate. She knelt down and performed the formal bow of apprenticeship. Chu Nansheng's expression was one of urgency, but it was too late to intervene. Alas, it was too late to voice any objections. With a heavy sigh, Chu Nansheng lamented, "I hope she does not encounter ill intentions." "Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be the third direct disciple of this sect leader." Lin Chen felt an overwhelming joy, not having anticipated that taking on a disciple would unfold so smoothly. He was curious about what rewards would accompany this new apprenticeship. Just then, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting your third direct disciple. Rewards: 5 blue summon cards. Rewards: 1 Tower of Heaven. Tower of Heaven can be used for trials for sect disciples, enhancing their cultivation level. Rewards: 1 Vermilion Bird Nirvana Technique. Vermilion Bird Nirvana Technique, the most suitable cultivation method for the Vermilion Bird sacred body. When perfected, one can transform into the Vermilion Bird and achieve immortality. Rewards: 1 9 Transformations Body Sculpting Lotus. 9 Transformations Body Sculpting Lotus can be used for soul reconstruction of the physical body, provided the soul is intact. Otherwise, it may lead to failure in body sculpting. Rewards: various spirit stones, magical treasures, and elixirs. Quite satisfactory. Lin Chen mused, pleased with the rewards. Without a doubt, the Vermilion Bird Nirvana technique was destined for Su Muhuang. As for the 9 Transformations Body Sculpting Lotus, he intended to offer it to Chu Nanxing. But it would not be given freely. A contract would need to be established first. Thus, once she restored her physical form, the Wending sect would gain another formidable emperor-level powerhouse. Disciple, take this, Lin Chen declared. Since you have chosen me as your master, I shall not treat you unfairly. He promptly bestowed the Vermilion Bird Nirvana technique upon Su Muhuang, as he elucidated the formidable nature of this unparalleled martial art. Both Su Muhuang and Chu Nanxing found themselves in a state of ambivalence. Thank you, master. One must not refuse the gifts of the elder. Su Muhuang promptly accepted the Zhuke Nirvana technique. Fairy Nanxing, take these soul rejuvenation pills. They can restore your spirit. However, do not consume too many at once. Your residual soul is still fragile, and an excessive dose could overwhelm you, leading to catastrophic consequences. This is paramount to remember. Lin Chen handed the soul rejuvenation pills to Chu Nanxing. Soul rejuvenation pills? How is it that I, a dignified emperor, have never heard of such a thing? Chu Nanxing expressed her skepticism, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. The pills were a soft azure hue, smooth and translucent. Upon merely inhaling their essence, a gentle force permeated her being, and in an instant, her residual soul seemed to regain a semblance of vitality. Chu Nanxing was taken aback. She marveled at the miraculous efficacy of the pills Lin Chen had procured. Suppressing her excitement, she immediately began to refine the potency of the soul rejuvenation pill. After a considerable time, she slowly opened her eyes. Before her, Lin Chen wore a warm smile. Su Muhuang's face was alight with astonishment. Predecessor, your spirit has solidified remarkably. Indeed, Chu Nanxing exclaimed, brimming with exhilaration. With these soul rejuvenation pills, there was no need to venture into the Azure Dragon's secret realm in search of sacred herbs. She believed it would not be long before her spirit was fully restored. At that point, she would merely need to find a suitable corporeal form to resurrect herself. The sudden wave of joy enveloped her, as if she were ensconced in a dream. Regaining her composure, she bowed deeply to Lin Chen. Master Lin, your kindness and virtue shall be eternally etched in my memory. Her voice trembled with emotion and gratitude. Lin Chen chuckled, producing a contract. Since you are so grateful, come. Sign a contract of servitude. Chapter 39. The Secret Realm Unveiled. Conspiracies emerge. A contract of servitude? What is this nonsense? This was a condition he had previously stipulated. How had it devolved into servitude? Chu Nanxing felt a flicker of anger, yet Lin Chen's next words rendered her speechless. I can assist you in reconstructing your physical form. Lin Chen brandished the 9-turn body refinement lotus before her, grinning. This item, known as the 9-turn body refinement lotus, can, in an instant, help you reshape your corporeal form. However, you must serve the Wending sect for 10,000 years. After a millennium, I shall restore your freedom. What say you? Chu Nanxing fell into silence. For a being of the Emperor realm, a lifespan of 100,000 years rendered 10,000 a trivial span. Very well, I accept your terms. After careful contemplation, Chu Nanxing acquiesced and signed a contract of servitude. Now that is the spirit. Lin Chen beamed with delight. The Wending sect was soon to gain another emperor. A millennium was more than sufficient for the sect to flourish. Subsequently, Lin Chen led the 2 women towards the Azure Dragon's secret realm. As for the matter of reconstructing Chu Nanxing's physical form, there was no rush. It could wait until her spirit was fully restored. Meanwhile, outside the Azure Dragon's secret realm, countless cultivators had already gathered. They hail from various sects, along with numerous solitary cultivators, all eager to enter the Qinglong's secret realm in search of opportunities. According to legend, this realm served as the primary battlefield during the ancient demonic invasion of the Eastern Domain. Over the years, it gradually evolved into a secret domain. A mighty emperor known as Qinglong also perished here, hence the name Qinglong's Secret Realm. Upon Lin Chen's return, he noticed the hostile glances directed at the direction of the Wending sect. As soon as he appeared, those gazes averted, seemingly fearful of exposing their intentions. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. However, he paid little heed. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies are futile. Master has returned. Shi Tian and Xiao Bufan hastily approached. Shi Tian, Xiao Bufan, come meet your junior sister. Lin Chen introduced them to one another. Fear not, junior sister. Once we enter the Qinglong's secret realm, we shall protect you, Shi Tian declared confidently. Since their master instructed them to guide their junior sister into the realm for training, it was natural for them to ensure her safety. Thank you, elder brothers, Su Muhuang replied, though internally she felt a twinge of disdain. Huh, protect me? I am the Zhuke sacred body. Though I am merely at the initial stage of the void refinement realm, my strength rivals that of its peak. One of you is at the late stage of void refinement, while the other is only at the initial stage. Who will protect whom is still uncertain. Muhuang. These two elder brothers of yours are no ordinary individuals. One possesses the supreme sacred body, while the other wields the primordial sword body. Their talents are not inferior to yours and should not be underestimated. At that moment, Chu Nanxing's voice emanated from the jade bracelet. Having practiced a secret technique, she could discern the talents of the two. To her astonishment, Lin Chen had simultaneously taken in 3 individuals with such rare gifts. Chu Nanxing was utterly taken aback. Yet, what astonished her even more was that she could not perceive Lin Chen's talent. A veil of mist obscured her vision, and no matter how she probed, she could not unveil it. Understood. Upon hearing Chu Nanxing's words, Su Muhuang nodded. She held great faith in Chu Nanxing's insight. Given the elder's assertion, it could not possibly be erroneous. Once they boarded the warship, the weight upon their hearts finally lifted. On the White Tiger warship, the flag of the Wending sect fluttered in the wind. Indeed, Master was the sect leader, Lin Chen. One might inquire, in the entirety of the Eastern domain, which sect could rival the Wending sect in such grand endeavors, capable of constructing such a colossal warship? Suddenly, a stir arose among the crowd as a massive white vortex materialized before them, dark and unfathomable within, its destination unknown. Look, the secret realm has opened. Let us hasten inside and seize the opportunity. The crowd surged forth, eagerly entering the vortex, vanishing from sight. The Qinglong's secret realm lasts for a month, containing not only countless opportunities but also the potential for imperial legacies, attracting throngs of seekers. Of course, many have also met their demise within. You should enter as well, but be wary of potential ambushes from others. If anyone poses a threat to you, show no mercy. Lin Chen retrieved the Qinglong stone and handed it to Shi Tian. Master, we are on our way. Shi Tian grasped the Azure Dragon Stone, leading Xiao Bufan and Su Muhuang to the vortex. In an instant, the Azure Dragon Stone resonated, emanating a faint azure glow that enveloped the trio. Without this mystical light, they would have been torn to shreds by the peculiar laws governing the vortex. This was precisely why so many vied fiercely for the Azure Dragon Stone. Once Shi Tian and the others had entered the secret realm, Lin Chen leisurely brewed tea aboard the warship. With the system at his disposal, he had no need for trials or tribulations. He merely awaited the return of his disciples. Meanwhile, numerous glances laden with resentment were cast in Lin Chen's direction. After all, during the earlier confrontation outside the Wending sect's gates, many sects had suffered significant losses among their disciples and elders, and it was only natural for them to harbor animosity towards Lin Chen. Reclining on a rocking chair, he sipped his tea, feigning ignorance of the hostile gazes. A mere glance from Fang Hong was enough to intimidate these individuals into averting their eyes. Some attempted to ingratiate themselves with Lin Chen, but Fang Hong's icy stare dissuaded them as well. Brother, this place feels so desolate. Upon entering the Azure Dragon secret realm, Xiao Bufan was immediately struck by an overwhelming sense of desolation. The surroundings were a barren wasteland, with grotesque stones weathered by sand and time, bearing the scars of ages past. Remains littered the ground, both beast and human bones. It was evident that a fiercely brutal battle had erupted here, perhaps more than once. Be cautious. Countless powerful beings from both the human and demon races have perished here. Should we fall into unknown traps, we would be in grave danger, Shi Tian cautioned. Understood. Both Xiao Bufan and Su Muhuang nodded in agreement. Cultivators of the combined body stage and below were permitted to enter the secret realm. In this context, their cultivation levels were not particularly high, and if they encountered a cultivator of the combined body stage seeking to trouble them, they would indeed face a formidable foe. Moreover, danger lurked everywhere within the secret realm. A lack of caution could lead to their demise. Thus, the three, along with the celestial being Nanzhang within the jade bracelet, cautiously ventured deeper into the secret realm. Meanwhile, Wu Zhixiong led 7 or 8 disciples from the Batian sect into the realm. Apart from Wu Zhixiong, who was at the late stage of the combined body realm, most of the other disciples had reached the early stage, with the weakest 2 at the peak of the virtual refinement stage. Brother Wu, shall we make our move now? One disciple whispered. Not yet. Wu Zhixiong pondered for a moment. Rather than engage in a direct confrontation, it would be wiser to employ cunning. Let us locate them first, invite them to join us. And when they encounter danger or let down their guard, we shall strike. With this plan, their victory would be assured. A smug expression crossed Wu Zhixiong's face. Having witnessed Lin Chen's formidable nature, he held a degree of trepidation towards Shi Tian and the others, uncertain of their true capabilities. If they could eliminate Shi Tian and his companions without incurring any losses, it would be most advantageous. Brother, your insight is commendable. The other disciples chimed in, showering him with praise. Soon after, they expanded their sensing abilities over thousands of miles, detecting a faint ripple of spiritual energy. We have found them. Wu Zhixiong felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly beckoned his junior disciples to hasten towards him. Indeed, they soon beheld Shi Tian and his companions. Cautiously advancing, Wu took a deep breath, a smile gradually illuminating his face. He approached them and cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "Esteemed friends, I am from the Luoshui sect of the southern region, and these are my junior brothers and sisters. Given the perils of this secret realm, might we journey together? Our collective strength could prove advantageous in the face of danger, offering mutual protection." Chapter 40, A Calculated Scheme, The Abrupt Palace, the Southern Region, Luoshui Sect. Shi Tian, Xiao Bufan, and Su Mu Huang exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly unfamiliar with this sect. Yet, considering the vastness of the Southern Region, abundant with sects, and their own lack of experience there, it was understandable that they had not heard of it. Be cautious. These individuals do not seem entirely ordinary, warned Chu Nanxing, her brow furrowing as she sensed the atmosphere around them. She was indeed aware of the Luoshui sect and had some connections to it. However, the aura emanating from the trio did not resemble that of the Luoshui sect. Rather, it bore a resemblance to certain ancient sects from the imperial continent. Their concealed identities and invitation to travel together raised suspicions. Senior, we comprehend your concerns. The trio exchanged glances, a sense of wariness taking root. They resolved to play along. Shi Tian replied with a smile, "In that case, let us proceed together. The presence of an additional companion enhances our safety." "Indeed, my brother speaks wisely." Xiao Bufan and Su Mu Huang echoed in agreement. "Splendid." Wu Zhixiong exclaimed with delight, a fleeting glimmer of malice crossing his eyes before dissipating. After exchanging names, they ventured deeper into the secret realm. Meanwhile, in the depths of the secret realm, within a nest shrouded in demonic energy, tens of thousands of monstrous beings exuded a dark aura, cackling grotesquely. Each one bore a hideous visage, complete with vicious fangs and blood-red eyes. The ground was littered with bones, among which stood a high platform constructed of skulls, upon which rested a throne of bones. A colossal demon, radiating formidable power, sat upon the throne, biting into the half-eaten body of a human cultivator, chewing and swallowing with relish. In one hand, it held a massive goblet, greedily pouring fine wine into its mouth. This scene left the myriad demons below salivating, their throats working with longing, yet none dared to approach and compete for the feast. Before long, the demon lord let out a satisfied belch and remarked, "Indeed, the flesh of human cultivators is exquisite. It has been a century since I last savored such a delight. Alas, the Qinglong secret realm only opens once every 100 years. How splendid it would be if it opened annually, ensuring a continual supply of human cultivators for my enjoyment." Its voice was hoarse, echoing as if from the depths of hell. Nearby, dozens of bound human cultivators were paralyzed with fear, some fainting outright. Indeed, our scouts have reported that the number of human cultivators entering the secret realm this time is significantly greater than before. We too might partake in such earthly delicacies alongside our lord. The creatures below echoed in agreement. They are the descendants of the ancient demonic race that survived the Great War, with most possessing powers equivalent to the human realm's golden core and nascent soul stages. Only a select few among them have reached the fusion stage. However, each of them possesses an extraordinarily robust physique, making them exceedingly difficult to kill. With this advantage, a demon can at least match 3 human cultivators of the same level. This demon king is at the early stage of the tribulation crossing realm. If encountered outside the secret realm, it would be akin to a minor calamity, easily extinguished by passing transcendence. Yet within the confines of the secret realm, it is undeniably a king. Thus, even though countless human beings exist outside, it refuses to venture out, content to reign as its sovereign. Due to the restrictions imposed by the secret realm, cultivators above the fusion stage cannot enter. Those who can enter, at the fusion stage or below, merely serve as fresh sustenance. Delightful. The Demon King could not resist devouring a human cultivator. The discarded bones were carelessly tossed aside, immediately attracting a frenzy among the lesser demons. The Demon King laughed heartily, seemingly reveling in the spectacle. Subsequently, it turned to its demon strategist beside it. Those human forces are nearing the depths of the secret realm. Do you have any plans? My lord, as in previous years, replied the strategist, ingratiatingly. Very well, let us proceed as before. The Demon King cackled, and the strategist promptly made arrangements. Come quickly, I have discovered a sanctuary. A palace abruptly appeared before them, ancient and desolate, adorned with the marks of time. Let us enter and explore, proposed a disciple of the Luo Shui sect. Indeed, Wu Zhixiong replied with a smile, glancing at Shi Tian and the others. Shi Tian also agreed, but remained motionless. How overly cautious. Yet, in his heart, Wu Zhixiong sneered, his face adorned with a smile. As the one with the highest cultivation here, it is only fitting that I lead the way. With that, he stepped into the palace first, followed by the members of the Luo Shui sect. Inside the palace lay a concealed formation, evidently laid out not long ago. We cannot enter, warned Chu Nanxing, whose spiritual awareness had significantly strengthened since her consciousness solidified. Sensing something amiss, she quickly conveyed a warning. It seems these individuals are not to be trusted. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Shi Tian's eyes. From the moment they arrived, these individuals had displayed overly dramatic behavior, their intentions too transparent. Coupled with the vigilance of Shi Tian and his companions, they were not easily deceived. Brother, let us depart. Su Muhuang, having been cautious since childhood, now wished to avoid further complications. She longed to quickly distance herself from this group. No, we cannot simply allow them to take advantage of us. Shi Tian's anger flared. He had not provoked others, yet they came to provoke him. Indeed. Let us deal with them. Xiao Bufan shared the same sentiment. The two followed Lin Chen for a while, neither being the type to endure in silence. Moreover, they both possessed the strength to fight above their level. Though the adversary possessed superior cultivation, they were not necessarily their match. Nevertheless, they resolved to continue their exploration of the secret realm, deeming it unnecessary to engage in a fierce battle. Shi Tian produced several array flags, and with a series of resounding thuds, he established 3 formidable formations, one layered upon another, effectively sealing the entire palace. Even if the opponents included several who had attained the combined body stage, extricating themselves from the formations would require considerable effort. Sure, what is the meaning of this? Wu Zhixiong, sensing the delay in Shi Tian and his companion's entrance, felt an ominous foreboding. Hearing commotion from outside, he hurried to investigate, only to be taken aback. You are well aware of your intentions. From the outset, you harbored ill will, seeking to lure us into the palace to exploit the prearranged formations for murder and plunder. I care not who you are. Provoking us is akin to kicking a steel plate. Consider this a minor lesson. Should there be a next time, we shall not show mercy. Having spoken, Shi Tian disregarded Wu Zhixiong and departed with Xiao Bufan and Su Muhuang. Even if a battle ensued, it would not spell their demise swiftly. Rather than squander time, they preferred to delve deeper into the secret realm in search of opportunities. By the time these individuals managed to break free from the formations, the secret realm might well have closed, allowing them to fend for themselves. You cannot leave. Wu Zhixiong, watching Shi Tian's retreating figure, fumed in exasperation. He could not fathom how his meticulously laid traps had been discerned. With a thunderous clap, he struck the array, causing ripples of light and a deafening roar. Yet, it proved futile. The formations remained steadfast. Damn it, this fellow has arranged 3 major arrays. Curse it, this infuriates me. Once I escape, I shall ensure your demise. Wu Zhixiong shouted to the heavens, his anger contorting his features. The other disciples, witnessing the saint's unprecedented fury, were struck with trepidation, hastily summoning their most powerful artifacts to aid him in breaking the formations. Chapter 41. The Emperor's Legacy, Truth and Deception Senior. We have yet to uncover the fabled sacred herb. Su Muhuang expressed a mix of disappointment and relief. Thankfully, she had taken Lin Chen as her master and joined the Wending sect. Otherwise, Senior Nansheng would have been unable to restore his soul and would have dissipated entirely in due time. Indeed, it seems that rumors are not always truthful. Over the past fortnight, Chu Nansheng had refined several soul recovery pills, and his soul had grown increasingly solid, now possessing approximately 1% of its former peak strength. Throughout their journey thus far, they had encountered relatively few dangers. With Chu Nansheng's presence, they successfully evaded many remnants of ancient battlefields, temporal laws, and discovered numerous relics left by ancient cultivators, including artifacts and talismans, alongside various treasures for alchemy and artifact forging. While a few magical beasts and some rogues seeking to rob the secret realm appeared, they were effortlessly dealt with. Yet, despite their deep foray, they had found no trace of the sacred herb. At that moment, many cultivators hurriedly made their way deeper into the secret realm. Fellow cultivators, where are you headed? Xiao Bufan casually seized a nearby cultivator, inquiring about the recent developments. Although the cultivator was initially reluctant to speak, he trembled under Shi Tian's amiable gaze and stammered. There are rumors circulating about a hidden valley that has uncovered the legacy of the great emperor, along with countless treasures. Everyone is rushing there. Upon releasing his grip, Xiao Bufan observed the cultivator flee as if granted a reprieve. Shall we also venture forth? Proposed Xiao Bufan. Let us go and see. The others agreed without dissent. At that moment, they arrived at a vast natural chasm, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, which lay before them. Towering peaks stood starkly on either side, while a thick crimson mist shrouded the valley, obscuring the interior. Faint glimmers of treasure light emanated from within, suggesting that something extraordinary lay hidden inside. Upon their arrival, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with intrigue. Do not attempt to snatch from me. The great emperor's legacy and treasures shall be mine, cried a cultivator at the pinnacle of the void refinement realm, darting forward like a streak of light. How detestable. Just you? Others echoed his sentiments. Fueled by the allure of opportunity, they surged ahead, heedless of the potential perils that lurked within the chasm. In the pursuit of wealth, mortals risk their lives, just as birds perish for food. By the time Shi Tian and his companions arrived, over 1,000 cultivators had already plunged into the abyss, never to return. Gradually, more individuals gathered. Disciples from various domains soon recognized Shi Tian and his companions. Senior brother, what shall we do? Shi Tian and Xiao Bufan are here. Should we eliminate them now? Asked a disciple from a prominent sect, seeking his senior's counsel. After entering the secret realm, they had searched extensively for the whereabouts of Lin Chen's two direct disciples. Finally locating them at such a critical moment of treasure emergence posed a dilemma: to kill or not to kill. His senior, a meticulous and portly figure, pondered briefly before responding. Zhang you two stay back and keep a close watch on them. Should there be any sign of movement, alert us immediately with your communication talismans. We will seek out the opportunity first and deal with them upon our return. Clearly, the legacy of the great emperor and the treasures held greater precedence. If they delayed, they might lose everything. Understood, senior brother. Zhang and Zhang Yang replied in unison. Their consciousnesses firmly fixated on Shi Tian and his companions, yet they dared not draw too close, wary of being detected. The other disciples from various sects shared similar intentions, leaving only a handful to monitor Shi Tian and his companions while the majority eagerly delved deeper into the chasm. Wait, something feels amiss. As Shi Tian, Xiao Bufan, and Su Muhuang were about to enter the chasm, they were halted by a telepathic call from Chu Nanxing. The three paused in their tracks. Elder, what is the matter? Su Muhuang inquired, puzzled. Something is strange. There is a trace of demonic energy. Chu Nanxing, possessing formidable spiritual awareness, detected a hint of demonic presence upon his arrival. Now, as he calmed his mind to discern further, he quickly identified the source. Amidst the crowd, indeed, there were numerous members of the demonic race. Chu Nanxing was taken aback and immediately informed the others. Once the demons reach a certain level of cultivation, they can assume human form. Look, those who are shouting the loudest display no genuine desire for the emperor's legacy. The demonic aura they emit is utterly impossible to conceal. However, since everyone's cultivation level is not particularly high and they are in a state of excitement, no one seems to notice this. Upon hearing Chu Nanxing's words, the three quickly steadied their minds and used their spiritual senses to detect the faint traces of demonic energy. Soon, they were astonished to discover that among the crowd, dozens of individuals were exuding a strong demonic presence. Moreover, it was this group that was the most vociferous, striving to create a sense of urgency, as if the emperor's legacy and treasures would be snatched away by others if they did not act swiftly. Demons are particularly fond of blood and flesh. Their actions clearly indicate that this is a trap. There is no emperor's legacy, nor any treasures to be found. What awaits them is likely a horde of demons. Shi Tian and the others were drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for Chu Nanxing's presence, they would have undoubtedly fallen into the trap, and whether they could emerge alive would truly have been uncertain. At that moment, Chu Nanxing suddenly shifted the topic, inquiring if the Wending sect had offended someone. Why the sudden question? The Wending sect has offended many. Which one do you refer to? Sensing the confusion in Shi Tian and Xiao Bufan's eyes, Chu Nanxing elaborated. There are at least over 100 spiritual senses subtly monitoring our movements, likely keeping tabs on us. Judging by their attire, they are from the major sects of the southern, western, northern regions, and the imperial continent. If they did not harbor ulterior motives towards you, why would so many be simultaneously watching you? Ah, indeed. Fairy Nanxing, as expected of one who has lived for tens of thousands of years, possesses a keen intellect and sharp insight far beyond that of these fledgling youths. However, aside from those from the eastern region, the Wending sect has no interactions with the other 4 major domains. How could they attract the covetous eyes of so many? Shi Tian and Xiao Bufan pondered for a long time, but could not arrive at an answer. What should they do? They certainly could not enter the Rift Valley now. Should they leave this place of turmoil? Or should they kindly warn the others, revealing the truth and advising them to depart? Well, everyone has their own fate. Forcibly intervening in others' destinies does not seem to align with the Wending sect's principles. Perhaps, not only would they not receive gratitude, but they might also invite trouble upon themselves. Just as they hesitated, a stunning figure approached from behind, a woman clad in a flowing light blue gown, draped in delicate gauze, radiating unparalleled beauty. Although she was merely at the peak of the void refinement stage, she was accompanied by over 100 individuals, each with considerable cultivation levels, at least in the harmonization stage. Among them was a lively young girl, only in the mid-stage of the divine transformation. Upon spotting Shi Tian and Xiao Bufan, the girl exclaimed with excitement, "So it's you two. Finally found you." Chapter 42. Today, you shall all perish here. 10 days ago, at this moment, the secret realm had been open for several days. Lin Chen reclined on a rocking chair, leisurely humming a tune while sipping fragrant tea. An old acquaintance had arrived. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Shui, accompanied by Miss Cuckoo and over 100 cultivators at the integration stage, boarded the White Tiger warship of the Wending sect. Gathering such a multitude of integration stage cultivators had undoubtedly consumed considerable time, with some even borrowed from other sects. Hence their delayed arrival. "Miss Jiang, it is a pleasure to see you again," Lin Chen said with a faint smile as he poured a cup of tea for Jiang Shui. "Lord Lin, listen to me." Jiang Shui, with no time to savor her tea, quickly recounted the matter concerning the lame old man who had contacted the Yushuang Palace. "Do they dare to covet the disciples of my Wending sect? Do they have a death wish?" A plan began to form in Lin Chen's mind. Once the secret realm concluded, there would be no need for the Tiangang sect and the Xuanji Pavilion to exist any longer. He had initially considered sparing them, but now it seemed he had been too lenient. The scoundrels of the eastern region would not be deterred by mere lessons. They must be eradicated entirely to prevent further mischief. As for the disciples dispatched from various domains, since they dared to come, they might as well not return. "Miss Jiang, I would trouble you to enter the secret realm and safeguard a few of my less capable disciples. Those disciples from the major sects may be killed if possible. If not, it matters not." Lin Chen rarely spoke so directly. In doing so, he also signaled his willingness to establish a connection with the Yushuang Palace, incurring a favor in the process. "Excellent." Jiang Shui eagerly accepted, for this had been her intention all along. She then inquired, "And what about you, Lord Lin?" Lin Chen, at the pinnacle of the integration stage, was indeed qualified to enter the Qinglong secret realm. "As for me," Lin Chen replied with a slight smirk, "I shall guard the exit of the secret realm. Should anyone emerge, they shall meet their end." The gentle sunlight of spring bathed the scene, and a soft breeze tousled his hair. Though Lin Chen's words were light, they sent a shiver down the spines of Jiang Shui and the others. His decisiveness in dealing with foes was palpable. For many, it was their first encounter with Lin Chen, and this was the impression he left upon them. The disciples from the major sects could not remain in the secret realm forever. They would inevitably have to come out. Harsh. This tactic was undeniably ruthless. Without delay, Jiang Shui promptly led her group into the Qinglong secret realm, seeking the whereabouts of Shi Tian and the others. As she and her companions vanished, Lin Chen's gaze turned icy, sweeping over the thousands waiting outside the secret realm. He activated the eye of the heavenly cave. Under its gaze, none could escape. Those hiding among the crowd, furtively observing Lin Chen, felt an unsettling chill, as if he truly could discern their innermost conspiracies. An inexplicable sense of guilt washed over them, instinctively prompting them to evade Lin Chen's penetrating gaze. "Fang Hong, it is time to clear the field," Lin Chen commanded coldly, gesturing forward. In the next moment, Fang Hong sprang into action. The individual targeted by Lin Chen felt a fleeting blur before an apparition manifested. Instantly, they lost consciousness. Death. The crowd was still oblivious to what had transpired as Lin Chen's finger pointed to several others in quick succession. Once again, a similar situation unfolded. At this moment, the crowd became aware of the anomaly, and terror swiftly spread among them. "Oh no, a murder has occurred. It is the disciples of the Wending sect. How could they commit such wanton slaughter of the innocent? This is madness. Run for your lives." Many individuals hastily fled. Those disciples who had been tailing their target were the first to notice Lin Chen's movements, pointing and declaring, "Whoever he points at shall perish." It was akin to the king of hell calling the roll. They quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, their breaths becoming rapid and their faces paling in fear. They, too, wished to escape. However, Fang Hong's figure appeared with alarming swiftness. Their meager cultivation levels were utterly insufficient against a being at the pinnacle of the great ascension realm. Their bodies were crushed by a single palm strike from Fang Hong, obliterating their souls. There was no hope of escape. The air was filled with anguished cries, echoing throughout the vast expanse. 1, 2, 3, 138. In an instant, all the tailing disciples were annihilated by Fang Hong. At this juncture, the elders from various sects who had come along finally reacted, exclaiming in fury, "How dare you act with such ruthless malice? Slaughtering our sect's disciples as if we have no one to defend us?" Suddenly, over 100 individuals stood forth. They were all guardians who had accompanied the sect's disciples to ensure their safety. Now, before their very eyes, their disciples had been slaughtered. How could they possibly contain their wrath? The Wending sect must provide us with an explanation for this atrocity. An elder from the Batian sect stepped forward. This elder was none other than the protector of Wu Zhixiong. The Batian sect was renowned for its formidable reputation. Upon sight of their warships, others would not dare to provoke them. Yet, the Wending sect not only provoked them, but also dared to kill their disciples right before their eyes. The elder's face was utterly humiliated. He glared down at Lin Chen with an air of superiority and indignation. However, Lin Chen remained unfazed, even smiling in response. "You all know the reason for your demise." Lin Chen scoffed, unwilling to offer any explanations. He had not wronged any of them, nor had he engaged in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Such is the world. With sufficient strength, no explanations are necessary. When lacking strength, explanations serve no purpose. The elders and stewards from various sects before him were mostly in the tribulation stage, with only a handful of pitiful Great Ascension practitioners. The highest among them was the protecting elder, at mid-Great Ascension. In the presence of Fang Hong, they were hardly worthy of consideration. This is outrageous. A mere small sect from the eastern region dares to act so arrogantly. Once we report back to our sect, you shall face dire consequences. Indeed, we shall annihilate your Wending sect upon our return. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, these individuals erupted in outrage. Never before had anyone dared to speak to them in such a manner. Yet, despite their bluster, none dared to take action, clearly intimidated by Fang Hong. Such excessive chatter. Fang Hong declared, "Leave none alive." Lin Chen issued a direct command. All the sects represented were complicit in the plot against his disciple. Lin Chen could not allow them to return alive. As his words fell, a colossal Fang Tian seal materialized above the heads of the crowd. Resembling an immense mountain that obscured the sky and blotted out the sun. With a resounding thud, Fang Hong forcefully swung down, and the Fang Tian seal descended with tremendous force. Instantly, several elders and stewards at the tribulation stage coughed up blood, suffering severe injuries. Others hastily retrieved their life treasures, desperately attempting to fend off the overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, many disciples, possessing only golden core or nascent soul cultivation, had initially come merely to broaden their horizons, relying on their elders for protection, unperturbed by the chaos. At the onset of the panic, they had not even considered fleeing. However, now, escape was utterly impossible. Under the immense weight of the Fang Tian seal, they could not withstand the overwhelming oppression. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds echoed as these disciples perished before they could even utter a scream. Let us fight to the end. Witnessing this dire situation, over 100 elders and stewards, their eyes filled with fury, exerted their full strength, desperately resisting the Fang Tian seal. Yet, in the face of such a significant disparity in cultivation, their resistance was ultimately futile. "Today, you shall all perish here," Lin Chen declared coldly. Chapter 43. The battle before the rift before them. Fang Hong was engaged in a fierce battle. Lin Chen stood by, effortlessly dealing with any stragglers. The wails of agony resonated, and soon only a handful of Great Ascension cultivators remained, struggling to endure. The crowd, once numbering in the thousands, had completely vanished. In the distance, only a few audacious individuals dared to halt and employ their divine abilities to assess the situation. Lin Chen is truly reckless. He dares to offend so many formidable powers across the 4 territories. It seems the Wending sect will face turbulent times ahead. Indeed, we must keep our distance from the Wending sect to avoid future repercussions. The onlookers were filled with trepidation. At this moment, Fang Hong had the upper hand and was on the verge of eliminating several Great Ascension cultivators. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the elder guarding the Batian sect kicked away an elder before throwing out his life treasure, igniting it in a flash. Utilizing the immense shockwave, he swiftly escaped in the opposite direction. "Li Changfeng, may you meet a wretched end." The ambushed elder cursed as he perished in the explosion, reduced to ashes. When Fang Hong emerged from the smoke, Li Chafeng had vanished without a trace. Just as he intended to pursue, Lin Chen's calm voice interjected, "Let it be. A desperate foe should not be chased." Fang Hong's cultivation was still somewhat lacking. Had he reached the Supreme Realm, none would have escaped, and the situation would have been effortlessly resolved. Indeed, except for Li Changfeng, everyone else has been dealt with. Fang Hong returned to stand behind Lin Chen. Resembling a stoic statue, his expression devoid of emotion. The wind held around them. Outside the secret realm, where once throngs of people had gathered, now only Lin Chen and Fang Hong remained, guarding the entrance. Life is truly as desolate as snow, Lin Chen mused. Setting aside his tea to pour himself a fine wine accompanied by a few delicacies, savoring the moment in leisurely comfort, his gaze fixed on the secret realm entrance, quietly awaiting the arrival of any worthy individuals. Meanwhile, at the rift within the secret realm, more and more cultivators hurriedly entered the gorge. "Miss Cuckoo, what brings you here?" Shi Tian and Xiao Bufan approached. They had previously encountered Jiang Shui and Cuckoo, so they were not unfamiliar with one another, and promptly introduced Su Mu Huang. Chu Nansheng did not make an appearance within the jade bracelet. "We have come specifically to protect you." Jiang Shui recounted the events that had transpired. "Damn, it turns out this group intends to harm us." Shi Tian seethed with indignation. Batian sect. Xiao Bufan was taken aback, realizing that those who had trapped them in the palace were not from Luo Shui's sect, but rather from Batian's sect. The leader among them was the Wu Shixiang mentioned by Li Kuyan. "What do you intend to do?" Jiang Shui inquired. "Kill." Shi Tian and Xiao Bufan replied decisively. "To show mercy towards one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. At last, I have found you." Just then, suddenly, 7 or 8 figures rushed towards them. Without a moment's hesitation, a blade was raised. Wu Zhixiong. They had exhausted numerous methods to break through the formation, and ultimately resorted to brute force. After detonating several innate treasures, they finally breached the array, at a heavy cost. "Die!" Wu Zhixiong, filled with fury, immediately sought to end the lives of Shi Tian and his companions. The blade light surged forth. Bang! A sword light met it head-on, resulting in a colossal clash of sound. Xiao Bufan was sent flying for several dozen miles, his blood surging violently, while Wu Zhixiong only staggered back a few hundred meters before regaining his footing. The early stage of void refinement against late-stage integration was still somewhat challenging. If the opponent had been an ordinary late-stage integration practitioner, it would have been manageable, but Wu Zhixiong was a prodigy among prodigies, capable of standing toe-to-toe with even peak integration cultivators. Thus, the battle became arduous for Xiao Bufan. The two faced each other from a distance. "Xiao Bufan, do you dare to block me?" Wu Zhixiong's heart roiled with turbulent waves. A mere early-stage void refinement practitioner could actually withstand his full-force strike. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, the direct disciples of the Wending sect were all anomalies. Yet, the more extraordinary they were, the more they must perish. What is there to fear? Xiao Bufan stood resolute with his sword, unyielding. "Altogether, kill them." Wu Zhixiong's fierce gaze was laden with a chilling, murderous intent. This was not a contest. It was a struggle for survival. Let us resolve this swiftly to avoid prolonged complications. Good. The other 8 disciples of Batian's sect surged forward. All their treasures were unleashed. "Get lost." Shi Tian charged ahead, astonishingly blocking all their attacks. Observing this, Xiao Bufan and Su Mu Huang joined the fray. Shi Tian, despite being merely in the late stage of void refinement, held his ground against Wu Zhixiong, not conceding. Meanwhile, Xiao Bufan and his companion were entangled with the other 8, slightly at a disadvantage, yet managing to hold firm. "Miss Jiang, you need not intervene just yet. This is a matter of Wending's sect, and ought to be resolved by us alone. If we falter, it will not be too late for you to assist." Just as Jiang Shui and the others intended to intervene, Shi Tian halted them. "Are there others?" As Wu Zhixiong and his companions became engrossed in battle, they suddenly heard Shi Tian's words and quickly turned to look. Upon realization, it became evident that there were over 100 cultivators at the integration stage, lurking nearby with predatory gazes, as if I had already become their prey. This shocking revelation sent cold sweat trickling down my spine. Jiang Shui. Wu Zhixiong immediately recognized her. The long-standing enmity between the Batian sect and the Yushuang Palace suggested that Jiang Shui's presence here was anything but benign. Regardless of the circumstances, she could never align with his side. This was dire. Instinctively, thoughts of retreat began to form in Wu Zhixiong and his companions' minds. Once such thoughts arose, their momentum weakened, and their formations became disarrayed, gradually falling under the pressure exerted by Shi Tian and his group. "Fellow Taoists, come quickly to my aid. If you slay Shi Tian, you will accomplish your mission." At this moment, numerous disciples from major sects arrived in succession. They too noticed Shi Tian and his companions. Previously proud and dismissive of collaborating with others, Wu Wu Zhixiong now prioritized survival above all else. Therefore, upon seeing reinforcements, he shouted loudly for assistance. Excellent. A fervent throng surged forth, charging toward Shi Tian and his companions with deadly intent, seeking death. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Jiang Shui's starry eyes as she immediately issued commands. Scores of integration stage cultivators surged forward, slicing through their foes like vegetables. Screams echoed relentlessly, sending chills down spines. Within a short span, dozens had perished. The remaining individuals, terrified, retreated hastily, creating a significant distance. The Yushuang Palace members, however, did not pursue. They merely observed coldly, allowing the others to withdraw. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on the Wending sect is an enemy of Yushuang Palace. Jiang Shui's eyes were icy, her expression frigid. Yushuang Palace? When did they forge an alliance with the Wending sect and summoned so many integration stage cultivators to protect them? The crowd was astounded. It now seemed nearly impossible to eliminate Shi Tian and his group. Many began to entertain thoughts of retreat, with several individuals turning back, perhaps even entering the chasm. Run! Wu Zhixiong shouted, unleashing a fierce blade of light before hastily fleeing. However, Shi Tian had anticipated this. Unperturbed, he evaded the blade's arc. Then, with a swift movement, he obstructed Wu Zhixiong's path, unleashing an unstoppable sword light. Boom! Wu Zhixiong struggled to withstand the assault, his heart racing with urgency. Just then, a tremendous uproar erupted from within the chasm. Ah, run! It's the demon race. It's truly the demon race. There are no treasures or legacies here. This is the nest of the demon race. We have all been deceived. Chapter 44, A Swift Execution. Within the chasm, a tide of tens of thousands of demon soldiers surged forth. The air was filled with shrieks, howls of anguish, and the roars of monstrous creatures, coupled with the thunderous impacts of spells. The crowd fled in a frenzy. The scene devolved into utter chaos. Many slow runners were swiftly devoured, becoming fodder for the demons. Blood gushed forth, painting a nightmarish tableau reminiscent of hell. 3,000 to 4,000 had already ventured inside, yet less than half had managed to escape. This was undeniably the lair of the demon race. The crowd momentarily faltered but quickly grasped their grim reality. They had been duped. There was no grand imperial legacy here. It was merely the den of demons. Run! Many individuals lack the courage to resist, and they simply turn and flee. Meanwhile, those who have just arrived, upon witnessing such a horrific scene, though unaware of what has transpired, also turn to escape. No one is a fool. A moment's hesitation could lead to death. What to do? Shi Tian and Wu Zhixiong's groups simultaneously ceased their actions, eyeing each other warily. There are far too many monsters. It is best to retreat for now. Chu Nanxing suddenly spoke, her consciousness expanding outward, clearly sensing a terrifying presence within the demonic horde, likely at the tribulation stage. The physical strength of the demon race is formidable, certainly beyond the capabilities of those at the void refinement and fusion stages. Remaining here is exceedingly perilous. Let us go. Shi Tian decisively commanded, leading everyone in retreat. At this moment, he could no longer concern himself with Wu Zhixiong and the others. How fortunate! Fate has not forsaken us. Wu Zhixiong and his group rejoiced, hastily fleeing but ensuring they maintained a distance from Shi Tian's group, so as not to draw attention. The demons moved with alarming speed. Numerous cultivators were captured by the monsters, their terrified screams echoing as they were devoured by the ravenous horde. Soon, only a little over 1,000 remained, desperately fleeing, cackling. You cannot escape. Suddenly, a colossal demon, resembling a small mountain, blocked the path of Shi Tian and his companions. Its emaciated form resembled a withered tree, crowned with a cluster of twisted, sharp horns, and its eye sockets were deeply sunken. Its entire body was shrouded in thick, black, demonic energy, with a viscous black liquid oozing from its mouth, sizzling as it dripped to the ground. With a single claw, it struck down. A furious gale erupted, slicing through the air like a blade. This was a demon at the initial stage of tribulation. Be careful, someone shouted. The hairs on everyone's body stood on end as they hastily summoned bells, ancient clocks, shields, and other defensive artifacts, swiftly collaborating to erect a protective barrier. Boom! The Demon King's enormous paw crashed onto the protective barrier. Crack, crack, crack. Fine fissures appeared in the barrier, rapidly spreading like a spider's web. With a resounding bang, it shattered. Many cultivators were struck as if by lightning, blood gushing forth as they were sent reeling. Even Jiang Shui felt a rush of warmth in her throat, sustaining minor injuries. Though she held the esteemed title of the Saintess of Yushuang Palace, boasting exceptional talent, she had yet to mature fully, remaining only at the peak of void refinement, 2 major realms beneath the Demon King. Cuckoo, are you alright? She immediately checked on Cuckoo's condition. Senior sister. I am fine. Cuckoo's complexion had turned pale. Her earlier vivacity vanished without a trace. Had Jiang Shui not shielded her from the brunt of the attack, she might have perished. Such matters should not have required her involvement. Yet she insisted on coming, and Jiang Shui, believing with so many at the fusion stage there would be no danger, consented to bring her along. However, she never anticipated the presence of demons here. Senior sister. I am so sorry, Cuckoo lamented, on the verge of tears, tugging at Jiang Shui's garment, and speaking softly. I cannot be of any help and have become a burden to everyone. I am useless. Do not fear. Your senior sister will ensure your safe return. Jiang Shui offered a comforting word, then, with a tense expression, gazed at the Demon King and the multitude of demonic creatures surging from behind. Slay them. With the Demon King's command, the horde of demonic beings surged forth like a relentless tide, engulfing Shi Tian, Xiao Bufan, Su Muhuang, and the entire group from Yushuang Palace. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let us make this swift and decisive. Shi Tian laughed heartily. Having endured a difficult upbringing and faced countless dire situations, he confronted this perilous moment without a hint of fear. Instead, a wild fervor began to consume him. These demonic creatures had devoured innumerable cultivators. Taking one down was not a loss. Two would be a considerable gain. Inspired by Shi Tian's fervor, the others felt their trepidation wane and joined the fray. Casting aside the fear of life and death, chaos ensued. Meanwhile, the Demon King refrained from intervening, observing the spectacle with great interest. The formidable prowess of the fighters sparked a gleam in its eyes. With a wave of its hand, numerous demonic creatures abandoned their previous targets, rushing toward this new conflict. On another front, Wu Zhixiong and his companions, witnessing Shi Tian and his group ensnared within the encircling horde of demons, were filled with elation. A turn of fate had emerged. They needed not to intervene, for Shi Tian and his comrades would surely meet their demise here. Upon their return, the sect would undoubtedly reward them handsomely. Holy Sun, this time, they are doomed, exclaimed a disciple of the Batian sect with excitement. Indeed. Do you even need to mention it? Wu Zhixiong replied with a smile, not pausing for a moment as he transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the exit of the secret realm, leaving the pursuing demons far behind. Outside the secret realm, Lin Chen sensed something amiss, though he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Suddenly, an individual emerged from the depths of the secret realm. This person hailed from the western regions and had intended to harm two direct disciples of the Wending sect. In the Qinglong secret realm, they finally located Shi Tian and his companions, only to unexpectedly encounter a massive onslaught of demonic forces. Shi Tian and the others found themselves in grave peril, while this individual, fortunate enough to be farthest away, had escaped at the first sign of trouble. Through the use of the heavenly eye, Lin Chen gleaned the situation with a mere glance. Demon stronghold? A tribulation realm demon king? Lin Chen was taken aback. If that were the case, the three disciples he had painstakingly gathered could very well perish within. There was no time to lose. He must enter personally. Feng Hong, guard the exit of the secret realm. Allow no one to leave. Without the heavenly eye, Feng Hong was unable to discern who had participated in the plot against the Wending sect's disciples. Since he could not tell, he would not discriminate. Lin Chen would handle it upon his return. Without waiting for Feng Hong's acknowledgement, Lin Chen obliterated a few who had just fled the secret realm with a single strike, then swiftly vanished into the vortex of the secret realm. Now armed with knowledge of the precise location, he rushed forth with urgency. He hoped it was not too late. Just a moment prior, those who had escaped the secret realm believed they had narrowly evaded disaster and reveled in their brief relief. Suddenly, a colossal hand, as massive as a mountain, came crashing down upon them. Ah! They screamed in agony, only to be reduced to mere pulp, their lives extinguished. Chapter 45, The Immortal Lady Nanxing. A sword to exterminate demons. Can we still endure? Within the encirclement, the group united to vanquish thousands of demonic creatures. Yet, the sheer number was overwhelming, and their spiritual energy was depleting rapidly, leaving them at the brink of collapse. A cultivator at the integration realm struggled to speak, but in the next moment, he was besieged by demons and devoured entirely. Including him, only over 40 of the more than 100 integration realm cultivators brought by Jiang Shui remained. The rest were all injured to varying degrees. Although the healing elixirs provided by Shi Tian and Xiao Bufan possessed astonishing restorative properties, the relentless onslaught of the demons made it nearly impossible for them to find the opportunity to consume these potions. Whenever they managed to procure a moment, and just as they swallowed an elixir, they would soon find themselves battered and bruised again. Are we truly destined to perish here? Despair filled everyone's hearts. In such circumstances, the prospect of escape seemed utterly bleak. Mu Huang, relax your consciousness. I must borrow your body. Su Mu Huang, battered and torn, had her crimson gown shredded in several places, and a deep cut marred her fair neck, blood staining her chest. "Senior, you mustn't. Your soul is still quite fragile," Su Mu Huang exclaimed anxiously. "There is no time for such concerns," Chu Nansheng urged with urgency. With no other choice, Su Mu Huang had to relinquish her consciousness. Buzz. The remnant soul within the bracelet swiftly surged into Su Mu Huang's body. Moments later, it began to merge slowly. However, the degree of integration was minimal. Complete unification would demand considerable time. At this moment, the power she could wield was likely less than a tenth of Chu Nansheng at her peak. Time was running out. As everyone appeared on the verge of collapse, Chu Nansheng let out a low shout, and the aura emanating from Su Mu Huang suddenly erupted. Su Mu Huang's primordial spirit fell into slumber, and at this moment, the body was dominated by the Emperor, the immortal Lady Nansheng. A once unparalleled powerhouse that had looked down upon an era. "Xiao Bufan, lend me your sword." "Very well." Chu Nansheng grasped the exterminating demon sword from thin air. What an exquisite sword. The moment she held it, Chu Nansheng sensed its extraordinary nature. Even with her vast knowledge, she could not discern its rank among treasures. An unprecedented sensation coursed through her. Even the finest artifacts she had wielded in the past paled in comparison to this sword. With this sword in hand, her swordplay's might was amplified at least twofold. Die. With a sweeping motion of the sword, a fiery red blade of light cleaved through the air like a scythe, leveling the field. Wherever it struck, demons fell like wheat, never to rise again. Another strike. A vast expanse of demons fell once more. After several strikes, astonishingly, half of the tens of thousands of demons had been slain. The remaining demons trembled in fear, paralyzed in their tracks, forgetting to attack. Those who could still move cast terrified glances towards their demon king. Without the king's command, they dared not retreat a single step. Meanwhile, the demon king was utterly shaken. Those few strikes were akin to the full might of a supreme realm cultivator. Even its once proud, formidable body felt as fragile as tofu before such power. Fortunately, none of those strikes landed, or else it would have met its end by now. Flee. The demon king had no interest in spectating any longer. Only the desire to escape occupied his mind. However, before he could make his retreat, Chu Nansheng unleashed several more strikes, each one weaker than the last, ultimately failing to inflict any damage even on the demon creatures of the refinement void realm. Chu Nansheng's aura had evidently diminished. A remnant soul floated ethereally from Su Mu Huang's body, drifting into the jade bracelet adorning her right wrist, vanishing without a trace. At last, Su Mu Huang began to awaken slowly. A remnant of an emperor? The demon king paused momentarily, quickly regaining his composure, and with a hoarse voice erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha! The heavens favor me. Should I consume this emperor's remnant, I shall surely ascend to the great ascendance realm. You insignificant mortals have truly surprised me." Listening to that grating, raspy voice, Su Mu Huang remained oblivious, her focus solely on assessing Chu Nansheng's injuries. "Do not worry, I am fine," a faint and fragile voice emanated from the jade bracelet, bringing her a sigh of relief. Though her vitality had waned to a state even weaker than before encountering her master, with the soul recollection pill in her possession. As long as she had not completely dissipated, she could regain her strength. It was merely a matter of time. "Quickly, tend to your wounds." Taking advantage of the brief respite, everyone hurriedly consumed the healing elixirs from the Wending sect. In an instant, their injuries were mended. However, despite the majority of the demon creatures having been vanquished, the demon king and thousands of others remained, leaving their hopes of escape dim. At that moment, all wore expressions of bitterness. "Ha ha ha, little girl, obediently surrender your jade bracelet to me, and perhaps I shall indulge myself last with you. Otherwise..." The demon king resumed his arrogance, regarding everyone with a predatory gaze. "You shall not." Enraged, Su Mu Huang cast a fire-based spell at the demon king. Boom. As the flames dissipated, the demon king grinned, having sustained no damage whatsoever. "It is my turn." The demon king reached forward, his colossal claws growing larger in the eyes of the others, overwhelming them. "Come a bell." A cultivator produced an ancient bell artifact, tossing it into the air, where it instantly magnified 1,000-fold, crashing to the ground and securely encasing everyone within its protection. Clang, clang, clang. The demon king's massive claws struck the ancient bell repeatedly, soon causing it to develop cracks. The bell, despite its formidable name, was not a particularly impressive artifact. Boom. Before long, the ancient bell shattered into countless pieces, exposing everyone to the demon king's gaze. Fight to the last. Shi Tian charged forward, launching a furious assault against the demon king with his fists. He was the supreme holy body, the strongest of physiques. "Impressive boy," the demon king remarked, but within moments, he sent Shi Tian flying, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Shi Tian rose, appearing unscathed, yet internally, his organs had suffered considerable damage. The supreme holy body was indeed powerful, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable. I shall take my turn. Xiao Bufan brandished the demon-slaying sword, unleashing a series of sword lights. Yet, they failed to inflict significant harm upon the Demon King. Others unleashed their most formidable attacks, striving with all their might. Are you merely tickling me? The Demon King chuckled ominously, displaying a hint of boredom. Just as it was about to conclude this farce, a faint golden beam of light suddenly illuminated its form. Confused, it looked up to find a small golden tower hovering above. Collect. With a low command, an immense suction force emanated from the tower. What in the world is this? Panic etched itself across the Demon King's face, and the more it struggled, the stronger the pull became. The tower remained unchanged in size, yet the Demon King diminished rapidly. In an instant, it was drawn into the tower. Before the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, a figure gracefully descended from the distance, soon arriving before them. Smiling and exuding an otherworldly beauty, the small tower spun playfully, returning to his hand as if nothing had transpired. Finally caught up, the newcomer sighed in relief. Chapter 46, Blockade, Reckoning. Master, Lin Zhongzhu. The crowd erupted in joyful surprise, not expecting Lin Chen's appearance. In this dire moment, relief washed over everyone's faces. The remaining thousands of demonic creatures, witnessing their king's effortless capture, scattered in terror. Collect. Without hesitation, Lin Chen invoked his magic, causing the small tower to whirl once more. Before long, it had ensnared all the demonic creatures within its confines, leaving not a single one behind. Lin Zhongzhu, what kind of magical artifact is this? It's truly extraordinary. Jiang Shui inquired, astonished. It's merely an artifact I stumbled upon, nothing of great significance, Lin Chen replied, reluctant to elaborate. This tower was the celestial tower he had acquired earlier, which not only served to train disciples, but also possessed a remarkable restraint against demonic entities. As long as the caster's strength surpassed that of the demonic creature, there existed a possibility of ensnaring it within the tower. The greater the disparity in strength, the higher the chance of subjugation. These creatures would serve well within the celestial tower for the disciples' trials. The secret realm is about to close. We must exit first. As the others sought to inquire further, Lin Chen interrupted. If we do not leave before the realm seals, we may be trapped within for a century. Upon reaching the exit of the secret realm, chaos reigned as a large crowd gathered. They had narrowly escaped the relentless pursuit of demonic beings. But with only an hour left before the realm's closure, they found themselves blocked by a peak stage transcendent, unable to escape. Frustration brewed within them. Yet they dared not express it, fearing the wrath of the formidable figure before them. Lin Chen, Shi Tian, Xiao Bufan. Despite the multitude of demonic creatures, they had managed to survive. Among those trapped at the exit were disciples of the Betrayal sect, including Wu Zhixiao. Upon seeing Lin Chen arrive with the others, they broke into a cold sweat. Looking beyond the exit, they found no elders or protectors from the Betrayal sect, only Feng Hong standing alone, blocking the path. Is something amiss? Anxiety gnawed at their hearts. Stand aside, Lin Chen stated coldly. The crowd was taken aback, instinctively parting ways. For some had recognized the figure blocking the path as an elder from the Wending sect. It was clear that this obstruction was a directive from Lin Chen. Those who wished to live should refrain from moving recklessly. Step forward, one by one. Lin Chen stepped outside the entrance to the secret realm, leaving Shi Tian and Jiang Shui to guard the rear, effectively cutting off any escape routes for the others. Suspended in midair, Lin Chen's gaze was as frigid as steel, sweeping coldly across the multitude. Many wore expressions of confusion, uncertain why the Wending sect had chosen to block their path, yet none dared to inquire. One audacious individual approached the entrance of the secret realm. Lin Chen merely cast him a glance and waved him on. The man felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly transforming into a flash of light and fleeing. With the first crossing safely made, soon a second, third, and fourth followed suit, all managing to escape unscathed. However, some, consumed by trepidation, mustered the courage to advance. Yet, Lin Chen's voice rang out. How dare you conspire against the Wending sect? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? With a swift motion, he struck down the first individual, shattering his skull. The sight sent others scrambling in terror, their cries echoing in panic. Yet they did not flee far before Feng Hong unleashed a few spells, obliterating them into mere remnants. The inhabitants of the secret realm were left speechless, quaking at the Wending sect's overwhelming might. Was the sect truly so tyrannical? Did they not require evidence for their claims? It has always been the Wending sect's principle to act justly. Those without guilt shall naturally depart in safety. The assertion hung in the air, met with a heavy silence. After what felt like an eternity, another stepped forward. No harm, no harm, no harm, death. More and more individuals approached, the majority managing to leave unscathed. Yet a select few met their demise at the hands of Lin Chen or Fang Hong. The numbers within the secret realm dwindled. Anxious hearts, especially those of Wu Zhixiong and his companions, raced with unease. What should they do? To exit directly would be futile. Their cultivation levels rendered them incapable of resistance. Certain death awaited. Behind them, Shi Tian and Jiang Shui stood guard, leaving no avenue for retreat. Even retreating deeper into the secret realm would plunge them into the jaws of countless demonic beasts. Death was all but assured. Let us make a desperate bid. Wu Zhixiong transmitted thoughts to several fellow disciples and those from various sects participating in the ambush. We'll charge out together. Those who can escape will do so. It's far better than waiting here to die. With a firm stomp, Wu Zhixiong propelled himself forward like a cannonball, bursting forth from the secret realm. Instantly, over 200 individuals leapt from the crowd, following closely behind. With their life-bound treasures in hand, Zhao Gongqi, Duoming banner, Xian Tai Dao, and Qingyun sword, each unleashed a brilliant glow, launching a formidable assault upon Lin Chen from all directions. At a mere stone's throw away, the treasures detonated. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous force of the self-detonating treasures leveled nearby peaks and shattered the void, engulfing Lin Chen in a tempest of explosions. Yet, the connection between the treasures and their wielders was profound. Many coughed up torrents of blood in the wake of the devastating backlash. However, they were utterly indifferent to Lin Chen's life or death, frantically fleeing in all directions before the catastrophic explosion of the fateful artifact. Not a soul remained. In the next moment, Lin Chen emerged unscathed from the blast. Clad in the robe of eternal purity, he was impervious to even the slightest harm from these lowly cultivators. As his words fell, a colossal luminous barrier swiftly descended, enveloping all those within. It was over. The fleeing individuals, upon witnessing this scene, felt their hearts stop in terror. Cries of despair echoed in succession. Fang Hong's figure darted through the light, and within moments, over 200 souls were mercilessly slaughtered. You cannot kill me. The Batian sect will not let you go. Wu Zhixiong shrieked in terror, trembling as he threatened them in his final moments. Yet, his words bore no weight. Fang Hong simply crushed him into a pulp with a single palm strike and unleashed a fire spell, leaving nothing but scorched earth behind. Having completed his grim task, Fang Hong returned expressionlessly to stand behind Lin Chen. Let us depart. Lin Chen surveyed the remaining 1,000+ individuals, finding no further threats. He summoned Shi Tian, Jiang Shui, and others, and they returned to the Wending sect. Was that it? After Lin Chen and his companions left, the survivors felt as though they had just awakened from a nightmare. Only after confirming that Lin Chen and his group had indeed departed did they cautiously emerge from the secret realm. As they stepped out, the exit of the realm began to close slowly. No one had anticipated the calamity that had befallen the Qinglong secret realm. In previous instances, while peril was always present, losses had never exceeded 10%. Yet this time, a staggering 8/10 of the participants were lost. Following today's events, the news of this tragedy would undoubtedly spread like wildfire throughout the Zhangxian realm. The Zhangxian realm was truly on the brink of chaos. Chapter 47, a lavish display, astonishing everyone. In the western region, at the Liang sect. Sectmaster, Elder Lu's nameplate has shattered. An elderly caretaker from the nameplate hall rushed in, breathless. Several other disciples' nameplates have also shattered. There must be trouble in the eastern region. A shattered nameplate signifies that the individual has perished. Who did this? The Liang Sectmaster. A robust middle-aged man with a fiery temperament and a beard reminiscent of Zhang Fei erupted in rage upon hearing Elder Lu's report. It seems to be the Wending sect. The elder replied. A disciple relayed a message before his demise, indicating that their assassination mission was discovered by someone from the Wending sect, likely a warning. Damn it. They dared to kill members of the Liang sect. The sect master smashed the tea table into splinters. Wending sect. Yushuang Palace. You shall pay dearly for your foolishness. Similar scenarios unfolded repeatedly across various territories. Meanwhile, at the Batian sect, that wretched Nangang Ping dared to harm my disciple. The sect leader, Huyan Bao, seethed with rage. Wu Zhixiong had initially slaughtered several core disciples of the Wending sect within the secret realm, planning to retreat unnoticed. However, the schemes of the women from Yushuang Palace had thwarted him. Furthermore, he had lost a remarkably gifted core disciple. How could he not feel hatred? Convey the message forthwith. Establish immediate contact with the major sects across various domains, particularly the esteemed Tianjin sect and Xuanji Pavilion of the eastern region, to forge an alliance aimed at jointly eradicating the Wending sect and Yushuang Palace. I refuse to believe that two mere sects can withstand the wrath of our numerous factions. Meanwhile, Lin Chen has returned to the Wending sect with his companions. After receiving treatment, they have all regained their peak condition. Especially the 3 core disciples of the Wending sect, who, following this fierce battle, have deepened their understanding of their respective techniques, showing signs of imminent breakthroughs. In stark contrast, the group, led by Jiang Shui, bears somber expressions, their countenance is far from pleasant. With half their numbers lost, no one would remain cheerful. Upon witnessing their plight, Lin Chen promptly produced 10 million top-tier spirit stones. While he could not resurrect the fallen, he could at least provide some compensation. Sect Master Lin, you mustn't. Jiang Shui immediately protested. The purpose of Yushuang Palace's visit was to establish a friendly relationship with the Wending sect. Accepting the spirit stones would imply an acceptance of a transactional bond, effectively severing any genuine camaraderie. Although such a sum of spirit stones is astronomical for them, many present felt their hearts race, eyes glistening with greed. Accept these as a token of goodwill from the Wending sect, Lin Chen insisted. He then revealed a spatial ring containing a top-tier spiritual vein, offered as compensation to Yushuang Palace. Henceforth, the Wending sect and Yushuang Palace would stand as steadfast allies, committed to mutual support and unwavering loyalty. In a final emphatic statement, Lin Chen added, should you refuse, it would signify that you do not regard the Wending sect as a friend. A single top-tier spiritual vein, if nurtured with care, could yield 100 million top-tier spirit stones over 10,000 years, an inexhaustible resource. Such a treasure far surpasses the worth of 10 million spirit stones. Each top-tier spiritual vein represents the foundation of the major sects. Even a premier sect like Yushuang Palace possesses only 4. Lin Chen's lavish gesture of presenting a spiritual vein left everyone astounded. Very well, we shall graciously accept, Jiang Shui conceded, recognizing the gravity of the situation. To refuse further would be impolite. She accepted the spirit stones and the spiritual vein. The group of dozens of core realm cultivators each received over 200,000 top-tier spirit stones, their faces beaming with joy. They had never encountered such wealth before. Overnight, they had struck a fortune. As the ancients say, fortune favors the bold, and they found this to be true. After lingering for a while at the Wending sect, the members of Yushuang Palace took their leave. Before departing, Jiang Shui cautioned, the Beitian sect is the most formidable power in the imperial continent. They have suffered significant losses this time, and will not let it go lightly. Sect Master Lin, do not let your guard down. Thank you for the warning. Lin Chen nodded, watching them depart. The depth of the Wending sect's resources was truly astonishing. Witnessing Lin Chen casually bestow a top-tier spiritual vein left Chu Nanxing in awe. Even at her zenith, she could not have wielded such opulence. At that moment, the voice of Lin Chen echoed in Chu Nanxing's ear. Utilize the soul-returning pill. A year should suffice for your spirit to fully restore. After 1 year, I shall personally reconstruct your physical form. Chu Nanxing nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lin Chen produced the celestial tower, carefully placing it in a suitable location. Shi Tian, Xiao Bufan, and Su Muhuang eagerly entered the celestial tower to hone their skills. For within its confines, their lives were not in peril, but rather, their cultivation would flourish immensely. Returning to his modest courtyard, he declared, utilize 5 blue summoning cards. As Lin Chen's words resonated, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning. Soon, 5 peak tribulation transcenders descended from the heavens. We bow before the sect master, they proclaimed with utmost reverence. From this moment forth, you shall serve as the outer sect elders of the Wending sect, all reporting to Feng Hong. The luck of this card draw was remarkably fortuitous, as all summoned were peak tribulation transcenders. Such prowess would typically render them core elders, or even the foundation of a sect in most other domains. However, within the Wending sect, they could at most attain the status of outer sect elders. Before long, Feng Hong arrived. Upon noticing the presence of 5 powerful individuals, he felt no surprise. After all, he too had been resurrected from the river of time and space by the sect master. It was evident that these 5 were similarly brought back to life through the master's immense powers. Thus, Feng Hong led them away. The courtyard fell into a profound silence. The sky darkened ominously, hinting at impending rain. A chill breeze swept through the eaves, causing the wind chimes to gently sway. A mountain storm approaches. The Wending sect had indeed offended numerous sections. Although the system offered some reassurance, one could not ignore that the Wending sect possessed only 1 peak emperor, the Ancestor. Well, in a year, the Fairy Nanxing would count as another. With 2 emperors stationed, it remained uncertain whether they could withstand the onslaught of so many allied sections. Ultimately, the numbers within the Wending sect were still too few. Adding it all up, there were barely over 20 individuals. Moreover, there were a few newly joined miscellaneous workers and guards with low cultivation, hardly qualifying as disciples. To aspire to be the foremost sect in the heavens, a greater number of disciples was essential. Ding. New mission released. Please host to establish a sect and recruit disciples. Completing this will yield substantial rewards. Just then, a notification from the system chimed. How fortuitous. Just as he had begun to doze off, the system presented him with an opportunity. He had long desired to establish a sect and recruit disciples, but time had eluded him. Now was the perfect moment. Without further ado, he summoned all senior members of the Wending sect to the council hall. After sending messages to everyone, Lin Chen slowly made his way outside. Chapter 48. Establishing a sect and recruiting disciples. A month later, the Wending sect would officially commence recruiting disciples. This news rapidly spread across various territories. Furthermore, the Wending sect boldly proclaimed its ambition to dominate the world and target the Zhanshuan realm. Such audacious statements were met with disdain, ridicule, and scorn from countless large sections. However, many who had yet to join a sect, including wandering cultivators, were stirred into a frenzy. After all, the Wending sect was a force led by peak emperors, reigning supreme over the entire eastern region. Yet, at present, the Wending sect comprised merely over 20 individuals, with only 3 disciples. As long as one joins the Wending sect, they will undoubtedly rank among the esteemed disciples. Provided they are not expelled from the sect, their seniority will allow them to ascend to a middle-tier position, leading a life of unparalleled comfort. In contrast, other prominent sects are already inundated with disciples. Not only are the entry requirements exceedingly high, but even after admission, competition is fierce. For those whose talents do not rank among the elite, existence within these grand sects can be likened to that of a mere dog. Those who wish to attend are welcome to do so. I, however, shall not partake. This rare opportunity must be seized to secure a position within the Wending sect. I am the destined child, merely awaiting an opportunity. Whether I can turn my fate around hinges upon this moment. Mother, I am certain I will be selected. Countless young aspirants, harboring similar thoughts, flocked to the Wending sect. Even some elderly individuals, leaning on their canes and trembling with age, hurried towards the sect, yearning for a chance to alter their destinies before their time runs out. What if, moreover, some were willing to exhaust their entire fortunes to purchase tickets aboard the domain warships, journeying from distant realms to attend this grand event? A month swiftly passed. Before the gates of the Wending sect, a sea of humanity gathered, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, surpassing even the fervor of the Eastern Domain's disciple recruitment assembly. The sheer volume of attendees was staggering. Su Muhuang widened her eyes in disbelief. Previously, when Lin Chen had offered to accept her as his personal disciple, she hesitated. Now, witnessing this scene, she realized the fortune she had stumbled upon. Junior sister, come help. Shi Tian and Xiao Bufan were frantically occupied. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, Feng Hong had to borrow personnel from the ancient moon tower to barely meet the demands. Ding, ding, ding. The melodious chimes resonated from the protective formation of the rear mountain. After 3 tolls, Feng Hong stood upon the high platform, his voice booming. I am Feng Hong, the chief outer sect elder of the Wending sect. I hereby declare the Wending sect's disciple recruitment assembly officially commenced. As his words echoed, the crowd eagerly formed lines to partake in the assessment. Although the system mandated the enrollment of at least 3,000 disciples, Lin Chen insisted that standards must not be lowered. The assessment comprised 10 rounds, evaluating talent, comprehension, wisdom, temperament, resolve, and character. This is exceedingly challenging, more difficult than the Tiangang sect. As the rules were announced, complaints immediately arose. If you do not wish to participate in the assessment, you may leave now, thundered an outer sect elder at the peak of the tribulation stage, showing no leniency. I will participate, stammered one individual, his face flushed. Others who had been complaining fell silent upon witnessing this. The assessment progressed fervently. Due to the sheer number of participants, it extended over 3 months. Each round's difficulty was not overly daunting, yet as the rounds continued, by the final stage, only a fraction remained. Those who successfully passed the assessment were overwhelmed with tears of joy. Some who were eliminated in the last round sat dazed on the ground, as though struck by lightning, unable to move for quite some time. Many who had been eliminated in the earlier rounds wept, pleading for the Wending sect to take them in. They would harbor no grievances even if relegated to the status of a servant disciple. Rules are rules. They shall not be compromised due to anyone's misfortunes. I report to the sect leader. The disciple recruitment assembly has concluded, with 200 inner disciples, 800 outer disciples, and 2,300 miscellaneous disciples accepted. Furthermore, I took the liberty of accepting several formidable individuals, including some at the Great Ascension stage, who have been appointed as outer elders, and those in the tribulation stage have been designated as administrators. Feng Hong presented a register. Lin Chen nodded and glanced at it. 2 names shone brightly. How intriguing. One named Liu Yiming, a reincarnation of an emperor, possesses extraordinary talent. The other, Ye Family possesses a solar celestial body and fortuitously discovered a small vial containing the remnant soul of a supreme being. Both are at the golden core stage. While their talents may not surpass those of the 3 direct disciples of the Wending sect, they undoubtedly qualify as sons of a top-tier sect in the outside world. These 2 merit special consideration. They do not seem particularly exceptional. Merely possessing slightly better talents, they rank among the average within the inner disciples. Why the need for special treatment? Indeed, Fang Hong did not inquire further. The sect leader's actions must certainly have their reasons. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mountain opening and disciple recruitment task. Reward acquired. Wending Immortal Technique 1. Wending Immortal Technique. Exclusive cultivation technique of the Wending sect. Enabling astonishing progress and a solid foundation, surpassing peers. Reward acquired. Wending Sword Technique. Wending Sword Technique. Exclusive divine ability of the Wending sect. Enhancing combat power by up to twice. Reward acquired. 1 Junior Sect Upgrade Card. Junior Sect Upgrade Card. Capable of elevating the sect to a junior level with a single click, safe and painless. Reward acquired. Various spirit stones, magical treasures, and elixirs. These rewards are quite impressive. With the Wending Immortal Technique and Wending Sword Technique, the cultivation and strength of the sect's disciples can be enhanced in a remarkably short time. However, what piqued his interest most was the Junior Sect Upgrade Card. Could it be that the Wending sect has become so robust that it is still not classified as a junior sect? Friendly reminder. When using the Junior Sect Upgrade Card, all sect members must vacate the sect at least 100,000 miles away. Otherwise, irreversible harm may occur to them. 100,000 miles. That is rather far. Nevertheless, since the system states this, it must have its rationale. Lin Chen entrusted the Wending Immortal Technique and Wending Sword Technique to Fang Hong for distribution and instruction among the disciples. He then commanded, notify all sect members to evacuate to a distance of 100,000 miles. Everyone. Yes, everyone. If they refuse to leave, they must be carried away. Understood. Fang Hong departed. Moments later, Lin Chen received a transmission from the ancestor. Sect leader, has something significant occurred? Do you require my assistance? No need for concern, ancestor. Simply ensure your evacuation. I intend to unleash a great divine ability. If you remain here, I shall be hindered. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Very well. The ancestor did not press for further details. After Fang Hong had gathered everyone together, the venerable ancestor waved his hand. And all members of the Wending sect felt a sudden blurriness in their vision. Upon opening their eyes again, they found themselves 10,000 miles away. Glancing back at the Wending sect, it appeared as a mere speck in the distance. 4 low-tier cultivators like those in the Foundation establishment and Golden Core stages. Such a distance was insurmountable, taking months to traverse. Yet, for the ancestor, it was but a fleeting moment. What could the sect master possibly be up to? Who knows? It is best not to inquire. Confusion filled the hearts of the crowd. Meanwhile, within the Wending sect, Lin Chen, after ensuring that everyone had retreated to a safe location, exclaimed with exhilaration, System, activate the primary sect enhancement card. Chapter 49. Is this still the Wending sect? Boom. The mountains crumbled with a thunderous roar, taking with them the edifices that once stood proudly atop them, reducing everything to ashes. The grand and majestic Wending sect, painstakingly constructed by Fang Hong and others, was now obliterated. Had the sect master truly destroyed the Wending sect? Everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the situation. Even the venerable ancestor, Chu Nansheng, and Shi Tian were perplexed by the sect master's motives. Many newly initiated disciples were rendered speechless, just days into their entry, and their sect was gone? Was the sect master mad? Had the Wending sect been annihilated by some external force? Numerous nearby sects, alerted by the commotion, hastened to the scene, concealing themselves in the shadows to observe from a distance. Upon witnessing the destruction, they too were left speechless. The Wending sect was doomed. They wondered which formidable being had come forth to extinguish the sect, leaving not a trace behind. What a pity! A newly risen top-tier sect, extinguished just like that. They deserved it for their tyrannical ways. Hush! Keep your voices down. What is there to fear? The Wending sect is gone. Can they still harm me? However, amidst their chatter, the situation suddenly changed. Ding! The melodious chime of a bell resonated. Soon after, a towering mountain erupted from the ground, soaring to 30,000 zhang, piercing the clouds. Following this, an increasing number of mountains emerged, sprouting like bamboo shoots after a rain, each still impressive, with the shortest standing at 10,000 zhang. In no time, a vast mountain range unfolded, spanning tens of thousands of miles, with hundreds of towering peaks. Numerous islands rich in spiritual energy floated majestically in the air. Boom! Golden palaces appeared out of thin air, landing upon the mountains and islands, firmly taking root. It seemed as if a divine artisan was tirelessly sculpting them. After a brief half-hour, to the astonishment of all, a celestial sect gradually materialized. Surrounded by swirling mists, ethereal melodies filled the air. Rare herbs and exquisite flowers flourished amidst the mountains, while celestial cranes soared through the clouds. The ethereal pavilions and flowing streams painted a picture reminiscent of a paradise on earth. More importantly, beneath the mountains lay 100 top-tier spiritual veins. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, the spiritual energy, so dense it seemed one could draw water from it. In such an environment, even a dog could cultivate at an astonishing rate. What? Witnessing all of this firsthand, everyone was left in a state of utter disbelief. Is it truly possible for such wonders to exist? What kind of divine magic is this? Surely, even an emperor could not achieve such feats. How many extraordinary abilities does the sovereign truly possess? It is utterly formidable. Master, is it within your capabilities? A bold disciple inquired, tilting his head. Master, I cannot possibly. Do you seek punishment for jesting with me? The disciple stammered. I dare not. He then stuck out his tongue. Meanwhile, those who secretly observed from a distance were genuinely taken aback by this scene. Their immediate reaction was to recognize that offending the Asking Summit sect was not an option. Just moments ago, they feared that the sect had been annihilated by its enemies, only to realize now that a peerless being was employing divine powers to reconstruct the sect. Such a grand endeavor is comparable to that of a creator. Their respective sects were not far from the Asking Summit sect, and henceforth, they not only must avoid offending it, but also seek to curry favor, lest they incur its wrath and face obliteration. Is this what one would call a rudimentary sect? Lin Chen was equally astonished, only regaining his composure upon hearing the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host. The usage of the primary sect enhancement card was successful. Ahem, after a considerable time. Lin Chen steadied his emotions and feigned the demeanor of a recluse. Master, please lead them back. Very well. With a grand gesture, Tiangang guided everyone back to the Asking Summit sect. The disciples were akin to Lu Lao in a grand garden, marveling at every corner in disbelief that this would now be their home. Is this truly the Asking Summit sect? I once visited the Clear Wind Temple, and in comparison, our sect feels like a mere chicken coop. One disciple exclaimed in astonishment. Humph, that Clear Wind Temple is merely a second-rate sect. I've been to the Sky Sword sect, and if you ask me, it too pales in comparison to us. Another disciple scoffed immediately. Ha! Well said. Laughter erupted among the crowd. When Lin Chen emerged, the eyes of all present were filled with admiration. After all, across the entire Zhangxian realm, there was no one with such astonishing abilities. Shueding Peak, Qingzhou Peak, Songyu Peak, the Asking Summit Hall, the Conference Hall, the Techniques Hall. After half a day, Lin Chen finally completed the naming of these numerous locations. He waved his hand, allowing the disciples to select their own abodes. The Asking Summit sect now spanned vast territories, covering tens of thousands of miles. Even with thousands of disciples, each would still enjoy a spacious dwelling. The disciples joyously set off. At Lin Chen's behest, Tiangang once more established the protective formation of the sect, enveloping an area of tens of thousands of miles. Bolstered by abundant spiritual energy, its power had only increased. News of the Asking Summit sect's reconstruction spread swiftly. Soon, the tidings reached the Empire continent. Within the Batian sect, Huyan Bao wore a grave expression. Are you saying that the Asking Summit sect is under the protection of a peerless power that has instantaneously constructed a celestial sect spanning tens of thousands of miles? Tens of thousands of miles. Such an expanse has never been heard of. The Batian sect, despite its considerable size, only covers a few thousand miles. It is indeed true. Many have witnessed it firsthand, and it cannot be false. Several intersect elders reported candidly. Huyan Bao hesitated. In recent months, the Batian sect has reached out to the foremost sects across various territories. 2/3 of these sects either politely declined or opted for neutrality. However, 1/3 of them agreed to join forces. It was hoped that with such a formidable alliance, the question of eradicating the Wending sect would be resolved. Yet, with the unexpected turmoil caused by the Wending sect, uncertainty loomed over everyone. What should be done? Should we consult the elders? One intersect elder inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Huyan Bao shook his head. The elders are all in seclusion, particularly Elder Qingming, who is on the verge of a critical breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. It is imperative that they are not disturbed. I believe we should postpone this matter for the time being. Very well. The intersect elders, feeling helpless, recognized that many sects had made numerous promises and sweetened words to unite their stance. Now, with the notion of postponement, they would have to swallow their pride to appease the sentiments of the various sects once more. Shortly thereafter, at the Tiangang sect. The limping old man erupted with fury. Unreliable, utterly unreliable. After much effort to enlist the top sects from the other 4 territories, they suddenly wavered. As a result, they would now have to face the wrath of the Wending sect alone. They could not even match Li Tiangang when united. Now, scattered back to their respective sects, their chances of success were even more diminished. Enough is enough. The worst-case scenario would be to hide away, remaining within the confines of the sect. The old man resolved to become a turtle retreating into its shell, waiting for a day when the tides would turn to seek vengeance. Chapter 50. Another emperor emerges from the Wending sect. Before the Wending hall, Fang Hong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the throng of disciples below. Once all identity tokens were distributed, Fang Hong proclaimed loudly, "The identity tokens are bound to your souls. You must safeguard them diligently. They not only serve as proof of your identity, but are also crucial for acquiring techniques, sect tasks, and accessing the library and martial arenas. Furthermore, they can accumulate sect contribution points. I shall not reiterate the significance of contribution points. Suffice it to say, they can be exchanged for all that you require: techniques, elixirs, spirit stones." Upon hearing Fang Hong's words, the disciples below instinctively tightened their grips on their identity tokens, carefully stowing them away. Now, we shall begin imparting the first layer of the Wending Immortal Technique and the Wending Sword Technique. Pay close attention. Fang Hong commenced the unreserved teaching, elucidating the first layer of both techniques. These are the fundamentals. Only after breaking through the first layer and receiving confirmation from the elders may one apply for the second layer in the technique hall. The foundational techniques for inner disciples, outer disciples, and servant disciples are identical, with the only distinctions lying in their status and treatment. Each individual's aptitude varies, and among the disciples, Liu Yanran, as a reincarnated emperor, possessed insights and comprehension far beyond that of his peers. Waves of astonishment surged within him. Could this possibly be an immortal technique? Prior to this, his intention had been to cultivate the techniques from his past life. Upon deeper reflection, it becomes evident that the cultivation methods he practiced in his previous life pale in comparison to the Ascendant Immortal Technique. Moreover, there exists the Ascendant Sword Art, which complements the former splendidly. He harbors a profound premonition that this technique is not of this mortal realm, but rather a gift from the celestial domain. Once unleashed, it is destined to wreak havoc upon the heavens and the earth. He must learn it. The Ascendant Immortal Technique must be mastered, and the Ascendant Sword Art deserves meticulous study as well. Another individual, equally astounded, is Ye Family, who conceals a small green vial within his spatial ring. Initially, the remnant soul within the vial regarded these foundational techniques with disdain. However, as it listened further, its expression shifted dramatically. After a considerable period, it finally calmed its fervent emotions and communicated telepathically with Ye Family. You must memorize the Ascendant Immortal Technique and the Ascendant Sword Art with utmost diligence. Even if you forget to eat or relieve yourself, do not allow these two techniques to slip your mind. The gravity of its tone left no room for jest. Could they truly be that formidable? Ye Family inquired, a hint of skepticism coloring his voice. Indeed, they are remarkably powerful. The remnant soul replied with a solemnity that brooked no argument. These two techniques are unparalleled in my experience. As a true young immortal body, your progress will be exceedingly rapid. The sooner you achieve the integration realm, the sooner I can emerge from this diminutive green vial. Understood. Although Ye Family remained uncertain of their true potency, he nodded earnestly. He held unwavering faith in the elder. Without the remnant soul contained within the green vial, he would not have survived to this day, nor would he have been able to join the Ascendant Sect. Whatever the elder instructed, he would comply. The spiritual energy within the Ascendant Sect is exceptionally abundant. Even a mere corner of its aura rivals the sacred cultivation grounds of other elite sections. Furthermore, the sect is notably generous in its offerings. Even the outer disciples receive ample resources for cultivation, let alone someone of his status as an inner disciple. Now, you may each proceed with your cultivation. Fang Hong concluded his teachings, and the faces of the disciples radiated joy as they dispersed. Time slipped quietly away, and another year passed swiftly. Greetings, Master. One day, as Su Muhuang was immersed in her training, Lin Chen suddenly appeared before her. There's no need to be so formal. I want tea bite. Are you truly so afraid of me? Lin Chen chuckled, bemused by his disciple's demeanor. Perhaps it stemmed from her upbringing, as Su Muhuang remained cautious, even upon entering the Ascendant Sect, unlike her two senior brothers who exhibited more ease. There was always a lingering sense of distance between them. I'm not afraid, Su Muhuang replied, pursing her lips slightly. Well then, summon Nanxing Fairy. Lin Chen did not press the matter further. He understood that with time, the barrier between them would naturally dissolve. After all, they had all the time in the world. Unlike mortals, whose lives flicker fleetingly like shadows. All right. Without questioning the reason, Su Muhuang called forth Chu Nanxing. At this moment, Chu Nanxing's spirit had returned to its peak state, solidified to the point of near transparency. The time has come, Lin Chen remarked with a faint smile. It was time to fulfill the promise made to Chu Nanxing long ago. I appreciate your efforts, Sect Master. Chu Nanxing struggled to contain her excitement. Though her face betrayed her enthusiasm, she had awaited this moment for far too long. To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. Lin Chen smiled, choosing not to address the unspoken words. Under the influence of arcane forces, the 9-turn body-shaping Lotus exuded a gentle radiance, tenderly enveloping the lingering soul of Chu Nanxing. The Lotus platform transformed into a resplendent stream of light, gradually merging with Chu Nanxing's divine essence, as her crystalline skeletal framework began to take shape. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged fervently, and flesh and blood grew at a visibly rapid pace, being reshaped anew. In an instant, a perfect new physical form, in perfect harmony with her divine soul, coalesced into existence. Chu Nanxing slowly opened her eyes, and a formidable pressure enveloped the surroundings. She had reached the early stage of the Emperor realm. This physical body left Chu Nanxing astonished, for it resonated with her divine essence even more profoundly than her original form. The Master's methods were simply beyond comprehension. Senior, Su Muhuang exclaimed with excitement. However, Lin Chen felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that she was merely at the early stage of the Emperor realm. A glance through the celestial eye confirmed it. Indeed, not long after Chu Nanxing had entered the Emperor realm, she had fallen victim to a treacherous scheme and met her demise. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as she remained with the Wending sect, Lin Chen was confident that within a few years, he could elevate her to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. From now on, you shall be the chief elder of the inner sect of Wending. Lin Chen presented a token to her, saying, remember, you have signed a contract of servitude. For a millennium, you belong to Wending sect, so do not entertain thoughts of regret. Understood. Chu Nanxing nodded earnestly. Lin Chen had bestowed upon her the gift of rebirth. Even if he had not insisted, she would have chosen to remain with Wending sect, treating it as her own home to protect. After all, there was no better place than Wending sect. Why do we never see the sect master cultivating? Many disciples were curious, as everyone else was diligently practicing, while the sect master appeared to be idly wandering about, leisurely observing this and that. Whether sipping tea and listening to music or fishing under the sun, his life seemed exceedingly comfortable. What do you know? The sect master's extraordinary methods are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. Understood. The disciples dared not question further, and after witnessing it time and again, they became accustomed to it. In truth, Lin Chen simply had no desire to cultivate. With the system in place, why exert unnecessary effort? Was there a need to endure hardships? One day, under the warm sun and with a gentle breeze caressing the clear pond, Lin Chen had prepared dozens of pounds of bait, but only caught a few small fish after a day of fishing, leaving him feeling quite vexed. Nearby, the Empress of the Great Liang, Lu Ruoxi, covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. In less than 2 years, with Lin Chen's assistance, her cultivation had progressed from the early stage of the integration realm to the mid-stage. Furthermore, Lin Chen had specifically dispatched several outer sect elders to aid her in quelling the rebels and reclaiming her kingdom. However, Lu Ruoxi chose not to remain as the Empress of the Great Liang, but instead willingly continued to serve as Lin Chen's attendant. After all, being by Lin Chen's side was far more promising than assuming the title of Empress. Lin Chen, feeling helpless, acquiesced to her choice. Why are you three not cultivating? What brings you here? Just then, 3 disciples approached. Master, we wish to venture out for some experience. Su Muhuang took the initiative to voice their desire. Through their time spent together, Su Muhuang's cautious nature had gradually transformed, the sense of distance dissipating as she grew closer to everyone. Chapter 51. The beast-tied Lin Chen hesitated momentarily. The Wending sect had made enemies on all sides, and their trio venturing out was indeed perilous. However, they could not remain sheltered within the sect like flowers in a greenhouse. Ding. Detected that the Dragon Abyss secret realm in the Imperial continent will soon open in 2 months. The host may send disciples to experience it. At that moment, a notification from the system suddenly appeared. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. Excellent. Not long ago, my master received news that the Dragon Abyss secret realm in the Imperial continent is set to open in 2 months, providing you with an opportunity for training. As he spoke, Lin Chen produced 3 garments as delicate as the wings of a cicada. These are the 1,000 Illusions silk robes. Upon wearing them, not only can they alter your appearance, but they also conceal all traces, rendering your presence undetectable to others. We must prioritize safety. Otherwise, if some old-timers learn that the 3 of you have ventured out alone, they could personally come to eliminate you, and I would be too far away to assist. Thank you, Master. Shi Tian was the first to don the robe. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a rough-looking man, muscular and with a fierce visage. No trace of spiritual energy emanated from him. Xiao Bufan and Su Muhuang were utterly unable to discern his true nature by any means. Master actually possesses such treasures? The trio was astonished. Following this, Lin Chen bestowed upon them several life-preserving artifacts and talismans before sending them on their way. I refuse to believe that in my previous life I was nothing but an Air Force soldier. I shall not be an Air Force here either. Lin Chen's eyes glinted with determination as he relentlessly added several 100 pounds of bait into the clear pond, switching to larger hooks and lines. He was resolute in his endeavor. This time, even if it were a dragon, he would reel it in. As long as he did not withdraw his line, he would never go empty-handed. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, a beast tide had quietly erupted in Qingzhou, where the Wending sect was located. Qingzhou lay in a remote area, adjacent to the beast wilderness, which harbored countless demonic beasts, rendering it a forbidden zone for human practitioners. Entering it was akin to courting death. To counter this, ancient cultivators had joined forces to establish an unbroken barrier to repel the invasion of demonic beasts. Yet, for reasons unknown, this barrier had inexplicably shattered. An overwhelming tide of beasts surged forth, wreaking havoc upon the realm, leading to widespread suffering. Patriarch, we cannot withstand this any longer. In Jianghan City, the foremost power in Qingzhou, the Su family, an elder rushed towards the family head, his complexion pale and panic-stricken, his luxurious robes stained with blood. There are simply too many demonic beasts. Our family has suffered heavy casualties. At this rate, the city will fall within 3 days. Upon hearing this, the patriarch could no longer remain seated. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Damn it! We have sent out so many distress signals. The upper sect promised to send aid. Yet after all these days, there has been no sign of them." The Su family was an affiliated force of a major sect in the eastern region. Logically, the upper sect should have dispatched assistance by now. Were they truly abandoned? Patriarch, do you not understand yet? The upper sect is not far from us. If they intended to come, they would have done so by now. We should retreat. If this continues, the Su family will be utterly annihilated. Cough, cough, cough. The elder of the Su family was exceedingly anxious, and due to his severe injuries, he coughed violently after only a few words. The head of the Su family was engulfed in agonizing turmoil, having cultivated their heritage in Jianghan City for generations. Abandoning it would mean forsaking their ancestral legacy and becoming akin to a stray dog. Yet, if they chose to remain, the annihilation of their clan could be imminent. This was a heart-wrenching decision. After a prolonged silence, his voice hoarse, he spoke with great difficulty. Let us endure for 2 more days. If the ancestral sect does not send assistance by then, we shall retreat to other safe cities. However, the elder sought to negotiate further. There is no room for negotiation. My mind is made up. The head of the Su family interrupted him, his tone resolute. His gaze drifted into the distance as he murmured, "I can only hope my persistence proves to be wise. Ancestral sect, please send aid swiftly." A similar plight unfolded across various cities in Qingzhou. Some managed to hold on, while others quickly succumbed, with the old, young, women, and children becoming prey to the beasts. Only a precious few escaped successfully. At the Qingding sect, by the clear pool. Whoever wishes to fish may do so. I shan't. Lin Chen, fuming, broke his fishing rod and cast it into the water. After nearly a month of fruitless endeavor, the float remained motionless, as if it were an unyielding anchor. Surely, there must be fish in the water? Frustrated, Lin Chen slammed his palm against the water's surface, unleashing a fire-based spell. In an instant, the entire clear pool began to bubble and churn as if it were boiling, steam rising in torrents. Then, an innumerable quantity of fish surfaced, covering the entire water's surface. Lin Chen received a notification. Ding! New task released. Detected that the beast tide is breaching the barrier of the beast wilderness, ravaging Qingzhou and causing untold suffering. Please dispatch personnel to quell the tide. A substantial reward awaits upon completion. What? A beast tide? Lin Chen was seething with rage. How dare these beasts come rampaging through Qingzhou? The very domain of the Qingding sect? This was akin to a long-lived man hanging himself. His expression hardened. Chu Nanqing, immediately assemble all disciples of the divine transformation realm and accompany me to Qingzhou to subdue these monsters. Lin Chen sent a message to Chu Nanqing. Meanwhile, at the Su family, bang! The head of the Su family, drenched in blood, had just repelled a 5th-tier beast, but before he could catch his breath, he was swept aside by the massive tail of a 6th-tier beast. The impact struck his chest, tearing away flesh and sending him hurtling backward, blood gushing forth. He crashed against the city wall, debris flying in all directions, creating a large crater in the ground. With a soft thud, the head of the Su family staggered, spitting out a mouthful of dark blood. The sixth-tier beast, emboldened by its advantage, approached with a lizard-like body, swaying as it charged toward him with a merciless intent. It opened its gaping maw, ready to bite down fiercely. The head of the Su family struggled to rise, sword in hand, but darkness clouded his vision, and he found himself too weak to defend. Poison. A chill gripped his heart, just as he was about to be crushed by the lizard beast's jaws. An elder from a distance rushed over recklessly, shouting, "Master, be careful." With a powerful shove, the head of the Su family was propelled away, rolling several hundred meters before finally coming to a halt. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld the esteemed elder being seized by the lizard monstrosity. The creature's razor-like fangs swiftly penetrated his flesh, and in mere moments, he was reduced to a mere mass of gore, swallowed whole. Tears cascaded down the face of Su Ren, the head of the Su family. He regretted not heeding Su Ren's counsel to evacuate sooner. Now, it was far too late. Scanning the surroundings, he noted that the remaining members of the Su family were few and far between, all writhing in anguish beneath the onslaught of the beast. The other families in Jianghan City had either fled early or, like the Su family, met their demise here. It was over. Everything had concluded. In despair, the head of the Su family shut his eyes. The long-awaited reinforcements from the ancestral sect had yet to materialize, and their messages had vanished into silence. They had been forsaken. Though reluctant to accept this grim reality, it was indeed the truth. The world around him gradually grew quiet. The toxin relentlessly gnawed at his body, and the head of the Su family felt his consciousness slipping away. Suddenly, he heard a multitude of jubilant voices, seemingly exclaiming that reinforcements had arrived. Could it be? The head of the Su family struggled to open his eyes one last time, and what he beheld would forever remain etched in his memory. Chapter 52. The Eighth Order Beast. The skeletal serpent, the lizard beast that had just attacked him, was ensnared by an invisible hand, thrashing violently. Not far away, a young lad stood poised in the air, his robes billowing dramatically. Die! The boy's face was ablaze with fury as he clenched his fist. Boom! The lizard monstrosity ceased its struggles and was reduced to a heap of mangled flesh, scattering across the ground. This formidable sixth-order beast had met its end in an instant. The boy showed no intention of halting. Instead, he set his sights on other powerful beasts. With every strike, a fifth or sixth-order creature was obliterated. The head of the Su family found himself at a loss for words, his throat constricted. Such overwhelming strength. Though he emanated merely the aura of a peak harmonization stage, the might he unleashed rivaled that of the great Ascension realm. There was no one of such caliber in the ancestral sect. Who on earth was he? Moreover, many others were engaged in fierce combat with the beasts. The head of the Su family glanced around, recognizing none of them. Were they not from the ancestral sect? He was bewildered, unsure of where this group had emerged from. Just as he mustered the strength to approach and inquire, a voice rang out from the crowd. An eighth-order beast. An eighth-order beast has appeared. Run for your lives. The power of an eighth-order creature was comparable to that of the mid-grade ascension stage, far beyond what they could contend with. Countless faces drained of color as they fled in panic. However, at the moment the eighth-order beast manifested, the young lad sprang into action. He vanished in a flash, appearing before the eighth-order beast. His presence was restrained, like a sword poised to strike, yet his gaze was filled with an air of supremacy, as if he had already decreed the beast's doom. Roar! The eighth-order beast, a skeletal serpent, was colossal, its form reminiscent of a hill, shrouded in a dark, poisonous mist. Before it, the boy appeared almost inconspicuous. It seemed as though it felt the disdain of a mere human ant, igniting its fury. With a thunderous crash, the colossal skeletal serpent, despite its immense size, moved with remarkable swiftness, its massive bony tail sweeping through the air. A tempest roared. Sand and stones flew as a formidable shadow descended upon the young boy with ferocity. With a swift motion, the boy narrowly evaded the sweeping tail and retaliated with a powerful sword strike. The blade surged with grandeur, striking the skeletal serpent forcefully. Yet, with such a gargantuan form, evasion was futile. This overwhelming sword force merely pushed the serpent back slightly, leaving a shallow scar upon its bony exterior. The boy furrowed his brow, unleashing several more arcs of sword light. The results remained unchanged. The massive serpent, oblivious to the assaults, circled around the boy, swiftly encircling him, creating an impenetrable barrier. Gradually, the black-brown toxic mist began to engulf him. Following this, the serpent opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a viscous black-brown liquid that emitted a putrid stench. It forcefully spewed the noxious substance towards the boy enveloped in the toxic haze. The air crackled and hissed as the lethal liquid seared through the space. It was over. A chill gripped the heart of the Su family patriarch. Suddenly, a faint golden light illuminated the center of the toxic mist. Then came the second, third, and fourth beams, Countless golden lights pierced through the miasma, illuminating the dim sky as brightly as day. Boom! It erupted with a thunderous blast. The boy emerged unscathed, stepping forth from the chaos. How foul! Do you wish for death? Why must you douse me with such filth? The boy's anger flared, and he charged forward with his sword, engaging the serpent in close combat. The corrosive poison seemed to have no effect on him, and soon after, he cleaved off a substantial piece of the serpent's bone with a single stroke. The serpent, in pain, hissed in fury, its ferocity completely unleashed. It attacked with even greater intensity, sweeping its tail, lunging with its jaws, and attempting to crush the boy into a pulp. The serpent, lacking any magical prowess, relied solely on its formidable physical strength, its body infused with deadly toxins. Undeterred, the boy fought fiercely against the serpent, exhilaration coursing through him. This is utterly outrageous. The Su family patriarch's jaw dropped in disbelief. A pinnacle of integration was matching a beast of the 8th tier, comparable to a mid-stage ascendant. In combat, it was nothing short of fantastical. Yet, this surreal scene unfolded before his very eyes, leaving no room for doubt. At that moment, many beasts were gradually being vanquished, and the families of Jianghan City, including the Su, Zhang, Tang, and Wu clans, survived the ordeal. Each one, battered and bruised, gazed incredulously at the fierce battle between the boy and the serpent amidst the void. Their hearts raced with trepidation. If the boy were to falter, death would await them all. He must triumph. Many silently prayed within their hearts. The Su family patriarch shared the same sentiment, his heart racing as if it might burst. Several surviving elders gathered around him, all bearing grievous wounds, barely resembling their former selves. Exchanging a glance filled with melancholy, they realized they were fortunate. Many would never see each other again in this lifetime. At that moment, they beheld a woman of regal stature, her hair cascading like a waterfall. She resembled a meticulously crafted painting, breathtakingly beautiful, as if not of this earthly realm. Her eyes sparkled like stars, her lips akin to cherries, and her skin was fair to an extraordinary degree. Even the most discerning gaze could find no flaw upon her. She stood atop a mound of countless monstrous beasts and human corpses, her gaze fixed intently on the void where a person and a beast stood. She appeared like a white lotus blooming amidst a sea of corpses and blood. The Su family patriarch and several elders squinted, utterly unable to discern the woman's level of power. They only knew that her status was exceedingly high, as others stood quietly behind her, their expressions respectful. With great difficulty, they approached her. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your rescue. May I inquire which esteemed sect you hail from? We would like to repay your kindness in the future." The Su patriarch asked, his voice trembling. "Wending sect," the ethereal figure replied without turning her head. Her voice was soft, yet it resonated in the ears of those present like thunderclaps. "Wending sect? Is that not a sect known for its ruthless nature?" The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, incredulous at what they had just heard. How could it be that the sect which had come to their aid was the infamous Wending sect? Surely this cannot be true. Many in the crowd began to doubt. The same sentiments echoed among the Zhang, Tang, and Wu families who had gathered. "The one battling the beasts up there is our sect leader, Lin Chen, an outer sect elder, at the tribulation stage," noted, observing the confusion in their eyes. "What? That is Lin Chen. He is willing to fight for the sake of the common people?" The crowd fell into a state of shock. During the beast tide, they had sought assistance from all the major sects in Qingzhou, even sending distress signals to those in nearby large states. Yet they had not reached out to Wending sect. Not a single sect had responded to their pleas. The only one that did was Wending sect. How bitterly ironic. As their faces flushed with a mix of shame and disbelief, the situation on the battlefield began to shift. The colossal serpent gradually weakened, its attacks becoming feeble. In contrast, Lin Chen grew more invigorated with each confrontation. Soon, the giant serpent, filled with fear, unleashed a wholly ineffectual attack before turning to flee. In the next moment, Lin Chen appeared before its hollow eye sockets without any forewarning. With a finger pointed at its nose, he uttered, "Infernal fire." A flame, pale to the point of transparency, instantaneously enveloped the skeletal serpent, making no sound as it did so. Piece by piece, its bones vanished into thin air, leaving behind not a trace. What? Everyone stared wide-eyed, as if confronted by a specter. What kind of technique is this? Chapter 53, 9th Rank Demon Beast. The Sky-Splitting Demon Ape. A chill ran down everyone's spines. It is almost unimaginable what would transpire if this pale flame were to descend upon them. Most likely, they would vanish without a trace, much like the skeletal giant serpent. The sect master, Lin Chen, arrived, and Chu Nanxing along with the others respectfully bowed. As Lin Chen approached, the anger on his face gradually dissipated, giving way to tranquility. Upon encountering sect master Lin, everyone hurriedly paid their respects. Indeed, as rumored, Lin Chen The master of the Wending sect, though only at the peak of the fusion stage, commanded great respect. The deference shown by so many at the tribulation stage, the ascendant stage, and that woman of an unknown realm spoke volumes. Lin Chen waved his hand, smiling. There is no need for such formality. The Wending sect is also a sect of Qingzhou, and quelling the beast tide is part of our responsibilities. He then turned to the others. Let us proceed to explore other areas. Prior to his arrival, he had already dispatched individuals to eradicate the beast tide in various locations. But he felt a sense of reassurance only by witnessing it himself. Perhaps there would be some formidable beasts to contend with, and he intended to accompany Chu Nanxing to resolve them collectively. However, just as they were about to depart, members from the Su, Zhang, Tang, and Wu families rushed forward, kneeling en masse before Lin Chen. What is the meaning of this? Lin Chen asked, taken aback. The head of the Su family turned to the crowd, and after receiving their supportive glances, took a deep breath. The 4 great families of Jianghan City, along with 16 smaller clans, wish to become affiliated forces of the Wending sect. If the sect requires our assistance, we shall not hesitate. Lin Chen had not anticipated such a display. Were their intentions sincere? He casually inquired. If there is a hint of falsehood, may you meet a dire fate. The head of the Su family swore an oath to the heavens, and the other family heads followed suit. Lin Chen nodded. In truth, he had merely asked out of curiosity. Under the scrutiny of the celestial eye, he was well aware of their genuine intentions, since there was no harm in it. He acquiesced, distributing some healing elixirs through an outer sect elder. For matters of allegiance, consult Elder Meng. Subsequently, Lin Chen departed with Chu Nanxing and the others, leaving Elder Meng and several disciples behind. A sigh of relief escaped the heads of the Su family and others. This was indeed a stroke of serendipity, a ray of hope in dire circumstances. Not only had they preserved their ancestral heritage, but they had also become affiliated with the Wending sect. With the protection of such a powerful entity, they could finally hold their heads high. As for the previous so-called higher sect, they scoffed. It was better not to have them. After contributing so many resources annually, when trouble arose, they had turned a blind eye. How despicable! If they had the courage, let them come and seek retribution. They were eager to see how the Wending sect would deal with them. What surprised them even more was that the Wending sect did not require them to submit resources. Where could they find such a higher sect? Meanwhile, Lin Chen, accompanied by the members of the Wending sect, continued their journey, slaying countless beasts and saving numerous families and sects, with nearly all sects and families willingly becoming affiliated forces of the Wending sect. Although the Wending sect currently boasts a mere 3,000 members, when considering its affiliated forces, the number swells to several 100,000. The sheer might of this power is truly astonishing. However, despite the considerable numbers, these are predominantly minor factions, which do little to fundamentally enhance the strength of the Wending sect. Moreover, the addition of so many allied powers has only yielded a paltry increase of a little over 20,000 in the sect's prestige. Altogether, it amounts to less than 50,000. It is said that this prestige can be exchanged for rewards, yet the means of exchange remains elusive, and the system has never provided any guidance. It seems I must inquire with the system later, Lin Chen thought with some vexation. As the demon beasts continued to retreat, the group pursued them relentlessly, nearing the demon beast wilderness when suddenly, an extraordinarily terrifying aura enveloped the entire area. Everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. This is not good. The presence of a 9th-tier demon beast. Retreat quickly. A 9th-tier demon beast possesses strength comparable to that of an early-stage supreme, as far as everyone knew. Apart from the ancestor Li Tiangang, the strongest in the Wending sect was the peak of the Great Ascension, Feng Hong. Though Feng Hong had accompanied them today, he would likely not stand a chance against a 9th-tier demon beast. Ha! You have slain so many of my kin and wish to escape unscathed? Today, you shall all meet your demise here. Cold sweat streamed down everyone's faces as they turned toward the source of the voice, only to witness a rift in the void. A pair of enormous, furry hands clawed at the fissure, tearing it open to reveal a massive gap. Subsequently, a demonic ape emerged, towering at 10,000 feet, its body crackling with thunderous energy. Muscles bulged like mountains, its fur a dark purple, with each strand remarkably resilient. Its eyes shone with a fierce golden hue. With a roar, it stood tall, and all demon beasts cowered in submission. Some of the more timid cultivators turned pale, unable to muster the strength to move. The Rift Sky Thunder Ape, exclaimed those with extensive knowledge. It was rumored that this demon beast was a savage aberration, possessing terrifying strength and a natural affinity for the power of lightning, capable of shattering laws with a single punch. Its size could be altered at will. A true embodiment of power. You wretches. A few human cultivators can chase you down and slay you. What a disgrace to the demon race. The voice of the Rift Sky Thunder Ape resonated powerfully, causing a painful ringing in the ears of those present. The demon beasts bowed incessantly, making pitiful sounds of distress. Some of the more intelligent beasts, capable of articulating human language, stammered in explanation. The human race is formidable. We are no match for them. With a swift strike, the Rift Sky Thunder Ape crushed the nearest demon beasts into a pulp. The remaining creatures were terrified, bowing even more fervently, and none dared to utter another word. Satisfied, the Rift Sky Thunder Ape grinned widely. Just a handful of human cultivators. Watch how I consume them all in avenging my fallen brethren. With that declaration, it stood upright, its form suddenly expanding by over a factor of 2. Extending its left arm forward while drawing back its right, it then brought its right arm crashing down. In an instant, a torrent of thunderous energy surged forth, hurtling menacingly toward the crowd. Even in the absence of this thunderous force, the sheer enormity of that dark, looming hand was sufficient to crush all present into oblivion. Except for a select few, including Lin Chen, Fang Hong, and Chu Nanxing, the expressions of the others suddenly shifted, their hearts skipping a beat. As they watched the colossal hand of the demon ape descending upon them, Lin Chen calmly uttered, "Fang Hong." "Yes, Sect Master." Fang Hong immediately summoned all his strength and struck out with a palm. A massive phantom of a hand surged forward to meet the demon ape's gigantic paw head-on. Bang! The thunder crackled, and fierce winds whipped through the surroundings. Many beasts and human cultivators below were overwhelmed by the immense pressure, staggering and gasping for breath. Boom! Another tremendous sound erupted. The phantom hand conjured by Fang Hong was shattered instantly. He was sent flying, disappearing from sight. Ha ha! The split sky demon ape cackled with glee, its furry, enormous hand continuing its descent. We are doomed. We are doomed. Many from the affiliated factions quaked in fear, their legs turning to jelly. They regretted their earlier assumptions, believing that with a peak stage Great Ascension expert present, pursuing the demon beasts would pose no threat. Now, it appeared that not only were they in peril, but even Sect Master Lin Chen was likely to meet his end here. Whoosh! Just as their breaths grew shallow with anxiety, a Fang Tian seal pierced through the air, forcefully halting the advance of the demon ape's colossal paw. In the next moment, Fang Hong appeared beneath the Fang Tian seal, veins bulging on his forehead, teeth clenched tightly. He exerted every ounce of his power to hold the line. Behind him stood the Sect Master and the members of the Wending sect. He could not retreat. Even if it meant death, he could not yield an inch. Chapter 54. Do you submit? If not, let us send you on your way. A mere peak stage Great Ascension dares to obstruct me. Ha ha ha, you are bold. But you shall perish. The split sky demon ape retracted its arm, then coiled its muscles, raining down fists like falling rain. Each strike was imbued with terrifying power, crackling with thunder as they struck the Fang Tian seal, causing Fang Hong's chest to feel as though it had been struck by a hammer. Uffed. Finally unable to withstand the onslaught, he violently spat out a mouthful of blood, the breath of life escaping him. The Fang Tian seal began to show signs of cracking. Yet, despite the evident disadvantage, he refused to relent, steadfastly maintaining his defense. Fang Hong, retreat. At that moment, Lin Chen spoke up. Yes. Fang Hong had always executed Lin Chen's commands unconditionally. Without a moment's hesitation, he retracted the Fang Tian seal and moved to Lin Chen's side, ever vigilant to protect the sect master from harm. Fairy Nanxing, it is your turn to act, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. No sooner had he spoken than an almost imperceptible sound of a flute began to resonate. Gradually, it grew clearer. At times, it rang out like the crystalline shards of Kunshan jade, piercing the heavens. At others, it murmured softly like a moonlit spring, flowing coldly through the heart. The split sky demon ape shuddered, its movements faltering as the scenery around it slowly blurred and vanished. Beneath its feet, an endless expanse of ocean appeared, a cool radiance casting its glow upon the surface. Above, the sky stretched endlessly, unmarred by clouds. A celestial figure suddenly appeared upon the horizon of the sea, with a full moon suspended behind her, almost level with the water's surface. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the fairy's garments to sway gracefully. Who am I? Where am I? What is my purpose? The magic ape found itself utterly bewildered, lost in a daze. A melody from a flute resonated, as the azure waves surged. The fairy played her flute, the sound soft as water, reminiscent of a mother's whisper, tenderly murmuring in one's ear. Sleep now, sleep now, sleep now. The magic ape felt enveloped by a wave of warmth, as comforting as an afternoon nap following a spring day. Its eyelids grew heavier, consciousness fading into a haze. At long last, it succumbed to slumber, drifting into the realm of dreams. Shortly thereafter, its snores boomed like thunder. The fairy, South Sheng, smiled gently, stowing away her jade flute. With a delicate step, she returned to Lin Chen's side and inquired, Master, How shall we deal with this magic ape? Lin Chen pondered for a moment. It possesses considerable strength. Let us keep it as a guardian beast of our sect. As he spoke, he retrieved a nearly transparent worm and flicked it onto the magic ape's face. In an instant, the worm swiftly penetrated the ape's nostrils, vanishing from sight. Could this be the heartworm? South Sheng was taken aback. Such a worm was exceedingly rare. She had not anticipated its presence on Lin Chen. Once implanted in a human or beast, it burrows deep into the soul. At the whim of the worm's master, the infected being could be effortlessly obliterated. Thus, those afflicted could never betray their master. However, this heartworm was quite fragile. If exposed, even a mere mortal could easily crush it. Had the magic ape been awake, the worm would have never had the chance to approach. But alas, it had succumbed to slumber. Quite perceptive, I must say, Lin Chen complimented. Then instructed South Sheng to awaken the magic ape. Understood, South Sheng replied, extending a finger to dispel the enchanting flute melody that lingered around the ape's ears. The magic ape soon stirred awake. How could I have fallen for this? Despicable, shameless, infuriating. The magic ape seethed, its anger boiling over. Though the means of its ambush remained a mystery, it was certain that some vile trick had been employed. To be ambushed by these feeble humans was utterly humiliating. How could it endure this? With a thunderous roar, it pounded its chest fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. Then, its massive form lunged forward, determined to crush these humans into pulp. However, the youth before it merely smiled and snapped his fingers. A sharp pain pierced the heart of the magic ape, and cold sweat poured from it like a torrent. Its strength ebbed away, and it collapsed to the ground, creating a deep crater as dust and debris erupted around it. What have you done to me? The magic ape exclaimed in terror, having never encountered such an uncanny situation. Nothing much, just implanted a little worm in your heart, Lin Chen replied, approaching the fallen ape with a broad grin. Despicable, shameless. What worm? The magic ape roared in fury, demanding answers. I want to tell you. Lin Chen chuckled. You. Seeking death. The furious demon ape exerted all its strength, raising its colossal palm high, intent on swatting the insignificant creature before it. Lin Chen, unfazed, snapped his fingers. It hurts so much. The demon ape cried, rolling on the ground as nearby ancient trees toppled over with a crashing sound. Will you submit to me? As the guardian beast of the Wending sect? It thundered defiantly. Not a chance. The demon ape vehemently rejected the notion. It was the king of beasts, of unparalleled nobility. And how could it ever become a pet to the lowly human race? Moreover, this youth before it was exceedingly weak, easily crushable beneath its palm. Its proud head would never bow to an insignificant creature. Such spirit. Lin Chen laughed heartily, offering praise. Yet, the heartworm, he commanded, relentlessly gnawed at the demon ape's very soul. Will you submit? No. Will you submit? No. Will you submit? After a prolonged exchange, the demon ape remained obstinate. Finally losing patience, Lin Chen sighed. Very well. You are impressive. You possess spirit. Since that is the case, I shall not force you. The simple-minded demon ape felt a surge of joy at this statement, its eyes spinning with hope, believing Lin Chen was about to set it free. Little did it know. The next words that followed were, Chu Nanxing. Send it on its way. All right. I shall depart immediately, exclaimed Chu Nanxing, stepping forward with a smile. This time wielding a sword instead of a flute. A sudden surge of aura erupted from her, suggesting that with a single strike, she could obliterate its very soul. What? An emperor? The demon ape finally comprehended that Chu Nanxing was not merely ambushing it, but had faced it head-on and triumphed. Even this formidable empress treated the youth with utmost reverence. How terrifying. The implication of send it on its way was not one of release, but rather a final journey towards death. A chill ran down the demon ape's spine, causing it to tremble. Before Chu Nanxing could approach, it collapsed to its knees with a thud, crying out in fear. I, the Great One, do not wish to. The small beast is willing to submit, now and forever. Never to betray. Oh, just a moment ago, you seemed quite resolute, Lin Chen remarked, choosing not to hold a grudge against it, having struck a bit too hard before. It was time to offer some sweetness. Smiling, he said, joining the Wending sect has its benefits, as long as you dedicate yourself wholeheartedly and harbor no ulterior motives. I assure you, I will aid you in breaking through your own limitations, allowing you to become a tier 10 beast. Thank you, master. Call me Sect Master. Thank you. Sect Master. The simple-minded demon ape, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, never entertained the thought of deceit. Since the promise was made, it must surely be true. You are rather large. It is uncomfortable to look at, Lin Chen remarked, referring to the demon ape's size. The demon ape, understanding the hint, shrank down a bit. Smaller still. Smaller. Smaller. Ultimately, it reduced itself to a height comparable to that of a person, trailing behind Lin Chen with a submissive demeanor. Are you the demon king of the wild beast plains? Yes. The demon ape hesitated momentarily before nodding. Did you instigate the beast tide? Lin Chen's gaze turned icy. The magic ape was taken aback and hurriedly exclaimed, No, it's not just me. Before he could finish his statement, a series of thunderous roars reverberated from the direction of the monster beast wilderness, sending chills down everyone's spine. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and squinted into the distance. Chapter 55. The four guardian beasts of the sect. The multitude of demon beasts that had been prostrate on the ground trembled upon hearing these roars. Shortly thereafter, 3 enormous demon beasts appeared before them. Leading the pack was a skeletal dragon, devoid of flesh, with ancient runes inscribed upon its bones. Its eye sockets burned with a chilling, azure soul fire, flying silently and leaving a long trail of flames in its wake. Following closely was a bird engulfed in crimson flames. The flickering flames obscured its features, yet it was evident that these flames were no ordinary fire, imbued with formidable power. Lastly, there was a colossal centipede, stretching thousands of feet long, its body resembling a mountain. Adorned with a myriad of vibrant colors, it boasted countless pairs of legs. And from the seams of its segmented exoskeleton, a viscous, multicolored venom continuously dripped onto the ground, corroding the rocks into honeycomb-like cavities that hissed with smoke. As it crawled, it emitted a rustling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Each of these 3 demon beasts emanated a presence that surpassed that of the heaven-rending magic ape. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Just moments ago, Lin Chen had subdued the heaven-rending magic ape, and everyone had felt a sense of relief from their near escape. Yet now, their hearts plummeted into despair. 3 ninth-tier demon beasts. In the past, there had been several beast tides, but never had they witnessed such an assembly of ninth-tier demon beasts. Would that celestial maiden be able to withstand them? If she faltered, they would all perish here. Ninth-tier demon beasts were not to be trifled with. Magic ape, you traitor! How dare you serve as a lackey for the human race? A disgrace to our kind. I scorn you. The 3 great demon beasts, enraged by the sight of the heaven-rending magic ape obediently trailing behind Lin Chen, could hardly contain their fury. Brother, sister, listen to my explanation. The magic ape, frantic, gestured wildly in an attempt to justify himself. However, the 3 great demon beasts paid no heed, resolutely branding him a traitor. Magic ape, from this day forth, you are no longer our brother. Sister, brother, let us slay this traitor together. The skeletal dragon, its azure soul fire flaring dramatically, twisted its body and lunged at the magic ape, followed closely by the fiery bird and the colorful centipede. With a roar, the magic ape, drenched in sweat, engaged in a fierce struggle with the 3 great demon beasts, desperately shouting, You must listen to my explanation. We will not listen. We will not listen. The attacks from the 3 great demon beasts grew increasingly ferocious, their strikes merciless. It seemed that the bonds of camaraderie had been severed at that very moment. As the magic ape appeared on the verge of collapse, a faint melody of a flute slowly began to resonate. Before long, all 3 great demon beasts knelt upon the ground, repeatedly bowing their heads. We submit. We submit. We are willing to serve. Now that is more like it. Lin Chen smiled and made the same promise as the sky-rending demon ape. Thus, all 4 of the 9-tiered demonic beasts were subdued. The Wending sect gained 4 additional supreme-level combatants, and Lin Chen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The onlookers were left utterly astonished, rendered speechless. These were the 3 formidable 9-tiered beasts of the demonic beast wilderness, and they had been so effortlessly subdued. What power did Fairy Nansheng possess? Could she possibly be an emperor? How had no one ever heard of a second emperor within the Wending sect? If she truly was an emperor, then the foundation of the Wending sect was remarkably profound. Disregarding the astonished crowd, Lin Chen inquired, Now, tell me, what abilities do you possess? The 3 major beasts began to chatter amongst themselves. It turned out that the first was named the Yellow Springbone Dragon, a transformation of dragon bones from an ancient dragon emperor that had fallen, its ghostly blue soul fire silent, yet lethal upon contact. The second was the Primordial Fire Sparrow, a variant descended from the divine beast Zhuke, adept at fire-based attacks. The third was the 10,000 poison heavenly centipede, whose bones, flesh, and slime were all laced with potent toxins, capable of inflicting severe harm even on foes of higher realms. Did you instigate the beast tide? Lin Chen pressed. The 4 major beasts stammered, averting their gazes from him. I command you to retreat and never set foot outside the demonic beast wilderness again. Otherwise, there shall be no mercy. Lin Chen did not intend to dwell on their past transgressions, but issued this decree. The 4 beasts felt as if they had been granted a great reprieve. There was no reluctance in their response. They immediately began to converse in their beast language, expressing their compliance. Afterward, they They let out a few mighty roars, their imposing presence causing the other beasts to tremble in fear. Soon, countless demonic beasts retreated like a receding tide. Henceforth, the beast tide that had plagued Qingzhou for countless years was thoroughly quelled. The beast tide has subsided? The crowd could scarcely believe it. With a single command from Lin Chen, the tide had calmed. The four principal offenders had turned over a new leaf, and it seemed unlikely that another beast tide would arise. The Wending sect truly was extraordinary. Can you four assume human forms? Lin Chen asked. Yes, they replied. Then transform into human forms. This appearance is far too grotesque. Don't frighten the disciples of the Wending sect. The four beasts complied obediently. The yellow spring-bone dragon transformed into a lean man. The primordial fire sparrow became an alluring woman clad in a flowing red dress, her eyes shimmering with a captivating glow. The 10,000 poison heavenly centipede donned a purple robe, his complexion pale and lips tinged with purple, resembling one poisoned and on the verge of death, an ominous sight indeed. The sky-rending demon ape manifested as a burly man, exuding a rather foolish demeanor. They exchanged glances, feeling somewhat awkward. Previously, they had always disliked assuming human forms, as their true forms were the most comfortable. Furthermore, they had always believed that humans were quite unattractive, while their own kind was the epitome of beauty and handsomeness. Return to the sect, Lin Chen commanded with a smile. With a wave, he led the crowd and the four demonic beasts back to the Wending sect. What manner of creatures are these? Although the four demonic beasts had transformed into human forms, their terrifying aura still lingered. Upon their initial encounter, the disciples of the Wending sect were utterly petrified. These were the four formidable beasts recently subdued by the sect leader, each possessing immense power, equivalent to that of the supreme realm. Henceforth, they would serve as the guardian deities of the Wending sect. The enchanting South Spirit stepped forward to elucidate the situation. Upon hearing her words, admiration filled the gazes of the disciples directed towards Lin Chen. The sect leader was truly remarkable. These were ninth-tier beasts, and yet he had tamed them with such ease. Meanwhile, the four great beasts regarded the audacious disciples with indifference, for they were awestruck by the overwhelming aura of the Wending sect. The territory they occupied spanned tens of thousands of miles, vast and boundless. Every corner was saturated with spiritual energy, far surpassing that of the beast wilderness by countless folds. Even without engaging in cultivation here, simply resting for a year would equate to a decade of arduous training in the beast wilderness. No wonder the sect leader claimed he could assist them in advancing to 10th-tier beasts. This was indeed the truth. From now on, the Wending sect would be my home. Indeed, anyone who dares to expel me shall face my wrath. Chapter 56. The pitiful lottery system bone dragon of the underworld. I designate you as the eastern guardian beast. Primordial fire sparrow. I designate you as the southern guardian beast. 10,000 poison heavenly centipede. I designate you as the western guardian beast. Sky-splitting demon ape. I designate you as the northern guardian beast. You must exert your utmost effort and cannot afford to be negligent. Should anyone dare to act deceitfully, and I discover it, I shall flay their skin without mercy. Lin Chen's words were grave. They had to be, for these beasts were straightforward. If he spoke in riddles, they would fail to comprehend. With the rules firmly established, they dared not misbehave. Yes, we obey, the four guardian beasts replied in unison. As long as they were allowed to remain in the Wending sect, they would comply with any command. Moreover, their presence in the sect did not necessitate immediate action. They would only be called upon in times of conflict. And fighting, wasn't that what they relished most? With matters settled, Lin Chen returned to his small courtyard. Lu Ruashi had warmed the wine and prepared several of Lin Chen's favorite delicacies, along with spiritual fruits. With a clap of her hands, a troupe of graceful, stunning dancers, their skin fair and figures voluptuous, glided into the room. Their long sleeves danced elegantly, and their smiles were enchanting. The song, which Lin Chen had painstakingly taught the dancers, resonated with heartfelt nostalgia. The melodies were flawlessly executed, perhaps even surpassing his own rendition. The choreography they devised, based on the melody, far exceeded the performances of those marginally talented streamers from his previous life. Lin Chen watched, mesmerized, as he savored the dance, his wine glass suspended in the air, untouched for quite some time. In his past life, he had been tone-deaf and utterly unskilled in dance. Yet here, he had transformed into a fervent dance enthusiast. Excellent. Such artistry deserves reward. Each of you shall receive 10,000 exquisite spirit stones. Upon hearing these words, the dancers were overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they hurried to express their gratitude. Oh, do not stop. Continue the music and dance. Lin Chen was suddenly displeased and repeatedly urged for action. Before long, the music resumed. The ethereal ambience enveloped the dance floor, creating an illusion of a celestial paradise. Lu Ruoxi was exceedingly considerate, and under her attentive care, Lin Chen's days were exceedingly pleasant. Suddenly, a chime echoed as the system notification emerged. Lin Chen paused momentarily, nearly forgetting that he had received a task earlier and was now due for a reward. Congratulations, host, for successfully quelling the beast tide. Reward obtained. 1 purple summoning card. New feature unlocked. Prestige Mall. New feature unlocked. Prestige Lottery. Reward obtained. 1 initial draw card. Reward obtained. 100. 000 Sect Prestige. Reward obtained. Several spirit stones, magical artifacts, and elixirs. The Prestige Mall had finally opened. Lin Chen was overjoyed and hurried to explore. However, upon inspection, his expression soured. The cheapest items within demanded a staggering 1 million prestige points. Despite his diligent efforts, he had amassed barely 50,000. Even with the system's addition of 100,000, the total barely reached 150,000. What a ripoff. Lin Chen cursed, yet the system remained unresponsive, as though it had not heard him. Gradually regaining his composure, he scrutinized the items within the mall, only to feel a wave of dismay. He felt as if he were utterly impoverished. 12th grade Annihilation Blood Lotus Platform. Grade: Superior Dao Artifact. Description: transformed from the 12th grade Karmic Fire Red Lotus, wherever it treads. A sea of blood surges, and karmic fire scorches the heavens. Price: 30 million Sect Prestige. Qiankuan Mountain River Map. Grade: Supreme Dao Artifact. Description: a treasure that ensnares, within it, a world of its own. Life and death's illusions are controlled by the wielder's thoughts. Price: 80 million Sect Prestige. Zhulong Grade. Description: a primordial being birthed from the chaos, with a human face and dragon body, measuring 1,000 miles in length. Its eyes open to daylight and close to night, capable of annihilating a small world with a mere thought. Price: 400 million Sect Prestige. Magical artifacts, talismans, elixirs, formations, puppets, divine beasts, steeds, everything one could desire. As Lin Chen perused the items, he was filled with both excitement and anguish. The thrill arose from the fact that each item quickened his heartbeat to near suffocation. For instance, if he could exchange for the ancient fierce deity Zhulong, he could effortlessly obliterate any sect, be it the Heavenly Sword Sect or the Dominator Sect. Not to mention, there was still a high-level mall yet to be unveiled, containing unimaginable treasures. Yet, the source of his discomfort lay in the reality that he could not afford a single item. Even the most affordable, permanent upgrade card for early Emperor Realm, made exclusive, required 1 million Sect Prestige. Good heavens, this was exorbitantly priced. How long would it take to accumulate such wealth? Lin Chen felt utterly bewildered. However, his eyes soon sparkled with newfound hope. The Prestige Lottery. Every 100,000 prestige points allowed for a draw, with the possibility of winning any item from the mall. Simultaneously, he could also receive elixirs, spirit stones, lower-tier magical artifacts, or even formidable beings from the river of time and space. This card-drawing mechanism was something Lin Chen had ample experience with from his previous life, and he was thoroughly familiar with the concept. In essence, it was all about luck. Strive for greatness, and a bicycle may transform into a motorcycle. Although the odds suggest that most outcomes will be disappointing, if fortune smiles upon me, a single draw could result in unparalleled success. Should I acquire the Candle Dragon, I would undoubtedly become invincible. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. Draw, damn it. System. Utilize the first draw card. After all, it's a gift from the system. What purpose does it serve to hold on to it? Using the first draw card, please wait. The system's notification chimed incessantly, as an array of shimmering items in gold. Purple gold, pink gold, and black gold swirled before him. Lin Chen felt dizzy from the spectacle. Finally, it gradually came to a halt. Before him lay an exquisitely lavish gift box, radiating blinding brilliance. Could it be? Lin Chen was beside himself with excitement. Judging by this display, it must be worth at least several million prestige points. Bang! The gift box opened automatically. Lin Chen's heart raced. Ding! Congratulations. The host has drawn 100 low-grade spirit stones. In the next moment, Lin Chen felt a weight in his hands, revealing 100 thumb-sized spirit stones, their luster dim. Lin Chen's expression turned vacant, his entire being stunned. Damn it, you've got to be kidding me, system. 100 low-grade spirit stones, and you create such a spectacle? What kind of trash did you pack into that prize pool? How could such a thing even be drawn? Coming back to his senses, Lin Chen erupted in a torrent of curses. His furious demeanor startled the dancers, yet they dared not cease their performance, continuing to dance with trepidation. Master, what's the matter? Lu Ruoxi, attending nearby, inquired anxiously. I'm fine, you needn't concern yourselves with me. Realizing his loss of composure, Lin Chen quickly adjusted his demeanor, taking a deep breath before issuing a command to the system. Dog system, draw again. I refuse to believe it will yield another 100 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 57, Draw again. One cannot stumble into the same pit twice. If one were to truly fall twice, their luck would be abysmally poor. Draw again. Lin Chen's expression hardened. Ding. Successfully deducted 100,000 sect prestige points. Drawing for you. Please wait. The identical process unfolded, the chimes ringing continuously, until another exquisite luxury gift box slowly came to rest before him. Open. Lin Chen shouted. That was a full 100,000 sect prestige points. If nothing worthwhile emerged, it would be a tremendous loss. The dancers were startled by Lin Chen's outburst. One inadvertently stepped on her skirt, stumbling and revealing her long, fair legs. Instantly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Hastily, she composed herself and stole a glance at Lin Chen, discovering that his attention was entirely elsewhere, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Bang! The gift box opened automatically. Ding! Congratulations. The host has drawn a permanent enhancement card for the Great Ascension Realm X1. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. This reward, how shall I say it, is neither particularly good nor particularly bad. At the very least, it significantly surpasses the previous 100 low-grade spirit stones. Spending 100,000 prestige points for a substantial realm upgrade is hardly a loss. The system, activate the permanent enhancement card for the Mahayana realm. As the words fell, a sudden surge of power erupted beneath Lin Chen's feet. In a mere moment, his cultivation soared from the pinnacle of the fusion stage to the apex of the Mahayana stage. What a delight! Lin Chen laughed heartily. While others toil for countless years in their training, he achieved the pinnacle of the Mahayana stage in an instant. In terms of true strength, he was comparable to the leaders of top sects like the Heavenly Sword sect. System, utilize the purple summoning card. Lin Chen continued. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the purple summoning card. Summoned a pinnacle Mahayana powerhouse. Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, handsome and appearing quite youthful, exuded elegance. Clad in a blue robe. Upon meeting him, Lin Chen declared, henceforth, you shall serve as the outer elder of the Wending sect, with a status on par with Feng Hong. Thank you, sect master. Xiao Jin's expression brightened, and he withdrew. Hey, what are you all staring at? Don't look at me like that. Continue dancing. Lin Chen resumed sipping his wine, reveling in the dance. The dancers, possessing relatively low cultivation, were oblivious to Lin Chen's rapid ascension of a major realm in an instant. Yet, they could sense that the sect master seemed somewhat different. The blossoms had yet to bloom, yet the sky began to blush. The enchanting melody filled the air as graceful maidens danced. This song is splendid, so bright. Lin Chen couldn't help but drool at the delightful performance. Thus, the days passed in tranquil monotony. A month later, sect master. The medicinal pills within the sect are running low. Chu Nansheng suddenly entered to report. Now, Chu Nansheng, esteemed as the chief inner elder, held a position of great authority. Ranking third after sect master Lin Chen and the ancestor Li Tiangang, she diligently managed the sect, fully aware of all matters concerning its members. How can that be? Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback, as he believed he had distributed a significant quantity of pills. Why were they running out so quickly? Sect master. The disciples of the Wending sect are numerous. Chu Nansheng replied with a hint of resignation. Although the pills provided by Lin Chen were of excellent quality, their quantity was limited, and with so many disciples, they were swiftly consumed. Without the aid of medicinal pills, the disciples' cultivation speed would be considerably hampered. What shall we do? The elixirs Lin Chen had previously acquired were mostly rewards from system tasks, and now, he had very few left. Chu Nansheng suggested, the best course of action would be to refine pills. The sect already had a pill refining hall, but it had long been lacking in alchemists. No one within the sect excelled in this art. In my opinion, feel free to speak your mind. Lin Chen smiled. Chu Nansheng immediately voiced her thoughts. Rather than painstakingly nurturing alchemists ourselves, why not simply seize them from elsewhere? Seize alchemists? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Chu Nansheng elaborated. Each alchemist requires a lengthy period to mature. If we were to gradually cultivate suitable candidates, we might not see a 5th or 6th tier alchemist for ages. However, if we were to seize them directly, there are plenty available in the eastern region. The sacred land of alchemy, the mysterious Dan Valley. Within it resides a 9th tier alchemist, 3 8th tier alchemists, and an innumerable array of 7th, 6th, and 5th tier alchemists. If we can compel their allegiance to the Wending sect, the dilemma regarding elixirs shall be effortlessly resolved. Indeed, such is the rationale. However, Lin Chen harbored a lingering doubt and inquired, what if they refuse to submit? Eliminate them. Chu Nansheng replied, her gaze darkening with cold resolve. Excellent. Splendid. Lin Chen found himself increasingly admiring Chu Nansheng. Initially perceiving her as a delicate maiden, akin to an ethereal fairy, he assumed her heart would be softer. To his surprise, her manner was decidedly domineering. Such a disposition aligns perfectly with the ethos of the Wending sect. Very well, let us proceed. Lin Chen agreed with a smile, but then suddenly recalled something and summoned the venerable ancestors Li Tiangang, Feng Hong, Xiao Jin, and the 4 guardian beasts of the sect. I entrust you with 2 tasks. First, secure the allegiance of the mysterious Dan Valley to the Wending sect. Should they refuse, execute them without mercy. Second, eliminate the forces such as the Tianjin sect and the Xuanji Pavilion that have previously attacked our sect. Their existence is no longer warranted. You, along with Fairy Nanxing and several emperors and sovereigns from the Gyue Tower, shall go forth to obliterate these factions. If you fail, do not return to see me. Lin Chen spoke with an unprecedented gravity, enunciating each word with conviction. Previously, the Wending sect had endured a coordinated assault from various major sections. The members were all harboring a pent-up frustration. Now that the Wending sect had amassed a growing number of powerful individuals, it was indeed time to take the initiative. Upon hearing Lin Chen's decree, the crowd erupted with excitement. The ancestor declared, I have long desired to eradicate these wretched rodents that only hide in their coffins. Rest assured, this time I shall cleanse them completely, leaving not a single one behind. Rest assured, Sect Master. The others echoed fervently. I shall prepare a feast to welcome your triumphant return. Lin Chen laughed heartily. Excellent. Laughter filled the air. 3 days later, the group set forth aboard the White Tiger warship, embarking towards the mysterious Dan Valley with great momentum. Almost all the formidable members of the Wending sect were deployed, leaving Lin Chen to oversee the sect. Lin Chen, now immensely more powerful, was capable of manipulating the protective formation of the sect. Even emperors would find it impossible to breach it. This time, he believed he could accomplish the remaining half of his mission. Lin Chen murmured to himself, his mind fixated on a milestone task to dominate the eastern region. Previously, he had only completed 12. Now, he aimed to annihilate the major sects and powers of the eastern region. Surely, that would fulfill the task, wouldn't it? A sly smile played on Lin Chen's lips. Those who offend the Wending sect face but one fate, death. Chapter 58, The Ancestor of the Ancient Dan Sect, 9th Tier Alchemist. Once the crowd departed, a steward from the alchemy hall suddenly entered to report. Sect Master, an inner disciple infiltrated the alchemy hall and secretly concocted elixirs, consuming a considerable amount of precious materials. We implore your judgment. This disciple can refine elixirs? Quite intriguing. However, Lin Chen remained indifferent and casually remarked, such trivial matters can be dealt with by yourselves. Sect Master. This disciple is named Ye Feng. Ye Feng. Lin Chen found himself momentarily at a loss, struggling to recall the significance of the situation. Could it be a matter of nepotism? The zone could hardly tolerate such practices. Just as he contemplated imposing a harsher punishment, a sudden realization struck him. This was the small green bottle containing the remnant soul of a certain inner disciple. He had specifically instructed Feng Hong to take special care of it. How could he have forgotten such an important detail? Lin Chen waved his hand, signaling for the disciple to be brought in. Before long, the steward led Ye Feng into the room. Ye Feng appeared like a child caught misbehaving, his head bowed in silence. Lin Chen chuckled and beckoned him to step forward. After a moment of hesitation, the remnant soul emerged, asking, How did you discover me? I merely called out, and you came forth of your own accord, Lin Chen replied. The remnant soul mused, After all these years, I can't believe I was drawn out by a single utterance from Lin Chen. How utterly humiliating. You are called Su Jishan, are you not? Lin Chen inquired with a smile. How do you know? Su Jishan gasped in astonishment, for he had never disclosed his identity to anyone. Not even Ye Feng was aware of his true name. How could Lin Chen possibly know? The master of this sect possesses the ability to glimpse into the past and future. Knowing your name is hardly extraordinary. With that, Lin Chen recounted Su Jishan's past in detail. Su Jishan, the ancient ancestor of the Gudan sect, the foremost alchemical power of the imperial continent, was a 9th tier alchemist, merely a step away from achieving the 10th tier. Although the Gudan sect had reached the pinnacle of alchemical mastery, it lacked a powerful sovereign to lead it. Even the mightiest Su Jishan remained at the peak of supremacy. 70,000 years ago, the Batian sect annihilated the Gudan sect. Su Jishan fought valiantly but ultimately perished, leaving behind only a remnant soul concealed within the small green bottle, which was later discovered by Ye Feng after 7 decades. Half of the disciples of the Gudan sect had either surrendered to the Batian sect, perished in battle, or fled. Consequently, the Gudan sect ceased to exist in the Zhangxian realm. This is... Su Jishan struggled to articulate his thoughts as Lin Chen detailed his history with such precision that he found himself momentarily speechless. Ye Feng was equally astounded. realizing for the first time the profound enmity his predecessor had borne. The sincerity in Lin Chen's recounting left no doubt in his mind. Join the zone and become the master of the alchemy hall, Lin Chen stated plainly, outlining his proposal without unnecessary embellishment. But I am but a remnant soul. Su Zhishan instinctively swallowed hard. He longed to accept, yet the reality of his situation constrained him. Fear not, Lin Chen replied, tossing a vial of elixirs before him. Is this the soul reunion pill? Su Zhishan was utterly bewildered, feeling as though his entire world had been turned upside down. His intention for Ye Feng to infiltrate the alchemy hall was merely to covertly concoct a single soul reunion pill. This pill, a 10th tier elixir, had a success rate of less than 20%, even for him. Yet, Lin Chen presented an entire vial containing 200 of them. He picked one up, inhaled its fragrance, and examined it closely. Indeed, it was the soul reunion pill. With such an abundance of these elixirs, his soul would surely be fully restored within a year. Are all these for me? Su Zhishan trembled with disbelief. Yes. What do you think? Have you considered my words? Lin Chen smiled faintly, relishing the naive expressions of those who had never seen the world. Su Zhishan carefully stored the soul rebirth pill, took a deep breath, and bowed solemnly, declaring, I, Su Zhishan, am honored by the sect master's regard and wish to join the Wending sect. From this day forth, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly until my last breath. Speak not of life and death, such talk is inauspicious. Lin Chen waved his hand with a chuckle. From now on, you shall be the inner elder of the Wending sect and the master of the alchemy hall. With such a venerable alchemy grandmaster at the helm, coupled with the numerous alchemists from the Miaodan Valley, the Wending sect would no longer lack for pills of any kind. Thank you, sect master. Su Zhishan was moved to tears. Life truly resembled a roller coaster, exhilarating and unpredictable. Just a moment ago, he was apprehended, facing punishment. Now, he had transformed into an inner elder and hall master. With so many of us, if we head directly to Miaodan Valley, who would dare defy us? On the White Tiger warship, the elder furrowed his brow. The fairy Nansheng patiently explained, Elder, it is not so simple. If we march directly into Miaodan Valley, a lineage that has endured for hundreds of thousands of years will not easily submit. If conflict arises, casualties are unavoidable. What are a few deaths? The elder interrupted, believing strength to be paramount, dismissing any need for strategy. Once, during a casual conversation with the sect master, he had inquired, what is the way of kings? Lin Chen had replied without hesitation, if someone resists, trample them down. And what is the way of hegemony? The elder had asked again. Lin Chen responded, those who submit. Trample them as well. It can be handled this way? The elder had never considered such an approach, taken aback. He pressed on. And what is the way of benevolence? Before trampling, offer a warning. Lin Chen had laughed. The elder had laughed so hard, he nearly shed tears. The immortal cultivation world was indeed a realm of the survival of the fittest. Weakness was a sin in itself. He felt fortunate that Lin Chen was not only remarkably powerful, but also decisive in action. Under his leadership, the Wending sect would surely thrive. However, this woman, although at the emperor level, was rather indecisive in her dealings. If conflict arose with Miaodan Valley resulting in casualties, even if they submitted out of necessity, their hearts would remain unswayed. Retaining them within the Wending sect would always pose a threat. Yet, if they first eradicated the Tiangang sect, the Xuanji Pavilion, and other top forces in the eastern domain, then approached Miaodan Valley, the process would be much smoother. By demonstrating formidable strength, they would prompt a more willing submission to the Wending sect. Fairy Nansheng maintained her respectful demeanor, patiently elucidating her reasoning to the elder. The elder considered this perspective, recognizing its validity. However, he would not concede easily. With a stubborn tilt of his head, he said, fine, which force shall we target first? Fairy Nansheng replied with a gentle smile, Miaodan Valley. Oh, what? Are you jesting with me? The elder was about to erupt when he heard Fairy Nansheng's soft laughter. Elder, do not rush. You will see once we arrive. If the time comes for the esteemed ancestor to take action, I implore you, do not hesitate for the sake of our sect leader. The proud ancestor gave a dismissive hum, tacitly acknowledging the request. Chapter 59. The ancestor establishes authority before the Miaodan Valley in the eastern region. Above the Miaodan Valley, an enormous white tiger warship gradually appeared, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Brother, let us first breach their protective formation. Afterwards, we shall revel in the slaughter. The Rift Sky Demon Ape, transformed into a muscular man with bronze skin, exclaimed excitedly. Ancestor, the South Star Fairy, and the 3 ancestors of Guyu Tower, there are 5 emperors present. What gives you the right to speak? Rebuked the yellow spring-bone dragon. Oh, the Rift Sky Demon Ape wore a look of grievance. Feng Hong, Xiao Jin, you two go forth and convey our intentions. Remember, Do not resort to violence unless absolutely necessary. Instructed the South Star Fairy. We are here to invite the Miao Dan Valley to join the Asking Summit sect, not to destroy their sect. Indeed, the two responded in unison, exiting the warship and making their way towards the mountain gate of the Miao Dan Valley. Not long after, they were obstructed by the protective formation. Who goes there? A group of over a dozen disciples guarding the mountain gate swiftly surrounded them. Before long, more and more gathered, quickly amassing to several hundred, all appearing on high alert. Clearly, they had long noticed the White Tiger warship. A vessel of such magnitude they had neither heard of nor seen before. The arrival of such a formidable force was undoubtedly alarming. At that moment, the outer gate elder on patrol intended to enter and report. Suddenly, 3 figures flashed and appeared before the mountain gate. 2 elderly men and an old woman. Esteemed guests, we apologize for failing to welcome you properly. The lead elder, known as Master Yao Chun, stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. May I inquire which sect you hail from, and what brings you to our Miao Dan Valley? All eyes remained fixed on the 2 men, not a glance diverted. Feng Hong, not one for words, stood silent. Xiao Jin exchanged a glance with Feng Hong before stepping forward, also clasping his hands in greeting. This is Feng Hong, the chief outer gate elder of the Asking Summit sect. I, too, serve as an outer gate elder, named Xiao Jin. We have come to Miao Dan Valley. Xiao Jin paused before continuing, on the order of our sect leader, to invite Miao Dan Valley to join the Asking Summit sect. Upon hearing this, the hundreds of gate disciples wore puzzled expressions, clearly struggling to comprehend the message. They understood only that the visitors hailed from the Asking Summit sect, the current leading sect in the eastern region. What could they possibly want here? However, the expressions of the 3 inner gate elders grew cold. Please depart. The old woman, who exuded an unfriendly demeanor, spoke with a sharp and icy tone, lacking any courtesy. Miao Dan Valley has thrived for over 300,000 years and has never bowed to any force. Do you think you too, at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, can compel Miao Dan Valley to submit? You underestimate us gravely. Leave at once, or do not blame me for being impolite. The other elder remained impassive, observing coldly. The esteemed Master Yao Chen wore an awkward expression, offering a forced smile as he said, My junior sister tends to speak rather bluntly. I hope you 2 esteemed friends will overlook her remarks. However, he swiftly shifted the tone, continuing with a smile. Indeed, as my junior sister stated, the Miao Dan Valley has never submitted to any power. Even if the Wending sect is formidable, it bears no relevance to us. I kindly ask you to take your leave. Master Yao Chen was exceedingly polite, gesturing for them to depart. The implication was unmistakable. Despite the strength of the Wending sect, the Miao Dan Valley remained resolute and unyielding. Truly, they showed no regard for face. Feng Hong's anger reached its zenith. Had it not been for the prior instructions from Fairy Nanxing, he would have rushed in to confront those 3 elders. He considered delivering a sound thrashing first, to see if they could still engage in civil discourse afterward. Xiao Jin had anticipated such a predicament and remained unperturbed, chuckling, for matters of this magnitude. It is best that we enter and discuss them with the esteemed ancestors of your valley. Mere intersect elders cannot make such decisions. Do you truly believe you can meet the ancestors with your standing? The old woman derisively retorted. Another elder remained silent. Master Yao Chun, however, offered a litany of excuses, citing various inconveniences and the fact that the ancestors were in seclusion. The conclusion was succinctly conveyed. Simply put, it was impossible. Xiao Jin continued to strive for a resolution when, abruptly, a terrifying pressure enveloped the area, rendering the several hundred guarding disciples immobile. Were it not for the restraint of the opposing force, these hundreds would have perished instantly under such oppressive might. The 3 intersect elders, though able to move, were drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by shock and fear as they stammered, This pressure, it's from an emperor realm, and not just any emperor. The thoughts surged simultaneously through their minds. The emperor of the Wending sect, there could be no doubt, was none other than the pinnacle emperor, Li Tiangang. They were taken aback by his personal arrival. The Miao Dan Valley was in grave peril. The sect leader had decreed that any who refused to submit would face execution without mercy. Li Tiangang descended from the sky, accompanied by numerous others, each exuding an aura of immense terror. Among them were the 3 ancestors of the Gyue Tower and the Tower Lord, Bailey Wendao. Additionally, a coldly elegant fairy whose identity was unknown, yet her aura was no less formidable than that of the 3 ancestors of the Gyue Tower. Moreover, there were 4 figures that were not human. These were beastly entities. 4 shape-shifting demons, each at least a 9th-tier beast, equivalent to the supreme realm of humanity. When had the Wending sect acquired such an array of unparalleled powerhouses? The 3 intersect elders silently lamented their plight. The old woman, now pallid and devoid of her earlier arrogance, stood in stark contrast to her former self. All three were 7th-tier alchemists at the Great Ascension stage. The strongest of the Miaodong Valley was the ancestor Tiangang, a 9th-tier alchemist at the peak of the Supreme Realm. Although they excelled in alchemy, they were not warriors. And in the presence of so many emperors and supremes, even the ancestor's emergence would not suffice to withstand the onslaught. Was today to be the day of the Miaodong Valley's annihilation? As they found themselves engulfed in trepidation, the ethereal maiden, graceful and serene, approached with a warm smile, assuring them, "There is no need for alarm. My sect, the Wending sect, harbors no malicious intent, nor do we seek to impose our strength upon you." After a brief pause, she continued, "Might we enter for a more detailed discussion?" The three elders, momentarily taken aback, were at a loss for words. Suddenly, an aged sigh resonated from within the Miaodong Valley. "I have prepared tea, esteemed elders and friends. If you do not mind, please enter for a chat." It was the voice of Tiangang, the venerable master alchemist of the 9th rank. The commotion had stirred him from his secluded alchemical pursuits. The true man of medicine dust was the first to regain composure, respectfully stating, "Esteemed guests, please proceed inside." The other two also underwent a significant change in demeanor. Becoming humble and courteous, the disciples promptly cleared a path. "Now, this is more like it," thought Li Tiangang as he stepped forward. The South Sheng fairy smiled gently and followed suit, entering the Miaodong Valley alongside the others. Chapter 60, the first force to be eradicated. The Medicine King Valley. Days later, the White Tiger warship glided toward the Medicine King Valley, one of the premier alchemical sanctuaries in the Eastern Domain, historically a rival of the Miaodong Valley. In recent years, due to the principled actions of the Miaodong Valley, they had offended numerous ancient sects and holy lands, such as the Tianqing Tower, the 10,000 Poisons sect, and the Yulong Manor, not to mention the Medicine King Valley, all of whom sought to eliminate the Miaodong Valley and seize its resources. The leadership of the Miaodong Valley had been consumed by worry over this matter, until the arrival of the Wending sect's envoy. "Predecessor, is it truly our intention to annihilate the Medicine King Valley?" Within the ship, Tiangang, the elder of the Miaodong Valley, still found it hard to believe. Li Tiangang, a figure of legend from 1,000,000 years ago, possessed a cultivation level that surpassed his own by a significant margin, relegating him to the status of a junior in Li Tiangang's presence. "Enough with the rambling," Li Tiangang replied, somewhat impatiently. The South Sheng fairy interjected with a smile, "There is no need for concern, Valley Master. The Medicine King Valley, Tianqing Tower, the 10,000 Poisons sect, and Yulong Manor were all complicit in the siege against the Wending sect, a memory that remains vivid. Even without any grievances with the Miaodong Valley, the Wending sect would still seek to eliminate these forces. The purpose of our gathering is merely to serve as witnesses. You need only observe, do not fret." On the White Tiger warship, besides Tiangang, there were also the Valley Master, Su Xian, and Elder Yao Chun, among others. Their hearts raced with a mix of excitement and apprehension upon hearing the South Sheng fairy's words. Given the formidable strength of the Wending sect, obliterating the Medicine King Valley would require little effort. Yet, would they also inadvertently extinguish the Miaodong Valley? Who could tell? Soon thereafter, the White Tiger warship hovered above the Medicine King Valley. Bone Dragon of the Yellow Springs, Primordial Fire Sparrow, 10,000 Poisons Celestial Centipede, Rift Sky Demon Ape. I command you, the 4 guardian beasts of our sect, to breach the protective array of the Medicine King Valley. Should you fail, you shall present your heads to me." The South Sheng fairy issued her cold command. At your command, the 4 fierce beasts were instantly invigorated, relishing the prospect of battle, now free to unleash their full might. In an instant, they transformed back to their original forms and surged toward the Medicine King Valley, their colossal figures nearly eclipsing the skies above the valley. Upon the White Tiger warship, Li Tiangang, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed the 3 venerable ancestors of the ancient Moon Tower. "Would you care to engage in a wager?" "What are the stakes?" they inquired. If within the span of a single incense stick, these 4 young ones managed to breach the protective array of the Medicine King Valley, consider it my victory. Should they fail, then I shall concede. The wager is a remarkable treasure of the highest caliber. What say you? Do you dare?" Li Tiangang, in high spirits, provocatively regarded the 3 elders. A treasure of such quality? The trio was aware that Li Tiangang possessed the coveted abyssal fire mirror, seized from the Celestial Sword sect. Winning such a treasure would be beyond delightful. However, the prospect of losing weighed heavily on their minds, as it would bring considerable discomfort for a lengthy period. "Ha ha ha. Since the esteemed ancestor is so inclined, we shall certainly oblige." One of the elders laughed heartily, exchanging glances with his companions before agreeing. "It is merely a treasure of exceptional quality. If it brings joy to the ancestors, it is worth the risk. Let us proceed," they proclaimed in unison. Meanwhile, Li Wentao's expression twitched at the sidelines. One truly does not comprehend the value of grain and oil until they manage the household. The elders were willing to stake a treasure of paramount significance, and if they were to lose, Li Wentao suspected he would be haunted by nightmares that night. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Who else wishes to partake? Li Tiangang declared grandly. I shall be the house, betting spirit stones against spirit stones, treasures against treasures. With a sweeping gesture, he set up a table adorned with an array of peculiar betting options, such as whether the protective array would be breached, the time it would take, when the first casualty would occur, and when the supreme elder of the Medicine King Valley would make an appearance, among others. The odds varied significantly, from 1 to 1 to 1 to dozens, with no commission taken, ensuring fairness. Aye, count me in. Immediately, numerous individuals stepped forward to place their bets, creating an atmosphere of merriment and excitement. Even the enchanting immortal Nanxing joined in the betting. Is this permissible? The members of the Miao Dan Valley, such as Xin Yangzi, Su Xian, and the true immortal Yao Chun, were left dumbfounded. After all, these were the venerable ancestors of the foremost sect in the Eastern Domain, engaging in such frivolities. Hey, you lot, care to join in as well? Li Tiangang asked. No. Thank you for your kind offer, but we are not inclined. Xin Yangzi and the others responded, feeling somewhat uneasy and attempting to explain. However, Li Tiangang had already turned away. If you do not wish to play, then spare me the excess chatter. The members of Miao Dan Valley found themselves in an awkward predicament. At that moment, the wagers had all been placed, and everyone's gaze shifted toward the Medicine King Valley. Once the bets were made, the spectators were no longer mere onlookers. Every action on the field ignited their senses. The three venerable ancestors of Ancient Moon Tower and Li Wentao were particularly tense, their breaths quickening. Boom. The Huangquan Bone Dragon lashed its tail against the protective array of the Medicine King Valley, causing the formation to tremble violently, radiating an intense azure light. The Rift Sky Demon Ape transformed, towering to tens of thousands of feet, leaping high before crashing down. Another resounding explosion ensued, shaking the very earth of the Medicine King Valley, and the previously tranquil lake erupted into tumultuous waves. The pavilions on the lake were submerged by the towering torrents. Teetering precariously, countless disciples of the Medicine King Valley stood unsteadily, their expressions frozen in terror as they gazed skyward. The sight that met their eyes sent shivers down their spines. In the heavens loomed four colossal beasts, reminiscent of ancient demonic gods, obscuring the sun as they relentlessly assailed the protective formation of the valley. Where could such monstrous creatures have emerged? Was it truly a tide of beasts? The disciples turned pale, and some of the more timid ones collapsed in fear. A chilling hissing sound pierced the air. A magnificent centipede, its body reminiscent of a mountain, scuttled rapidly along the azure barrier of the formation, dripping viscous venom as it crawled. The toxic droplets sizzled upon contact with the barrier, quickly corroding it and creating numerous small holes. Though the barrier attempted to mend itself, it was soon breached again. At that moment, a melodious chirp echoed, and flames of crimson erupted from the mouth of an ancient firebird, igniting the protective formation with a hiss. The four ferocious beasts intensified their assault. In the blink of an eye, the protective formation of the Medicine King Valley appeared on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, several hundred figures surged into the air from various corners of the valley, revealing the valley's master, elders, and other high-ranking members. Their faces were grave as they stood in confrontation with the four fearsome beasts across the barrier. Reinforce the protective formation, commanded the valley master. And the crowd sprang into action. Streams of mystic light surged into the formation, and with the influx of magical energy, the azure barrier blazed brightly, successfully repelling the onslaught of the beasts. All disciples, channel your magical energy into the core of the formation, shouted an elder anxiously. It was only then that the disciples regained their composure and, under the guidance of several senior members, began to mobilize. The air was thick with activity. Who are you? Why do you attack the Medicine King Valley? Roared the valley master in fury. In his memory, he had never encountered these four beasts, let alone harbored any grievances against them. What could be the reason for this assault? As he pondered, his peripheral vision caught sight of a distant, enormous white tiger warship. Many figures aboard were observing the scene with keen interest. A banner fluttered at the bow. Wending sect? The valley master's pupils constricted suddenly, a chill gripping his heart. Xin Yangzi, Su Xian, Yao Chun. As he recognized the figures from the Miao Dan Valley among the crowd, his throat turned dry and his lips tasted bitter. He understood now. The Miao Dan Valley had allied with the Wending sect. Today might very well herald the demise of the Medicine King Valley. Chapter 61. Like a raging tide, sweeping forward, the four ferocious beasts continued their frenzied assault on the protective formation. Although many had shared the burden of damage, numerous lower-ranked elders and disciples were struck hard. Soon unable to withstand the onslaught, coughing up blood, their spirits rapidly waning, and many succumbed on the spot. As a stick of incense quietly burned away, the 4 ferocious beasts grew increasingly anxious, sensing the imminent collapse of the protective formation. Suddenly, an elderly figure rushed in from the distance, his face etched with fury. He had just stepped out, and upon receiving the news, he rushed back without delay. Now he has finally arrived. Who dares to intrude upon my Medicine King Valley? As he spoke, he hurled a black cauldron into the air, which suddenly expanded with a resonant hum. Upside down, it descended forcefully upon the 4 ferocious beasts. With a thunderous crash, the enormous black cauldron sank deeply into the earth. The 4 fearsome creatures, along with flames and deadly toxins, were completely enveloped by the cauldron. And the world fell into silence. It is the Ancestor. The Ancestor has finally returned. The disciples were overwhelmed with joy, oblivious to the circumstances at hand. The Medicine King Valley was thriving, so why had it come under such fierce assault? But as long as the Ancestor was back, everything would be resolved. In their minds, the Ancestor was invincible. However, the valley's master and the elders wore solemn expressions, their faces darkened with silence. For they understood that even with the Ancestor's return, little could be altered. They were facing several emperors, while the Ancestor was merely at the peak of supremacy. Bang, bang, bang. A series of tremendous sounds emanated from within the black cauldron. Shortly thereafter, fine cracks appeared on its surface, which grew larger until, with a resounding explosion, it shattered into countless pieces. The 4 ferocious beasts surged forth. Damn it! How infuriating! You old fool, dare to thwart our plans. The 4 beasts were enraged. For the celestial lady Nansheng had issued a death order. If they could not breach this protective formation, they would face dire consequences. How much longer until the incense stick was consumed? What formidable beasts! The Ancestor of Miaodong Valley felt a sinking sensation in his heart. This black cauldron was not only his alchemical furnace, but also his most treasured artifact. To see it so easily destroyed was truly disheartening. Yet, what troubled him more was how to counter these 4 beasts. With a flicker of thought, he retreated back into the protective formation. Perhaps, with its aid, they could barely hold their ground. Attack! The 4 ferocious beasts were poised to continue their assault, when suddenly a displeased voice interrupted. Enough! Li Tiangang approached with a grim expression. You 4 are utterly useless. Upon noticing that the incense stick in the burner had completely burned out, the 4 beasts realized they had lost the wager, and Li Tiangang's countenance was understandably grim. On the White Tiger warship, the 3 ancestors of Guyu Tower and Bai Li went from worry to elation, even excitement. The 8 desolate profound fire mirror. Though Li Tiangang was displeased, he was a man of honor. Having lost, he promptly bestowed this treasure upon Guyu Tower without a thought of reneging. With such a treasure of the level to stabilize the sect, Guyu Tower's strength would see a significant enhancement. The 4 ferocious beasts exchanged anxious glances toward Celestial Lady Nansheng. Surely, she would not truly demand their heads. Celestial Lady Nansheng coldly remarked, For now, I shall spare your heads, granting you the opportunity to atone for your misdeeds. However, should this continue, even I shall be unable to save you. Yes, yes, yes. The 4 ferocious beasts breathed a sigh of relief. As they continued their conversation, Li Tiangang's sword emitted a resonant hum, instantly coalescing into countless beams of sword light, exuding an overwhelming aura. A mere formation has managed to delay you for so long. Truly pathetic. Li Tiangang exclaimed, casually sweeping his sword downwards. The sword light sliced through the heavens like a razor, obliterating everything in its path. In the next moment, the protective formation of the sect shattered, piece by piece. The residual force of the sword light surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. With a single strike, it cleaved the Medicine King Valley in twain, creating a vast chasm. Countless disciples and elders of the Medicine King Valley were instantly reduced to ashes. Li Tiangang, the ancient visage of the Medicine King Valley's patriarch, drained of color. He had once participated in the siege against the Wending sect and had indeed encountered Li Tiangang before, but he never anticipated that Li Tiangang would appear in person. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, the patriarch turned to flee. It was absurd. Even the formidable emperors of the Heavenly Sword sect and the Suanji Pavilion were no match for Li Tiangang. How could he, a mere peak supreme, stand a chance? Li Tiangang was unstoppable. If one were to lag behind, death would be inevitable. He forsook all thoughts of the Medicine King Valley, its disciples and juniors, tearing through the void to escape, only to find himself 1,000 miles away in an instant. Before he could catch his breath, a colossal hand seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Crack! In the patriarch's horrified gaze, his neck was crushed, his head rolled from his shoulders. And as his primordial spirit attempted to flee in terror, Li Tiangang swiftly captured it and obliterated it as well. Such meager power dared to besiege the Wending sect? Utterly deluded, Li Tiangang wore a disdainful expression. He then unleashed several more strikes, reducing the entire Medicine King Valley to rubble. Naturally, all its inhabitants were physically annihilated. And from that moment forth, the Medicine King Valley ceased to exist. Is this the power of a peak emperor? The members of the Miaodong Valley gasped in astonishment. Thankfully, when the Heavenly Sword sect had fervently invited them, Miaodong Valley had steadfastly adhered to its principles and declined. Otherwise, they too would have succumbed to the fate of annihilation. Now, witnessing this display of overwhelming strength, it was abundantly clear that it was intended to compel Miaodong Valley into willing submission. Xian Yangzi comprehended the situation but refrained from making an immediate declaration. Onward, to the next. Li Tiangang returned to the White Tiger warship, with the others following closely behind. Days later, they arrived at the Tianqing Tower. In less than half an hour, the Tianqing Tower was leveled to the ground, with not a single living creature left behind. The only distinction this time was that the protective formation was dismantled by the four great ferocious beasts. Subsequently, the Wandu sect, Yulong Manor, Xuanfu sect, and other major sects fell one after another. Not a single faction could withstand for more than half an hour. The news spread rapidly throughout the eastern region, inciting widespread panic. The Wending sect had returned for vengeance. Those factions that had previously allied with the Wending sect secretly rejoiced, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the few sects that had participated in the siege and had boasted the loudest were now agitated like ants on a hot stove, uncertain of how to proceed. Dear friend, hasten to the Heavenly Sword sect. Let us stand together against this calamity. The limping elder utilized a grand sound transmission talisman to communicate with several venerable figures from other major sections. Yet, before any response could be received, a sudden and uncontrollable tremor shook the entire Heavenly Sword sect. Thunderous roars resounded, and the earth quaked violently. Enraged and alarmed, the limping elder overturned the coffin lid and leaped forth. Outside, he heard Li Tiangang's thunderous voice declaring, "You old wretch, today marks your demise. Come forth and meet your fate, or else I shall force my way in, and you shall suffer greatly." Chapter 62, The Eastern Region, a reshuffling. Cursed be this fate. Cursed be this fate. The limping elder was in a state of utter desperation, cursing incessantly. The Heavenly Sword sect was left with merely 2 emperor-level cultivators. And even the supreme pinnacle sect master, Liu Yanran, had perished. Aside from that, only a handful of early and mid-stage supreme elders remained. With such a meager defense, they could not possibly withstand the onslaught of the Wending sect's forces. Alas, there was no alternative. The emperor-level powerhouses from other sects would not be able to offer timely assistance, and it was likely that, given their nature, those old codgers had long since fled to evade death, perhaps seeking refuge in the imperial continent or other realms. If that were the case, the Heavenly Sword sect's fate was indeed dire today. "Magoo, follow me to confront the enemy," the limping elder called out, steeling himself. Magoo, another early-stage emperor ancestor of the Heavenly Sword sect, bore a grim expression that seemed to drip with despair. Without uttering a word, he nodded in agreement. The two made their way to the heart of the protective formation, tirelessly reinforcing the sect's defenses despite the immense expenditure of their spiritual energy. Should the protective formation shatter, annihilation would be the only fate that awaited the Heavenly Sword sect. At this moment, the Heavenly Sword sect was thrown into chaos. Everyone scurried about like headless flies, shrieking in terror. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly worthy of being the foremost sect in the eastern region, this formation is remarkably sturdy. Li Tiangang offered rare praise. He had previously attempted to breach this formation, but with the defense of several old sages from the Xuanji Pavilion, he could not overcome it alone. However, the situation had drastically changed. The opposition was left with merely 2 emperors, while the Wending sect boasted 5. Breaking this formation was merely a matter of time. "Let us strike together," the fairy Nanxing called out, as Li Tiangang, the 3 ancestors of Gaiwalu, and others summoned their life-bound treasures to unleash a fierce assault on the Heavenly Sword sect's protective formation. Thunderous roars erupted as the protective formation was enveloped in countless dazzling lights. It trembled violently. Within the Heavenly Sword sect, structures collapsed one after another, and countless disciples perished in explosive bursts of energy. Everyone rallied to assist the 2 elders in reinforcing the protective formation, their eyes bloodshot, lips bleeding. Gazing upwards, the blinding light obscured their view of the unfolding chaos. The sect was engulfed in a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The Heavenly Sword sect, the paramount sect of the eastern region, how had it come to be besieged at its very doorstep? As the ominous sounds of cracking echoed, the protective formation of the sect began to fracture, emitting a chilling sound of tearing. Alarmed, the limping elder and the wooden-boned patriarch were gripped by fear. Frantically, they attempted to contact the other senior figures of their sects while shouting towards the heavens, "Friendly, please cease your assault." The Heavenly Sword Sect is willing to submit, to become a subsidiary of the Wending Sect. Spare us, and we shall serve you faithfully, never to betray. Blood trickled from the corner of the wooden-boned elder's mouth as he echoed, "Yes, indeed. I share the same sentiments. I implore you, please stop." Li Tiangang smirked disdainfully, unmoved by their pleas. "Now you seek mercy? Where was this humility when you sought to extinguish the Wending Sect? A subsidiary? The Wending Sect has no need for such servitude. The sect leader has decreed that insignificant sects may be allowed to submit if they demonstrate proper humility. However, for the Heavenly Sword Sect and the likes of Xuanji Pavilion, annihilation is the only outcome. The Heavenly Sword Sect was prepared to offer the lives of all its elders and disciples, even willing to cease its existence entirely. As a gesture of contrition towards the Wending Sect, they simply wished for Li's leniency, pledging to be the most loyal servants for eternity. As the protective formation neared its collapse, Li Tiangang and his companions showed no signs of relenting, prompting the limping elder to utter desperate confessions, truly fearing for his life. The longer one lives, the more one wishes to cling to life. He no longer harbored any thoughts of confronting Li Tiangang, only hoping for mercy. Though the wooden-boned elder remained silent, his thoughts mirrored those of his counterpart. The members of the Heavenly Sword Sect were astonished. They had believed their patriarchs were fighting valiantly for their sake, only to discover that both elders were acting out of self-preservation. Their faith had been misplaced. Doubts began to creep into the hearts of many as their efforts to channel spiritual energy into the protective formation faltered. The cracks on the formation intensified, echoing ominously. "You aspire to serve the Wending Sect like dogs? Huh, you are unworthy of such a fate. I have long said that you old relics should lie quietly in your coffins and await your demise. Since you choose to disturb the peace, do not blame me for the consequences." Li Tiangang sneered, showing no interest in acquiring 2 more servants of the Emperor's realm for the Wending Sect. Even if he were inclined, the sect leader would never agree. Suddenly, he exerted force, and with a resounding crash, the protective formation shattered. The limping elder and the wooden-boned patriarch sensed the impending doom and attempted to flee. However, the 5 emperors were well prepared, ensuring their escape was futile. Just as they thought they had evaded danger, they found themselves ensnared within a prearranged formation, engulfed by thick fog, akin to a ghostly maze from which there was no escape. In their moment of panic, 5 silhouettes gradually emerged from the mist, and terror swiftly filled their murky eyes. Soon after, the limping elder and the wooden-boned patriarch transformed into 2 lifeless corpses, plummeting from the heights, their existence extinguished. The countless disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect have been thoroughly eradicated. Once the foremost sect in the Eastern Domain, it has now become a mere relic of the past. Let us proceed to the Xuanji Pavilion. After plundering the entire resources of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the group swiftly departed aboard the White Tiger warship. The news of the sect's downfall spread rapidly, soon followed by even more sensational reports. A revered ancestor of the Xuanji Pavilion was gravely injured while fleeing, while another met his demise. The Xuanji Pavilion faced total annihilation. In the subsequent days, the Yunlang Pavilion, Azure Gate, and Wuyun Hall, any major sect that had participated in the siege against the Wending Sect, suffered the same fate. Only a handful of inconsequential smaller sects managed to survive. The atmosphere in the Eastern Domain was rife with anxiety, as everyone feared whether their own sect would be next. The Wending Sect stood alone, dominant, with only a few major sects that had abstained from the assault remaining. At this moment, having completed the tasks entrusted by their leader, the White Tiger warship leisurely made its way back to the Wending Sect. Along the journey, conversations flowed freely among the group. "Old ancestor, Fairy Nansheng, I have something I wish to convey." Xuanyangzi finally mustered the courage to speak after much contemplation. Behind him, the leader of Miaodong Valley, Sushin, along with the inner sect elder, Yao Chun, wore complex expressions, their hearts a whirlwind of emotions. "Oh, do share," Fairy Nansheng smiled, having already anticipated Xuanyangzi's intentions. She had refrained from broaching the subject lately, hoping he would take the initiative to voice his thoughts. Chapter 63, System Lottery, Tricked Once Again. As expected, Xuanyangzi articulated, "If the Wending Sect does not forsake us, Miaodong Valley is willing to become an affiliated force of the Wending Sect." Affiliated force? The leader had not intended such a notion. Fairy Nansheng responded. The leader's intention in inviting Miaodong Valley to join the Wending Sect was not merely to establish an affiliation. If that were the case, he could have simply used force to compel your submission. Moreover, not every force qualifies to be an affiliated entity of the Wending Sect. Many forces have sought to align with us, yet the leader has declined their overtures. Xuanyangzi paused, realizing there had been a misunderstanding, and inquired, "Then may I ask, what does the fairy mean?" "The Wending Sect possesses an alchemy hall, which is currently underutilized. The leader wishes for Miaodong Valley to become an integral part of the Wending sect. The Alchemy Hall will henceforth be under your stewardship. You may concoct any elixirs you wish, and the necessary materials will be supplied by the Wending sect. Of course, Miaodong Valley may continue to exist independently, however, externally. You will be recognized as members of the Wending sect, under its protection, ensuring that no one dares to harbor ill intentions towards you. Fairy Nanxing elaborated. Zuan Yangzi and his companions fell into deep contemplation. Compared to merely being an affiliated force, joining the Wending sect directly was evidently a more profound commitment. Having witnessed the formidable power of the Wending sect, they were astounded. Indeed, becoming a part of the Wending sect was a dream cherished by countless forces. Moreover, the formidable adversaries of Miaodong Valley, such as Yaowang Valley, Tianqing Tower, Wanda Sect, and Yulong Mountain Manor, have all been eradicated by Wending sect. From another perspective, Wending sect can indeed be viewed as a benefactor of Miaodong Valley. Joining Wending sect is certainly not a disadvantage. On the contrary, it represents a tremendous opportunity. Xianyangzi, Su Xin, and the esteemed Yao Zhenren exchanged glances with one another. Ultimately, Xianyangzi clapped his hands and proclaimed, "Excellent. Miaodong Valley has decided to join Wending sect." With that resolution, he added, "From now on, you shall be the master of the Alchemy Hall. You may arrange the positions within the hall as you see fit." "I shall not object." The fairy Nansheng was filled with joy, having finally accomplished the significant task assigned by the sect leader. Meanwhile, within Wending sect, Lin Chen had just relished a sumptuous meal and enjoyed the captivating dance of the maidens, reclining comfortably in a rocking chair for a brief respite. Beside him, Lu Ruoxi, clad in light attire, gently fanned him with a parasol. Life could not be more delightful. Suddenly, a notification from the system resonated in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the phase task of dominating the eastern region. Reward: Sect Prestige Points 500,000. Reward: Dao Alchemy Cauldron 1. Dao Alchemy Cauldron, a high-grade Dao treasure, containing the ethereal fires of heaven and earth, capable of infinitely enhancing the quality of elixirs. To put it simply, even if a pile of excrement were to be thrown into it, it could be refined into a supreme elixir that extends life. Reward: Spirit Stones, magical artifacts, and various elixirs. The task has been accomplished. Quite splendid. Lin Chen knew without a doubt that it was his ancestors who had vanquished the likes of Tiangang sect and other sections. His ancestors had sent information back ahead of time. However, Lin Chen had been too occupied to peruse it. The Dao Alchemy Cauldron? His attention was immediately drawn to this high-grade Dao treasure. In the Zhongshuan realm, the highest-grade treasures are akin to the likes of the Ba Huang, Xianhua mirror. Even a fragment of an immortal treasure would incite frenzied competition among countless cultivators. Yet, the system's reward was a Dao treasure, surpassing even the immortal grade. If others were to learn of this, they would surely be driven to madness with envy. However, despite its impressive nature, the description of the cauldron was rather vulgar. Lin Chen found himself contemplating the absurdity of using the cauldron to refine excrement, but after a moment, he deemed the thought too distasteful to entertain further. Thus, he dismissed the idea. Although the prestige points amounted to an impressive 500,000, they could not even procure the cheapest items in the marketplace. Instead of hoarding them, he decided it would be more prudent to try his luck in the lottery. Feeling particularly fortunate that day, he was certain he would draw something remarkable. System, let me have a five-fold draw. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The familiar scene unfolded once more, revealing 5 exquisite gift boxes shimmering with golden light. Ding! Congratulations, host, for drawing 10 gathering spirit pills. Ding! Congratulations, host, for drawing 50 low-grade spirit stones. Ding! Congratulations, host, for drawing 5 hemostatic pills. Ding! Congratulations, host, for drawing 1 low-grade spirit treasure longing spear. Ding! Unfortunately, you did not draw anything else. A multitude of black lines appeared above Lin Chen's head. No way. System, just how much garbage have you placed in the prize pool? This amounts to a staggering 500,000 prestige points. How many sects must one subdue to accumulate such an impressive tally? If I gather another 500,000, I can directly exchange it for a permanent enhancement card for early-stage emperors, made exclusive. That's a true emperor. Would you care to see what you have drawn for me? Spirit gathering pills. Hemostatic pills. These items are gifted in abundance with every system task. A low-grade spiritual treasure. The long chain spear. Not even worth accepting as a gift. I had thought that drawing 100 low-grade spirit stones last time was excessive, yet now, I find myself with a mere 50 low-grade spirit stones. There are even some rounds where absolutely nothing is drawn. Damn it! Lin Chen erupted in fury. What a wretched lottery system, with no safety net whatsoever. Am I being toyed with? I shall never draw again. Just as Lin Chen was in a fit of rage, the White Tiger warship suddenly appeared outside the sect. The Ancestor, Fairy Nansheng, Feng Hong, and Xiao Jin returned with the members of the Miao Dan Valley. The people from Guyu Tower returned independently, having gained immensely from the endeavor, acquiring not only the sect's treasured artifact, the 8 desolate profound fire mirror, but also countless resources. Indeed, after eliminating these factions, the Wending sect generously allocated resources to Guyu Tower. They had exerted considerable effort in this endeavor, and thus, they should not be slighted. Let them in. Once Lin Chen's mood had calmed, he spoke softly. Subsequently, the Ancestor and Fairy Nansheng led the group from Miao Dan Valley to stand before Lin Chen. Is this the esteemed sect master Lin Chen? He appears remarkably youthful. For the first time, Xian Yangzi and the others beheld Lin Chen, and his youthful, handsome visage left a lasting impression. Judging by his age, he could not have cultivated for more than a few hundred years. Typically, at such an age within the major sects, one would be at most at the nascent soul or transformation stage. Those with lesser talent might only attain foundation establishment or golden core realms. Yet, Sect Master Lin, goodness, the pinnacle of the ascendant stage. Rumors suggested he was only at the peak of the integration stage. How had he ascended to the pinnacle of the ascendant stage in such a short span? Is he even human? Although Li Tiangang, Chu Nansheng, and others noticed Lin Chen's sudden rise to the pinnacle of the ascendant stage, they were not overly astonished. After all, the sect master possesses extraordinary capabilities. Even they were resurrected through his grand techniques. A mere elevation of a solitary realm in such a short time is inconsequential in comparison. Chu Nansheng cleared her throat and respectfully stated, Sect Master, the people from Miao Dan Valley have arrived, and they are willing to submit to the Wending sect. Chapter 64. The Struggle for the Hall Master Position. Genuine Submission. I have heard that you look down upon the Wending sect. Right from the outset, Lin Chen established his authority. The members of Miao Dan Valley immediately froze in disbelief. What is happening here? They exchanged glances with the 3 intersect elders who had blocked Feng Hong and Xiao Jin earlier. Master Yao Chen's heart raced furiously. The elderly woman was drenched in cold sweat, secretly regretting her earlier brashness. Xian Yangzi spoke with a stammer. And no, the situation is not as Lin Zhongzhu imagines. Please allow me to explain. The Lord of Miaodong Valley, Su Xin, adorned in a flowing green gown, exuded an air of grace and elegance. Though internally fraught with anxiety, she maintained a semblance of composure. The atmosphere grew tense. Why are you all so nervous? I was merely jesting. On our first meeting, I thought to lighten the mood. How was that joke? Amusing, wasn't he it? Lin Chen suddenly burst into laughter, adopting an innocuous demeanor. Was it funny? Not at all. It was utterly terrifying. The members of Miaodong Valley seemed as if they had walked through the gates of hell, wiping beads of cold sweat from their foreheads. Li Tiangang, Chu Nansheng, and others sighed in relief, having feared their leader had succumbed to a sudden ailment, threatening the very existence of the newly acquired Miaodong Valley members. Zhongzhu, it would be wise to refrain from such jokes in the future. Chu Nansheng remarked with a hint of reproach. All right, Lin Chen replied, sticking out his tongue. Zhongzhu, this is Xian Yangzi, the venerable ancestor of Miaodong Valley, a 9th-tier alchemy master. Following this, Nansheng introduced the members of Miaodong Valley to Lin Chen. Xian Yangzi requires no introduction. Su Xin, the leader of Miaodong Valley, is an 8th-tier alchemy master. Yao Chen, an inner elder of Miaodong Valley, is a 7th-tier alchemy master. The elderly woman, known as Mu Wanxiu, possesses a lovely name. Yet her appearance and voice leave much to be desired. She too is a 7th-tier alchemy master. The gathering comprised fewer than 10 individuals. Lin Chen understood that the limited attendance stemmed from their initial indecision. Only now were they willingly submitting. Nevertheless, as long as the outcome was favorable, the journey mattered little. Welcome to Wending Sect. Lin Chen's warm smile enveloped them like a gentle spring breeze. The members of Miaodong Valley were astonished to find Lin Chen resembling a friendly neighbor rather than exuding the malevolence of a typical leader. In fact, he brought an unexpected sense of comfort. Thus, the rumors circulating in the streets were not universally true. Sensing Lin Chen's sincerity, their previously heavy hearts began to lighten, and the atmosphere shifted towards a more relaxed tone. Su Xin stepped forward, clasping her hands in salute. Lin Zhongzhu, we have conferred with our ancestor and decided to relocate the majority of our 4th-tier and above alchemy masters to Wending Sect to serve you. The remaining members of Miaodong Valley will remain as a branch of Wending Sect, with only a small number to guard it. We hope for your approval. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. There was no reason to deny such a request. He readily agreed. Subsequently, Su Xin provided Lin Chen with details regarding Miaodong Valley. 1 9th-tier alchemy master, 3 8th-tier masters, 13 7th-tier masters, 315 6th-tier masters, and over 10,000 below the 5th tier, along with countless miscellaneous personnel. In total, their numbers exceeded the 3,000 members of Wending sect by a substantial margin. Excellent. You shall henceforth be the vice master of the alchemy hall. Lin Chen's joy grew with each word he heard. With so many alchemy masters, Wending sect would no longer suffer from a scarcity of medicinal elixirs. The disciples' cultivation speed will also see a significant enhancement. Today, the Wending sect can indeed be regarded as a truly colossal sect with 10,000 members. Thank you, sect leader. Su Xian clasped her hands in a gesture of respect and stepped aside. This outcome was anticipated by all, and none were taken aback. However, Lin Chen's next utterance left everyone bewildered. Elder Tiangang, you shall also serve as the vice master of the alchemy hall from now on. Vice master? Wasn't it previously agreed that one would be the master? Not only was Tiangang filled with confusion, but even Chu Nanshan could hardly contain herself. After all, she had assured Tiangang of her support. Now, with the sect leader's sudden change of heart, it felt as though she was being slapped in the face. The sect leader, Chu Nanshan, was somewhat dazed. Just as she began to speak, Lin Chen waved his hand. You will understand shortly. He smiled enigmatically. A transmission was sent to Ye Feng. Before long, as everyone exchanged puzzled glances, Ye Feng entered from outside. The crowd regarded Ye Feng, unable to fathom the sect leader's intentions. Su Zhishan, are you not coming out? Must I summon you? As the words fell, a green light flickered around Ye Feng, and a faint ethereal figure manifested before everyone. With white beard and hair, he exuded an otherworldly aura. A haughty demeanor radiated from him as his icy gaze swept over the members of Miaodong Valley. However, when he turned his attention to Lin Chen, that arrogance swiftly dissipated as he bowed respectfully. Su Zhishan, master of the alchemy hall, pays his respects to the sect leader. Who is this? I have never seen him before. Moreover, he is merely a remnant soul. What qualifications does he have to overshadow Elder Tiangang and assume the role of master of the alchemy hall? Elder Tiangang is a grandmaster of the 9th tier in alchemy. In the entire eastern region, there are but a few 9th tier grandmasters. Although no one from Miaodong Valley voiced their dissent, every heart was filled with discontent and disbelief. Indeed, on what grounds? Su Zhishan, pray tell. What qualifications do you possess to be the master of the alchemy hall? Lin Chen wore a knowing smile, seemingly eager for a spectacle. I am Su Zhishan, hailing from the ancient alchemy sect. Su Zhishan then recounted his origins briefly. Many elders and disciples of Wending sect, as well as several elders from Miaodong Valley, were left in a state of confusion. What is the ancient alchemy sect? Is it significant? I have never even heard of it. However, to Chu Nanshan, Xianyang, Su Xian, and others, these words struck like thunder. The ancient alchemy sect, the undisputed pinnacle of alchemical power in the Zhongshuan realm for nearly 100,000 years. Its ancestor, Su Zhishan, is renowned as the highest pinnacle grandmaster of the 9th tier in the history of the Zhongshuan realm. He is but a step away from reaching the 10th tier. Alas, could it be that you are the ancestor of the ancient alchemy sect, Su Zhishan, esteemed elder? Xianyang and Su Xian stammered as they spoke. Su Zhishan represents an insurmountable peak in the realm of alchemy within the Zhongshuan realm, a towering figure to whom all aspire. Though Xianyang had long entered the 9th tier, the path of alchemy is profoundly intricate. Even he remains perplexed by many aspects of it. Many years have passed, and his progression has been slow, unable to break through. Meanwhile, Su Xian remains at the 8th tier, still a considerable distance from the 9th. Indeed, it is I? Su Zhishan showed no signs of humility, raising an eyebrow. Xianyangzi and Su Xian were instantly overjoyed. Perhaps lingering doubts remained in their hearts, prompting them to pose a long-standing conundrum to Su Zhishan. Despite his pride, he patiently addressed their inquiries. So that's how it is, they exclaimed ecstatically, murmuring to themselves. It was as if a divine revelation had struck them, illuminating their minds. The bottleneck in their cultivation had loosened slightly, hinting at the possibility of a breakthrough. The other members of Miaodong Valley were equally enraptured, reaping immense benefits from the discourse. Indeed, it is Su Zhishan, our esteemed senior. Before Lin Chen could utter a word, Xianyangzi clasped his fists and declared, with Senior Su present, how could this old man dare to covet the position of Hall Master, let alone the role of Deputy Hall Master? I would be more than content to serve by Senior Su's side, even as a mere firewood attendant. Su Xian sincerely echoed, I feel the same way. Chapter 65, do go ahead and ask. Lin Chen, however, was completely oblivious to the intricacies of alchemy. As they delved into the art of pill-making, Lin Chen found himself lost in a haze, unable to grasp their discussions. It seemed quite impressive. Initially, Lin Chen had not anticipated the immense allure of Su Zhishan. Nevertheless, this dilemma was finally resolved. Henceforth, the alchemy hall would experience far fewer disputes, fostering harmony and contributing to the efforts of the Wending sect. Su Zhishan, With an air of arrogance, proclaimed, "From now on, you too shall follow me. If I am pleased, I may even offer you some guidance." Such words were undeniably audacious. Yet, Xianyangzi and Su Exine nodded fervently, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Even the other members of Miaodong Valley cast aside any doubts. Their gazes filled with admiration for Su Zhishan. Subsequently, Su Exine relinquished the position of Deputy Hall Master, willingly settling for the role of an elder in the Alchemy Hall. Originally, the Alchemy Hall could accommodate 2 Deputy Hall Masters, but Su Exine felt it would be unfair to the Ancestor, thus humbling her status. Lin Chen acquiesced to their wishes, and they dispersed. Under the arrangement of Fairy Nansheng, Su Exine, Master Yaochun, Mu Wanxiu, and others, accompanied by several elders from the Wending sect, boarded the White Tiger warship, journeying to Miaodong Valley to retrieve alchemists of the 4th rank and above, collectively relocating them back to the Wending sect. This warship could comfortably accommodate 100,000 cultivators. Naturally, the small number from Miaodong Valley posed no challenge. Xianyangzi did not return to Miaodong Valley but instead chose to remain by Su Zhishan's side, earnestly seeking guidance. Although Su Zhishan was initially reluctant, a casual glance from Lin Chen made him comply, adopting a much more agreeable demeanor. Meanwhile, in the Imperial continent, within the Longyuan secret realm, what the heck? How outrageous! What a loss! Shi Tian exclaimed, forcefully kicking an object away. The object emitted a series of squeaks, angrily charging back at him, only to be sent flying once more by another kick. Ouch! That hurts. How dare you treat me this way? I will make you pay. The creature bared its tiny fangs, attempting to appear fierce, yet its adorably diminutive form rendered it utterly incapable of exuding any intimidation. Ah, is this a little puppy? Su Muhuang had been trailing behind her 2 senior brothers, and at this moment, she finally discerned what that object was. It was a small dog. Its body was adorned with a coat of golden and white fur. For tiny, short legs supported its less than half-meter frame, its belly nearly grazing the ground. Though its expression appeared fierce, it was impossible to feel intimidated. Rather, the little dog seemed utterly adorable. One might say it resembled a silly corgi. Little puppy, would you care to be my pet? Being a girl, Su Muhuang felt her heart melt the instant she laid eyes on the dog. However, Shi Tian and Xiao Bufan held a different opinion. After an arduous battle against a beast guarding the depths of the secret realm, they finally opened an ancient bronze coffin only to find nothing but a corgi soundly asleep within. Infuriated, they promptly seized the dog and tossed it into the air, then kicked it away. The dog crashed to the ground, yelping in pain, finally awakening. Upon hearing Su Muhuang refer to it as little puppy, it erupted in anger, exclaiming, "You're the little puppy. Your entire family is made of little puppies. You expect this emperor to be your pet? Dream on. Leave this place immediately, or I shall take action and eliminate you all." The dog barked ferociously, issuing various threats. Yet it was evident that its bravado was lacking. Otherwise, it would have attacked them long ago instead of engaging in so much idle chatter. Clearly, it was no match for the individuals before it. This emperor, a mere dog, dared to refer to itself as such? Xiao Bufan quickly discerned that the dog was merely bluffing. It had been easily kicked away just moments prior, proving it to be rather weak. Nevertheless, he remarked, it appears to be a beast, though it seems feeble. Its fluent speech suggests it is not an ordinary creature, and its claim of being an emperor hints at some background. Senior brother, why don't we keep it? After a moment's contemplation, Shi Tian agreed. Very well. Our master knows all. We shall take it back for him to examine. If it proves to be an ordinary beast, we can dispose of it then. At this, the dog felt a chill run down its spine. What? You plan to kill me just like that? Senior brother's insight is commendable. Xiao Bufan laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up. Sounds good to me. Su Muhuang considered for a moment. This mysterious dog was indeed too perilous. It would be prudent to wait for their master's assessment before making any decisions. If it posed no danger, they could always keep it as a pet later. With that, the 3 of them simultaneously cast amused glances at the dog. Alarmed, the dog turned to flee. However, it hadn't gotten far before Xiao Bufan caught its tail and hoisted it up. The little dog squirmed vigorously. In a moment of desperation, it unleashed its consciousness. But its range was merely 1 meter. It could neither inflict harm on Xiao Bufan nor even disturb the grass beneath it. It was pitifully weak. Speak up, speak up, speak up. Xiao Bufan shook the dog up and down incessantly. The dog, dizzy from the motion, saw stars and felt as if its very guts were about to spill out, cursing Xiao Bufan in its heart 1,000 times over. At last, Xiao Bufan paused, pressing the dog. Will you speak or not? The dog, infuriated, retorted with a string of expletives. Why don't you just ask? If you don't ask, what do you expect me to answer? Xiao Bufan scratched his head, a look of astonishment on his face. Turning to Shi Tian and Su Muhuang, he stammered, "Didn't I ask?" The 2 regarded him as if he were a fool, their expressions unmistakably conveying, "You didn't ask at all." Embarrassed, Xiao Bufan chuckled awkwardly, releasing the dog and squatting down to inquire, "Who are you? What is your name? What breed are you? Where do you come from? Reveal your lineage." If there was the slightest hint of concealment, I possess ample strength and means to extract the truth. Clearly, expecting an apology from Xiao Bufan was an impossibility. The dog had no such expectations. After a slight pause, the dog arrogantly proclaimed, "To know my esteemed title, you are but a mere child, unworthy." No sooner had he finished speaking than Xiao Bufan seized its tail once more. After a considerable struggle, the dog swallowed its pride. Finally, it relented, tears welling in its eyes, feeling utterly wronged after nearly 100,000 years of existence. "My name is Kuhuang. I am the emperor of the Celestial Hound clan. 80,000 years ago, I was gravely wounded in battle, my cultivation lost. Subsequently, I was sealed within this ancient bronze coffin in a secret realm, falling into slumber. It was only upon your arrival that I have awakened." Chapter 66. Call me father, and I shall grant you what you seek. You truly are a dog. The Celestial Hound clan sounds illustrious, yet, in truth, are merely dogs, aren't they? You claim to be an emperor? Indeed. Without a doubt. How splendid. Come, let us exchange a few blows and see how formidable you truly are. Alas, please, do not strike me. You are bullying me, a mere dog. The dog yelped in pain, cursing vehemently. Although it had slowly recovered within the bronze coffin for 80,000 years, having just broken free from its seal, remnants of its confinement lingered within, gradually dissipating. Its injuries had not fully healed, leading to its current state, which paled in comparison to its peak prowess. Presently, it was no different from an ordinary dog. To be bullied by mere youngsters today, it infuriated me. Once I dispel the remnants of my seal and restore my cultivation, I shall thoroughly punish all of you. Tenfold, no, 100-fold. The dog felt deeply aggrieved, holding back its frustration. Yet, it dared not display its feelings. Bowing its head in indignation, this wretched dog spoke nonsense, unable to discern which of its words were truthful. Indeed, it claimed to be an emperor. I have encountered many emperors, yet none so feeble. I could crush it with a mere hand. What a useless mutt. Should I take it back to show my master? Perhaps not. My master is far too busy to concern themselves with such trivialities. The three deliberated and decided to disregard the dog, continuing their exploration deeper into the secret realm. Would they truly leave just like that? As they walked away, gradually ignoring it, the dog became anxious. The secret realm was fraught with danger. Perhaps at any moment, a few demonic beasts or cultivators may emerge. It is highly probable that before their cultivation is restored, they will be turned into a delectable feast. A dignified emperor of the Celestial Hound clan cannot perish in such a humiliating manner. It is far safer to remain beside these three individuals. Although they do not regard it favorably and have even struck it, at least they do not seek its life. Hey, wait up for this emperor. The little hound appeared anxious, chasing after them with all its might. Its short legs moved so quickly that they almost left an afterimage, its belly grazing the ground in a comical manner. "Little pup, why are you following us?" Sumu Huang inquired curiously. "Of course, I am here to protect you. This secret realm is fraught with peril, and you younglings are still too inexperienced. I have a bond with you, and I cannot bear to see you fall here. Rest assured, as long as I am present, I shall assist you in overcoming any challenges that arise." The hound boasted shamelessly. "Get lost." Shi Tian kicked it away. Hey, no need to be so violent." Before long, the hound scampered back, seemingly unfazed by Shi Tian's kick. "Say another word, and I swear I shall make you regret it." Xiao Bufan was incensed, having been displeased with the hound for quite some time. "I told you, this emperor. The hound's resilience was impressive. It refused to concede an inch. Bang! Another kick landed, this time from Sumu Huang, who could no longer tolerate the obnoxious creature. Initially considering keeping the hound as a pet, she now felt no inclination whatsoever. Whoever desires it may take it. She certainly would not. "Sister, well done." Shi Tian and Xiao Bufan gave Sumu Huang a thumbs up as they witnessed her assertiveness for the first time. "You flatter me, brothers." Sumu Huang replied with a smile. Having always been cautious, she found that releasing her pent-up frustration through that kick felt extraordinarily liberating. Before long, the hound caught up again. "This emperor, no, this Wang has relented. Although you younglings have been so rude, this Wang shall overlook your transgressions and escort you a while longer, for we are fated to cross paths." What audacity! The three were left speechless. However, they did not chase it away, allowing it to follow at its leisurely pace. Days passed. How vexing. There are less than 2 weeks until the secret realm closes, and we have yet to gain anything. Indeed, surely this expedition into the secret realm will not end in vain. The three expressed their growing frustration. Suddenly, the hound spoke. "Ahem, This Wang has just utilized the divine powers of an emperor and sensed a peculiar aura not far from here. Perhaps we should investigate. We may uncover some opportunities. The trio paused momentarily, quickly regaining their composure. What nonsense about divine powers? It's merely a dog's nose. Xiao Bufan scoffed, snorting dismissively. It was likely just picking up on some unique scent, a talent inherent to the Celestial Hound clan, and nothing extraordinary. You slander this Wang. Indeed. It is the majestic Emperor's divine prowess. The dog, caught in the act, erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Bufan while glancing at Shi Tian and Su Muhuang. He slanders me. Humph. A smirk curled on Xiao Bufan's lips. Both Shi Tian and Su Muhuang were amused. Truly, the presence of this canine lightened the atmosphere considerably. Let us proceed and take a look, Shi Tian declared. Having searched for opportunities in vain for so long, it seemed prudent to let the dog lead the way and uncover the situation ahead. Let on. Xiao Bufan playfully nudged the dog with his foot. How dare you kick this noble beast? I shall not let this go unpunished. The dog bared its teeth. Yet it was evident that it was merely posturing, for even the emperor dared not retort. A mere glance from Shi Tian silenced it, and it obediently took the lead. As they journeyed forth, the sky gradually darkened, the earth becoming a desolate shade of gray-black, with rustling sounds occasionally emanating from beneath, the source unknown, whether beast or demon. Fortunately, no immediate dangers arose. They pressed on. Before long, a crimson mist wafted through the air, casting a red-black hue against the dim sky. The further they advanced, the denser the fog became. Be cautious, my brothers. This mist is toxic. Su Muhuang's expression shifted as she issued a warning. No worries. I possess the detoxification pills bestowed by our master. This mere mist poses no threat, Shi Tian replied with a smile, retrieving a pill and consuming it. Indeed. Both Xiao Bufan and Su Muhuang laughed, each taking a detoxification pill as well. They paused, waiting until they were certain the toxic mist had no effect on them before proceeding further. However, it appeared that the trio had overlooked a crucial detail. You lot. Share some of those with me. The dog's countenance morphed into one of despair. Its keen sense of smell rendered it exceedingly uncomfortable with the toxic mist, as if it had been administered a sedative, leaving it dizzy and disoriented. Call me father, and I shall grant you some. Xiao Bufan jested. Yet, he soon realized the folly of his words. Before he could amend his statement, the dog's mouth stretched into a grin as it bellowed, Father, Father, Father. Chapter 67, The Sudden Abyss and the Blood-Red Bats. Shut up, you wretched dog, be quiet. Xiao Bufan's face darkened, exasperation mounting as he frantically covered the dog's mouth. Woo-woo, father, woo-woo, father. The dog, seemingly desperate for the detoxification pills, continued to bark merrily, even with half its mouth covered. After a barrage of cries, Xiao Bufan could no longer endure. Enough already. Here, take it, all of it. Just be quiet. He handed the entire bottle of detoxification pills to the dog. Hee. The dog accepted the pills, a smug grin spreading across its face. I am the emperor of the Celestial Dog Clan, with nearly 100,000 years of life experience. You think you can outsmart me? You are still too green. This pill works remarkably well. The dog mused, having compared it to previous detoxification pills it had consumed, which paled in comparison. After swallowing just one, it felt rejuvenated, fully restored. Even the sealing power within his body had dissipated considerably, and at this moment, his strength had gradually returned to the level of a third-tier beast, equivalent to the foundation establishment stage of the human race. What a windfall. The dog was filled with joy as he carefully stored away the detoxification pill. Enough of the antics, let us proceed. Having confirmed that the poisonous mist posed no threat to them, Shi Tian stepped forward. Move ahead. Xiao Bufan kicked the dog playfully. Very well. The dog, in high spirits, felt no humiliation and trotted ahead to lead the way. The poisonous mist thickened as they journeyed deeper. After a while, the trio and the dog found themselves deep within the mist, where it enveloped them so densely that they could scarcely discern each other's features even when standing face to face. The trio utilized their spiritual senses, remaining unaffected, while the dog, having regained some strength, could also employ his spiritual awareness, albeit within a limited range, yet sufficient for their needs. As they walked, a vast abyss suddenly appeared before them, shrouded in swirling poisonous mist, obscuring any view of what lay beneath. What secrets might be concealed within? Shi Tian and Xiao Bufan were eager to explore further. Having come this far, turning back was nearly inconceivable. Su Muhuang hesitated slightly. The dog had not fully regained his strength and was reluctant to take risks, barking, I advise you not to enter if you wish to avoid death. This is certainly no place of solace. Have you sensed something within? Xiao Bufan stared intently at the dog. The dog felt a shiver run down its spine under the gaze, wishing to avoid a beating, yet even more to avoid death. it retorted stubbornly, regardless. Just don't go in. There is great terror within. You foolish dog, all you do is frighten. As the dog raised its rear, Xiao Bufan immediately understood what it intended to do. It was clear that this silly dog had no idea what lay inside. It merely wished to escape the secret realm safely without venturing into danger. Huh, if you say it's not a good place, why are so many eager to enter? Xiao Bufan remarked once more. At this moment, many individuals stood at the edge of the abyss, each of considerable cultivation, and one by one, they began to enter. The poisonous mist was too thick to see clearly, but with spiritual senses, one could perceive that there were at least 1,000 people. Those able to traverse the mist unscathed likely possessed some means of detoxification. This, I don't know, the dog stammered, at a loss for words. Surely there must be something valuable inside. No, absolutely not. If only we could ask someone. Shi Tian interjected. Brother, I will inquire. Having said that, Su Muhuang made her way into the crowd. Shortly thereafter, she returned. What did you find out? Did you ascertain the truth? Su Muhuang's beauty was striking, causing the eyes of those around her to widen in astonishment. They all vied to showcase themselves, before Su Muhuang could even pose her questions in detail. They eagerly spilled their words like beans from a bamboo tube, revealing everything they knew, and even what they did not. They explained that this was a forbidden area within the secret realm, known as the Dragon Abyss. Deep within the Dragon Abyss lies a blood pool. The toxic mists wafting from this pool harbor a fabled flower, the nether blood lotus, a rare and sacred herb that blossoms only once in a millennium, possessing remarkable efficacy in nurturing the soul and holding immense value. Those who have gathered here have long since made ample preparations. Their journey is solely for the sake of this elusive nether blood lotus. The allure of beauty indeed bestows an advantage. Both Shi Tian and Xiao Bufan could not help but lament that had they been the ones to inquire, they surely would not have received such detailed information. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten our entrance. If we tarry, this nether blood lotus may very well be snatched away by others. Xiao Bufan exclaimed with great excitement. Humph. The tone in which you speak suggests that if you had arrived earlier, you would have secured this lotus. It is far wiser to refrain from entering. The dangers within are profound. The dog scoffed, displaying a disdainful countenance. It seemed that after receiving a thrashing from Xiao Bufan, the dog was now inclined to retort at every utterance from him, right or wrong. No sooner had the dog spoken than it was sent flying by a swift kick from Xiao Bufan. Pay it no mind. We shall proceed, Shi Tian declared, transforming into a streak of light as he plunged into the abyss. Without further ado, Xiao Bufan and Su Muhuang swiftly followed suit. This is outrageous. You all abandon me after I have led you this far. I, the Emperor, have guided you through such treacherous paths, and now you leave me behind? The dog scrambled back, cursing vociferously. Yet, at that moment, the three had already vanished from sight. These younglings, ignoring my sage counsel, insist on venturing into such perilous territory. What am I to do? The dog fretted, pacing in circles. To enter is fraught with danger. To remain outside is hardly safer. With so many cultivators around that any one of them could easily eliminate it, turning it into a spicy hot pot on the spot. Comparatively, the interior may offer a semblance of safety. With a decisive clench of his teeth, the dog resolved to follow. Wait for me. How can you manage without my protection? The shadow of the dog flickered, and the might of a third-tier beast erupted forth, surging into the abyss like an arrow released from a bow. Upon entering the abyss, the dog frantically sought the three figures. Its keen nose soon detected their general location, only to be met with the terrified screams of numerous cultivators fleeing in disarray. Enormous creatures, resembling gargantuan bats, their bodies of vivid crimson, were relentlessly pursuing and tearing into the fleeing cultivators. These sanguine bats possessed formidable combat prowess, rendering the cultivators' magical assaults ineffective, akin to mere tickling. In contrast, with a mere flap of their wings, several cultivators were violently smashed against the rock walls, leaving behind deep craters, their fates uncertain. Some cultivators were overtaken, their bodies savagely bitten apart, blood splattering the air as they met their grim demise. How utterly terrifying. We must not be discovered by these grotesque fiends. Otherwise, I shall not withstand their wrath. The dog was utterly terrified, its spirit seemingly detached, struggling to articulate its thoughts. It needed to quickly reunite with the three individuals. Trembling with trepidation, the dog cautiously navigated around the crimson bats and the cultivators. After what felt like an eternity, it finally spotted the figures of the trio. Ah, salvation! Tears of relief nearly welled up in its eyes. With unbridled excitement, it dashed forward, exclaiming, "So, you are here. This dog has come to protect you." However, the next moment left it stunned. Just as it approached the trio, an overwhelming swarm of crimson bats encircled them, creating an impenetrable barrier. Judging by their numbers, there were at least several thousand. Among them loomed a creature significantly larger than the others, evidently the leader. Upon noticing the dog's arrival, the beast rasped in a stuttering voice, "Another foolish dog has come. Let us feast on it. You claimed you would protect me. Go on." "Then," shouted Xiao Bufan. The dog, trembling and stammering, replied, I in the past, it could have effortlessly vanquished these grotesque beasts. Yet now, it was merely a novice dog. What was the difference between charging into battle and courting death? They were scarcely enough to sate the appetite of these bloodthirsty bats. "Stop teasing it. Prepare for battle," Shi Tian interjected, providing the dog with a reprieve. Before their arrival, they had mentally prepared themselves for danger. Thus, even in the face of such a multitude of beasts, they remained unfazed. After being in this secret realm for so long, we have yet to engage in a true battle. Today is the perfect opportunity to stretch our limbs. Fight, Xiao Bufan declared with great enthusiasm. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his hand as the exquisite Taoist artifact, the demon-slaying sword, was firmly grasped. Sharp sword chi swirled around him, seemingly tearing through the very air itself. Su Muhuang's spiritual energy surged, enveloping her in searing flames, illuminating her figure in a blaze of fiery brilliance. Meanwhile, Shi Tian radiated an awe-inspiring aura, his body shimmering with a faint golden light, reminiscent of an ancient war deity. This is the primordial sword body. The vermilion bird's sacred body. The supreme sacred body. The dog was utterly astonished, unable to believe its eyes. Although its own cultivation had diminished, its imperial-level perception remained intact, allowing it to recognize the extraordinary talents of the trio at a glance. It was beyond comprehension that such remarkable prodigies could be encountered so casually. If they did not meet an untimely end, they were destined to become emperors at the very least. What sect could possibly boast 3 such extraordinary disciples simultaneously? The dog's astonishment deepened, sparking immense curiosity about their sect. A sect of such caliber could not be obscure. Just then, the bat leader emitted a piercing, shrill screech that shattered the air. Countless crimson bats surged forward like a tidal wave, shrieking with ferocity. "Come on!" Shi Tian charged unflinchingly into the oncoming torrent. The wave engulfed him in an instant. The dull thuds of fists striking flesh echoed in succession as the flood burst open a significant gap, erupting in clouds of crimson mist. A swarm of crimson bats, shattered by the force of Shi Tian's strikes, burst apart, their flesh and blood scattering like autumn leaves swirling down into the depths of Longyuan. Yet, the crimson bats seemed impervious to the terror of death. As soon as one batch was dispatched, more reckless bats surged forth, undeterred and fearless. Meanwhile, Xiao Bufan moved like a wraith, gliding silently among the crimson bats. The Zhuma sword glowed with a chilling radiance, each swing producing a swift and lethal arc. His swordplay was devoid of unnecessary flourishes, each stroke executed with speed, precision, and deadly intent. With every flash of his blade, a bat was invariably pierced through the skull or cleaved in twain, their bodies raining down like droplets of rain. Holy fire! Su Muhuang swiftly formed seals with her hands, unleashing the blazing vermilion bird divine fire that erupted from within her, morphing into 9 swirling rings of flame. As the bats collided with the fire rings, their shrill cries were instantly drowned out by the crackling of flames. Under the extreme heat, the crimson bats quickly turned to ashen remnants. With a gentle shake, Su Muhuang dispersed the ashes into the air. Her gaze was composed and icy, her fingertips twitching slightly. From each fire ring, dozens of small red fire serpents darted forth like lightning, igniting the nearest bats and dragging them, trailing flames, into the abyss, resembling a spectacular display of fireworks. In terms of area damage, Su Muhuang's prowess surpassed that of her 2 elder brothers by a significant margin. She cleared the minions with astonishing speed. How formidable! Though the 3 of them were merely in the refining void realm, their displayed combat abilities were utterly beyond that level. The dog, exhilarated by the spectacle, howled in excitement and, in a moment of reckless abandon, lunged at the nearest crimson bat. Smack! The dog was sent flying by a powerful swipe, crashing against the rocky wall behind. Fortunately, its tough hide spared it from serious injury. However, several crimson bats soon descended upon the dog, their gaping maws dripping with foul, viscous slime. "Help! Save me!" the dog cried out in horror. Shi Tian and Xiao Bufan, immersed in the throes of battle, seemed oblivious to the dog's desperate pleas. It was Su Muhuang who heard its cries and, moved by compassion, unleashed a flurry of small red fire serpents that shot forth like lightning, piercing the bodies of the attacking bats and incinerating them in an instant. "Damn! You scared me to death." The dog, having narrowly escaped, scampered over to Su Muhuang, taking refuge behind her. She, in turn, looked after it, shielding it from several lethal attacks. Without her protection, it would have perished countless times over. After an extended bout of combat, the number of crimson bats had not diminished. In fact, they continued to swarm from all directions, persistently assaulting the trio and the dog. Yet, the three handled the onslaught with apparent ease. Meanwhile, at the Wending sect, in a pavilion by a tranquil lake, Lin Chen leisurely sipped his wine, while a beautiful maiden danced gracefully before him, a vision to behold. Suddenly, Liu Ruashi approached, exclaiming, "Sect Master, several of our direct disciples are in peril." Indeed, Lin Chen waved his hand, signaling the dancers to withdraw. Then, with a grand gesture, a luminous screen materialized before him, revealing the dire situation of three disciples trapped in a chasm. Lin Chen had felt a twinge of unease earlier. Thus he had placed a recording stone on each of them and instructed Liu Ruashi to monitor them closely, ready to report any developments. These vile creatures are truly repulsive. Lin Chen muttered in disdain. Seeing that the three were still holding their ground, he breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Ruashi began to recount the events that led to their predicament, piquing Lin Chen's interest. "The Nether Blood Lotus? Have you heard of it?" "I have not," replied the maid. Lin Chen, too, had no recollection of this entity. A thought crossed his mind, and he sent a message to Chu Nanxing and Su Zhishan. "Come here at once." Moments later, both arrived. Su Zhishan's residual soul had solidified considerably. Upon hearing Lin Chen's inquiry, he pondered briefly before responding. The Nether Blood Lotus is an exceptionally rare sacred herb in this world. When refined with substances like celestial demon blood, mermaid tears, and soul-calming wood, it can yield the 9-turn blood lotus pill. This pill is exceedingly potent against demonic beasts. Yet it offers no benefit to human cultivators. Rather, it poses a grave danger, as consumption may lead to explosive demise. Lin Chen felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. "That is of no use at all." Chu Nanxing, who had been quietly observing the screen, suddenly exclaimed, "This dog. I recognize it. It is an old acquaintance of mine, and I never imagined it was still alive." "Really?" Lin Chen was taken aback. This dog appeared to be a shameless mutt, yet it was an old friend of Chu Nanxing. Indeed, Chu Nanxing asserted. It was once an unparalleled emperor of the Celestial Hound clan, possessing immense strength. Years ago, when I was ambushed, it risked everything to save me. I thought it had perished after sustaining grave injuries, yet here it is before me once more. As Chu Nanxing spoke, tears welled in her eyes. The reunion with such a life and death companion after countless years stirred profound emotions within her. "Sect Master, I am willing to extend my servitude for 1,000 years into eternity. In life, I shall be a disciple of the sect. In death, I shall be a spirit of the sect. I only ask that you take that dog into our fold. I will serve you without complaint for the rest of my days." Chapter 69. A mere 99% success rate? This sect master harbors no penchant for cruelty. Lin Chen waved his hand, refraining from immediate agreement. In his previous life, he had already served others enough. In this lifetime, he had risen to a position of authority. How could he enslave another? Moreover, this was his own disciple. With a glance from the eye of the cave heaven, the dog's information was laid bare. Indeed, as Chu Nanxing had claimed, this dog was a true emperor. During the cataclysmic battle 80,000 years ago, it had been grievously wounded and barely escaped, ultimately taking refuge in the Longyuan secret realm, sealing itself within a bronze ancient coffin to gradually recover. To this day, it had only regained 1/3 of its strength. Bound by the seals of power, my cultivation has merely returned to the level of a 3rd-tier beast. If only I could obtain the 9-transformation blood lotus pill, perhaps it would enable my companion to break the seal and mend his injuries. Should he recover well, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that the sect of inquiry would soon welcome another emperor. I must acquire it. Remember your promise. Lin Chen affirmed his commitment to Chu Nanxing, then turned to Su Zhishan. "Are you capable of refining this 9-transformation blood lotus pill?" "I possess a 60% certainty." Su Zhishan hesitated momentarily, gesturing with his fingers to indicate the probability. "Only 60%? Lin Chen expressed his astonishment. "A 60% chance feels akin to failure." Su Zhishan, renowned as the most formidable alchemist in the history of the Zhangxian realm, lacked confidence, underscoring the immense difficulty in crafting such a rare pill. Indeed, Su Zhishan nodded, elaborating. "Although the recipe for this extraordinary pill has been passed down, no one has ever succeeded in its refinement. While rare ingredients such as celestial demon blood, mermaid tears, and soul-saving wood are obtainable at Miaodan Valley, the stringent requirements for refining this pill render it exceedingly challenging. Even with the finest cauldron from Miaodan Valley, the success rate would be hard to enhance. Had I access to the cauldrons of the ancient Dan sect, I might elevate the success rate to 70%. Alas." Su Zhishan's voice trailed off, the implication clear. The resources of the ancient Dan sect had undoubtedly been seized by the Batian sect. The resurrected powers from the river of time could only reclaim their physical forms and souls. All external possessions remained beyond reach. A cauldron? Lin Chen paused, as if recollecting something, and produced a cauldron. What do you make of this? The cauldron stood 9 feet high, its surface a dark azure hue. Crafted from neither metal nor stone, its exterior was adorned with intricate, profound patterns, resembling stellar orbits and the maxims of the Tao. The cauldron's form was rounded, with circular ears on either side. Within, a flame of alchemical essence flickered, embodying both rigidity and gentleness, casting an aura of archaic profundity. A mere glance stirred a parched throat and tumultuous heart. This. Su Zhishan stammered, at a loss for words. His aged eyes sparkled with excitement as he trembled forward to caress the cauldron's body, muttering in awe, though incomprehensibly. Words like incredible and divine slipped from his lips. His gaze was fixated on the cauldron, utterly transfixed. This cauldron is known as the Tao Refining Cauldron. Is it suitable? Lin Chen inquired with a smile. Absolutely. This is remarkable. With this cauldron, I possess a 99% certainty of refining the 9 transformation blood lotus pill. Su Zishan exclaimed, overflowing with enthusiasm. Although he had never encountered this cauldron before, his discerning eye recognized its extraordinary nature, far surpassing any cauldron he had used during his time in the ancient dance sect. The sect master not only wielded unparalleled prowess, but also possessed countless treasures. With a mere gesture, he could achieve what others might never attain in a lifetime. Truly, it is admirable. Only 99%? Lin Chen scoffed. Is there still a possibility of failure? However, seeing Su Zhishan still caught up in excitement, Lin Chen could not bear to dampen his spirits. Henceforth, the Supreme Alchemy Cauldron shall remain in the Alchemy Hall for your unrestricted use. Really? Do I appear to be jesting, as the leader of this sect? Those well-versed in the art of alchemy are invariably drawn to high-quality cauldrons. With the Supreme Alchemy Cauldron at hand, it is highly likely that even Su Zhishan and the people of Miaodong Valley would be reluctant to depart. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Su Zhishan was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, his smile nearly stretching to his ears. However, you must ensure the successful refinement of the 9 transformation blood lotus pill. Otherwise, I shall reclaim the Supreme Alchemy Cauldron. I assure you, I will succeed. Su Zhishan patted his chest in promise. Suddenly, he added, Master, have you forgotten something? Lin Chen smacked his forehead. How could I be so forgetful? Preoccupied with thoughts of refining pills, without even considering the details of the nether blood lotus? Immediately, he used a large transmission jade talisman to communicate with his 3 direct disciples over vast distances. It is imperative to acquire the nether blood lotus. It holds great significance for me. Subsequently, he instructed Chu Nanzheng to hasten to the Longyuan secret realm to escort the trio, lest any unforeseen incidents arise. After all, the nether blood lotus is bound to attract countless competitors, while the 3 disciples are equipped with numerous life-preserving talismans provided by Lin Chen. It does not guarantee their success in obtaining it. Even if they do, their safe return is not assured. However, the presence of a great emperor would entirely alter the circumstances. Once all arrangements were in place, Lin Chen finally felt at ease. In the Longyuan secret realm, the number of blood-colored bats was overwhelming, their assault relentless like a tide. The enormous leader of the blood bats seemed to have lost patience, emitting a piercing shriek capable of shattering eardrums. With a powerful flap of its wings, its massive form transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, its claws targeting the foremost Shi Tian. The wind from its claws was fierce, carrying an acrid, corrosive stench. Shi Tian's pupils constricted as he let out a low growl. Radiant golden light enveloped him, and without flinching, he met the attack head-on, his right fist infused with the might to shatter mountains. The collision of claw and fist erupted in a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves that flung several ordinary blood bats nearby away. Shi Tian was propelled backwards, crashing against the rocky wall. The impact created a massive dent in the wall, debris scattering, obscuring whether Shi Tian was alive or dead. Without pausing, the leader of the blood bats fixed its blood-red gaze upon Su Muhuang, who had just unleashed flames, and immediately unleashed a concentrated spray of blood. Unfazed, Su Muhuang shifted her hand seals and commanded, Congeal. Instantly, a wall of fire materialized before her. The blood column collided with the fire wall, producing a hissing sound of corrosion as flames and blood light intermingled and extinguished. However, the firewall could not fully withstand the onslaught of blood. Soon, the blood broke through the firewall's defenses and surged towards Su Muhuang's face. Congeal, congeal, congeal. A chill ran through Su Muhuang's heart, retreating swiftly. She hastily conjured 7 or 8 additional firewalls. The blood was halted by the successive barriers, ultimately dissipating completely. However, The immense energy expended to conjure such multiple walls of fire was staggering. Just as she paused to consume a few spirit pills to replenish her energy, a colossal claw suddenly emerged, perilously close to her head. Ah! Su Muhuang instinctively gasped, her heart skipping a beat. It was too late to evade. She could only watch helplessly as the claw threatened to shatter her skull. Chapter 70. You truly are an emperor. In this dire moment, a beam of sword light rushed forth from the distance, swiftly closing in. Silent and swift, it collided with the claw. Boom! The sword light erupted, momentarily repelling the formidable claw. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xiao Bufan moved like lightning, grasping Su Muhuang and retreating to a safe distance. He then unleashed several more beams of sword light, equally silent, aimed directly at the head of the bloodbat leader. Ordinarily, the crimson bats would be torn apart under such sword light, their bodies shredded. However, the bloodbat leader merely waved its claws a few times, blocking most of the sword beams. Although one beam struck true, it only left a shallow scar on its body, inflicting no real harm. Hiss! The bloodbat leader was thoroughly enraged, letting out a long howl. Its powerful hind legs bent as it spread its wings, propelling itself toward the two like a cannonball. At that moment, another projectile surged from a crevice in the rock wall, hurtling toward the bloodbat leader at an astonishing speed, colliding with it in an instant. Bang! 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 The sound of fists meeting claws erupted, reminiscent of metal clashing. The rapid, urgent echoes reverberated through the abyss. Shi Tian unleashed the full might of his supreme sacred body, elevating his combat prowess significantly. The confrontation between him and the bloodbat was a brutal exchange of raw strength, with neither party deigning to evade the other's attacks. Blood pits erupted across the bloodbat leader's body, blood gushing forth. Yet its healing ability was astonishing, rapidly mending its flesh at a visible rate. Meanwhile, Shi Tian felt his vitality waning, struggling to maintain his stance. The disparity in their strengths was simply too vast. Shi Tian was no match for it. At this moment, Xiao Bufan and Su Muhuang were also helpless, as a dense swarm of blood-colored bats had completely encircled them. Just as they dispatched one batch, another wave of fearless attackers charged at them. Su Muhuang, preoccupied with protecting her companion, was stretched thin and found it increasingly difficult to fend off the onslaught. We're doomed. The companion was terrified, constantly attuned to the battlefield's chaos, following Su Muhuang closely. There was no alternative if it lagged behind. It would soon be torn to shreds by the bloodbats. Suddenly, a glimmer of determination shone in the eyes of the three. They had to obtain the nether blood lotus. It would be of great use to their master. The voice of their master resonated through the large sound transmission jade talisman. Their master desired the nether blood lotus as well. What purpose could it serve? Now that their master had spoken, acquiring it was imperative. Too much time had already passed. If they delayed further, the nether blood lotus could very well be snatched away by others. A plan to extricate themselves was essential. Suddenly, the voice of the celestial being Nan Sheng echoed again. This blood-colored bat is known as the blood nightmare bat, which is exceedingly bloodthirsty and possesses a strong territorial instinct. As long as you leave their territory, they shall cease their attack. Territorial range? Xiao Bufan's mind raced, quickly formulating a plan. He retrieved a thumb-sized orb, one of the many life-saving measures Lin Chen had previously bestowed upon them. The soul stabilizing orb. Communicating with Shi Tian and Su Muhuang, he received their responses. With a sudden surge of spiritual energy, Xiao Bufan infused the orb and shouted, "Stabilize." Instantly, countless blood nightmare bats and their leader were immobilized, frozen in time as if captured in an unyielding painting. Time and space stood still at that moment. Run! The three figures plummeted simultaneously, vanishing into the abyss in an instant. The vast battlefield was left with nothing but a swarm of blood nightmare bats and a dog with wide, astonished eyes. "What are you doing? Are you trying to get your father killed here?" The dog barked furiously, turning without hesitation to chase after the direction the three had fled. However, its strength had not yet fully recovered, and it moved sluggishly. The sound of cracking bones echoed as its neck twisted. Moments later, the bloodbat leader regained consciousness, letting out a piercing howl. All the blood nightmare bats awoke, their countless crimson eyes fixating on the dog not far away. The three had long vanished from sight, and the enraged bats could only vent their fury on the foolish dog. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dense swarm of blood nightmare bats surged angrily toward the dog. Huh? Did they shake it off? In the depths of the abyss, the three gradually came to a halt. Behind them, not a single blood nightmare bat followed, indicating they had indeed left the territory of the bats. Each of them bore varying degrees of injury, but after consuming a few healing pills, their wounds soon healed. "Let us go," Shi Tian urged, unwilling to delay and risk missing an important matter for their master. "All right," both Xiao Bufan and Su Muhuang replied. However, After walking a short distance, they all felt a sense of something missing. Su Muhuang slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, that little dog hasn't followed us. Oh dear. How could I forget it?" Xiao Bufan lamented, realizing that the dog had led them here, contributing in its own way. Just as the trio hesitated about whether to return and rescue the dog, Nansheng's voice echoed in their minds. "You should return to save Kehuang. Consider it a favor owed to you by me." Kehuang? Who is that? The three momentarily found themselves puzzled. Before recalling that the dog had mentioned its name was Kehuang. Given Nansheng's tone, she seemed quite anxious. Su Muhuang, having a close relationship with Nansheng, was the first to speak. "I'll go back to save it." "I shall go too." Xiao Bufan and Shi Tian had no reservations, as it was merely another battle to fight. Without delay, the three turned and sprinted back to the battlefield. Upon their return, they were utterly astonished by the scene before them. The dog was being relentlessly pursued, cornered with no escape in sight, and on the verge of being torn to shreds. Suddenly, it let out a low growl, its gaze fierce. In an instant, the dog's body swelled dramatically, undergoing a profound transformation. It morphed into a colossal creature, resembling a mythical hound. Its appearance altered, the fur darkened to a shade that was neither entirely black nor entirely gray. Its head took on a wolf-like visage, fierce and menacing, and its body grew dozens of times larger. Its eyes transformed into crimson vertical slits, and the previous terror vanished without a trace, replaced by an icy disdain for all living things. It bared its teeth, revealing gleaming white fangs. An indescribable, incomprehensible terror descended upon the battlefield, as if a mountain of unfathomable weight had suddenly materialized. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The leader of the bloodbats, once filled with savage bloodlust, was overtaken by sheer terror, its massive form rigidly suspended in midair, wings motionless. The countless frenzied screeches and attacks of the bloodbats came to an abrupt halt, as if they had all been simultaneously choked. The battlefield was suffused with an overwhelming, primal fear that rendered many of the weaker bats paralyzed, some even plummeting to the ground in a state of mental collapse. After a while, Xiao Bufan awoke from his stupor, exclaiming in astonishment, "Goodness, this dog, with its wild ramblings, might genuinely possess the power of an emperor." Chapter 71. Rescuing the dog, still a rascal. Die! The dog roared, its voice reverberating like tidal waves. In an instant, countless bloodbats exploded into mist. Boom, boom, boom. Like flowers blossoming in a sea of blood, it was a spectacle of vivid brilliance. In that moment, more than half of the bat swarm was obliterated. The more formidable bloodbats that survived finally succumbed to fear, scattering in panic. The leader of the bloodbats was filled with dread. The sonic attack from the dog had inflicted tremendous damage upon it. At that moment, its strength had diminished by at least half. It was terrifying. Such a being could never be its match. Flee. Yet, just as it contemplated escape, it realized that the overwhelming might it had just witnessed was receding like a tide. The dog's expression quickly waned, its size diminishing rapidly until it reverted to its original form. The bloodbat leader, though unaware of the exact events, recognized that the formidable dog was no longer a threat. With a sharp screech, it swiftly rallied the scattered bloodbats. Sensing the dissipating pressure, the swarm regained its viciousness. Under the leadership of the bloodbat chief, they surged toward the dog once more. "This is bad." The three of them, Shi Tian and his companions, instantly understood. The dog had evidently broken its seal in a moment of life and death crisis, unleashing a fraction of imperial power. Yet, in that fleeting moment, it had drained all of its demonic energy. They could only speculate whether it had harmed its essence. Nevertheless, that single sonic assault had severely wounded the bloodbat leader. At present, the bloodbat leader is no longer a match for the three. Save it. The trio, with an unspoken understanding, launched their attacks simultaneously. Almost at the very moment the oppressive aura dissipated, their strikes converged. Shi Tian's fist, arriving first, landed squarely on the bloodbat leader's rigid head, causing it to explode like a watermelon. The white fire serpent launched from Su Muhuang's fingertips precisely entered its gaping maw, igniting it from within. Xiao Bufan's sword light flashed like cold lightning, sweeping across its thick neck. With a series of sounds, thud, boom, hiss, the bloodbat leader met its demise in an instant. Its remains were engulfed in roaring flames, ultimately reduced to ashes. The sudden turn of events utterly shattered the remaining bloodbat's will. They emitted chaotic shrieks, colliding and trampling over one another like headless flies in a frenzy, scattering and vanishing into the abyss's darkness, leaving only a lingering, pungent scent of blood in the air. Those unable to escape were swiftly dealt with by the trio. Shi Tian dispelled his protective golden light, Su Muhuang quelled the flames, and Xiao Bufan sheathed his sword. The abyss returned to its deathly silence, as if nothing had transpired. The three exchanged glances. "It can't be dead, can it?" Xiao Bufan observed the motionless dog. Its eyes closed, with a hint of concern. It's still alive. Su Muhuang gently cradled the dog in her arms, checking its breathing with delight. We finally saved it. Not disappointing, Fairy Nanxing. It seems it has not been harmed at its core. She fed the dog several healing pills, patiently awaiting its awakening. Suddenly, she felt something incessantly rubbing against her chest, an unfamiliar sensation coursing through her body, tingling all over. Realizing what was happening, Su Muhuang's face flushed crimson. And with a startled exclamation, she flung the dog away, scolding, "You shameless creature, how dare you take advantage of me?" Cough, cough, cough. The dog steadied itself, feigning extreme weakness. "At least you have a conscience for coming back to rescue this humble pup. Oh dear, I'm almost done for. Quickly, let me lie in your embrace. I need rest. Pa pa pa, get lost." Su Muhuang was furious. She had never encountered such an audacious dog. "If you utter another word, do you believe this young master will end you?" Xiao Bufan threatened. "Just based on you?" The dog, having just displayed a glimpse of divine power, regained its confidence and dared to confront Xiao Bufan. However, Shi Tian cast a cold glance. The dog immediately wilted. It knew well that Shi Tian was someone who either refrained from action or, once engaged, would likely leave it unable to rise. It truly could not afford to provoke him. "Let us go." Shi Tian disregarded it. The trio and the dog slowly made their way to the abyss's depths. "If it weren't for Senior Nanxing urging us to save you, who would come back for you?" Along the way, Su Muhuang began to grumble, reflecting on how she had always held her virtue dear, only to be taken advantage of by a dog now, which left her feeling quite displeased. Senior Nanxing? Upon hearing that name, the dog felt a string within stir unexpectedly. "What is the surname of this Nanxing you speak of?" The dog, surprisingly serious, inquired earnestly. "It's Chu Nanxing," Su Muhuang replied with a hint of irritation. "Chu Nanxing." The dog's small brain suddenly buzzed, nearly malfunctioning. "Could it be?" It asked anxiously, "that the Chu Nanxing you refer to is a formidable being of the Emperor realm?" "Indeed, why?" Stuttering, the dog continued. "Cici, could you tell me more about her?" The three had never witnessed such a demeanor from the dog before. It had always been insufferable, yet now wore a grave expression. Very well, Su Muhuang reflected that the elder Nanxing must have some connection to this dog, prompting her to soften and share the tale of the fairy Nanxing. The name resonates, an Emperor realm being, and she even sought their aid to rescue herself. At this moment, the dog was nearly certain that the elder Nanxing they spoke of was indeed its old companion, a bond forged in life and death. Chu Nanxing. It had believed that Chu Nanxing had perished in the battle 80,000 years ago, only to discover that a remnant of her soul had persisted. What astonished it further was that, with the aid of Lin Chen, the leader of the Wending sect, this fragment of her soul had fully restored itself in just over a year, even reconstructing her corporeal form and regaining her peak prowess. Now, in comparison to her, it felt vastly inferior. Who was this leader of the Wending sect to possess such miraculous powers? No, this emperor must join the Wending sect. It thought, perhaps there, its injuries could be swiftly healed, the seals undone, and its prowess restored to its zenith. At this thought, the dog could not help but grin. "You foolish dog. What are you grinning about?" Xiao Bufan scolded. "Nothing, nothing," the dog replied, not retorting. "Please, let this emperor join the Wending sect. With me here, no one would dare provoke them. This emperor, quit calling yourself that." Xiao Bufan immediately began to beat the dog, which howled in protest. Hit it hard." Shi Tian and Su Muhuang had long found the dog irksome. Rather than dissuading Xiao Bufan, they encouraged him to strike harder for their own satisfaction. As the four continued their raucous antics, they were suddenly confronted by a vast expanse of blood red before them, surging violently, the atmosphere thick with a sanguine aura stretching endlessly. Bubbles of crimson rose ominously. A blood pool. The trio, along with the dog, fell silent, clearly having arrived at the abyss's depths. Chapter 72. The calm before the storm. This blood pool was unimaginably vast. It was unclear where such an abundance of blood originated. Even if the blood of countless cultivators were combined, it would scarcely amount to this massive pool. Legends spoke of the Yuming blood lotus being nurtured within this sanguine expanse. Yet, amidst the blood-soaked landscape, where could one begin to search for the elusive Yuming blood lotus? What are you all worried about? Isn't this where the great canine, come in? Behold my extraordinary powers. The dog arrogantly lifted its head, sniffing vigorously at the air. Then, there was a prolonged silence. "Are you capable of action?" Xiao Bufan mocked. "Silence." Guzi responded with evident displeasure, barking at Xiao Bufan. Shortly thereafter, its eyes sparkled. This way. It bounded ahead, resembling a dog that had caught a whiff of something foul. "Good dog," Xiao Bufan praised, following closely behind. Shi Tian and Su Muhuang soon joined them. Initially, They encountered no cultivators, but gradually the number increased. Given the vastness of the abyss, the area where Shi Tian and the others encountered the blood-red bats was merely a small segment. Other cultivators might have either evaded danger in different locales, or, being formidable in strength, had dealt with threats swiftly, arriving here ahead of them. Upon spotting the trio, some cultivators exhibited wariness and retreated, seeking their own fortunes, while others revealed menacing glances, contemplating their intentions. However, uncertain of the trio's capabilities, they dared not act recklessly, instead opting to follow from a distance under the cover of the toxic mist. This, of course, did not escape Guzi's keen nose. "Several groups are tailing us," Guzi alerted. "Ignore them," Shi Tian replied coldly. "If they dare to make a move, I shall send them to meet the Buddha, no, the Tao Ancestor." His words radiated a commanding aura. After continuing their search for a time, Guzi suddenly barked in excitement. "Found it. Follow me." It darted away like lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. "Too slow," Xiao Bufan scoffed, lifting Guzi and advancing in its wake. Indeed, their pace was on an entirely different level. After traversing for nearly half an hour, a small hill unexpectedly arose from the blood pool, scarcely 10 meters high, its surface uneven and resembling scorched rocks in the sea. Atop it grew a blood-colored lotus. Over a meter tall, its roots deeply embedded in the hillside, swaying gently without wind. The blood lotus was poised to bloom, yet still tightly closed. The nether blood lotus. The trio's gazes sharpened. However, what astonished them further was the sight of numerous individuals encircling the hill, seemingly belonging to different factions, all eyeing the blood lotus with intense scrutiny. Upon noticing the trio and their canine companion, they cast unfriendly glances. Strangely, none made a move to seize the nether blood lotus, as if they were all waiting for the opportune moment. "Be cautious," Shi Tian transmitted quietly. "Those who have reached this place are no ordinary individuals. Their hesitance to act suggests they possess some knowledge and have likely devised a plan. A rash attempt to seize the nether blood lotus, regardless of the danger, would render them targets, the first to fall victim to the fray." The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It would be wiser to observe for a while and assess the situation. "Understood," Xiao Bufan and Su Muhuang nodded, remaining vigilant. "Boss, why aren't you making a move? Are you foolish? Gu Changsheng, the saint son of Taishan sect, is here. Do you wish to court death? Alas, it seems that the ethereal blood lotus shall inevitably fall into the hands of Gu Changsheng. Not necessarily, for he is merely at the pinnacle of the integration stage. If we join forces to launch a surprise attack, we may still have a chance." The leader's words resonate. Similar sentiments were exchanged discreetly among the crowd below. Each faction present was formidable, not easily intimidated. They would not relinquish the blood lotus simply because Gu Changsheng hailed from one of the 5 great powers of the imperial continent, the Tai immortal sect. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures rightfully belong to the capable. Why should it be solely his? Does the blood lotus bear his name? How long until it matures? At the closest position to the small hill, a dashing young gentleman, exuding a refined aura, gently waved a folding fan. With striking features, starry eyes, and sword-like brows, he epitomized elegance. He was Gu Changsheng, the holy son of the Tai immortal sect, born into a mundane noble family on the imperial continent. He began cultivating at the age of 3, mastering the art without a teacher, and reached the foundation establishment stage by 5. With a mere flick of his hand, he could unleash a blade of sword energy, a prodigious talent that caught the attention of the Tai immortal sect, where he swiftly outshone all his peers, claiming the title of Holy Son. Since then, his ascent has been meteoric. While ordinary cultivators require at least a millennium to reach the integration stage, he accomplished this feat in under 300 years, attaining the pinnacle of integration. In terms of appearance, demeanor, talent, and lineage, he was unparalleled. Such an extraordinary individual naturally attracted the admiration of countless female cultivators. Even in this place, many gazes filled with affection were cast his way, but he, accustomed to such attention, remained indifferent, treating it as if he were blind to it. "Holy Son," responded a respectful disciple from the alchemy lineage upon hearing Gu Changsheng's inquiry. "It will take approximately 10 more days. Can it not be harvested earlier?" "No, if the blood lotus is picked before it matures, its medicinal potency will diminish significantly, which would be a waste. To preserve its efficacy, Holy Son, patience is advised." Though he had anticipated this response, Gu Changsheng still felt a tinge of disappointment. On the surface, he appeared cultured and refined, yet internally he was exceedingly proud, accustomed to being exalted like the moon among the stars. Casting a cold glance at those present, he declared, "Then we shall wait. Should anyone dare to covet the blood lotus, they shall be met with death." His voice, icy and resolute, reverberated in the ears of everyone present. Gu Changxing made no effort to lower his tone, clearly intending for all to hear. Asserting that the Blood Lotus was his to claim, no one else would dare lay a finger on it. A blatant threat. Many furrowed their brows upon hearing his words. Numerous individuals felt a chill run down their spines, evidently intimidated by Gu Changxing's proclamation. However, not everyone was swayed by his bravado. What audacity, thought one discontented soul. Who does he think he is? Just because he is at the integration stage, does he believe I fear him? Perhaps he should consider whether I fear him. The words were muttered under the breath, barely audible, meant only for the speaker's own ears. Gu Changxing cast a fleeting glance towards the individual in question. The person, startled, immediately averted his gaze, evading Gu Changxing's penetrating stare. As time trickled by, more newcomers arrived, yet an unspoken understanding prevailed among them. None dared to act, patiently awaiting the moment the Nether Blood Lotus would reach fruition. 10 days passed. At last, the bud of the Nether Blood Lotus, as if spurred by an unseen force, began to unfurl at a pace visible to the naked eye, blossoming gradually like a flower emerging from the depths of hell. The eyes of all present, in tandem with the lotus's opening, widened with unrestrained greed. Desire ignited in that instant, a fervent blaze. Engage. Amidst the crimson toxic mist, beams of escaping light erupted, seemingly premeditated, racing toward the Nether Blood Lotus. Before the figures even arrived, countless magical artifacts soared into the sky, colliding with one another. Boom. Bang. Whoosh. The poisonous fog was shattered by the artifacts, revealing a multitude of fierce, sinister faces. In that fleeting moment, the previously silent abyss transformed into a veritable battlefield of Azuras. Chapter 73. The Monster Beneath the Blood Pool. The air was filled with incessant screams, and within a short span, dozens of powerful beings fell. Yet, despite their mutual entanglements, not a single one managed to approach the Nether Blood Lotus within a 10-mile radius. Brother, shall we make our move now? Not yet. We have ample time. Let us wait a little longer. Shi Tian smiled faintly, choosing not to engage just yet. These individuals were formidable, with the weakest among them at the transformation realm, seemingly hoping to seize an opportunity. The majority were at the void refinement realm, with a smaller faction at the integration realm. Should it come to a one-on-one confrontation, Shi Tian was confident he would not be outmatched by anyone present. However, to rashly enter the fray now could lead to encirclement, making escape exceedingly difficult, if not fatal. At that moment, they resembled detached spectators, observing the chaotic melee with indifference. Such occurrences were too frequent. Witnessing them had dulled their emotions. There was no need for concern over exposure, for they had donned the illusory veil, altering their appearances to blend in, appearing ordinary and unremarkable. No one suspected their origins from the Wending sect, as they remained hidden like transparent figures in the shadows, with all attention fixated on the Nether Blood Lotus, oblivious to their presence. To dare contend with the Holy Sun is to court death. A flash of icy murderous intent flickered in Gu Changxing's starry eyes. He did not rush into battle. Instead, a mere glance signaled to the followers of Tian's sect behind him, who instantly comprehended and summoned their artifacts, joining the fray. With the entry of the Tian's sect, the previously chaotic melee underwent a dramatic transformation. The air was rife with cries of agony. The might of the Tian's sect was overwhelming, and it appeared they had forged a tacit alliance with several other prominent sections. This coalition turned the tide into a one-sided slaughter. Despicable, shameless, disregarding martial ethics. After the curses subsided, the battlefield fell into a haunting silence. Only the remnants of broken, warm bodies gradually sank into the blood pool, vanishing from sight. The survivors swiftly distanced themselves, glaring resentfully at Gu Changxing. They had endured countless hardships to arrive here, suffering significant losses along the way, only to discover that others had already laid their plans. From the very beginning, they had been deprived of any opportunity. While their opponents were a coalition of formidable sects, they were merely fighting their battles individually. At this moment, they found themselves mere steps away from the fully matured and blossoming Nether Blood Lotus. Yet that small distance seemed an insurmountable chasm, as a coalition from various sects stood resolutely in between. A mere inch away felt like an impassable divide. How infuriating! The group was filled with a deep hatred, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. They had ventured into the Longyuan secret realm, not only returning empty-handed, but also suffering grievous losses. How could they possibly explain this upon their return? Furthermore, it was uncertain if they would even make it back. The Holy Sun had warned them against coveting the Nether Blood Lotus, yet they had chosen to disregard his counsel. Now, the consequences they faced were entirely of their own making, and they could not blame the Holy Sun. The crowd parted automatically as Gu Changxing, with his left hand behind his back and a folding fan gently swaying in his right, stepped forward slowly, smiling as he spoke. since you have succumbed to greed. The death of some is inevitable. To prevent your factions from seeking vengeance in the future, I must eradicate the roots of this matter. All present here shall remain forever in this place. The Holy Sun, too, was left with no choice, hoping for your understanding. Understanding? How could one possibly comprehend this? A wave of chilling dread surged from their feet to the crown of their heads, their expressions turning grim. It seemed that Gu Changsheng had no intentions of allowing them to leave alive. Rather, he intended for them all to perish here. How tyrannical. There were still over 300 individual cultivators present, and this Gu Changsheng, appearing as a refined gentleman, acted with such cruelty as to seek the slaughter of them all. He was more fiendish than a demon. Indeed, a demon clad in human skin. We shall forego the nether blood lotus. Let us leave. A few cultivators gritted their teeth, choosing to abandon their quest and turn to depart. However, just a few steps away, they were surrounded by members of the Taoisean sect. A long sword pierced through one cultivator's throat, and he emitted a garbled sound before collapsing into the blood pool, causing a splash of crimson. The other cultivators met the same fate. The events transpired in the blink of an eye. Several had died on the spot, leaving the remaining cultivators aghast at the sudden brutality, utterly unprepared for such decisive action from their adversaries. Despite having declared their abandonment of the pursuit for the nether blood lotus, their foes seemed intent on complete annihilation. It appeared that matters would not resolve amicably today. Gu Changsheng, you are declaring war against the entire Zhongshuan realm. Let us go. We of the Jinghong Tower will not pursue this matter. Yes, we shall keep this incident confidential. I assure you. Some pleaded for mercy, others begged, some resorted to threats, while others reminisced about past camaraderie. Yet, Gu Changsheng remained unmoved, shaking his head with a light chuckle. My dear friends, it is not that I take pleasure in bloodshed, but rather that I am left with no alternatives. For the sake of a peaceful existence in the future, I must impose upon you this unfortunate circumstance. Only the dead can keep secrets. Since the opponent has already been killed, it is better to eradicate any remnants to avoid future troubles. When the opposing forces seek retribution later, they can claim that the adversary met with danger in the secret realm, having no connection to the Tai Immortal Sect. After all, there are no witnesses to the death, and the Tai Immortal Sect wields immense power, rendering them untouchable. Contemplating this, Gu Changsheng's lips curled into a cruel smile. Let us fight them to the death. With all escape routes blocked, despair enveloped the crowd, akin to fish ensnared in a vast net, struggling and writhing in a frenzy. Even in the direst circumstances, they resolved to engage in a battle to the bitter end against Gu Changsheng and his cohorts. Kill. With a gentle wave of his hand, Gu Changsheng officially commenced the slaughter. The two torrents clashed, and the sounds of combat, screams, curses, rose in a cacophony, blood mist exploding upon the battlefield. Countless dismembered limbs cascading to the ground in a scene of chaotic revelry. Gu Changsheng's delight was palpable, as though he were savoring a grand performance. Saint Sun, I shall assist you in obtaining the Yomi Blood Lotus, exclaimed a disciple of the Tai Immortal Sect, ingratiatingly. Very well, Gu Changsheng nodded. With the Saint Sun's permission. The disciple was seized with exuberance, suppressing his excitement as he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the Yomi Blood Lotus. I shall go too. Me as well. Others, eager not to miss the opportunity to curry favor, hurriedly followed suit. A single blood lotus bloomed quietly atop a small hill within the blood pool, seemingly awaiting a fated encounter. The disciple who charged ahead grasped the stem of the Yomi blood lotus, bending it gently, yet it would not break. With a more forceful tug, it remained unyielding. Brother, use your sword, a nearby disciple urged. All right. The disciple drew a sharp sword, and with a swift stroke, the Yomi blood lotus was neatly severed. A stream of blood gushed forth from the stem, splattering several individuals in the process. Before they could wipe it away, the small hill began to tremble violently. With a roar, the hill surged upwards, growing larger until it towered over 100 feet high, revealing the portion that had been submerged in the blood pool. A piercing, agonized, almost maddened roar shattered the air, piercing the eardrums of all present. To their horror, a colossal dragon's head emerged, followed by a long, rugged body that thrashed violently in the blood pool, churning the waters into a tempest. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. This was no mere hill. It was clearly a dragon, at least several hundred feet in length, that had been slumbering in the blood pool. Perhaps due to its prolonged immersion, its entire body was stained a deep crimson. Now, provoked by the severed Yomi blood lotus atop its head, it writhed in pain, searching for the source of its torment. Its gaze fixed upon the dazed disciple, who instinctively clutched the blood-red lotus tightly in his hand. Chapter 74. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits the sudden turn of events left everyone suspended in midair, their focus on the battle forgotten. Some resolute individuals were the first to awaken, recognizing a rare opportunity for escape. Without hesitation, they turned and fled upwards towards the abyss. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Tai immortal sect remained utterly oblivious, allowing the others to escape. A sense of foreboding gripped Gu Changsheng as his gaze sharpened and his expression tensed. With a swift motion, he reached out, and the nether blood lotus was instantly liberated from the grasp of a disciple, racing towards him. Just at that moment, the blood-red dragon lunged forward. Despite its massive size, it moved with astonishing speed, devouring several dazed disciples in one swift bite. Their bodies crunched apart with a sound reminiscent of bone shattering. The blood-red dragon chewed a few times before swallowing them whole. Its fury unabated as it charged towards the remaining individuals. It cared not who they were. Anyone who dared to intrude upon its territory and covet the nether blood lotus was deemed an enemy deserving of death. The cacophony finally jolted the crowd into awareness. Panic ensued as everyone fled in terror. Numerous individuals unleashed various magical artifacts, talismans, and puppets to assault the blood-red dragon, but their efforts yielded little effect. The dragon continued to consume several cultivators with ease, akin to a tiger amidst a flock of chickens, leaving the crowd utterly incapable of resistance. Chaos reigned supreme. In another corner, Gu Changsheng watched as the nether blood lotus was about to fall into his grasp, when suddenly 3 figures materialized out of thin air. One of them seized the lotus, swiftly stowing it away in a storage ring, and shouted, "Got it, let us go. You court death." Gu Changsheng was filled with a blend of anger and astonishment. Everything transpired too rapidly for him to react. His handsome visage twisted into a grimace as he transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the trio, while shouting, "Those 3 have stolen the nether blood lotus. Stop them." The others quickly regained their senses. Numerous figures darted forward, encircling the trio and cutting off all avenues of retreat. "Hand over the nether blood lotus, and we shall spare your lives." As he spoke, Gu Changsheng's robe billowed, and the overwhelming pressure of his perfected cultivation enveloped the area like a tidal wave. He formed hand seals, and a towering ancient divine apparition emerged behind him, its crimson eyes glaring as it brought its palm crashing down towards the 3. Before the palm's wind could reach them, the blood pool surged with tumultuous waves. The colossal hand loomed larger in the trio's vision, imbued with an unstoppable force. The leader narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious as he suddenly radiated a golden glow, his body expanding to several meters in height. Not an illusion, but a genuine transformation. His skin taking on a lustrous metallic sheen. This was an unparalleled divine ability derived from the supreme, indestructible technique. With a powerful stomp, he shattered the void, advancing rather than retreating, and unleashed a punch towards the heavens. A resounding clash erupted as the golden fist met the divine palm, reverberating through the skies and creating ripples in the surrounding space, which then formed a fierce tempest that buffeted those nearby. Both were pushed back several hundred meters, their minds racing. Just as they stabilized their forms, they acted without a second thought. The ancient deity's manifestation swung its palm with fervor. Yet the individual before it not only refused to evade, but instead became exhilarated, opting for a direct confrontation. The clash of fists echoed in a cacophony of thunderous strikes, each landing with resounding force as they exchanged blows, the 2 engaging in a fierce bout that lasted mere moments. Following a particularly violent exchange, both were thrust back several miles, standing defiantly against one another from afar. How could this be possible? Gu Changsheng felt as though his dignity was being ground into the earth. The opponent, evidently at the later stages of the void refinement realm, was matching him. A pinnacle being of the combined body realm, strike for strike. It was well known that he possessed extraordinary talent. Even when facing a cultivator at the initial stages of the tribulation, he could withstand dozens, if not hundreds, of exchanges without faltering. Who on earth was this person? When did the Zhangxian realm produce such a prodigious individual? Gu Changsheng fixed his gaze upon the figure before him. His starry eyes darkened to the point of seemingly dripping with disdain. He had no recollection of this person's appearance. None of the major domains or sects had ever spoken of such a remarkable talent that could engage in combat across a significant realm difference. If such a being truly existed, they would undoubtedly be coveted by all the great sects, and it was utterly implausible that they remained obscure. The only plausible explanation was that this individual might indeed be a powerful figure at the tribulation stage, employing some esoteric method to deliberately conceal their true prowess. "Who are you?" Gu Changsheng demanded coldly. "Your methods are so ruthless. It seems you harbor no intentions of sparing us." The person in question was none other than Shi Tian, accompanied by Xiao Bufan, Su Muhuang, and a foolish dog. Upon hearing Gu Changsheng's inquiry, he chuckled. Prior to this, they had been observing from the shadows, conserving their strength, and finally, at the crucial moment, they seized the opportunity to claim the Nether Blood Lotus. Having secured that which their master had designated, there was no chance they would relinquish it. Saint Sun, why waste words with them? Let us eliminate them and reclaim the Nether Blood Lotus. They urged collectively, emboldened by their numbers. Gu Changxing recognized the urgency of the situation. Understanding that he could not afford to delay any longer, a swift resolution was imperative, and engaging this individual further would be unwise. He nodded decisively. Very well. Let us strike together. As his words fell, the members of Tai Immortal Sect and several other prominent sects united to unleash a lethal assault upon the trio. Murder! Murder! No, it's a dog that's being killed. The foolish dog yelped in terror. Previously, it had been duped by the trio, barely managing to escape with its life after forcibly breaking its seal, nearly suffering permanent harm. The prospect of facing them again was utterly untenable. Should they deceive it once more, its canine life would be forfeit. Thus, it was now in a state of utter panic. Enough, Su Muhuang declared, swiftly stowing the dog within her spatial ring. Living beings could not endure for long within such a space, but a brief respite was preferable to its precarious position outside, where it would be a distraction and at risk of losing its life. Just as the dog was secured, the onslaught of attacks from the multitude surged forth. Without a moment's hesitation, she gracefully evaded a barrage of fierce attacks, her movements as fluid as a startled swan. Simultaneously, she gestured with her hands, summoning 9 fiery rings that encircled her, which instantaneously multiplied into countless fiery serpents, darting in all directions with lightning speed. As soon as one of these serpents made contact with a nearby cultivator, it ignited rapidly. The terrified cultivator soon discovered that no matter how much he struggled or employed various methods, he could not extinguish the flames. In mere moments, his clothing, limbs, neck, and head were engulfed in flames, and his screams soon faded into silence, leaving behind a charred skeleton that crumbled into ash and dispersed into the air. This horrifying spectacle caused the onslaught of the others to momentarily falter as they instinctively distanced themselves from Su Muhuang. However, the assault of the fiery serpents did not cease. Once they locked onto a target, they pursued relentlessly, akin to maggots on flesh. The crowd was struck with terror and hastily summoned various magical artifacts to obstruct the serpents. Yet, these artifacts were as fragile as paper, consumed entirely by the serpents in an instant. Fortunately, the brief defense had depleted the serpents' energy, causing them to dissipate gradually. The onlookers were still shaken, having initially perceived the woman as an easy target due to her apparent early stage of void refinement. They were unprepared for her formidable prowess. Just as they began to catch their breath, they were astonished to find that another youth wielding a sword appeared even more formidable than her. Who were these monstrous beings? The crowd internally cursed, lamenting that if they were to conceal their true strength, they should refrain from coming here to bully the weak. How could they possibly fight under such circumstances? Chapter 75. The remnant of the great emperor. There was no need to elaborate on Shi Tian. With his cultivation at the late stage of void refinement, he was engaged in a heated confrontation with Gu Changxing, who had reached the pinnacle of the integration stage. Despite the assistance of several disciples from the Tai Immortal Sect, Gu Changxing was equally unable to gain the upper hand against Shi Tian. As the stalemate continued, Gu Changxing's expression grew increasingly anxious. Elsewhere, Xiao Bufan's sword, the demon slayer, emitted a subtle hum, lacking any grand display of sword light. Instead, the tip of the sword trembled rapidly in front of him several times. In the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The dozen or so cultivators at the forefront suddenly froze without warning. Silvery threads, as fine as a hair and nearly invisible to the naked eye, appeared at their necks, chests, and wrists, vital points on their bodies. These threads flickered momentarily before vanishing. Then, a series of soft explosions erupted, reminiscent of raindrops striking banana leaves. The immobilized cultivators either had their heads roll away, their bodies neatly severed into pieces, or their arms, still clutching their artifacts, cleanly severed at the shoulders. The wounds were smooth as mirrors, and only after a brief moment did torrents of blood erupt forth like a fountain. However, this was merely the beginning. Xiao Bufan transformed into a streak of azure brilliance, weaving through the battlefield. Hundreds, if not thousands, of sword energy threads silently vanished into the void, only to reappear precisely in the densest clusters of cultivators, as if weaving a net of death. Groups of them collapsed, unable to discern the source of the attacks. They merely felt a chill upon their bodies before their consciousness faded into darkness. The silent massacre left everyone terrified, screaming in panic as they retreated frantically. They initially believed that they could swiftly eliminate Xiao Bufan, but what ensued was an overwhelming massacre. The cultivators who had survived the onslaught of the Tai Immortal Sect finally seized the opportunity to escape towards the abyss above without uttering a word. The members of the Tai Immortal Sect intended to pursue them, yet they found themselves utterly powerless. You three are doomed. You have thwarted this holy son's noble intentions. As the situation took a dire turn, Gu Chongqing felt an urgent anxiety. Meanwhile, the blood-colored dragon continued its rampage, with the number of targets dwindling. Its crimson eyes turned toward them, and after a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, the blood-colored dragon charged toward them with alarming speed. The blood pool surged, creating monstrous waves. This is grave trouble. The crowd gasped in horror. The might displayed by the blood-colored dragon was comparable to that of a peak tribulation transcending cultivator. And with its formidable physique, it could clash evenly with cultivators at the early stage of the Great Ascension. Among them, even the most powerful, Gu Chongqing, had only reached the pinnacle of the integration stage, an entire realm apart. Even if they all joined forces, they could not hope to match the blood-colored dragon. Entangling further would only lead to inevitable death. Holy Son, we can wait no longer. One anxious disciple of the Tai Immortal Sect shouted. Gu Chongqing had not intended to reveal his trump card, but it seemed that there was no alternative. Once he unleashed it, these bothersome foes would surely meet their demise. After reclaiming the Netherblood Lotus, he would also dispose of the blood-colored dragon. Such a formidable beast was a treasure in itself, and he could not let it go to waste. Disheveled, with tattered robes and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, a glint of madness and resolve flickered in his eyes as he laughed maniacally. You have forced my hand. To perish beneath the legacy of the ancestor is your honor. Raising a hand, he grasped an ancient talisman inscribed with intricate patterns. Chanting swiftly, he then struck his chest, spitting forth a mouthful of his vital blood onto the talisman. In an instant, the talisman radiated a brilliant light before erupting with a thunderous explosion. Suddenly, an unparalleled imperial might, transcending all beings, enveloped everyone present. Even the blood-colored dragon sensed it, its massive form momentarily halting, its fierce gaze shifting to confusion as it stared blankly at Gu Chongqing. Shi Tian, Xiao Bufan, and Su Muhuang simultaneously ceased their movements, their expressions grave. The power of the laws surged wildly. Soon after, it coalesced into a vague yet infinitely oppressive phantom. Its visage obscured, it emanated a chilling indifference that made the surrounding space groan under the strain, fissures appearing throughout. Is this the remnant of an emperor? Shi Tian and the others felt a shiver run down their spines, the first inkling of death's threat permeating their hearts. The terrifying might of an emperor was unfathomable. Even a mere remnant was beyond their capacity to withstand. They should have anticipated that Gu Chongqing, as a prodigious talent not seen in the Tai Immortal Sect for millennia, would not be allowed to venture forth without some life-preserving trump cards bestowed upon him by the elders of his sect. And this ancient talisman was his ultimate weapon. Run now? Shi Tian immediately transmitted his thoughts. Before he could utter a word, Xiao Bufan and Su Muhuang had already grasped the futility of resistance and swiftly turned to ascend towards the abyss above. 3 beams of light simultaneously detached from the battlefield. Seeking to escape? It was too late. Gu Chongqing, seemingly drained of spiritual power by the ancient talisman, appeared extremely weakened, with even his essence slightly affected, rendering his foundation somewhat unstable. Yet, he merely consumed a few healing pills. And a sinister smile crept upon his face as he commanded the remnants of the emperor's will to grasp at the direction in which the 3 had fled. The colossal phantom surged forward, rapidly enlarging in the trio's sight. The overwhelming pressure caused their spiritual energies to stagnate. Such a terrifying assault would likely leave Shi Tian gravely injured, while Xiao Bufan and Su Muhuang would undoubtedly be obliterated on the spot. Meanwhile, Chu Nansheng was making her way towards the Longyuan secret realm, each step covering thousands of miles, her figure invisible to the naked eye. As she passed, the surrounding laws rippled with disturbance. Some slumbering elders from the great powers of the Empire continent suddenly awakened. Their sunken eye sockets filled with depth as they gazed intently into the void, their expressions tense and grave. Upon realizing that this formidable being, exuding such a terrifying aura, was not approaching them but rather moving away, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely a passerby, they thought, nearly giving an old man a fright. Deep within a coffin at the heart of a towering mountain, an old man relaxed his mind and resumed his slumber. However, for Chu Nansheng, currently en route, her heart raced with anxiety. She carried with her a recording stone, and the peril the 3 faced unfolded vividly before her. Confronted with the remnants of the emperor, regardless of their extraordinary talents, they had no hope of survival. Damn it! Damn it! Chu Nansheng felt a surge of urgency and swiftly transmitted a message. Quickly utilize all your life-saving trump cards. Do not harbor any illusions. I am on my way. As long as you manage to escape the secret realm, I can ensure your safety. Chapter 76. They can still escape? Elder Chu? Outside the secret realm? Upon hearing Chu Nansheng's anxious voice, The three understood immediately. The Longyuan secret realm was bound by the power of laws, established by some ancient power, making it impossible for even those of the Emperor realm to enter. Yet, once they exited the secret realm, with Fairy Nanxing present, their safety would be assured. Reassured by this thought, they felt a measure of relief. However, at that moment, the remnants of the Emperor were perilously close, leaving them little time for contemplation. In a heartbeat of life and death, Shi Tian's eyes turned crimson as he shattered a golden phalanx bone, roaring, indomitable battle soul. As his voice faded, his entire being surged with boiling blood and energy. The faint golden light beneath his skin intensified, enveloping every inch of his bones and flesh. Suddenly, a colossal golden battle soul, forged from pure vitality and fighting spirit, erupted behind him. The visage of the battle soul, though indistinct, radiated an eternal and unyielding will to fight. It took a slight step back, seemingly gathering strength, before launching a powerful punch at the Emperor's remnants. A hand capable of obliterating all. Boom. The spectral warrior of the battle spirit trembled violently, its golden radiance fading at a discernible pace before dissipating into nothingness. Stone Tian, struck as if by lightning, was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, blood trailing in his wake. This fingerbone was a remnant of a supreme being, conjured from the afterlife, comparable to a peak strike of the Great Ascension. Yet, before the remnants of the Emperor, it proved woefully inadequate. Meanwhile, far away at the Wending sect, Lin Chen observed this scene with a heavy heart. The life-saving talismans he had provided for the trio were indeed formidable. As long as they did not encounter foes of the Supreme Realm or above, their self-preservation was assured. However, he had not anticipated that they would face such an adversary. Gu Changsheng had summoned the Emperor's remnants using his own vital blood. And although it could not be sustained for long, its power was undoubtedly at the supreme level. This predicament was dire. Lin Chen's brows knitted tightly, his breath becoming increasingly strained. The Emperor's spectral grasp was momentarily thwarted by Stone Tian, yet a second strike swiftly followed. The Emperor's phantom extended its right hand, and an ancient sword began to coalesce within its grasp, radiating an exceedingly fearsome pressure. The Emperor's apparition swung the sword downward. The blade's light stretched across countless miles, hurtling through the void, rendering the three figures before it akin to insignificant ants. The primordial sword domain. Xiao Bufan produced a drop of ancient blood, allowing it to fall upon the demon-slaying sword. The blood integrated seamlessly with the blade, vanishing almost instantaneously. Suddenly, the demon-slaying sword trembled violently. With both hands gripping the hilt, Xiao Bufan plunged it fiercely into the void, unleashing an indescribable sword intent that rapidly expanded from the trio, forming a realm of swords. As the sword light and sword domain clashed, the anticipated cacophony of thunderous sound was absent. Instead, they mutually negated each other, dissipating into the ether. The sword domain swiftly vanished, yet it repelled the residual sword light, which, undiminished in its ferocity, surged toward the nearby blood-colored dragon with astonishing speed, leaving the creature no time to react. With a piercing sound, the once mighty blood dragon, impervious to countless spells and artifacts, was effortlessly cleaved in two by the sword light. Howling in agony as it plummeted into the blood pool below, a shower of crimson erupting around it. Gurgling and splashing ensued as the blood dragon, initially thrashing violently, gradually succumbed to silence beneath the blood pool. However, high above, the onlookers were far too absorbed in the battle between the trio and the Emperor's remnants to concern themselves with the dragoness fate. All eyes were fixed on what appeared to be a one-sided confrontation, yet to their astonishment, the successive attacks had been skillfully countered by the three. The spectators were left in utter disbelief. This was a remnant of an emperor, equivalent to a supreme being. The three of them, in the void refinement realm, had indeed underestimated their opponents. Yet, ultimately, they would still perish here. To dare contend with this holy son for the Netherblood Lotus, they would surely pay the price. In such circumstances, escape was impossible for the trio. The outcome was all but sealed. Gu Changsheng, emboldened by his newfound power, showed no mercy. Although the Emperor's lingering resentment had diminished somewhat, it remained formidable. With a mere thought from Gu Changsheng, the specter of the Emperor raised its colossal sword once more and swung it fiercely towards the three individuals, the blade's light howling as it hurtled forth. Xiao Bufan's face turned ashen. The previous sword domain had nearly drained his spiritual energy, rendering it impossible for him to withstand another strike. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed, and a fire-red, ethereal Zhuke emerged, soaring directly towards the sword's radiance. Upon collision, an explosive force erupted, transforming the Zhuke into a blazing wall of fire. Yet, this fiery barrier could not fully impede the oncoming sword light. It surged through the flames, advancing relentlessly towards the trio. Su Muhuang's complexion was as pale as paper, her breath faltering rapidly. She had previously utilized her life essence to manifest a single Zhuke feather, which momentarily countered the sword's brilliance. As the blade approached, she remained remarkably composed, placing her hands upon the shoulders of her two senior brothers. Before them, a swirling white vortex materialized. Until that moment, she had refrained from making a move. Her brothers had bought her precious time, allowing her to quietly set up a minor teleportation array. Let us go. With a commanding shout, the vortex unleashed a powerful force that swiftly drew the three of them within its grasp. Moments later, the whirlpool vanished. The sword light cleaved through the space they once occupied, striking a distant rock face, which shattered with a thunderous crash, sending countless stones plummeting into the blood pool below. Echoing ominously, this extraordinary scene bewildered all witnesses. It was utterly unexpected that the three could escape under such dire circumstances, employing an array of life-saving tactics. What kind of sorcery was this? Gu Changsheng was seething with rage. He had believed victory was assured, only to be thwarted by these three unexpected figures who not only seized the Netherblood Lotus, but also slaughtered numerous disciples from the Tai Immortal Sect and other sections. Furthermore, many had escaped as a result. Upon returning, he would undoubtedly face relentless troubles. Although he was unafraid, the situation was undeniably troublesome. Holy Sun, at that moment, a disciple of the Tai Immortal Sect interjected. It appears they utilized a type of random teleportation array, likely not very powerful, meaning they cannot have traveled far and must still be within the secret realm. Given their injuries, they cannot have fled too far. We should pursue them quickly. We might still catch up. That makes sense. Gu Changsheng regained his composure and nodded decisively. Let us chase. With the group in tow, they hastened towards the abyss, their senses extending outward in search of the three, confident that no hiding place could elude their scrutiny. Behind them, the specter of the Emperor trailed slowly. Chapter 77. Sleep. Sleep not found. Not found. Not here either. The crowd was in disarray, scattering, yet continuously failing to locate the trio's whereabouts. Holy Sun, there is no need to rush. The Longyuan secret realm is about to close. We should wait outside. They cannot evade us forever. Once they emerge, they will surely meet their demise. A disciple from the Tai Immortal Sect proposed a suggestion, which was swiftly embraced by Gu Changsheng. The crowd gathered and set forth towards the exit of the secret realm. Meanwhile, Gu Changsheng also stored away the remnants of the Emperor's will, as maintaining it was exceedingly taxing on his spiritual energy. He could not sustain it for long. More critically, there awaited a venerable elder of the supreme realm outside the secret realm, providing them with protection. With such an elder safeguarding their path, what was there to fear? He promptly sent a transmission to Elder Chun. Elder Chun, all who exit the secret realm, except for the Nanli Sword Sect, Linglong Treasure Pavilion, Zixiao Sect, and Yuling Sect, are to be exterminated without mercy. Pay particular attention to the 2 men and 1 woman. Curse it, they finally emerged. How could they still be inside the secret realm? The 2 senior brothers remarked. This minor teleportation array can only transport us a short distance, and it operates randomly. It is fortunate we were not directly sent before them. Is there no way to set up a grand teleportation array to send us directly back to the Wending sect? Brother Xiao, you jest. That would require at least several months of preparation. Even if we had the time, it would be beyond my capabilities. Your incessant chatter. Junior sister saved you, and you still find fault. Haha. 3 figures suddenly materialized within the secret realm. The surroundings were dim and desolate, yet devoid of any poisonous mist, indicating they had successfully teleported out of the abyss, temporarily evading danger. After consuming several healing pills, their injuries rapidly healed. Moments ago, they were gravely wounded, yet now they appeared vibrant and full of life, showing no signs of their previous afflictions. Should anyone witness this scene, they would surely exclaim in astonishment. But for the trio, such occurrences had long become routine. Let us hasten our departure. They were acutely aware that their current situation was still precarious. Only upon exiting the secret realm would they be free from peril. They transformed into 3 beams of light and raced towards the exit. Hey, I am about to suffocate. Is no one going to attend to this? Hurry, let me out. A frantic barking suddenly emanated from the spatial ring, filled with anxiety. How could I have forgotten about it? Su Muhuang smacked her forehead and released the dog. Once outside, the dog inhaled deeply, recovering its color after a moment, trembling with anxiety, muttering, saved. After a while, it furiously exclaimed, do you intend to conspire against me? While inside the spatial ring, the dog had sensed the perilous events unfolding outside. It was utterly terrified, holding its breath, fearing for its life, and could not fathom how these 3 individuals had so many life-saving cards and still managed to escape. Yet, it was utterly unforgivable that they had forgotten it for so long after their escape. That is not the case. Su Muhuang attempted to explain, but Xiao Bufan interjected. If you utter me once more, do you believe I will not thrash you? Woof woof. The dog stuttered in its speech. At that moment, Shi Tian spoke up, enough bickering. Let us exit first. Upon hearing this, even the dog quieted down. The trio, accompanied by a dog, fell into a profound silence, focusing intently on their journey. The dog lagged behind, yearning to nuzzle against Su Muhuang, who disdainfully rebuffed its advances. Even Xiao Bufan shared in this disdain. Ultimately, it was Shi Tian who seized the dog by the scruff of its neck, lifting it into the air as they traversed through the void. The return path proved far more seamless than their initial journey, with the position from which they emerged not far from the exit of the secret realm. The sky gradually brightened, and the earth began to teem with greenery, revealing the distant exit of the secret realm. At last, the three exchanged glances of elation and, without hesitation, surged forth. However, upon their emergence, they were met with an unsettling sight. A fleet of grand warships loomed at the entrance of the secret realm, their banners fluttering in the wind. It appeared that the Tai Immortal Sect, the Nanli Sword Sect, the Linglong Treasure Pavilion, the Zixiao Sect, and the Yuling Sect had effectively cleared the area of other factions, leaving only these sects behind. Were these not all associated with Guchangshan? The trio pondered silently, scanning the surroundings, but failing to spot Su Muhuang. Instead, their gaze fell upon a middle-aged man aboard a Tai warship, exuding an imposing presence. His short beard framing a face that radiated authority. He held the neck of a cultivator at the refining void stage, who knelt on the ground, his face turning purple. Trembling in terror, his features contorted in anguish. This man was one of the fortunate few who had managed to escape from the abyss, only to be seized mid-air by the middle-aged figure, helplessly watching his companions perish one by one before him, leaving him with a grim fate. As the trio emerged, the middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with a predatory light as he coldly inquired, "Are these the three?" "Why, yes," the kneeling cultivator managed to stammer out. But a sudden crack echoed as his neck was swiftly snapped, preventing him from uttering a scream before being unceremoniously discarded from the ship, plummeting to his doom. The middle-aged man chuckled, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixing upon the trio. "Surrender the nether blood lotus, and I shall spare your lives." The eyes of the trio and the dog widened in alarm. Why did that statement sound so eerily familiar? This was bad. They had been discovered. The man's cultivation was unfathomable, undoubtedly surpassing their own. Just as they contemplated fleeing, a terrifying pressure descended upon them, hindering their spiritual energies' flow. Simultaneously, the middle-aged man stepped through the void with a chilling smile, advancing toward them with deliberate strides. "You little brats dare to covet the Holy Sun's nether blood lotus? Who gave you such audacity? Humph, which sect do you belong to? And why do you not conceal your cultivation?" The middle-aged man's probing revealed an unexpected surprise. These were three extraordinary prodigies, each capable of battling across realms, a phenomenon unheard of. They were truly unparalleled in history. The Holy Sun had been the most exceptional talent that Songshuan realm had seen in countless years, yet each of these three surpassed him by unfathomable margins. How could this be possible? "From which sect do you hail?" the middle-aged man asked coldly, a foreboding sense of dread creeping into his heart. "Our sect? You are not worthy to know." Shi Tian was not overwhelmed by the imposing presence of his adversary. Instead, his mind raced with thoughts on how to buy time. Escape was not an option. He could only hope to delay until the arrival of the Fairy of Southern Melodies. He discreetly sent a message to her, but received no response. If she is unwilling to assist, then let it be. The middle-aged man grew impatient. Regardless of their sect, no matter how extraordinary their talents, their demise here would leave no witnesses. Even the mightiest of their sects would remain oblivious to his involvement. Moreover, the five supreme forces of the imperial continent, including the Tai Celestial Sect, had never heard of such prodigious disciples. With this in mind, he felt no fear. With a resolute thought, the middle-aged man moved, taking a step forward. Slaying three individuals at the void refinement stage was as effortless as drinking water for a powerful being of the mid-supreme stage. He felt at ease, entirely free of pressure. However, as he approached the trio and raised his hand, he suddenly froze. A faint melody like a flute echoed in his mind, causing the surrounding world to gradually fade away. Night descended, revealing a tranquil ocean beneath him, where he found himself adrift, utterly alone. A luminous moon rose softly from the horizon, and a fairy-like figure appeared before it, her flowing sleeves billowing as she played the flute, the notes as gentle as water. A warm sensation enveloped him, instilling comfort. Sleep now, sleep now." The soothing voice, reminiscent of a mother's lullaby, coaxed him into slumber. He felt an overwhelming drowsiness, his eyelids heavy, and soon he could no longer resist, gently closing his eyes and sinking beneath the surface of the ocean. How warm it was! His consciousness gradually faded, surrendering to an eternal darkness. Chapter 78. A reunion with old friend Saint Sun. The exit to the secret realm is just ahead. Yes, let us hasten. Gu Changsheng led his group with urgency. Earlier, he had communicated with Elder Chen, who had informed him that the fleeing individuals had been dealt with. More importantly, those three had been captured. Now, he hurried forth to witness their execution, eager to avenge his prior humiliation. You dared to provoke the Saint Sun. You are truly unaware of your impending doom. Gu Changsheng expelled a breath of frustration, his face lighting up with satisfaction as he quickened his pace. Swish, swish, swish. Figures emerged from the secret realm's exit and into the open air. In the distance, they spotted the warships of various sects hovering above. A mere glance revealed their own sect's vessel, intensifying their joy. The three miscreants stood unharmed before them. Elder Chen, who had moments ago been smirking with the intent to eliminate them, suddenly found his hand suspended in midair, motionless. His eyes involuntarily rolled back until only the whites remained visible. A figure, as serene and pure as snow, gracefully approached Elder Chen. One strike. With a swift stroke, Elder Chen's head was severed. Rolling across the deck of the warship before a flurry of sword lights transformed him into a cloud of crimson mist that gradually dissipated in the wind. His lifeless body collapsed. Had Elder Chen truly perished? A tempest of shocks surged within everyone. With just a single strike, the mid-level Supreme Elder was slain. Could it be that this woman's cultivation was on par with that of an emperor? The presence of an emperor was undeniably formidable. Gu Changsheng felt his heart plummet, his body trembling involuntarily. It was evident that this woman had come to rescue the three individuals. He was astounded by the depth of their connections. This was a miscalculation. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. Flee. Yet, before he could take a single step, a radiant barrier descended from the heavens, enveloping all within, including the warship. Those foolish enough to attempt a breach were met with an insurmountable force. Their bodies pierced through with a resounding thud. Bang, bang, bang. Blood blossomed forth as they fell, swiftly meeting their demise. The remaining cultivators turned pale, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Who was this woman? Why was she intent on their destruction? Surely, she could not wish to annihilate them all. Many, still grappling with the gravity of the situation, were slow to comprehend. However, those who had emerged from the secret realm had already surmised the truth. Reinforcements had arrived, and their level of cultivation was far beyond anything they could contend with. Unless an ancestor of emperor rank intervened, their fate seemed dire. Elder Chu, Senior Nansheng, Shi Tian, Xiao Bufan, and Su Muhuang were filled with elation. Moments ago, they believed their demise was imminent, yet in an instant, the tide had turned. With Fairy Nansheng present, they felt secure once more. Just as the three expressed their astonishment, the hound widened its eyes in shock. Stammering, without finding the words to continue. It had previously speculated that the one who summoned them for rescue might be its old acquaintance, Chu Nansheng. But upon witnessing her, it was left utterly astounded. Is it truly you, Xiao Shengsheng? After a prolonged silence, the hound finally managed to inquire. Da Huang. It has been far too long. Reuniting with an old friend, Chu Nansheng was equally moved. The hound, more ecstatic than she, leapt into her embrace. Rubbing fervently against her chest, tears streaming down its face. It's really you. It's really you. After 80,000 years, this emperor has finally seen you again. Angered, Chu Nansheng instinctively grasped it, intending to cast it aside, but she hesitated, her expression softening as she gently held the hound, a smile gracing her features. Indeed, after 80,000 years, we have finally reunited. Shi Tian, Xiao Bufan, and Su Muhuang looked on, their hearts swelling with joy for the two. Life's encounters are fleeting, yet the bonds endure through the ages. 80,000 years. How the world has changed. How many old friends have long since turned to dust, dissipating over the years. Even former foes, upon reuniting after 80,000 years, might feel an unexpected warmth. How much more so for those who share a bond of life and death. The emotions and excitement are self-evident. The dog, weeping uncontrollably, suddenly ceased its tears, as if struck by a revelation, exclaiming in bewilderment, "Wait, weren't you dead? How have you returned to life?" This is not the right moment. Chu Nansheng gently set the dog down, smiling as he replied. Once I have dealt with these trivial matters, we shall discuss it further. With that, he cast a chilling glance over the crowd. Instantly, a wave of dread washed over them, a profound fear that sent tremors through their very beings. Gu Changsheng, in a state of acute anxiety, continuously sent messages to his master. The Tai immortal sect was quite distant, and there was no time for his master to arrive. However, perhaps he could negotiate with that woman. After all, any aggression would mean irrevocably offending the Tai immortal sect, and even if she were an emperor, she would have to weigh the consequences. Are you the one pursuing the three direct disciples of the Wending sect? With a single step, Fairy Nansheng approached Gu Changsheng. an overwhelming pressure suddenly descending upon him, rendering him drenched in cold sweat and struggling to speak. I am not. Gu Changsheng was utterly shocked. His previous genteel demeanor had vanished, replaced by stammering and inner turmoil. Wending sect? The one that slaughtered nearly half of the eastern domain. If it truly were the Wending sect, it would spell tremendous trouble. Yet, he had seen their portraits, and they did not resemble these individuals at all. As he pondered, he observed a subtle transformation in the features of the three. They are strikingly similar to the portraits. They truly are the three direct disciples of the Wending sect. It seemed they had employed some method from the outset to alter their appearances. Had he known they were the disciples of the Wending sect earlier, perhaps he would not have pursued them so relentlessly, but now it was far too late. Filled with rage and bitterness, he looked skyward and howled, "Master, save me." No sooner had his voice faded than a turn of events unfolded. A nearby disciple's face contorted in agony, desperately clutching his neck as he struggled, only to suddenly calm. His aura shifting as though he had transformed into another being. As he emerged, the surrounding forces of law rippled slightly. The others remained oblivious to the occurrence. But Chu Nansheng's brow furrowed slightly. An emperor's avatar? The disciple, or rather the sect leader of the Tai Immortal Sect, smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator, I greet you. I am Liu Dao, the leader of the Tai Immortal Sect. My foolish disciple has unwittingly offended your sect. I hope you might show me some leniency and spare him." Chapter 79. The Emperor's Avatar, Annihilation. Master. Gu Changsheng rejoiced at the sight of his master's avatar descending, filled with elation. If the two factions could negotiate peace, he would live to see another day. There would be time to settle the score with the Wending sect later. However, Fairy Nansheng's subsequent words tightened his heart. Unwittingly. Had I not arrived in time, all three direct disciples would have perished. Is this what you call unwitting? Leniency? On what grounds should I show you any respect? Merely because of this clone of the great emperor? Do not presume that I would bow to you, even if your true self were to manifest. Those who dare to challenge the Ascendant sect have but one fate, death. With that, the celestial maiden Nansheng ceased her futile conversation, brandishing a resplendent sword. Fellow Taoist, let us converse amicably. The Nether Blood Lotus, we are willing to relinquish it. Liu Dao, in a state of desperation, had not anticipated that this newly Ascendant sect would show no deference to the Tai Celestial sect, given the limitations of his mere clone. He could not possibly obstruct Chu Nansheng. The only hope for his beloved disciple lay in the preservation of his own face. Even at such a juncture, he still clung to the Nether Blood Lotus? Nansheng could scarcely contain her amusement. Without further ado, she raised her sword. Boom. Liu Dao's clone intercepted the strike meant for Gu Changsheng, but the sword before him shattered into two, while a gruesome gash appeared on his body, blood gushing forth like a torrential stream. Liu Dao seemed impervious to the pain, his visage contorting into a mask of fury as he bellowed, "Fellow Taoist, you declare war on the entire Tai Celestial sect. Should you dare to slay my disciple, the Tai Celestial sect shall pursue an unyielding vendetta against your Ascendant sect. Prepare to face our wrath." Nansheng scoffed coldly. "You dare to threaten me? It is not a threat." But Liu Dao's words were abruptly cut short as a flurry of sword lights surged toward him, expanding rapidly in his vision. His eyes widened with madness as he desperately threatened Chu Nansheng. Yet, she appeared oblivious, continuing her assault unabated. In mere moments, Liu Dao's clone was utterly obliterated. At this moment, Gu Changsheng stood helplessly as the negotiations collapsed, watching his master's avatar vanish in an instant. His heart shattered. He screamed, "Chu Nansheng, you cannot kill me. Why can I not kill you?" Chu Nansheng chuckled, for even now, this young lad still believed his sect might support him. With my blood and soul as a sacrifice, I beseech the ancestral manifestations to descend." Realizing the situation was irretrievable, Gu Changsheng succumbed to madness. Invoking the forbidden arts of the Tai Celestial sect, sacrificing his entire existence, soul, and everything he held dear, he roared, "Ha! Let us perish together." Gu Changsheng appeared deranged. The void behind him trembled violently as several indistinct yet imposing figures coalesced, emanating overwhelming imperial might. The heavens dimmed, as if the very Tao lamented. However, before Chu Nansheng's absolute dominance, this spectacle was rendered ludicrous. Her countenance remained unperturbed, marked only by a profound coldness and scorn. With a mere flick of her sword, a piercing ray of light sliced through, seemingly slow yet transcending the constraints of time and space. The mania, fear, and resentment etched on Gu Changsheng's face froze instantaneously. The several imperial phantoms behind him, along with his very being, were erased like a forgotten painting, silently vanishing into ethereal smoke, leaving not a trace behind. As Chu Nansheng gracefully rolled up his sleeves, the remaining members of the Tai Immortal sect dissipated like wisps of blue smoke, carried away by the wind. His indifferent gaze swept over the crowd, who remained in stunned silence, and his voice, cold and resonant, echoed throughout the surroundings. Our sect of ascendancy does not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. It was the esteemed Gu Changsheng of the Tai Immortal Sect who first pursued and harmed 3 of our direct disciples. We merely reciprocated in kind, returning grievance for grievance, and tooth for tooth. Now that the enmity has been resolved, feel free to depart. Should anyone harbor dissent, you are most welcome to venture to the eastern domain. Our sect of ascendancy is prepared to accompany you to the end. With that, he stepped forward, accompanied by Shi Tian, Xiao Bufan, Sumu Huang, and Dogzi, vanishing into the void. The barrier encircling the crowd gradually faded away. A sudden gust of wind swept through, leaving the gathered cultivators chilled to the bone. Many, upon touching their backs, realized they were drenched in cold sweat, startled by the unexpected turn of events. Had they truly just departed? After a considerable time, disbelief lingered among them. The notorious reputation of the sect of ascendancy had long resonated throughout the Zhongshuan realm, recognized as a malevolent sect. They had assumed their demise was inevitable, especially since many had partaken in the pursuit, yet the fairy Nansheng had inexplicably spared them. We must return and report to the sect master. We must not involve ourselves in the conflict between the sect of ascendancy and the Tai Immortal Sect. The sect of ascendancy is not to be trifled with. One by one, beams of escape light scattered, and the warships slowly set sail in various directions. Before long, the place was deserted, leaving only the gentle breeze whispering the tales of what had transpired. In the Imperial continent, at the Tai Immortal Sect, Liu Dao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his beard and eyebrows bristling with fury. Sect of Ascendancy, Chu Nansheng, how dare you slay my sect's holy son and core elder? If the Tai Immortal Sect does not avenge this grievance, what face shall we have to stand in the Imperial continent? The Tai Immortal Sect, comparable in might to the dominant sect, had stood tall on the Imperial continent for hundreds of thousands of years, with no fewer than 6 slumbering emperors among their ranks, plus Liu Dao, a formidable figure in the early stages of the emperor realm, totaling 7 emperors. In a fit of rage, he took a decisive step towards the forbidden ground of the back mountain. Here lay 6 ancient emperors in slumber, each significantly stronger than Liu Dao. As he unleashed his divine consciousness and softly called out, the 6 old beings within their coffins were awakened. One voice emerged, hoarse and filled with discontent. Liu Dao, why have you disturbed us, old fellows? If you do not provide a reasonable explanation, do not blame us for imparting a lesson. Esteemed ancestors, the individuals from the sect of ascendancy have seized our sect's netherblood Lotus and slain our holy son and core elder. Cold sweat beaded on Liu Dao's forehead as he stifled his fear, embellishing the events that had transpired. I implore you, ancestors, to emerge and eradicate the sect of ascendancy, restoring the honor of the Tai Immortal Sect. With that, Liu Dao knelt, pressing his head to the ground. Despite being an emperor himself, he displayed an extreme humility. For each ancestor within the coffins not only outranked him, but also possessed a minimum cultivation of mid-stage emperor. Though their realms differed by only a small margin, their strengths were vastly superior. The higher the realm, the more pronounced the disparities between small stages become. A mere saint and a core elder, their demise is of little consequence. We can simply appoint another saint. Indeed, to rouse us over such trivial matters, Liu Dao, you truly deserve condemnation. Upon hearing Liu Dao's report, the 6 ancestors displayed little fury, nor did they seem particularly concerned. Rather, they expressed considerable discontent at being awakened. These old fellows were primarily concerned about their own longevity. All else was but ephemeral. Cold sweat dripped from Liu Dao's brow. However, at that moment, one of the ancestors shifted his tone, stating, "This netherblood Lotus is indeed a remarkable treasure. With it, we can extend our lives a bit longer." Indeed, others nodded in agreement. It is merely a question of the ascending sect. Extinguishing a few minor sects in the eastern domain has made them presumptuous. Ha ha ha. They are but frogs at the bottom of a well, utterly unaware of the vastness of the heavens. The Tai Immortal Sect can easily annihilate them. Yes, let them learn what true heritage means. Yet, despite such bravado, these old-timers were still quite protective of their lives and were not eager to take action themselves. After some deliberation, they tossed a life token to Liu Dao. Take this token and proceed to the Misty Rain Tower. Follow these instructions. Upon hearing this, Liu Dao was instantly elated. Without a moment's hesitation, he set off for the Misty Rain Tower. Chapter 80. Misty Rain Tower. The Misty Rain Tower stands as one of the 5 undisputed top powers of the Empire continent, and it possesses an extraordinarily unique existence. It is neither a sect nor a family, but rather an organization specializing in intelligence and assassination. It boasts the claim that, as long as one can afford the price, No information is beyond their reach, nor is there anyone they cannot eliminate, even those of the Emperor realm. Initially, many believed the Misty Rain Tower was merely boasting. But that perception changed when someone, at an exorbitant cost, solicited the tower to assassinate an emperor. This emperor, exceedingly confident in his own strength, dismissed the news with disdain, continuing his affairs undeterred. However, not long after, rumors surfaced of his untimely demise, and he was never seen again. This revelation sent shockwaves through the entire Zhongxian realm. From that moment onwards, no one dared to question the might of the Misty Rain Tower. As a result, the tower's reputation soared, and its enterprise expanded, establishing branches across the 5 great domains. On this particular day, a light mist enveloped the area, with gentle rain pattering against the windows. A chill breeze wafted through the window, entering the elegant chamber. A strikingly handsome young gentleman, clad in a brocade robe, appeared somewhat frail, his complexion pale, as the delicate rain dampened his dark hair. Cough, cough, cough. The young gentleman was beset by fits of coughing. "My lord, it is rather cold outside. Perhaps you should not linger by the window," suggested a tall and graceful maid in green, her face etched with concern as she brought forth a brazier. The young gentleman waved his hand and replied with a smile, "No matter, a distinguished guest is coming today. Please go and welcome them." "My lord, who is this distinguished guest?" "You shall find out when you go." "Understood." The maid, named Qingmiao, seemed accustomed to such occurrences, responded promptly, and swiftly exited the room. After the departure of the bluebird, the young master settled before the fire pit, extending his hands to bask in its warmth. At that moment, a plump maid adorned in a red dress approached with a cup of steaming tea. After drinking, a hint of color returned to his pale complexion, and he smiled, saying, "Hongshu, you have endured much." The maid, named Hongshu, felt her eyes well up with tears, were it not for the young master. "I would have long been but a withered bone in the grave. To serve you is a fortune beyond measure. How could I ever feel wronged?" With a fleeting smile, tears shimmered in her starry eyes. Such an exquisite beauty, even the likes of Chu Nanxing and Su Muhuang would pale in comparison. No matter where she stood, she would be the object of fervent admiration among countless young talents. Yet, within the confines of the Misty Rain Tower, she remained merely a devoted maid to the young master, a figure to be gazed upon from afar, never to be sullied. Though she would unhesitatingly shed her garments to serve him if he so wished, over the years, he had never broached such a notion, nor had he ever harbored even a trace of impure thoughts. A sigh escaped Hongshu's heart, giving rise to an inexplicable melancholy. Outside the Misty Rain Tower, a subtle ripple in the laws of space heralded the arrival of a middle-aged man clad in gray robes, his countenance cold, a short beard fluttering slightly in the chill. As he touched down, he immediately sensed something amiss, for before him stood a tall woman in green attire, her hands elegantly crossed at her abdomen, seemingly awaiting his arrival. The aura she exuded was that of a mid-tier sovereign. The man's gaze sharpened. This maid appeared merely youthful, yet was a formidable sovereign. Indeed, the Misty Rain Tower was not to be underestimated. "Lordly, my master has been awaiting you for some time," the bluebird said with a gentle smile, gesturing for him to enter. Liu Dao, the leader of the Tai Immortal Sect, was a familiar figure to anyone of standing in the Imperial continent, especially within an organization like the Misty Rain Tower, renowned for its intelligence and assassination prowess. Recognizing Liu Dao was hardly surprising. However, Liu Dao had never encountered this green-clad woman. In fact, he had seen very few of the higher-ups at the Misty Rain Tower. The master she referred to was likely the tower's lord. "Thank you, esteemed fairy," Liu Dao replied courteously, tempering his proud demeanor as he followed the green-clad woman inside. The fact that she had been waiting for him did not astonish him. Rumors of the tower's master possessing unfathomable abilities and unparalleled prowess in divination were well known. Being capable of predicting his arrival was hardly a feat to be taken lightly. "Xiao Xingsheng, why didn't you eliminate all those people? You infuriate me." On the way back to the cheating sect, the dog was still seething with rage. Previously, in the secret realm, it had endured considerable bullying at their hands. And just as Chu Nanxing arrived, they were allowed to escape. If it were up to its disposition, it would have eradicated them all without a trace. "What do you understand?" Chu Nanxing elucidated. "The Imperial continent is vastly different from the Eastern domain. Many powers possess exceptionally profound foundations. Recklessly provoking them would be exceedingly detrimental to the ascending sect. I am considering the long-term welfare of the sect." "Humph, you remain so overly cautious, even when wronged. One cannot retaliate. How unsatisfactory. When we return to the ascending sect and encounter the sect leader, do refrain from speaking out of turn. What? Can he truly bring harm to me? You." The celestial maiden Nansheng was nearly exasperated to the point of silence by the foolish dog. Yet, the dog continued its incessant chatter, finding no one willing to engage. After some time, they finally beheld the ascending sect in the distance. Is this truly the ascending sect? Encompassing thousands of miles, towering mountains stood majestically, each crowned with resplendent palaces. In the air, ethereal islands floated gracefully, accompanied by faint celestial melodies and swirling mists. A magnificent atmosphere of the immortal realm enveloped them. It hardly resembled an earthly sect. Even the dog, whose paws had traversed the 5 great domains, had never witnessed such grandeur. Upon arrival, it felt akin to a rural villager entering the city for the first time, eyes wide with wonder. Moreover, the spiritual energy here was so dense it felt almost tangible. Even from a distance, the dog sensed the potent fluctuations of spiritual power. Who could possibly create such an immortal abode? Are you dumbfounded? Xiao Bufan teased. You claim to be an emperor, yet have seen so little of the world. Let me enlighten you. This is a transcendent sect crafted by our master using extraordinary powers, completed in less than an hour. Impressive, isn't it? The dog was left speechless. Such celestial prowess was truly unprecedented and unseen. Yet, the immortal sect lay before them, compelling belief, and it nodded in awe without retort. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. When we meet the sect leader, you must surely speak favorably on my behalf. If I am granted entry into the ascending sect, I shall not forget your kindness. We shall see. Xiao Bufan smirked, secretly delighted that the dog had finally been humbled. My good brother, I beseech you. Call me father. Father. Chapter 81. The Guardian Beast System. Open the sect panel. The ascending sect had been elevated to a first-tier sect for quite some time. Yet Lin Chen had not closely examined the sect panel. Upon issuing his command, the system promptly responded. Sect level, first tier, sect leader, Lin Chen, peak of great ascension. Ancestor, Li Tiangang, peak emperor. Disciples, Shi Tian, late stage of void refinement. Xiao Bufan, early stage of void refinement. Su Mu Huang, early stage of void refinement. Inner sect elders, Chu Nanxing, early stage of emperor. In addition, there were over 1,000 strictly recruited sect guards and managers, bringing the total to nearly 5,000 members. If one accounted for affiliated powers, the numbers soared into the millions. Oh, how astonishing it is to behold. I had no idea. Lin Chen was taken aback. Within the ascending sect alone, there were 2 individuals at the emperor realm, with the ancestor being a top-tier combatant among emperors. In the realm of supremacy, there exist 6 formidable figures, while the realm of great enlightenment boasts over 10. Below the tribulation realm, the numbers are innumerable. As for the affiliated powers, the ancient moon tower alone harbors 3 emperors and 7 or 8 supreme beings such as Bai Li Wendao, all of whom are undoubtedly reliable allies, poised to transform into the combat strength of the ascendant sect whenever the need arises. However, apart from the ancient moon tower, the prowess of other affiliated forces appears somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, the current ascendant sect undeniably stands as a colossal entity. Reflecting on 2 years past, the ascendant sect was merely represented by Lin Chen, a solitary commander, alongside the treacherous Liu Yanran. Who could have anticipated that in the blink of an eye, the ascendant sect would ascend to become the unequivocal sovereign of the Eastern Domain? Even in the Emperor's continent, where powerhouses abound, no top-tier force dares to claim it could definitively suppress the ascendant sect. As Lin Chen pondered Liu Yanran, his brow furrowed suddenly, wondering how that wretched woman was faring now. Never mind. She can do as she pleases. Such a person is not deserving of sympathy. Master, we have returned, came the voice of Chu Nanxing, breaking his reverie. Yes, come before me, Lin Chen replied. Before long, Chu Nanxing entered, accompanied by Shi Tian, Xiao Bufan, Su Mu Huang, and a curious little dog. The dog, with its inquisitive gaze, surveyed its surroundings. Upon catching sight of Lin Chen, it momentarily froze. It had encountered many individuals of striking appearance and extraordinary talent, yet none had exuded such an inscrutable aura. The calmness of Lin Chen, with his profound gaze, emanated a pressure that felt capable of annihilating the heavens and earth at a mere gesture. What realm does he belong to? With this thought, the dog resolved to discreetly employ a secret technique while others were distracted. A faint trace of divine sense materialized around Lin Chen, causing subtle ripples in the spatial laws, akin to a radar quietly probing into Lin Chen's essence. Let me discern your true strength. Although the dog's power was meager, the technique it employed was of emperor-level sophistication, esoteric and requiring minimal spiritual energy to sustain. In an instant, it could glean information about its target. As the dog's divine sense delved deeper, it glimpsed a terrifying figure, a silhouette of unimaginable dread, traversing the river of time and space, propelling the celestial bodies with its palms, causing the very laws of the universe to tremble. It seemed to sense the dog's intrusion, casting a cold glance in its direction. Instantly, The dog felt as though struck by lightning, its body quaking violently, cold sweat soaking its back. How terrifying. What manner of existence is this? Even an emperor-level technique cannot penetrate its essence. Ding. Detected. The Imperial Hound Kahuang, recovering, is probing the host. Automatic shielding has been activated for you. This little dog seems to lack decorum. Had it not been for the system's reminder, Lin Chen would have remained oblivious to the dog's scrutiny. However, given its apparent disregard for propriety, he felt it necessary to teach it a lesson. Otherwise, when its powers were restored, he might find it difficult to rein it in. Little pup, were you just trying to spy on your master? Lin Chen inquired with a smile that held a hint of mischief, fixing his gaze upon the dog. The canine, drenched in cold sweat, found itself in a state of unease, even in the presence of formidable emperors. Never had it felt so constrained. With its head bowed and claws digging into the ground, seeking an escape. Upon hearing the words of the sect leader, Chu Nanxing was momentarily startled. When had the dog begun to spy on the leader? How could she have been oblivious to it? Yet, upon witnessing the dog's guilty demeanor, she realized the leader's assertion held truth. How brazen. Such a lack of decorum. Mischief was one thing, but to act so insolently before the sect leader was another matter entirely. Just as she contemplated reprimanding the canine, while attempting to speak a few kind words on its behalf, she noticed Lin Chen waving his hand. Smiling at the dog, "You need not be overly concerned. I have promised Chu Nanxing that I will ensure your admission into the Wending sect." Gratitude surged within the dog. However, before joy could fully bloom, Lin Chen continued, "Originally, I intended to appoint you as an inner elder with a status equal to that of Chu Nanxing. Yet, your audacity in spying on me necessitates a lesson. Henceforth, the position of guardian beast is yours to assume, as I see potential in your abilities. You shall oversee the Mountain Gate area. Should you perform commendably, opportunities for advancement to inner elder shall not be absent." A guardian dog? The moment these words reached the dog's ears, rage ignited within it, and it howled. "I, a Grand Emperor, am to be relegated to the role of a mere guardian dog? This is intolerable. You must be dreaming. Such a thing is impossible." Chapter 82, Materials Gathered. Preparing for alchemy. In the eastern region, Qingzhou, a white tiger warship glided through the void, appearing slow, yet in an instant, it had traversed countless miles. On the deck, several disciples from Miaodan Valley engaged in hushed discussions. "Brother, why are we joining the Wending sect when all seemed well?" "Alas, sister, I am equally perplexed. This decision lies with our ancestors, the Valley Master, and the elders. As disciples, we are not in a position to voice our opinions. I have heard that the Wending sect is a nefarious cult, ruthless in its dealings. Could it be that the Valley Master and others are being coerced into this alliance? Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. But do you think we might end up as mere alchemical refuse? Surely not, judging by the Valley Master and the elders' demeanor. They seem quite pleased, not appearing coerced." Whispers of similar speculation quietly spread throughout the corners of the White Tiger warship. After all, upon returning to Miaodan Valley, the Valley Master, accompanied by the elders and members like Feng Hong and Xiao Jin, immediately organized the disciples to pack their belongings for the migration to the Wending sect without clarifying the reasons. They merely stated that the sincerity shown by the Wending sect was substantial, and that joining would be advantageous for the future development of Miaodan Valley. Yet, this left the members of Miaodan Valley with lingering doubts, prompting a flurry of conjectures. "Hush!" Suddenly, one disciple made a gesture for silence, signaling with their eyes. The others understood and promptly quieted down. At that moment, the Valley Master, along with Feng Hong, Xiao Jin, and the elders of Miaodan Valley, arrived at the bow of the ship, standing on the deck, gazing into the distance. The Wending sect was drawing near. The members of the Miaodan Valley, including Su Xian, felt a mix of excitement and reluctance as they prepared to leave the place they had called home for so many years. Transitioning to an entirely new environment inevitably stirred feelings of anxiety and uncertainty within them. Shortly thereafter, the majestic grounds of the Wending sect gradually came into view. The elders and disciples, who had previously grumbled in silence, were left utterly speechless at that moment. "Is this truly the Wending sect? It is astonishingly vast." One exclaimed in awe. "I have never encountered such a grand sect before. The spiritual energy here, goodness, how many supreme spiritual veins lie beneath the Wending sect? The concentration of spiritual energy is overwhelming. Indeed, to cultivate here is akin to experiencing at least 10 days of training elsewhere. Moreover, the growth rate and quality of spiritual plants and celestial herbs cultivated here surpass those in Miaodan Valley by several times." They felt a surge of excitement. Previously, some elders had spoken of the advantages of the Wending sect, but at that time, they were skeptical, dismissing it as mere boasting. Yet now, witnessing it with their own eyes, their doubts evaporated, replaced by a fervent longing for a bright future. If you are unwilling, so be it. This sect leader has never forced anyone against their will. You may leave. Go wherever you please. Depart from the Wending sect. With that, Lin Chen feigned anger and turned to leave. Wait, I never said I was unwilling. The dog hurriedly exclaimed. With its current strength, where else could it possibly go? It didn't want to end up as a hot pot dish, so it had no choice but to remain with the Wending sect. Are you willing? I am willing, the dog said, looking utterly dejected yet compliant. Excellent. A subtle smirk of triumph played on Lin Chen's lips. From now on, you shall serve as the guardian beast of the Wending sect. Given your abilities, you hardly qualify for such a role. It is only out of respect for Elder Chu that I grant you this opportunity, so do not take it lightly. Should I then thank you? The dog internally scoffed, but dared not voice its thoughts. Instead, it sulked in protest. Having established authority over the dog, Lin Chen felt it was time to bestow some benefits upon it. As Lin Chen began to speak, Shi Tian presented the Yuming Blood Lotus. Master, here it is. Well done, Lin Chen nodded approvingly. You have all performed admirably. In the future, I will seek opportunities to reward you appropriately. You may now go and continue your cultivation. After Shi Tian and the others exited, Lin Chen summoned Su Jishan and Xianyang. This is the Yuming Blood Lotus? Su Jishan held the crimson lotus with both hands, breathing a bit hastily, while Xianyang's eyes widened in astonishment. They both understood the immense value of this blood lotus. Can we begin refining the 9 transformation blood lotus pill now? Yes. How long will it take? 1 month. No, half a month. Su Jishan exclaimed excitedly. During this time, Miaodong Valley has gathered rare treasures such as heavenly demon blood, mermaid tears, and soul-settling wood. All necessary for refining the 9 transformation blood lotus pill, and they are currently en route. Everything is ready. We just need the Yuming Blood Lotus. Well done, Lin Chen praised. Immediately, Su Jishan composed himself, regaining his haughty demeanor, and addressed Xuanyangzi with a nonchalant tone. You shall concoct the 9 revolutions blood lotus pill. Me? Xuanyangzi could scarcely believe his ears. Su Jishan, with a hint of irritation, retorted, if you do not refine it, am I to do so myself? Lin Chen, momentarily taken aback, soon came to a realization. Although Su Jishan had ingested the soul-returning pill for some time, solidifying his spirit to a considerable extent, he was still merely a remnant soul incapable of sustaining the immense spiritual energy requisite for alchemy, particularly for such a peerless elixir, where even the slightest misstep was intolerable. In contrast, Xuanyangzi, being at the pinnacle of supremacy, harbored no such concerns. Su Jishan's tone softened somewhat. With my guidance, and your foundational knowledge in alchemy, you shall encounter no errors. Rest assured and proceed with the refinement. Oh, despite his advanced age, Xuanyangzi resembled a novice, evidently touched by Su Jishan's intention to nurture him. Nearly shedding tears of gratitude, as if he were thanking the ancestors of Su Jishan for generations. At that moment, a commotion was heard from outside. It was the arrival of individuals from Miaodong Valley. Alchemists of the 4th tier and above had been summoned to the ascending sect. Naturally, Feng Hong, Xiao Jin, and other outer sect elders had arranged exquisite abodes for the Miaodong Valley guests, sparing Lin Chen any concern. Each dwelling was extravagantly appointed, featuring elegant decor, quaint bridges, pavilions, and the gentle sound of flowing water. The expansive grounds were complemented by medicinal gardens and alchemical rooms, allowing the alchemists ample space to exercise their craft. The accommodations they previously occupied in Miaodong Valley paled in comparison, akin to mere shanties. Upon their arrival, the Miaodong Valley group experienced a dramatic shift in demeanor. Their spirits elevated, and thoughts of returning dissipated. Master Su, Ancestor, I have brought the items you requested, announced Su Xin as she entered. Excellent. Su Jishan and Xuanyangzi exclaimed in unison, their excitement palpable. Go ahead, Lin Chen smiled, waving his hand. Su Xin, you should assist as well. After the 3 hastily exited, Lin Chen turned to the dog, grinning. You shall guard the mountain gate. No one, not even a fly, is to enter except those from the ascending sect. In half a month, return to me, and I shall bestow upon you a tremendous opportunity. Chapter 83. It can be done, but additional coins are required. Opportunity? The dog, bewildered, was at a loss regarding Lin Chen's words. Chu Nanxing, with her keen intellect, had already surmised Lin Chen's intentions and was filled with delight. Observing the dog still in a daze, she was instantly filled with ire and struck its head with a slap. Why did you hit me? The dog yelped in pain. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to the sect master? Thank him for what? Because the sect master is granting you an opportunity. He hasn't given me anything yet. Why should I thank him? You. Nanzheng was exasperated beyond measure. After all these years, this foolish dog remained as dim-witted as ever, truly beyond redemption. Though she felt deeply moved by its past sacrifices for her, every encounter with it reignited her impulse to strike. Indeed, he did not provide me with anything. Nor did he elaborate on the circumstances. If he chooses to withhold it from me at that moment, would I not suffer a tremendous loss? I am not so foolish. I am quite astute. The dog incessantly rambles on, evidently still incensed by Lin Chen's decision to designate it as a mere guardian beast. Such a foolish dog is a rarity in this world. Lin Chen felt a twinge of frustration. Had it not been for the fact that this creature was originally an emperor and shared a deep bond with Chu Nanzheng, he would have expelled it from the mountain long ago. Take it away. Quickly. Lin Chen waved his hand. Only after Chu Nanzheng dragged the dog away did Lin Chen's headache begin to subside. At the Misty Rain Pavilion, the slightly ajar door creaked open, allowing a gust of wind and rain to enter, causing the young master to instinctively tighten his brocade robe. Hongshu furrowed his brow. With a casual wave, the wind and rain dissipated, enveloping the young master in a warm embrace, which provided him considerable relief. Young master, Sect Masterly has arrived. Qing Miao announced as she entered, followed by a middle-aged man whose imposing aura was well concealed, rendering his cultivation level indiscernible from his appearance. This middle-aged man was none other than Liu Dao, the sect master of the Tai Immortal Sect. Upon entering, Liu Dao paused for a moment. The young master before him appeared to be merely a mortal, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, and his physique seemed exceedingly frail, as if he were on the brink of death. Behind him, a woman clad in red attended to him. This woman was also at the mid-level of the Supreme Realm, and was merely a half-step away from reaching the late Supreme stage. The presence of two mid-level Supreme attendants indicated an extraordinary status. However, he did not connect this individual with the owner of the Misty Rain Pavilion. It was rumored that the owner of the Misty Rain Pavilion was surnamed Yu, named Xuanji, and was a master of divination, possessing unfathomable abilities capable of discerning the world's affairs with but a thought. Such an extraordinary figure could not possibly be a mere mortal, let alone a sickly wretch. Given this, who exactly was this young master? With such perplexing thoughts, Liu Dao slightly clasped his hands in greeting, his sharp gaze narrowing as he scrutinized the young master. I am Liu Dao of the Tai Immortal Sect, seeking an audience with the owner of the Misty Rain Pavilion. Might you be? Li Sect Master, please take a seat, the young master interjected, remaining seated and nodding as a form of acknowledgement, before commanding, Hongshu, bring the tea. Hongshu presented the tea, its fragrant steam wafting through the air. After sipping the warm tea, the young master noticed that Liu Dao remained seated without partaking. His eyes still bore a look of inquiry. With a slight smile, he added, I seem to have forgotten to introduce myself. I am Yu Xuanji, and my brothers affectionately call me Pavilion Master Yu. Buzz. Liu Dao's mind was momentarily overwhelmed, as he questioned whether he had misheard. Yet, with his level of cultivation, how could he possibly be mistaken? He simply found it hard to accept. The legendary owner of the Misty Rain Pavilion was such a young master, and moreover, a frail individual devoid of any cultivation? Who would believe such a tale if it were to be told? Please do not jest, Liu Dao ventured cautiously. Yu Xuanji smiled, choosing not to linger on the matter any further. Adjusting the brocade robe that adorned her, she spoke softly. The Tai Immortal Sect has suffered a significant setback in the Longyuan secret realm and wishes to enlist the assistance of the Misty Rain Pavilion to eliminate Lin Chen, the leader of the Wending sect, in order to reclaim the Nether Blood Lotus. Am I correct in my assertions? Her voice was faint, almost lacking vigor. Yet it resonated in Liu Dao's ears like the crack of thunder. Liu Dao's gaze sharpened, his expression becoming grave as he scrutinized the youthful gentleman before him. After a moment of silence, he replied in a low tone, This matter has never been disclosed to outsiders. I, as the sect leader, have only just convened with the elders before hastening to the Misty Rain Pavilion. How did you come to know? Yu Xuanji gestured toward the heavens, a faint smile gracing her lips. The secrets of the heavens are not to be revealed. Liu Dao fell into a contemplative silence. The person before him possessed an uncanny foresight, which was indeed formidable, even if she were not the leader of the Misty Rain Pavilion. Her connection to Yu Xuanji was undoubtedly profound. Perhaps she held the power to influence this matter, rendering their conversation equally significant. Is it feasible? After a prolonged silence, Liu Dao inquired solemnly. Indeed, Yu Xuanji responded succinctly, a single word laden with meaning. Liu Dao awaited further elaboration but found himself met with her enigmatic gaze, which seemed to invite him to speak freely. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Yu Xuanji was seized by a violent cough, crimson droplets staining the embroidered handkerchief she held to her mouth. Qing Miao moved to assist her, yet Hongshu had already stepped forward, providing Yu Xuanji with a fresh handkerchief and a bowl of tea for rinsing her mouth, her movements remarkably practiced. Yu Xuanji's demeanor remained tranquil, as if accustomed to such episodes. This body is rather frail, Liu Dao remarked, his brow furrowed slightly, though he refrained from further comment, opting instead to wait patiently. It is merely an old ailment, dear sect leader, do not mind it, Yu Xuanji said after regaining her color, offering a gentle smile. Your health is of utmost importance. Liu Dao waved his hand dismissively. At this juncture, Yu Xuanji began to elucidate. This task is not impossible, but it is fraught with challenges. Although the Wending sect has only recently risen to prominence, its foundation is far from shallow. Lin Chen may only be at the peak of the ascendant stage. Yet within his sect, there are numerous formidable figures, 2 emperors, 6 sovereigns, and over 10 at the ascendant level. Additionally, there are various allied forces, particularly the ancient Moon Pavilion. Liu Dao's brow creased as he interjected. It is rumored that Lin Chen's cultivation was merely at the peak of the integration stage. Indeed. Until recently, he was still at that level, Yu Xuanji replied calmly, unperturbed by the interruption. However, for reasons unknown, he has suddenly broken through to the peak of the ascendant stage. Such a rapid advancement is astonishing, almost unfathomable. I too question the accuracy of my calculations. Yet the results have remained consistent upon several evaluations. Though I do not understand how he achieved this, it is of little consequence. Indeed, Liu Dao nodded in agreement. In the face of an emperor's absolute strength, there is fundamentally no distinction between the peaks of the ascendant and integration stages. Please continue. He gestured for her to proceed. Very well, Yu Xuanji resumed her analysis of the current situation for Liu Dao. From the rise of the Wending sect to its formidable strength, and further to its unique modus operandi, the conversation meandered to the fact that the Yume blood lotus had already been taken for alchemical purposes. Time was of the essence. Any delay would render action futile. Even if one did attempt to infiltrate the opposing sect's stronghold to seize the Yume blood lotus, success would be nearly impossible. In essence, the discourse conveyed the staggering difficulty of the task at hand. What did the ailing leader, Yu Luzhu, truly mean? After a protracted period of contemplation, Liu Dao finally discerned the underlying message. Yu Xuanji had articulated a plethora of details, yet it distilled down to a single assertion. The Yinyu Tower was capable of fulfilling the request, but at a price. Chapter 84, A Perfect Match. The deal is sealed a prime spirit vein, stated the frail Yu Xuanji nonchalantly. Liu Dao pondered deeply. The Yinyu Tower had always commanded exorbitant prices, but he had never anticipated such an outrageous sum. It was worth noting that a single prime spirit vein could sustain a large sect, while the Taishan sect possessed merely 5 such veins. This was a matter that could destabilize the very foundation of a sect, and even as its leader, he lacked the authority to make such a decision unilaterally. I must consult with several elders, he declared. Of course, replied Yu Xuanji, unfazed, as she leisurely sipped her tea. Once Liu Dao departed the elegant pavilion, he stepped out and soon traveled a great distance of 1,000 miles. There, he established a soundproof barrier to ensure that no one could probe the situation within using their spiritual senses. He then conveyed the recent developments to the 6 esteemed elders. The elders reached a consensus rather swiftly. Though the reputation of the Yinyu Tower was formidable, it had remained shrouded in secrecy, and they had never heard of any exceptionally powerful emperors associated with it. Even if a few emperors existed, the Taishan sect held no fear. Hence, it sufficed to agree to the terms, provide a modest deposit, and upon the completion of the task, they could simply renege on the deal. After all, the Yinyu Tower would have no recourse against them. In truth, this was not their first encounter with such dealings. Should the undertaking fail, they would own nothing and could even demand compensation from the Yinyu Tower. Given the might of the Taishan sect, the Yinyu Tower would likely suffer significant losses to appease them. It was a risk-free venture. Why not pursue it? Having understood the implications, a sly smile crept across Liu Dao's lips. With the soundproof barrier lifted, the smile faded as he stepped out, soon returning to the Yinyu Tower. The elders have consented to the deposit, he said solemnly, but surely the Yinyu Tower must demonstrate some sincerity. Otherwise, how can this sect's leader ascertain whether the Yinyu Tower possesses the requisite capability? That is only natural, Yu Xuanji replied with a faint smile, clapping her hands. Suddenly, Liu Dao was engulfed by an ominous premonition. Before he could react, he found himself plunged into darkness, with the pavilion, Yu Xuanji, the 2 maids clad in red and green, and all surrounding entities vanishing from view. He was enveloped in an emptiness, as if adrift in a void. Within this unseen abyss, countless shadows lurked, and he felt the piercing intent to kill emanating from all directions, locking onto him with a vice-like grip. Despite having ascended to the realm of emperors, he could not discern how many foes lay concealed within the void. Should they choose to end his life at that moment, there would be no avenue for escape. Masterly, what are your thoughts? As the teasing voice of Yu Xuanji echoed in his ears, darkness and void receded like a tide, and Liu Dao found himself once again in the elegant pavilion, seated as if nothing had transpired. Remarkable, indeed. Cold sweat drenched Liu Dao's back. Since entering the realm of the great emperor, he had never encountered such an intense sense of life and death crisis as he did today. Yu Xuanji chuckled. Master Li, this is our assassin from the Smoke and Rain Tower, known as Night Owl. His cultivation is not significantly superior to yours, but he excels in stealth and assassination. He had set a killing formation after your departure. Liu Dao was taken aback. To have been oblivious to such a presence at his level of cultivation was truly terrifying. What if Night Owl had intended to assassinate him? Cold sweat poured down Liu Dao's brow, and he dared not dwell on the thought. He had initially wished to meet this Night Owl, but the rules of the Smoke and Rain Tower dictated that those executing the tasks must not meet their employer. Aware of these regulations, he refrained from bringing it up. Quickly, he produced a spatial ring. Within this is 1 billion top-grade spirit stones to serve as a deposit. A top-grade spirit vein yields merely 100 million top-grade spirit stones over a millennium. A great emperor can only live for 100,000 years. Offering 1 billion top-grade spirit stones at once was indeed a demonstration of sincerity. Master Li, how forthright, Yu Xuanji smiled. Without needing further instruction, Hong Shu stepped forward, understanding her role, and collected the spatial ring. After verifying its contents, she nodded at Yu Xuanji. The two parties reached an agreement seamlessly. After Liu Dao's departure, Qing Miao inquired, Young master, will you truly send someone to assassinate Lin Chen, the leader of the Wending sect? Such lack of decorum. Do not ask what should remain unasked. Hong Shu shot a glare at Qing Miao. Realizing her blunder, Qing Miao hastily apologized, only to find that Yu Xuanji waved his hand, indicating he was unperturbed. Night Owl, you know what to do, correct? Upon Yu Xuanji's words, a slightly hoarse and deep voice emerged from the shadows. I understand, my lord. Go then. Yu Xuanji moved to the window. The wind and rain outside intensified, with large raindrops pattering against the banana trees, creating a rhythmic sound. Master, do you think I can win this game? Yu Xuanji murmured to himself, his voice barely audible. Perhaps even with his ability to glimpse the heavenly secrets, some matters remained unpredictable. The mountain gate of the Wending sect stood majestically above the boundless sea of clouds, featuring a colossal white jade archway that spanned 2 perilous peaks, inscribed with the supreme sword intent in 3 large, ethereal ancient characters, Wending sect. On either side of the mountain gate, 9 coiling dragon stone pillars towered, faintly emitting a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Behind the archway lay 9,999 stone steps leading directly to the heavens, each step smooth as jade, with a subtle flow of spiritual energy. The entire area around the mountain gate was suffused with dense spiritual energy, transforming into a gentle spiritual rain that fell perpetually, invigorating all who breathed it in. At this moment, a spirit dog resembling a corgi squatted at the mountain gate, scrutinizing every individual entering or exiting, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. Who goes there? Oh, I am Huang Li, a disciple from the outer sect, and this is my identity token. I perceive you to be a spy infiltrating our esteemed Wending sect from another sect. I am not. You are. Who do you think you are? Elder Ming Changhai of the outer sect. How dare you obstruct me? Do you not know your place? I see you as a spy. Why you? What do you mean? Do you dare to challenge me? I have devoted my heart and soul to the Wending sect, and you dare to accuse me of being a spy. This is utterly outrageous. I, Kai Kuan, for the greater good, request permission from the elder to engage it in a duel. No. It is the guardian beast appointed by the sect leader. If you injure it, we shall bear the leader's wrath, which we cannot afford. Indeed. We must endure for now. Many elders and disciples are quite incensed by this newly appointed guardian beast. Not only does it refer to itself as this emperor, but its attitude is also exceedingly arrogant, ready to attack anyone who crosses its path. Although it appears to be merely a third-tier beast, it is under the protection of the sect leader, making it untouchable. Thus, everyone has no choice but to swallow their indignation. Come on, let us have a duel. The dog continues to bark defiantly, but suddenly it catches a whiff of danger. It raises its head and fixates fiercely on a point in the distant void, baring its teeth. Yet, there is no one there. Concealed in the void, a shadow frowns slightly, wondering if this dog has somehow detected its presence. However, this dog appears to be merely a third-tier beast. Its hiding techniques are nearly undetectable even to those of the Emperor realm. How could a lowly beast like this possibly uncover its presence? It seems I am being overly cautious. Just as this thought crosses its mind, the dog bellows. Hey, that guy in the black clothes. What do you want? Stop hiding, for I have already discovered you. Chapter 85. Just a minor path, not worth mentioning. It has discovered me? The night owl, clad in black and donning an owl-like mask, refrains from revealing its form, observing the dog quietly. It suspects that this dog might be attempting to deceive it. Thus, it alters its position. The dog's gaze shifts accordingly. The night owl changes position once more. The dog follows suit again. Has this guardian beast gone mad? Onlookers witness the dog barking at the sky and incessantly shifting positions, concluding that it may not be mentally sound. There is nothing in the sky. It is insane, utterly insane. Everyone shakes their heads, lamenting the sect leader's choice of such a mad dog as a guardian. Truly a misfortune. The dog pays no heed to the thoughts of the crowd. Its focus is solely on the enigmatic figure in black. The night owl is astonished. It finally confirms that this dog can indeed sense its presence, yet it remains hidden. Communicating telepathically with the dog. How did you discover me? I possess great divine abilities. The dog glares intensely at the night owl. Quickly tell me, who are you? What do you seek from the Wending sect? I hail from the Misty Rain Pavilion, seeking an audience with your sect leader. The Wending sect is currently thriving. And at this moment, Lin Chen is meticulously planning the future development blueprint of the sect, when suddenly the system chimes with a notification sound. Ding. Upon detecting the arrival of the illustrious assassin Night Owl from the Misty Rain Tower at the gates of the Ascendant sect, a new mission was promptly announced, to collaborate with the Misty Rain Tower in vanquishing the Tai Immortal sect, with the promise of substantial rewards upon its completion. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, having been subjected to the oppression of the Tai Immortal sect within the Dragon Abyss secret realm. He had already resolved to deal with them, even without the system's intervention. However, the nature of the Misty Rain Tower piqued his curiosity. At that moment, his canine companion relayed a message. Sect Master, a figure clad in black, claims to be from the Misty Rain Tower and insists on an audience with you. His cultivation seems formidable, and he may have malevolent intentions toward you. Perhaps we should summon the Ancestor to eliminate this threat. Is he here already? Lin Chen pondered briefly before responding. No, allow him to enter. Reluctantly, the canine protested. Sect Master, I wish to stay and protect you. Perhaps you should focus on safeguarding yourself first, Lin Chen replied, waving his hand dismissively. The canine, feeling dejected, left with a sense of grievance. From the moment Night Owl stepped into the Ascendant sect, he was acutely aware of two overwhelming presences that had locked onto him, poised to strike should he make any sudden moves. Nevertheless, as a mid-stage emperor, he was unfazed by their oppressive aura. With a solemn expression, he clasped his hands in greeting. I am Night Owl from the Misty Rain Tower, honored to meet Sect Master Lin. As he spoke, he scrutinized the young man before him, while Lin Chen, in turn, assessed Night Owl with a mere glance, instantly discerning his background and intentions. Night Owl, a mid-stage emperor, had faithfully followed the previous leader of the Misty Rain Tower, Shen Guani, and remained loyal to the current leader, Yu Xuanji, after Shen's demise. You need not speak. I am already aware of your purpose, Lin Chen interjected before Night Owl could utter a word. Inform Yu Xuanji that I, the Sect Master, consent to collaborate with the Misty Rain Tower to annihilate the Tai Immortal sect. Night Owl was left momentarily dumbfounded, staring incredulously at Lin Chen. After a long pause, he stammered, how do you know this? Only he and the leader Yu Xuanji were privy to such information. You have never met them. How could you possibly know? Could it be that you possess the same prophetic abilities as the leader, capable of divining the future? It is but a mere thought for me to grasp the threads of the past and future, to discern your intentions. Is this so remarkable? Lin Chen chuckled. Do you truly believe I possess the eye of providence and must reveal it to you? With a mere glance, can your trivial matters remain concealed from me? Clearing his throat, Lin Chen adopted a more serious demeanor. Not only am I aware of your affairs, but I am also fully informed about your leader's circumstances. His name is Yu Xuanji, is it not? Indeed, Night Owl nodded, though he remained largely unfazed. It is hardly a secret. A little inquiry would reveal it. What astounded him were Lin Chen's subsequent words. Yu Xuanji, originally gifted in cultivation, pales in comparison to Lin Chen's talent in the art of divination. The Misty Rain Tower has been established for thousands of years, but it only gained prominence as one of the 5 top powers in the Imperial continent thanks to Yu Xuanji's prophetic abilities. However, due to his frequent meddling with the heavenly secrets, Yu Xuanji suffered a backlash from the Tao, causing his cultivation to wane, ultimately resulting in his complete loss of power and leaving him in a frail state. The power of the Tao accumulates within him, incessantly harming his body. Even with Misty Rain Tower's extensive search for renowned physicians, they have been unable to cure his affliction. As it stands, he has but a few years left to live. This time, after a conflict arose between the Summit sect and the Tai Immortal sect, Liu Dao approached Misty Rain Tower, seeking their assistance in assassinating the sect master in order to reclaim the Nether Blood Lotus. Yu Xuanji, seizing the opportunity, wished to ally with the Summit sect to obliterate the Tai Immortal sect. His desire to annihilate the Tai Immortal sect before his demise stemmed from a wish to fulfill his master Shen Guan's long-held ambition. Am I correct in my assessment? Lin Chen narrated smoothly, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he regarded Yi Xiao. At this moment, the expression beneath Yi Xiao's mask was one of sheer astonishment. He could no longer remain seated, and no longer viewed Lin Chen with any semblance of disdain. Rising to his feet, he respectfully bowed to Lin Chen, exclaiming, "Sect Master Lin speaks nothing but the truth. I am in awe." Lin Chen had never engaged with them before. Such secrets were known to no more than a handful. And those few were utterly loyal to the Tower Master, unlikely to divulge any secrets. Thus, there was only one possibility. Lin Chen, like the Tower Master, could also glimpse the heavenly secrets. Moreover, Sect Master Lin's divination skills likely surpassed those of the Tower Master. For even the Tower Master could only deduce a rough outline, and could not reach such a level. How terrifying. No wonder the Tower Master insisted on collaborating with the Summit Sect. It seems he had long known that Sect Master Lin was extraordinary. With Lin Chen's involvement, perhaps they could indeed bring about the downfall of the Tai Immortal Sect, fulfilling the previous Tower Master's wish. Merely a trivial matter, unworthy of mention. Observing Yi Xiao's reaction, Lin Chen could easily surmise the astonishment on the face hidden beneath the mask. He waved his hand with a gentle smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. A remarkable individual. Undoubtedly an unparalleled figure. Nightingale was deeply impressed by Lin Chen, bowing respectfully as she said, "I have brought a recording stone. If Sect Master Lin is willing, perhaps we could discuss further with the Tower Master?" Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Receiving his consent, Yi Xiao waved his hand, and a luminous screen materialized before them. Within the screen, a young gentleman clad in a brocade robe, appearing somewhat frail, gradually revealed a warm smile. "Sect Master Lin, it is a pleasure to meet you. You are even more handsome than I had imagined." Chapter 86. Yu Xuanji is a candid individual. Quite acceptable. Lin Chen maintained an outward calm, though internally, he was elated. The more one speaks, the more one should say. Sweet words are delightful to hear. Following this, Yi Xiao succinctly recounted the events that had just transpired to Yu Xuanji. After listening, Yu Xuanji's captivating starry eyes were filled with increasing astonishment. After a moment, he smiled and said, "Indeed, Master Lin is exceptional. I find myself lacking in comparison. I presume you are already aware of my master's circumstances." Lin Chen did not deny it. Upon encountering the Night Owl earlier, he had gleaned considerable information, and meeting Yu Xuanji now offered even greater clarity. In essence, the situation was rather straightforward. Before establishing the Misty Rain Tower, Yu Xuanji's master, Shengguani, was part of a faction known as Wind and Snow City. Years ago, he fortuitously acquired a Wan Yuan tree, which bore dozens of Wan Yuan fruits, renowned for significantly extending one's lifespan and incredibly precious. Unfortunately, the news of this treasure somehow leaked, and before the fruits could be properly safeguarded, they were seized by disguised members of the Tai Immortal Sect. In a single night, Wind and Snow City was nearly annihilated, its resources plundered, with only a scant few managing to escape. Shengguani was among them. Subsequently, Shengguani lived incognito, secretly founding the Misty Rain Tower and gathering many who shared similar experiences. Eventually, he accepted Yu Xuanji as a disciple, imparting all his teachings and legacy. However, at that time, the Misty Rain Tower was still too weak, and Shengguani had no choice but to bide his time, refraining from sending his brothers to their deaths until his own lifespan was exhausted. Now, as Yu Xuanji's life neared its end, the opportunity to act was fleeting. His master's lifelong ambition was to obliterate the Tai Immortal Sect and avenge Wind and Snow City. Regrettably, this desire remained unfulfilled. Even if the Tai Immortal Sect were to be destroyed now, his master would no longer witness it. At this point, Yu Xuanji's tone took on a melancholic air. Soon after, as if realizing his own lapse, that sorrow quickly dissipated, replaced by a warm smile. But enough of that. Today, I come seeking collaboration with Master Lin. Should we succeed in vanquishing the Tai Immortal Sect, I am willing to transfer the entirety of the Misty Rain Tower to the Wending Sect, including all its members and resources. Finally, the crux of the matter was revealed. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Since assistance from the Wending Sect was sought, the Misty Rain Tower must demonstrate its sincerity. Yet, Lin Chen was taken aback by the magnitude of this sincerity. It was the entire Misty Rain Tower. If the Misty Rain Tower were to join the Wending Sect, the latter would have no rivals in intelligence and assassination throughout the entire Zhongxian realm. Lin Chen could not deny that he was indeed tempted. All of it. Yes, all of it. With his heavenly eye, Lin Chen discerned that Yu Xuanji was not lying. However, he did not immediately acquiesce. As he still had questions, why choose the Wending Sect? There are 3 reasons, Yu Xuanji replied candidly. First, the Wending Sect boasts 2 emperors, possessing formidable strength. Particularly your esteemed ancestor, who stands at the pinnacle of emperor level, unmatched across the entire imperial continent. Second, The Wending sect has a history of enmity with the Tai Immortal sect. Master Lin, wouldn't you welcome an additional ally in your struggle against them? And lastly, this may seem amusing, but it is simply because I admire you, Master Lin. Lin Chen momentarily doubted his hearing, gazing at Yu Xuanji in disbelief. Yet the latter's expression was utterly earnest. Lin Chen suddenly felt a tightening sensation, exclaiming, "No, brother, I do not possess such peculiar inclinations. Lin Zhongzhu, please, do not misunderstand." Upon observing Lin Chen's peculiar expression, Yu Xuanji realized that a misunderstanding had occurred and hurriedly clarified, "I assure you, I do not harbor such inclinations either. Please allow me to explain." "Very well, go ahead." Lin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, for he certainly did not wish to be pursued by another man. The thought alone was rather repugnant. Cough, cough, cough. Yu Xuanji had spoken with fervor, and a sudden gust of cool air caught him off guard, leading to a fit of coughing. "Saint Sun, are you all right?" Both Hong Shu and Qing Niao, the two exquisite maidens, expressed their concern. One gently patting his back, while the other brought forth a cup of hot tea, their fair skins subtly revealed, inciting a wave of envy within Lin Chen. After sipping some tea, Yu Xuanji regained his composure and continued, "To be frank, Lin Zhongzhu, I possess some expertise in the art of divination, and I am confident that no one, from ancient times to the present, surpasses you in this regard, not even an emperor. With a mere calculation, I can discern the past and foresee the future." "Get to the point," Lin Chen said, his brow furrowing, as he had little patience for his boastful display. Yu Xuanji, sensing the shift in mood, quickly regained his equanimity. "However, when I began to divine Lin Zhongzhu's fate, what I encountered was a haze of indistinct imagery. The backlash of the heavenly will was unprecedentedly potent, and I fell gravely ill as a consequence, barely managing to survive." Lin Chen acknowledged with a grunt, realizing that the system had likely shielded him from such revelations. It was indeed fortunate that he had not perished. From that moment forth, I understood that Lin Zhongzhu must be the fabled person of destiny. Collaborating with you, Lin Zhongzhu, is undoubtedly a wise choice. Furthermore, you are a person who repays kindness and avenges grievances. The Tai Immortal sect will inevitably fall to the Wending sect, and by entrusting Yinyu Tower to you, I can rest assured. Yu Xuanji's words were astute. He first affirmed the strength of the Wending sect, then articulated the mutual benefit in the downfall of the Tai Immortal sect, and finally lauded Lin Chen, whose heart swelled with satisfaction despite his usual disdain for flattery. He thought to himself, Yu Xuanji is truly sincere. What a splendid companion. In high spirits, Lin Chen smiled and declared, "As I mentioned at the outset, I have agreed to collaborate with Yinyu Tower. Pray, share your plan." "Very well," Yu Xuanji replied, his smile radiating unprecedented joy. He then proceeded to elaborate on his detailed strategy. Several hours later, Lin Chen clapped his thigh in delight, exclaiming, "Brilliant. Let us proceed with this arrangement." A delightful collaboration. As the luminous screen gradually faded, the night owl took its leave. In the Yushuang Palace on the Emperor's continent, it had been quite some time since there had been any news of Lin Zhongzhu, leaving uncertainty about his current state. The spring chill lingered in the air, a gentle breeze brushing against Jiang Shui's fair face as she sat at the tea table, intently gazing at the Wu Dao tea before her, lost in thought. "This Wu Dao tea is exceptional," remarked Nangang Ping, the palace master, as she savored the tea previously bestowed upon her by Lin Chen. "Ah, master, what did you say?" Jiang Shui awoke from her reverie. "Disciple, your mind is troubled." Nangang Ping, wise in the ways of the world, discerned that the young woman harbored someone in her thoughts. With a playful tone, he jested, "If you wish, I shall cast aside my dignity and personally approach the lord of the Ding clan to propose on your behalf. With my status as the leader of the Ding clan, it would hardly be a disgrace to you." "Master, what nonsense are you speaking? How could the woman propose?" As soon as these words left her lips, Jiang Shui realized her blunder. Her face flushed a deep crimson. Just as she prepared to clarify, she heard Nangang Ping chuckle. "So this is what you were concerned about. In that case, I shall directly inform the Lord Lin to come to Yushuang Palace and propose." "Master, that is not what I meant." Jiang Shui, infuriated, rose to her feet, her face reddening further, resembling a bright red apple, delicate and charming. "Ha ha ha, sister. Look at you now." Cuckoo, standing beside her, laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. In that moment, the room was filled with an atmosphere of joy. Just as Jiang Shui was fuming, a soft cough emanated from the large transmission jade talisman within her spatial ring, catching her off guard. She took out the talisman and heard the familiar voice of Lin Chen. "Jiang girl, are you there?"